After traversing the world of Naruto for 16 years, I, Yang Tai, have finally awaited the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams. The fifth Hokage is about to ascend, and this presents the sole avenue for a common ninja, like me, to advance. Even with teammates who are two slackers and opponents composed of the village's elite, I shall carve a bloody path using modern thinking and the art of rhetoric. After all, in the ninja world, the most formidable weapon has never been ninjutsu, but rather intellect. Chapter 1. A Cataclysmic Beginning. In a land of fire, at a hotel in Konoha, I found myself on my knees lamenting, what? The Chunin exam qualification certificate? A white piece of paper fluttered down from my trembling hands. What a misfortune. Just yesterday, after returning from mission in the land of snow, my team of 3 decided to celebrate with barbecue and drinks. In a drunken stupor, I insisted on dragging my 2 companions to register for the Chunin exams. With a limited amount of chakra, and barely qualifying as a competent genin, my only advantage lies in my sharp intellect and mastery of sealing techniques. Originally, I had planned to participate in the exams alongside my 2 capable friends, but now I had unwittingly brought along 2 burdens. Once a team is formed, it cannot be disbanded until the next Chunin exams, a rule I had overlooked. An unexpected disaster at the start. In contrast to Naruto's fixed class divisions, our group was a haphazard assembly, formed due to various circumstances. Some jounin had perished, retired, or lacked a leading captain, resulting in teams being formed through personal connections. While there is no strict limit on the number of participants, it is customary to form teams of 3 or 4 to ensure fair distribution of commissions. With a self-directed slap to my face, tears of regret welled in my eyes. Even as a time traveler, I never anticipated such a surprise. Oh heavens! What use is foresight now? If this were merely an ordinary Chunin exam, it would be manageable, but the stakes were higher this time. Konoha and Sunagakure were co-hosting, with other nearby, smaller ninja villages joining the fray. A congregation of elite genin from various nations awaited. I had prepared extensively for this competition, as a common ninja. The avenues for advancement are scarce, primarily limited to joining a faction, either the Hokage faction or clan faction. It was evident that my only option was to align with the Hokage faction. However, the Hokage faction was not a simple choice, being divided into 3 branches: the Hokage lineage, the Jounin class, and the roots. I quickly dismissed the roots. That place was uninviting. As for the Jounin class, it was not that I lacked the desire to join. In fact, I yearned for it. Yet, my Jounin mentor had long since passed, leaving me with no connections to enter. I had broached this topic with my guardian, Maruhoshi Kokai, but the old man stubbornly rejected my aspirations, instead serving me a dose of discouraging wisdom. What could I do? I had to seek alternative paths. Fortune, however, was not entirely against me. This year coincided with the onset of the Konoha collapse plan from the original story. The 3rd Hokage had met his end, and Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, was about to take office. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new subjects. Tsunade would undoubtedly seek to cultivate her own faction. Thus, my opportunity to rise had arrived through participating in the Chunin exams and achieving commendable results, potentially earning me favor and resources from Tsunade. If I caught her eye, perhaps I could be groomed for greater things. Some may argue that this is akin to living off the efforts of others. Yet, I would prefer this to the alternative of starvation. The pressing issue now was that my initial plan relied on my time-traveling foresight combined with 2 competent allies to navigate the written test and the perilous forest of death. The 3rd test would merely hinge on luck. Perhaps I could prevail. However, now, the question remained whether we could even survive the forest of death. Gazing at the Chunin exam qualification certificate on the ground, I struck my chest in frustration and carefully tucked it away. There's no choice. I must face challenges as they come. It's nearly noon, so I should check on those 2 slackers. Despite the previous night's drunken revelry, I vaguely recalled someone mentioning a barbecue feast at noon, though my motivation for attending was not merely the food. I nodded affirmatively to myself, tidied my tousled golden hair in the mirror, donned my forehead protector, and slipped into a blue casual outfit before heading to the barbecue. Restaurant. T. Chico's barbecue shop, Kaneda Ichimi, with a plump face, absent-mindedly skewered pieces of meat with a bamboo stick, pondering, do you think Yantai will show up? Had this been any other day, he would have devoured the meat in front of him. Yuan Xiaodai, observing the little chubby one, remarked, given the importance of the occasion, You will definitely come. Just as he lifted a beer to his lips, he spotted Yang Tai entering and immediately stood to greet him. Yang Tai. Indeed, everyone was present. Yang Tai smiled and waved, plopping down beside Yuan Xiaodai, draping an arm around his shoulder. Dai, are you prepared for the lamentations of your wallet? Yuan Xiaodai, feeling trapped, resignedly placed his wallet on the table. A real man stand by his word. Eat as much as you want. Huh, what spear, my man? Yang Tai laughed, patting Dai's shoulder, only to notice the chubby Ichimi gazing at him with a forlorn expression. What's wrong, fatso? Not hungry today? Or are you feeling unwell? Don't feign ignorance. Both responded in unison, knowing full well the consequences of their actions. Cough, cough. Yang Tai cleared his throat, attempting to ease the awkwardness before inquiring seriously. What are your plans? Yuan Xiaodai ran a hand over his buzz cut, pondering before replying. I plan to forfeit. My skills rely on summoning beasts for reconnaissance, and in combat, I would only be a liability. Yang Tai maintained a neutral expression, though his heart sank as he turned his gaze to Ichimi. I'm merely a sensory ninja, adept at setting traps, but mediocre in combat. I'm also preparing to give up. Ichimi lamented with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders. As anticipated, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Misfortune had targeted those already burdened with miseries. While an ordinary Chunin exam might not have phased Yang Tai, this instance was different. It was akin to the Olympics of his past life, where the value of a gold medal could not be compared to a national award. Most critically, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for commoners. With a power shift imminent, I had to seize the favorable winds brought by Tsunade. This was the very reason I was determined to partake in this exam. To join the Hokage faction, gain access to resources, and ensure a more secure future through the fourth grade. Ninja War. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Yang Tai asked, clinging to a final glimmer of hope. What is there to consider? 2 scouts and a ceiling support. How can we possibly win? Ichimi replied after downing a cup of beer, shaking his head. Indeed, it's impossible to win. Do you understand now? Yuan Xiaodai echoed, also finishing a large mug of beer, his demeanor disheartened. Impossible to win? I refuse to accept that. Yang Tai exclaimed, raising his cup and downing 3 large gulps in defiance. His companions exchanged glances, both surprised by Yang Tai's determination, unwilling to concede defeat. I'm 16, almost 17, and nearing 20, Yang Tai declared passionately, gesturing to himself while addressing them. And yet I am still a mere genin. Ichimi offered, it's all right. We can wait another 2 years. In 2 years, even if you two don't want to participate, I will drag you along. With a decisive clap of his hands, Yang Tai pointed an accusatory finger at Ichimi. Filled with indignation, in the beginning, Dai invited us to participate in the Chunin exam, and you said to wait for 2 years. And what happened? 2 years later, another 2 years. I had already arranged things with Xiaotian and the others, but then this incident occurred with you guys. Now you wanted to wait another 2 years. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 6 years? Yuan Xiaodai quickly called out to Yang Tai, trying to soothe him. Yang Daimai, calm down. Yang Daimai is already dead. Is this the idol you chose? Yang Tai flushed slightly at the nickname, but resolutely waved his hand, declaring, I will participate in the exam. Not even the Hokage can stop me. I mean it. Speaking of this matter, both felt a tinge of shame. They were classmates, and their bond as genin was quite solid. During one Chunin exam, the chubby Yiming had refused to participate, and during the second, Yuan Xiaodai had declined as well. Originally, neither planned to partake in this exam, but now, circumstances had changed. Would they refuse again? After saying this, Yang Tai felt a sense of relief. Glancing at the two who remained silent, he smirked with a hint of mockery. You two are about the same age as I am. Think about it. Last year, even Xiao Li, who just became a genin, participated, and even Naruto from the 3rd class joined. Are you two really saying that you can't even compare to Xiao Li, who only knows taijutsu, or Naruto, who can't even perform a shadow clone jutsu? Bang! Yiming slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed, shouting, Who said that? Don't insult me. One who only knows taijutsu and a loser. How dare you compare with me? It worked. Yang Tai smirked, amused that he could easily provoke these 2 rebellious youths. Yet you, in your own words, dared to participate in the Chunin exam, while you two, excellent ninjas, act like scared turtles. Yiming suddenly fell silent, unable to retort, his neck reddening with anger as he bit into the grilled meat, his eyes filled with fury, glaring at Yang Tai's mocking face. Yang Tai, don't go too far, Yuan Xiaodai interjected, unable to tolerate Yang Tai's biting sarcasm any longer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yang Tai quickly feigned innocence, continuing to press on. I didn't realize that the hearts of two excellent ninjas were so fragile. They shatter before I even touched them. Seeing their anger boiling, Yang Tai decided to stoke the flames further, deliberately elongating his words. However, are you planning to become Chunin at 20? Or 30? Or do you intend to remain genin for life? These three questions seemed to be the final straw as Yiming, with a fierce expression, pointed at Yang Tai. Isn't it just a Chunin exam? I'll participate, and today, whoever doesn't show up is a coward. You two idiots. Yuan Xiaodai shouted furiously at the two, then downed a glass of beer, appearing slightly unhinged. All right, if you two are going crazy, then I will too. Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Good, let the three of us go crazy together. Yang Tai stood up, extending his hand. Yuan Xiaodai and Yiming exchanged glances before placing their hands atop one another. Let us pass the Chunin exam together. Finally, Yang Tai let out a sigh of relief, having managed to get these two on board. Now he needed to carefully plan for the exam. Yo, I wondered who was so full of themselves. Turns out it's the heir of the will of fire. The earlier paragraphs may have contained flaws, but they will gradually improve. Dear readers, I seek your support and encouragement. Please leave a collection, and don't just let it sit. Even stones would spit it out. Chapter 2. The Plan. That piercingly sarcastic voice was all too familiar to Yang Tai. He turned to find three individuals standing at the neighboring table. The youth who had spoken earlier, with his hair tied back, tugged at the forehead protector around his neck, looking at Yang Tai with a mocking expression. Yamamoto. Yang Tai rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What a troublesome character. Yamamoto was a classmate of Yang Tai, and while that should have been a good thing, this guy had been antagonistic towards him for as long as he could remember. As for the nickname, it stemmed from Yang Tai carrying around a book on the will of fire in his childhood, leading to him being dubbed the heir of the will of fire. Though it was quite embarrassing, it was necessary for his future credentials. Yamamoto wore a disdainful expression, pointing at Yang Tai and declaring, "Hey, what do you mean by that? I can't stand your expression. It's been the same since we were kids. So arrogant." A hater, I see. Yang Tai understood and chose to ignore him, leisurely enjoying his grilled meat as if he had heard nothing. Seeing Yang Tai completely disregard him, Yamamoto, furious, slammed his hand on the table and caught sight of Yuan Xiaodai snickering, which only fueled his anger further. You, a worthless player who can only mess around, think you can pass the Chunin exam? Dream on, loser. Yamamoto, don't go too far. Watch your language. What's wrong with playing around? Yuan Xiaodai shot back, springing to his feet, incensed. Are you not the loser? Who was it that cried for help when we teamed up last time? Was it you, Taro? Yamamoto feigned innocence, directing his question at his teammate. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto, you're so forgetful. That person is right in front of you. Ha ha ha. Taro mocked, pointing at the obvious. Yuan Xiaodai clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with a mix of fury and tears. Look, a grown man is about to cry. Hurry back home to find your mommy. Ha ha. Yamamoto, that's too much. We're still classmates. The chubby Yiming stood up, angrily pointing at Yamamoto. Ha ha. Isn't that the chubby kid who wet his pants at 9? Yamamoto scrutinized Yiming, then spat out a toothpick towards him, laughing uproariously as he revealed the embarrassing incident. Yang Tai continued to eat his grilled meat, fully aware of the provocation aimed at him. He glanced at his two teammates, shaking his head inwardly at their poor mental fortitude. How outrageous! Yiming swatted the toothpick away and charged at Yamamoto, throwing a punch aimed at his face. This was something he simply could not tolerate. He had already been the target of a prank where water was thrown on him, and now someone was spreading rumors that he had wet his pants, and the classmates believed it. Yamamoto smirked, too slow, and dodged Yiming's punch by turning his head. The wind from the punch whizzed past his ear with a sharp sound. Oh, that had some force. He lifted his leg and kicked Yiming squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling several times until he landed beside Yang Tai, clutching his chest, and gasping for breath. You bastard, that mad dog. Fatty, I see that your only strength lies in that mouth. Let me help you loosen those bones. Yamamoto's eyes turned fierce, ready to teach this chubby kid a lesson. With that, Yamamoto used a body flicker technique to appear right in front of Yiming, raising his foot to stomp down hard. Smack! Yang Tai bent down, grabbing Yamamoto's ankle with one hand, his tone cold. Have you had enough? How outrageous! You always interfere like this. Take this. Yamamoto's expression was slightly sinister as he kicked towards Yang Tai's face, determined to flatten that smug expression. Yang Tai raised an eyebrow. A kunai appearing in his hand pointed directly at the incoming foot. Should he dare to kick down, he would at least lose that foot. Yamamoto was taken aback, hastily twisting away to escape Yang Tai's grip. Now's my chance. Yang Tai swiftly struck the inner thigh of Yamamoto, who immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yamamoto quickly got up, angrily pointing at Yang Tai. This doesn't count. Let's settle this at the training ground. You lost. Yang Tai shook his head, pointing at Yamamoto's thigh nonchalantly. Everyone turned to look at where Yang Tai was pointing, discovering a napkin stuck to Yamamoto's inner thigh. A napkin. The crowd was taken aback, initially believing that Yang Tai merely held a slight advantage. It now appeared that his opponent had been holding back entirely. Had the napkin been a detonating tag, Yamamoto, IWA, would have already met his demise. Yamamoto, was equally stunned, gradually tightening his grip on the napkin, casting a wary gaze towards Yang Tai. He had thought that his years of training had surpassed Yang Tai's, but it seemed he had been overly conceited. Yang Tai understood that his strength was comparable to that of Yamamoto, IWA. The latter had simply succumbed to arrogance, allowing his anger to cloud his judgment. Let us depart, Yang Tai said, assisting the chubby boy to his feet and beckoning Haru Shirdai to follow him outside. Upon seeing Yang Tai prepare to leave, Yamamoto, IWA, could not help but shout, Yang Tai, you coward! Are you afraid? Do you not dare to face me in battle once more? Yang Tai halted, the attention of the onlookers drawn to him, as several diners turned their heads toward the commotion. What is it? Do you wish to accept the challenge? Yamamoto, IWA, continued his provocation. IW, you have truly disappointed me, Yang Tai replied, shaking his head as he draped the chubby boy's arm over his shoulder. A sudden plan formed in his mind. In the past, I regarded you as a rival. We had our share of victories and defeats, and I relished those moments with you as a worthy opponent. However, today, I realize you're no longer deserving of that title. Once, despite your arrogance, obstinacy, and sharp tongue, you stood up for our classmates and never bullied the weak. Everyone enjoyed your company. Look at the person you have become, arrogant, dismissive, and a bully to your companions. Are you still the same person? This Chunin exam draws elite genin from surrounding nations. It is fraught with danger. You should be aware that although the chubby boy and Haru are weak, they are willing to risk their lives for the glory of our village. Yet, as a ninja of your caliber, you choose not to participate in the exam, opting instead to torment your own comrades. You are unworthy of being a ninja of Konoha. His words resonated deeply with everyone present. Indeed, the chubby boy and Haru, despite their weaknesses, dared to risk their lives for the village's honor, while others stood idly by. Many in the crowd now regarded the two with newfound respect and admiration. As they felt this shift, the two boys instinctively lifted their heads high. Since becoming genin, they had never received such recognition, and a sense of pride began to swell within them. They too were willing to wager their lives for the glory of their village. They must strive to excel in the upcoming Chunin exam. Yang Tai smiled subtly, achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. He then assisted the chubby boy towards a nearby medical facility. This moral persuasion not only bolstered the confidence and determination of the two, but could also potentially inspire more Konoha ninjas to participate in the Chunin exam if this incident spread throughout the barbecue restaurant. An admirable little plan indeed. To think that this commoner has seen through me. Talong, are you both interested in participating in the Chunin exam? Yamamoto, IWA, exclaimed, forcefully tossing the napkin into a trash bin before turning to the two with a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Huh, if those two fools dare to compete, what we have to fear? At the medical facility, after ensuring that the chubby boy had only sustained minor injuries, albeit at a rather tricky angle, Yang Tai provided the two with a few essentials for the exam before they parted ways to prepare. Passing by the ninja tool shop, Yang Tai inquired about his custom order, confirming that it would be ready by the following afternoon. After purchasing some groceries to take home, he found it rather amusing that he had come home hungry after others had treated him. As he pushed open the courtyard gate, Yang Tai spotted the old man tending to the flowers and cheerfully exclaimed, "Grandfather, I have returned." Chapter 2. The plan. The jarring tone of sarcasm was all too familiar to Yang Tai. Turning around, he spotted three individuals standing at the adjacent table. The young man with his hair tied back, who had just spoken, tugged at the headband around his neck, sneering disdainfully at Yang Tai. Yen. Yang Tai placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This troublesome fellow was indeed a nuisance. Yamamoto Yin was a classmate of Yangtai, which should have been a positive aspect, but for some unknown reason, this guy had taken it upon himself to oppose Yangtai at every turn. As for the nickname, it stemmed from Yangtai's childhood habit of carrying around a book titled The Will of Fire, which led to him being mockingly dubbed the heir of the Will of Fire. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, it was a necessary part of his credentials for the future. Yamamoto Yin wore a face that suggested he had just consumed something repulsive, pointing at Yangtai and exclaiming, "Hey, what is your deal? I can't stand that expression of yours. You've always been so full of yourself." "Ah, a hater, I understand. Let him rant." Yangtai casually cleaned his ears and settled down to savor some grilled meat, adopting an air of indifference as if he had heard nothing. Seeing that Yangtai was ignoring him completely, Yamamoto Yin grew furious and slammed his fist on the table. His gaze then fell upon Haru Hitsuk, who was snickering, and his anger flared. "You, a worthless fool who only knows how to play with cats, think you can pass the Chunin exam? Dream on, you loser. Yin, you're crossing the line. Watch your mouth." Haru Hitsuk shot back, rising to his feet. "What is wrong with playing with cats? Am I eating your family's rice? Who is the loser? Wasn't he you who cried for help when we teamed up last time?" Yamamoto Yin taunted, directing his question to Taro, who sat nearby. "Ha ha. Yin, you really have a short memory. That person is right before you." Taro chimed in, laughing uncontrollably. Haru Hitsuk clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Look at you, all grown up yet about to cry. Hurry home and find your mommy. Yin, you've gone too far. We are classmates, after all." The chubby boy, Ichimi, stood up, pointing angrily at Yamamoto Yin. "Ha ha ha. Isn't this the chubby kid who wet his pants at 9? Yamamoto Yin scrutinized Ichimi, spitting out a toothpick towards him, bursting into laughter as he revealed Ichimi's embarrassing story. Yangtai continued to enjoy his grilled meat, fully aware that this was all an attempt to provoke him. He glanced at his two teammates, shaking his head inwardly at their poor mental fortitude. "How dare you?" Ichimi waved his hand, swatting the toothpick away, and rushed forward to throw a punch at Yamamoto Yin's face. This was the most intolerable matter for him. It had all begun with a classmate's prank of splashing water on him, and somehow, rumors spiraled into claims that he had wet his pants, which his classmates believed. Yamamoto Yin smirked, too slow, and deftly turned his head to evade Ichimi's punch, the wind from the fist whistling past his ear. "Hey, not bad for power," he taunted, raising his leg to kick Ichimi squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling several times until he landed beside Yangtai, clutching his chest and gasping for air. "You mad dog. Fatty, I see you only have that big mouth. Let me help you loosen your bones." Yamamoto Yan's eyes glinted with malice. He was determined to give Ichimi a good beating for daring to insult him. With that, Yamamoto Yin swiftly appeared in front of Ichimi, raising his foot to stomp down hard. Smack! Yangtai bent down and grasped Yamamoto Yan's ankle with one hand, his tone icy. "Have you had your fun? You always come here to cause trouble with that same expression. Take this." Yamamoto Yan's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a kick aimed at Yangtai's face. Intent on smashing that insufferable visage of his, Yangtai raised an eyebrow, a kunai appearing in his hand, aimed directly at the incoming foot. Should his opponent dare to land the kick, at least one foot would be incapacitated. Yamamoto Yan's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly twisted away, freeing himself from Yangtai's grip. Now, Yangtai took the opportunity to strike, slapping his hand against the inside of Yamamoto Yan's thigh, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Yamamoto Yin sprang back up, pointing angrily at Yangtai. "This doesn't count. If you have the guts, let us meet at the training ground for a rematch." "You've already lost," Yangtai said, shaking his head and pointing at Yamamoto Yan's thigh. Everyone turned to look in the direction Yangtai pointed, where a napkin had stuck to Yamamoto Yan's inner thigh. The napkin. The crowd gasped, realizing that Yangtai had merely been toying with him. Had that napkin been a detonating tag, Yamamoto Yin would have been done for. Yamamoto Yan's heart sank as he slowly clenched the napkin, his gaze towards Yangtai now cautious. He had thought his training had surpassed Yangtai's over the years, but it seemed he had been overly arrogant. Yangtai understood that their strengths were quite comparable. Yamamoto Yin had merely lost due to his overconfidence and rage. "Let us go?" Yangtai helped Ichimi up and signaled for Haru Hitsuk to follow him out. Upon seeing Yangtai about to leave, Yamamoto Yin couldn't help himself. "Yangtai, you coward. Are you afraid? Don't you dare back down from a rematch." Yangtai halted, feeling the collective gaze of those around him. including several diners who had turned to watch the commotion. What is this? Do you wish to accept my challenge? Yamamoto Yin pressed on, tauntingly. Yin, you disappoint me. Shaking his head, Yangtai placed Ichimi's arm over his shoulder, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. In the past, I regarded you as a rival, and we would share victories and defeats. During those times, I was truly happy to have you as an opponent. However, upon encountering you today, I realize you are no longer worthy of that title. Although you were once proud, impudent, and brash, you stood up for your classmates and never bullied the weak. Everyone enjoyed playing with you. Look at you now, arrogant, disregarding others, and bullying your companions. Are you still the same person? This upcoming Chunin exam will see elite genin from surrounding nations participating. It is fraught with peril. You must understand that even Ichimi and Hidesuk, despite their weaknesses, are willing to risk their lives to participate and bring glory to our village. You, an exceptionally talented ninja, choose not to partake in the exam, but instead bully your own comrades. You are utterly unworthy of being a Konoha ninja. Yangtai's words resounded powerfully, moving all present. Indeed, Ichimi and Hidesuk, despite their weaknesses, were willing to gamble their lives for the sake of their village, while others remained utterly inactive. Many gazes turned toward Ichimi and Hidesuk, now filled with respect and admiration. The two, upon witnessing this shift, couldn't help but lift their heads high. Since becoming genin, they had never been acknowledged by so many, and a surge of pride welled within them. They too were willing to risk their lives for the village's glory, and they were determined to perform well in the upcoming Chunin exam. Yangtai smiled faintly, having achieved his goals with a single stroke. He then assisted Ichimi towards a nearby medical facility. By employing this moral persuasion, he not only bolstered their confidence and resolve, but also hoped that this incident would spread throughout the barbecue restaurant, encouraging more Konoha ninjas to participate in the Chunin exam. What a clever plan. How amusing that this commoner saw right through it. Hey, Taro, are you too interested in participating in the Chunin exam? Yamamoto Yin forcefully tossed the paper in his hand into the trash can and turned to inquire of the two, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Haha, if those two losers can participate, what is stopping us? At the medical facility, after ensuring Ichimi had only sustained minor injuries, albeit from an awkward angle, Yangtai then briefed the two on the necessary items for the exam before they parted ways to prepare. As he passed by the ninja tools shop, Yangtai inquired about the status of his custom order and confirmed it would be ready by the following afternoon. After buying some groceries to take home, Yangtai couldn't help but find it amusing that he was returning home hungry after others had treated him. Pushing open the gate, Yangtai spotted the old man watering the flowers and cheerfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, I'm back." Chapter 3. The Legacy. Upon hearing the voice, Maruhoshi Gukiai looked up, a smile gracing his face as he beamed at Yangtai. "It's good to see you back." Upon realizing that Suanzi has grown up, a sense of unease enveloped him whenever he set out on a mission, leading to a certain restlessness. However, with his safe return, a wave of relief washed over him. This individual had trained alongside the second, third, and fourth Hokages, a formidable character known as Maruxing Gujia, who devoted his life to being a lower-ranking ninja. Maruxing Gujia resided in close proximity to Yangtai's orphanage. When Yangtai was merely 5 years old, he encountered Maruxing Gujia and felt an immediate connection. Naturally, as a lifelong ninja, Maruxing Gujia was not easily approachable, even for a child of 5. The reason behind his eventual leniency towards Yangtai visiting his house was clear. Maruxing Gujia had undoubtedly scrutinized Yangtai's background and concluded that he was of noble lineage. As time passed, affection blossomed, and Maruxing Gujia adopted Yangtai with the simple rationale of ensuring his own care in old age. He treated Yangtai with extraordinary kindness, imparting knowledge of shurikens, throwing knives, swordsmanship, Jinjutsu, and water release techniques without reservation. Unfortunately, Yangtai possessed a limited amount of chakra, rendering the mastery of Jinjutsu a considerable challenge. And his water release techniques lacked potency without a substantial chakra reserve, only proving effective in specific contexts, such as near a river. Nevertheless, Yangtai had become quite proficient in throwing knives, shurikens, swordsmanship, and the shadow clone technique over his 5 years as a lower-ranking ninja. And he had also mastered his family's sealing techniques. Come, let me tell you about the delicacies of the land of snow, like the ice jade fish," Yangtai said with a beaming smile, tugging at Gujia's rough hand as they walked into the house. The elderly gentleman needed to engage in conversation to brighten his spirits. That evening, as they dined, Yangtai mumbled, "Old man, This fish is delicious. He awkwardly spoke with his mouth full, likely due to his month-long absence, making him yearn for home-cooked meals. Huh, not any worse than the ice jade fish, I presume, Gujia replied, sipping his mushroom soup. Old man, what do you think about me participating in this year's Chunin exam? Yangtai pivoted the conversation while eating. He was aware that this year's exam would be a rare multinational event, and he wanted insights into it. This year is different. It is co-hosted by our Leaf Village and the Sand Village of the Wind Country, along with participation from several smaller ninja villages. The competition to qualify as a Chunin is exceptionally fierce. I assume you already know this. Why are you asking me? Gujia stirred his soup, a hint of confusion in his voice. Hee, old man, I'm just curious. Please elaborate on the intricacies involved, Yangtai said, eagerly shoveling rice with his chopsticks. His eyes fixed on Gujia. To put it bluntly, this year's candidates for Chunin will likely be pre-selected for Jonin status, at the very least, special Jonin, Gujia pondered. Indeed. It's no wonder the legendary 12 are receiving notable attention, Yangtai remarked. Old man, do you possess any powerful jutsu? Yangtai shifted his inquiry. Gujia frowned. Have you learned the sword technique of the willow? Have you mastered the water dragon bullet? Haha, old man, you know that my chakra is limited. What difference does it make if I manage to learn the water dragon bullet? It would merely produce a small splash of water. As for the sword technique of the willow, my talent is lackluster, and its impact is minimal. I desire techniques that require less chakra, yet possess significant power. Yangtai chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Can I be blamed for this? I desire those techniques too, Gujia muttered, his expression darkening. You see, I've told you countless times, unless there's a chasm-like disparity between ninjas, the potency of ninjutsu is contingent upon the individual. Your low chakra does not preclude you from becoming a Chunin. The criteria for becoming a Chunin are not solely reliant on possessing formidable jutsu, but on gathering intelligence, making astute judgments within one's current capabilities, and executing tasks effectively. This Chunin exam is fraught with danger, yet peril correlates with recognition. Be cautious, you clever little rascal. Showcase some talent, and protect your comrades. I understand. I will be careful, Yangtai replied, nodding. As night fell, Gujia paused his writing, reviewing the letter in his hand with satisfaction before putting it away. The following morning, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined a letter with a smoke pipe in hand. Is this the grandson of Okitai? I can hardly believe he has grown so much. Gujia's intention was clear. This child was set to participate in the Chunin exam this year, seeking to inherit the legacy. Was it not too soon? As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Sarutobi reflected on the regulations. The items Gujia requested could only be inherited once the child reached Chunin rank. He picked up Yangtai's profile and mission reports. Name, Lanshi Yangtai. Age, 15. Ninja rank, Genin S rank missions, 0 A rank missions, 0 B rank missions, 0 C rank missions, 373 D rank missions, 512 analysis, exceptional intelligence gathering ability, excellent judgment skills, strong leadership capabilities, mastery of sealing techniques, highly regarded among peers in the Genin circle, earning the title of task expert, holds high esteem among Jonin during missions, overall strength, average, limited chakra. Father, Lanshi Huetu, former deputy head of the sealing class, perished during the Nine Tails incident. Mother, Lu Lin Shinzi, formerly worked in the sealing class, perished during the Nine Tails incident. Note, friendly disposition, approachable demeanor. Frequently reflects on the will of fire, earning high praise among Genin, celebrated as a task expert. A task expert. A promising prospect indeed. His grandfather served under the second Hokage, and his father was part of my faction, Sarutobi noted, marking a prominent approval on the report. The sun shone brightly in the sky as Yangtai stretched, feeling utterly comfortable. Indeed, nothing compares to sleeping at home, where one can let their guard down and not remain vigilant against the world outside. After indulging in a leisurely bath and preening his golden hair in front of the mirror, he stepped out, satisfied with his appearance. With explosive tags, shurikens, and steel wire, he found that the replenished ninja tools were few in number, and he wondered if his custom-made tools had arrived. Alas, the world is fraught with challenges. The desire for a peaceful existence feels unattainable. While the Leaf Village is relatively secure, the surrounding areas are rife with conflict. The thought of this made Yangtai's head throb, especially as Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha loomed on the horizon. Yangtai's current ambition is to navigate through the impending crisis safely. He intends to align closely with the 5th Hokage during her administration, striving to gain resources from the Hokage faction to bolster his and Gujia's security. As for disclosing Orochimaru's schemes to the 3rd Hokage, Yangtai had never even contemplated such a course of action. This Chunin exam is Konoha's opportunity to display its strength, and the preparations are extensive, from Jinin to Jonin, including the Hokage's Root, and various esteemed clans. Was this a jest? Furthermore, what would it matter if the 3rd Hokage were to learn of it? He could merely prepare a contingency plan. There would be little else he could do, and he might even find himself in the interrogation room afterward. Why go through such trouble? Yangtai. A green figure appeared before him, sporting a watermelon head and thick brows, bouncing energetically with a large bag. It was Rock Lee. Little Lee, are you training? Yangtai inquired. He had known Lee for 2 years, having completed several C-rank missions together. Typically, fixed teams could disperse when their leading instructor or comrades were occupied. Want to train together and ignite our youth? Lee's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, fixed upon Yangtai. Chapter 4. The legacy of the family. Yangtai thought to himself, what a calamity. The last time I endeavored to bond with Lee, I trained for an entire day, only to find myself bedridden for 3 days afterward, leaving the old man utterly alarmed. Reflecting on that experience still sent shivers down his spine. Shaoli, I have matters to attend to. When I have time, I will train with you. Very well, it seems I have encountered a predicament. 7 minutes late, and I must perform 1,000 jumps with the rope. Yangtai watched as a green figure sprinted towards the end of the street. Truly, a prodigy in physical techniques. Who else could possess such boundless energy? Shaking his head, Yangtai proceeded towards the ninja tool shop. After browsing and making the payment, which amounted to 520,000 Ryo, he felt as though he had returned to a state of poverty overnight. Yangtai continuously caressed his nearly depleted wallet. 2 months prior, he had commissioned 3 ninja tools, a sword forged from chakra metal, costing 440,000 Ryo, a multifunctional deep crimson 4th-generation trench coat, with 7 designated spots for sealing tools, priced at 70,000 Ryo, and 6 special material steel wires, which were relatively inexpensive at 20,000 Ryo. He placed the items into his trench coat, purchased a few groceries, and meandered homeward. The narrow path was sparsely populated, and Yangtai politely greeted the few passers-by, contemplating whether to have sour fish soup or braised pork for dinner. Suddenly, a shadow darted in front of him, and a gray figure materialized unexpectedly, startling Yangtai, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of lunch. Body flicker technique. He instinctively distanced himself, reaching for his ninja tool pouch and cautiously observing the newcomer. A monkey mask. An umbu? Why would an umbu be here? The umbu is a special unit that obeys only the orders of the Hokage. Could it be that the Hokage has tasked me with a special mission? No. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Joining the umbu is utterly beyond my reach. Yangtai Blue Pool? The umbu inquired coldly. Yangtai nodded slightly, relieved that the figure did not take hostile action. Calmness returned to him, and he surmised that he might merely be summoned by the 3rd Hokage to answer a few questions. Gradually, he lowered his guard. The umbu ninja, seeing Yangtai relax, produced a 30-centimeter purple scroll and tossed it to him before vanishing from sight. By the order of Lord Hokage, deliver the legacy scroll of the Blue Pool clan to the current clan leader, Yangtai Blue Pool. Yangtai lifted his hand, and a miniature sleeve arrow shot out. The tail end connected to a distinctive steel wire, reminiscent of Spider-Man's web-slinging. With a tug, the wire wrapped around the scroll several times, halting before Yangtai. The clan's legacy. Does this mean I am part of the clan? There was no time to ponder further. Yangtai meticulously examined the scroll for any hidden traps, particularly toxins. During a previous mission to Sunagakure, he had suffered from poison, making him wary of gifts from strangers. Finding no issues, he swiftly secured the scroll and hurried home. Grandfather! Grandfather! Ah, I'm coming. Grandfather Gujia rushed out of the kitchen with a spatula, noticing his grandson excitedly waving the scroll. What treasure has made you so joyous? The clan's legacy, personally delivered by an umbu from Lord Hokage. Take a look, Yangtai exclaimed, eagerly handing the scroll to Gujia. The old man accepted it without hesitation. What did they have to lose? After inspecting it closely, he handed the spatula to Yangtai and began to open the scroll. The scroll was filled with intricate seal characters. Yangtai recognized them as sealing runes. Prominently displayed was the character for transmission. There is quite a lot here, Gujia muttered, taking 3 steps to the left. This should suffice. With a single hand seal, He commanded, "Open." Boom. A cloud of white mist enveloped them, revealing 3 boxes, 2 1-meter-long blue scrolls, and 1 approximately 50-centimeter scroll. Yang Tai was left drooling. Could this be the legendary 9 Sun techniques? He hastily unfurled one of the large scrolls. The first line made his expression turn serious. A cursory glance revealed his face darkening. Upon further inspection, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Sealing techniques. What use do I have for these bizarre symbols? A summoning scroll? What is that blank area in the middle? For planting vegetables?" Yang Tai, undeterred, opened the second scroll. Blue Pool Gray Earth? Blue Pool Kaitai? He recognized Blue Pool Kaitai as his father. Who was Blue Pool Gray Earth? No, something was amiss. What in the world? This could not be a ninjutsu scroll. What purpose do these iron rods serve? Oh wait, what use do these scrolls have? Upon inspecting the smaller scroll, it was still filled with bizarre symbols. Yang Tai felt his heart sink. He turned his gaze to the 3 boxes, his last hope. After 5 years of studying sealing techniques, he had lost interest. The 3 boxes stood about 60 centimeters tall and 40 centimeters wide, appearing capable of holding quite a few items. Yang Tai opened the first box. Inside lay a yellowed book. Upon opening it and flipping through a few pages, he discovered it was a diary belonging to Lu Lingqingzi. This was his mother's diary. The entries were brief until the age of 16, after which they detailed her romantic history with his father and her travels across various countries, describing landscapes and local customs. The final page contained an incomplete character, resembling a hand. Flipping through the subsequent materials revealed mostly manuscripts on setting up and repairing barriers. Further down were several volumes. 6 binding techniques, evil sealing method, detailed explanation of sealing techniques. Well, this is certainly better than nothing. Continuing to browse, he found wind release, gale palm, wind release, vacuum blade. The sudden influx of happiness left Yang Tai unsure whether to laugh or cry. This experience of unboxing had indeed not disappointed him. Not rushing, he savored the thrill of discovering the secrets within, hoping for more treasures to await him. The remaining items were akin to notes on practice and experiences. Yang Tai opened the second box, which also contained a diary. This must be what is referred to as a legacy. He began to peruse it. After a while, he found it similar to the previous diary. Yang Tai offered 3 bows of respect. Wanxing Gujia, is it truly necessary? Yang Tai nodded firmly. The author of this diary was a formidable individual. His grandfather. The entries were meticulously penned, lacking the embellishments of his mother's writings, chronicling a life of battles from childhood to adulthood, ultimately culminating in a death on the battlefield. Yang Tai thought, what a fierce person. According to the records, he served under the first Hokage and the second Hokage, falling in the Third Shinobi World War. An elite Jonin of remarkable distinction. Elite Jonin. Was there any need for further contemplation? He hastily continued to explore the contents. 34 volumes without titles. Yang Tai casually glanced over them, noting they detailed the summoning technique. More accurately, they documented the creation of summoning beast scrolls. Yang Tai pondered. Could it be that his family had inherited such chaotic knowledge? He pressed on. Water release, water chaos wave, water release, water prison, water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water barrier, water release, instant water. An ancestral water release. Yang Tai flipped through, finding no other volumes of different elemental techniques. No, perhaps not. His father's box had certainly been rummaged through. The last box opened followed the same process. Within were accounts of a second-generation ninja's training journey. Lacking an innate affinity for water, he could only train in other elements, leading him to choose earth. It was not until he was 23 that he finally refined his water chakra and was fortunate enough to inherit his grandfather's ninjutsu. To speak candidly, Yang Tai had no desire to peruse the books in the middle section, which were sealed with his mother in the same class. One might wonder what those contents could be. Fire sealing techniques, 5-element seals, and 12 volumes of unknown names on sealing arts finally led to the main act. Earth release, Earth river car. Earth release, Earth dragon bullet, Earth release. Earth barrier, Earth release. Earth spear, Earth release. Transformative change, fire release. Great fireball, fire release. Fire wave, fire release. Multi-linked bullets. The remaining 9 volumes contained his grandfather's insights. Indeed, they were with his father. Truly, the patriarch's collection was the most extensive. Chapter 5, Combined Ninjutsu. However, a dilemma arose. Despite Yang Tai's innate 5 attributes, he lacked the blue chakra. Ganin Brew. In frustration, Yongtai hurled the book in his hand into the wooden box. The only somewhat useful item was his mother's wind-release ninjutsu, which served as decent support. Yet his chakra capacity allowed him to use only 1 or 2 wind-release techniques before exhausting himself. As for fire release, Yongtai didn't even glance at it. Since mastering the Great Fireball technique, he had given up on it. A watermelon-sized fireball. What use could that possibly have? It merely wasted chakra. You little rascal, you lack appreciation. Old Gujia, after finishing cooking, approached to educate him. You see, the skill to create summoning scrolls was passed down from the second Hokage. Typical summoning scrolls can only form contracts with living beings, but this one is different. It can also contract with inanimate objects. Old Gujia pointed at a nearly 1-meter scroll. Inanimate objects? Yongtai scratched his head in confusion. Yes, it is said that after the second Hokage made a contract with the ocean, his water release techniques advanced by leaps and bounds. This is still an empty scroll, so do not dismiss its value. Old Gujia continued, flipping through other books. Yongtai was taken aback. He recalled someone mentioning in the comments section of an anime that the second Hokage seemed to have made a contract with the ocean. However, he remained skeptical. If Senju Tobarama truly made a contract with the sea, then his Edo Tensei would easily defeat Uchiha Madara. Thus, that answer seemed inaccurate. It was possible he contracted with a specific area of the ocean's surface. After all, Yongtai remembered that water could be summoned on certain days. But this could be a path to fortune. Even if he couldn't use the chakra himself, he could sell it. Instantly, Yongtai's face lit up with joy. Old Gujia glanced at his grandson's foolish expression and understood his thoughts, delivering a blow to his dreams. Don't get your hopes up. This business has long been monopolized by several prominent clans. What? It was as if a thunderclap had struck, causing Yongtai to wilt again. He had envisioned becoming rich overnight. But now it seemed a mere fantasy. The second Hokage should have passed it down to one person. Why share it with so many? Yongtai kicked a pebble in frustration. Such is the reality. There were many ninjas who achieved merit at the time, and they had to be bestowed some ninjutsu. Here, take these, Old Gujia said, pulling out 7 or 8 books and tossing them over. Yongtai flipped through them. Water release. Instant water. Clap. Old Gujia clapped his hands and said, "This is an A-rank body flicker technique created by the second Hokage. The scroll may be gone, but these cultivation insights are well documented and nearly identical. Water release. Instant water has 2 characteristics. First, it allows for high-speed gliding on water. Second, if the volume of water exceeds the user's size, instantaneous movement can be achieved. In simpler terms, it can only be performed in deeper water." Yongtai exclaimed, "What is the use of that?" Old Gujia naturally noticed Yongtai's expression and playfully gave him a light smack on the head, exclaiming, "You unappreciative brat. This is an A-rank body flicker technique. Even if you can't use it in most situations, the techniques within are solid. Understanding them is far more beneficial than your daydreams." Yongtai's expression shifted as he suddenly experienced an epiphany. Ninjutsu need not be fully mastered. Acquiring the practical techniques contained within is more advantageous than anything else. In an instant, a floodgate of ideas opened in his mind. For instance, if he carried a water container like Gaara and utilized water release, wouldn't he conserve chakra? If he used a sealing scroll to store 7 or 8 barrels of water, wouldn't that be perfect? Following Old Gujia's description of combined ninjutsu, Yongtai asked, "Old man, does combining ninjutsu with ordinary items count as combined ninjutsu?" "Of course. Shadow clone combined with shuriken, wind release combined with exploding tags, all count." "What? Did you come up with something?" Old Gujia looked at his eldest grandson with a puzzled expression. Yongtai nodded vigorously. "Old man, what if I use a sealing scroll to store several barrels of water?" Old Gujia wore a skeptical expression. That method has already been attempted during the Second Great Ninja War. A 30-meter-long scroll? You would have to open it to release the water, and you'd have already been taken out by the enemy. What if we detonated the sealing scroll directly? Wouldn't the water burst forth quickly? Yongtai proposed. If we remove most of the stability runes from the sealing scroll and only store water, could we not reduce the number of sealing runes to make it the size of an exploding tag? Yongtai's mind raced, as his thought process differed from those in the world of Naruto, exhibiting a divergent creativity. Old Gujia fell silent, pondering the feasibility of his grandson's imaginative ideas. Similar to when he was a child, yearning to be a Spider-Man, learning to move by producing threads, surprisingly effective. It was worth a try. If successful, water release ninjas could become equivalent to ordinary ninjas. After all, Ordinary water release ninjas were severely polarized, dominant where water was available, yet weak where it was not. You should give it a shot. If it works, your situation will greatly improve. But for now, let us organize these materials. Old Gujie approved of Yang Tai's idea, pointing to 3 boxes. All right, Yang Tai replied, his mind brimming with various combinations of ninjutsu. How had he not noticed this before? Truly, that night, Yang Tai toiled alone in his room, tinkering with various scrolls. Finally, success. An A4 sheet filled with intricate symbols brought a smile to Yang Tai's face. He approached the water-filled wooden barrel, placed the paper on the water's surface, and swiftly formed hand seals. Seal. Puff, 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 puff. In under a minute, the sealing paper absorbed all the water. Yang Tai gleefully retrieved it from the bottom of the barrel, inspecting it. The special paper used for sealing typically remained dry. The results were satisfactory. While there seemed to be a slight leak, perhaps due to the runes, Yang Tai was still pleased. After all, he had completed it in less than 2 hours, and minor flaws were entirely acceptable. It was essential to test the creation. So he decided to head to Training Ground 17, conveniently near a river. Carefully, he drew another sealing paper and stealthily slipped out. In the adjacent room, old Gujie stirred, murmuring, "Youthful vigor still persists." At Training Ground 17, after ensuring no one was around, Yang Tai took his position in the center. Few practiced at night. Having grown up training there, he occasionally encountered others. He affixed a small exploding tag to the sealing paper, carefully gauging the distance before tossing it into the air. Exploding tags come in various sizes. The smaller ones are intended for close combat, much like the third Hokage. Bang! Water splashed everywhere. Yang Tai quickly formed 2 seals, water release, water barrier. The scattered water in the air converged before him, transforming into a wall of water. It truly worked. Only about 20% of his chakra had been consumed. Previously, he could manage 2 techniques at most. Now, he could utilize at least 6. Yang Tai beamed, rapidly forming 4 seals, water release, water dragon bullet. The water wall before him undulated, morphing into a fierce water dragon that surged forth. Bang! Yang Tai hurried over, gazing at the small crater on the ground, an expression of delight crossing his face. This power could incapacitate an ordinary genin instantly, leaving them vulnerable. Having achieved success, Yang Tai couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of utilizing the instant water technique on solid ground. Tomorrow, he would share this revelation with the old man. However, the mere mention of the old man left him somewhat speechless. If only he possessed such remarkable abilities. It was quite straightforward. During his initial demonstration of the water dragon bullet before the elder, he had received a rather enlightening lesson. As the water droplets scattered like stars in the sky, he had attempted to cast an illusion, but with a mere glance, he was defeated. Yet, the sealing paper he had created seemed rather oversized. He would refine it further before showing it to the old man the next day. Chapter 6. Water Escape. Instant water morning arrived, and at the dining table, Yang Tai gleefully slid a palm-sized piece of sealing paper across to the old man, eagerly inviting his opinion. Children often relish the opportunity to boast. Old Jia examined it closely and praised, "Well done indeed, though I am curious how it performs in practice." With that, the elder wandered into the courtyard, tossed a detonation tag, and boom, water splashed everywhere. "Impressive. Do make a few more for me," he encouraged, then added, "But can you increase the volume of water?" Yang Tai felt a surge of encouragement from old Jia, yet he hesitated. "The amount of water is not an issue. This is merely a prototype, thus it contains less. However, I have encountered a dilemma." He produced another piece of sealing paper and handed it to the elder, who examined it with curiosity. "What troubles you?" "ISNT the satisfactory? ISNT the instant water technique meant for swift gliding over water? I intended to affix it to the soles of my shoes so I could glide over land as well. Yet, after a night of experimentation, I could only slide a few steps in place." This conundrum had perplexed Yang Tai throughout the night, and he pondered where the flaw lay. Old Jia listened intently, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Ah, I see. Although I have not studied instant water, age grants wisdom. Simply affix it to the tips of your shoes, allowing the water to flow forward, similar to skiing. Give it a try." Yang Tai felt a wave of joy wash over him, followed by a moment of embarrassment for not realizing such a simple solution. Suddenly, a small yellow-feathered bird alighted on old Jia's shoulder, pecking gently at its wing. "Old man, you have a mission." Yang Tai chuckled, poking the little bird. Noting its boldness, "I shall step out for a moment. Take your time to experiment," the elder advised, gathering his belongings before waving goodbye as he exited. Back in his room, Yang Tai immersed himself in research once again, but the results were disheartening. Lying on his bed, he felt a sense of defeat. Adhering to the principles he had devised, it was akin to ice skating, an endeavor of mediocre effect. He glanced at the books on his bedside, unwilling to concede defeat, and picked one up to peruse. Utilizing the summoning contract for instantaneous water relocation. Goodness! Yang Tai had stumbled upon a revelation. He sprang upright, reading intently. The technique of instantaneous relocation was indeed real. He had mistakenly assumed it was akin to the high-speed body flicker technique. The jutsu created by the second Hokage could thus be clarified. It was essentially a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. No wonder the forums had struggled to articulate its nature, with some suggesting it involved fantastical spatial coordinates, misguided notions that many had accepted. In retrospect, it was all nonsense. The Flying Thunder God was merely a modified form of summoning technique, allowing for relocation through a method akin to reverse summoning. The legendary Senju Tobarama was often referred to as a master of forbidden techniques, yet perhaps the title of summoning master was more fitting. Edo Tensei, which summons the deceased using blood as a medium, bore a resemblance to summoning techniques. The mutual detonation of tags had echoes of summoning as well, and the Flying Thunder God appeared even more similar. Elated, Yang Tai set the book aside and eagerly grasped his brush, eager to modify the sealing paper. First, he would shape it into a cylindrical form, aiming for a height of approximately 2 meters, a width of 1.5 meters, and a length of 6 meters. All right, let us give this a try, Yang Tai exclaimed, rushing to the training ground, where he filled a container with water from a nearby stream. Next, he needed to employ a method akin to forming a contract, merging his chakra with the water inside the sealing paper. Learning the instant water technique required 3 fundamental prerequisites: mastery of the body flicker technique, proficiency in sealing techniques, and the ability to temporarily form a contract with water. Alongside exceptional chakra control, for Yang Tai, these conditions posed little challenge. He was well versed in both body flicker and sealing techniques, and his chakra control was comparable to that of a medical ninja. After about 3 minutes, he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. It was exhausting work, consuming half of his chakra. However, gazing at the sealing paper in his hands, a foolish grin spread across his face. He affixed the sealing paper to the handle of a kunai, perfectly enhancing the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. Ensuring the distance was precise, he raised his hand and tossed it. At a distance of 3 meters, Yang Tai's expression grew serious as he prepared to activate the technique with a single hand seal. Bang! A sudden explosion erupted, and a 6-meter-tall column of water appeared. Yang Tai propelled himself forward, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing 3 meters away. What in the world? Water sprayed everywhere, drenching him completely. Clearly, Yang Tai had succeeded. The chakra consumption for the instant water technique was minimal, and though he was still unfamiliar with it, he estimated he could execute it a dozen times, with potential for more in the future. However, one issue remained. The 6-meter distance was abruptly interrupted at 3 meters, indicating that the sealing paper required further refinement. The detonation tag had exploded in the middle, causing the water column to burst, resulting in only a partial relocation. This would require careful consideration, yet Yang Tai devised a simplistic approach. Widening and thickening the paper would likely shorten the distance, but ensure safe relocation. Additionally, straight lines would not suffice. He would need to design a method for turning. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Tai continued his experiments, ultimately settling on a 4-meter template. As he gazed at the kunai in his hand, he couldn't help but reflect on his past, studying the will of fire and emulating the 4th Hokage, all in hopes of thriving within the Naruto universe. Now, he had even managed to develop a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Fate truly has a sense of humor. Determined to fully realize his vision, he resolved to customize a set of trident kunai, intending to astonish the old man during the Chunin exams. 7 days later, the 50 trident kunai Yang Tai had ordered were finally ready. Exiting the weapons shop, he gleefully toyed with one of the tridents. Over the past few days, he had made significant strides with the sealing paper, yet he had not managed to create a stable long-distance version before the exam. Nevertheless, the 4-meter template now featured a turning variant, shaped like AC, allowing for instantaneous appearances at any position within the water column. Help! Help! Huh! It was Naruto and the trio of Konohamaru. Yongtai turned to see them sprinting frantically in his direction, pursued closely by a red-haired figure. Sakura. Yongtai, save me. Naruto shouted as he spotted Yongtai. Get away. They're as good as dead today. Sakura's furious voice rang out, causing Yongtai to lower his hand, which had been raised in greeting. Oh, today's wooden wall looks especially lovely, he muttered to himself, turning his gaze away from the chaos. Boss, your friend is utterly lacking in loyalty. Unlike us, who have each other's backs, Konohamaru boasted to Naruto. Tears streaming down his face, Naruto continued to flee, fully aware of the consequences of provoking Sakura. Ouch! Yongtai whipped around to see Konohamaru had fallen to the ground. Oh no! He rushed over. Sand Ninja, Kankuro, Temari. The events had unfolded as anticipated. Was it merely the trajectory of history? This is so frustrating. Konohamaru was hoisted effortlessly by Kankuro, who taunted, Little brat, does it hurt? Do you know? I apologize for the misunderstanding. At this moment, Sakura hurried over to offer her apologies, unaware of the unfolding events. However, these two individuals were dressed unusually. One could not help but wonder about their origins. Temari, standing nearby, scoffed and advised, forget it, Kankuro, don't stir up trouble. You know the situation. Let him go. You fat pig, Naruto shouted, pointing at Kankuro, who was holding Konohamaru. Chapter 7. Confrontation with the Sand Ninja Trio. Kankuro raised an eyebrow, sneering. Just a mere leaf genin dares to speak to me like that? I might as well have some fun before Gaara arrives. He turned to Temari with a smile, completely disregarding Naruto. You're such an idiot. Naruto, infuriated, charged at Kankuro, eager to show him what he was made of. Is this how the leaf's genin behaves? So brazen? Kankuro smirked, tugging the chakra strings lightly, causing Naruto to stumble. Clang. A kunai imbued with chakra sliced through the chakra strings, embedding itself between Kankuro and Naruto. Yuta appeared next to Naruto, steadying him. What is happening? Naruto asked, looking around in confusion. Yuta, feeling exasperated, thought, doesn't he ever say thank you? This is the chakra thread of a sand puppet master. Only weapons infused with chakra can sever it. Chakra threads? Naruto shook his head, not comprehending. Fool. They are ninjas from the sand village of the Land of Wind. They are foreigners. Sakura exclaimed, delivering a light smack to Naruto's head. Kankuro glanced at the kunai on the ground, and then looked at Yuta. Your leaf genin are truly weak and uninformed. Naruto's expression turned fierce. He pointed at Kankuro, exclaiming, you say one more word, and I'll flatten you. Yuta's expression darkened. He knew Kankuro wouldn't dare to attack, but being insulted by a foreigner was infuriating. In a previous life, he had once retaliated violently against a foreigner who spoke so arrogantly in his presence. Just as Yuta was about to step forward, Sakura grabbed him, reminding him that Konohamaru was still in enemy hands. How painful. Hearing Konohamaru's moan, Naruto pointed at Kankuro, declaring, release Konohamaru immediately, or I won't let you off easily. Sakura gasped in shock, quickly grabbing Naruto by the neck. You idiot. Why provoke them further? I despise short people, Kankuro taunted, observing Naruto and his friends. Kankuro wouldn't dare to kill anyone in the Leaf Village. He was merely toying with them. Yet, he thought that this short guy needed to learn a lesson, and he decided to target him first. Yuta's expression darkened further, feeling as if a foreigner had barged into his home, flaunting their power. He stepped forward, declaring, enough. Suddenly, a column of water appeared, startling everyone. Naruto barely had time to react as Konohamaru landed in his arms, groaning in pain. Are you alright, Konohamaru? That was amazing. Sakura gasped. When did that happen? The two little boys nearby stared wide-eyed. So fast. A voice came from the trees, and Sakura exclaimed joyfully, Sasuke. Sasuke ignored Sakura, his cold gaze fixated on Yuta, contemplating when he had become so powerful. Kankuro swallowed nervously, feeling the cold blade of the kunai pressing against his throat, sweat beading on his forehead. Who is this person? His speed is incredible. Remember, the Leaf Village is not a place for you outsiders to provoke, Yuta said icily. Swish. Yuta's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a child carrying a large gourd. Gaara. Gaara raised his hand, and dozens of sand shurikens came flying towards them without a hint of hesitation. Trouble. Yuta executed a body flicker technique, swiftly placing himself in front of Sakura and the others while forming hand seals. Water style, water barrier jutsu. Water erupted, swirling around them to form a rotating pillar, deflecting all the sand shurikens. Such impressive ninjutsu, Naruto exclaimed, standing protectively in front of Konohamaru, astonished at Yuta's strength. How could I be so powerless? Sakura shielded the two little boys, bewildered by Yuta's exceptional skill. Is he really just a commoner? The Sharingan activated in Sasuke's eyes, fixating on the two combatants. He hadn't anticipated that Yuta could perform such powerful ninjutsu, though he still felt superior. He then shifted his gaze to the boy with the gourd, sensing a terrifying chakra that made him shudder. Kankuro, are you alright? Temari asked, concerned as she lowered her fan. Kankuro shook his head, indicating he was fine, but acknowledged that Yuta's speed was indeed frightening. It must have something to do with that unusual kunai. As long as I'm careful, I should be able to handle him. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Yuta swiftly formed 4 hand seals in less than a second. The swirling water pillar transformed into a ferocious water dragon, darting towards Gaara. Shield of Shikaku. Gaara's expression remained icy as he joined his hands. Sand pouring from his gourd like a fountain, forming a massive sand shield before the trio. Bang! The tremendous force collided with the sand shield, creating a large crater. The water dragon dispersed, knocking over nearby wooden walls and showering the area with droplets, resembling a light rain. Wiping the water from his face, Naruto looked at Sakura with uncertainty. Water dragon bullet technique? How many seals did Kakashi-sensei perform? Over 40. A cold voice interjected. Sasuke stood beside Yuta, acknowledging his progress. Sasuke was astonished that a jutsu requiring so many seals could be executed by Yuta with just 4. How did you see that? Yuta only formed 4 seals. Naruto asked incredulously. Naruto, this isn't the time for such discussions. Let us address the immediate issue, Yuta replied, exasperated by Naruto's peculiar thought process. Let me show you how powerful my crows are, Kankuro declared, as he removed the bandages from his puppet, preparing to attack. Temari also lowered her fan, eyeing the group. You two should stop embarrassing yourselves. Gaara's cold, emotionless voice made Kankuro and Temari shiver. Temari quickly stowed her fan, attempting to explain. We were just enough. We must not let this mission fail, Gaara said, glancing at the damp sand on the ground. He turned his gaze to Yuta, deeming him insignificant. Before locking eyes with Sasuke, his Sharingan glinting ominously. What is your name? Sasuke coolly replied, Uchiha Sasuke. And you? Sand explosion, Gaara. After exchanging a few more intense glances with Sasuke, Gaara turned and walked away, followed closely by Kankuro and Temari. Chapter 8. The Summoning Scroll. Phew, they finally left. What were the ninjas from the Sand Village doing here in the leaf? Sakura sighed in relief, her heart still racing from the earlier encounter with Gaara. Don't you know? Yuta asked as he noticed their puzzled expressions. They came to participate in the joint Chunin exams. You two have only recently become Genin, so you might not be aware. The joint Chunin exams are organized by allied nations, inviting various ninja villages to participate. Did you participate? Sasuke asked, his gaze fixed intently on Yuta. I did. Are you also planning to join, you fool? Yongtai casually rested his hand on Erju's shoulder and spoke. Sasuke swatted away Yongtai's hand, threateningly warning, do you want another beating? Say that again, and I'll slay you. All right, still as arrogant as before. Yongtai waved his hand, his face flushing. In childhood, he found the 5 or 6-year-old Sasuke easy to bully, but ended up receiving a thrashing instead, leaving him embarrassed and secretly coining a nickname for Erju. Naruto, puzzled, inquired, why take the exam together? On the surface, it's to strengthen bonds, but in reality, it's to ease tensions between nations, Yongtai explained. Naruto responded excitedly, can we participate? Generally, only those who have been Chunin for 3 years can join. But with a recommendation from your Jonin teacher, you should be able to, Yongtai elaborated. After finishing his explanation, he saw Naruto eagerly dragging the two away to find Kakashi for registration. What a dreadful love triangle. Yongtai mused as he watched them walk away. Truth be told, he had little interest in clinging to the protagonist. However, given the other party's status, it would be wise to cultivate a good relationship. A smirk appeared on Yongtai's face. And what of Konohamaru? He doubted that during this time, the third Hokage would neglect to dispatch Umbu for protection. With that thought, he withdrew the kunai still embedded in the ground, glanced at the somewhat chaotic surroundings, sighed, and began to tidy up. This was mainly for show. There were surely Umbu watching, and perhaps the old Hokage was peeping as well. Details determined success or failure, he thought. He couldn't let his reputation as Konoha's third best youth crumble. Meanwhile, the third Hokage rubbed his nose, wondering if someone was badmouthing him from behind. He continued to observe through the crystal ball. Not bad, not bad. A fine seedling indeed. Suddenly, the image in the crystal ball shifted, shrouded in mist. And the third displayed a lewd grin. Excellent, splendid. In another room, Yang Tai was examining a purple scroll before him. According to his father's records, this was a summoning scroll capable of conjuring chakra. Indeed, it could summon 3 portions of chakra from a single input, though after 2 uses, it would cease to summon any more for a cooldown of 2 to 3 days. This scroll dated back to the Second Great Ninja War, when his grandfather entered the land of water and signed a contract with a small fish that could absorb chakra. However, Yang Tai expressed skepticism. Having watched countless episodes of Naruto without ever hearing of such a chakra-absorbing fish, he cautiously opened the scroll, which bore 2 names, Lan Chi Kaitai and Lan Chi Huetu, followed by a blood fingerprint. Lan Chi Yang Tai good. He treated his wounds, feeling a surge of excitement as he performed the hand seals. The one who wields the summoning technique. Boom. Half of his chakra input activated the summoning array, releasing a cloud of smoke, and a fist-sized sphere of blue chakra appeared before him, resembling a glowing blue bulb. Tangible chakra? Typically, chakra was invisible to the naked eye unless it was bijou chakra or techniques like Rasengan and Raikiri that had been solidified. This indicated a transformation in chakra properties. Yang Tai felt a mix of trepidation as he slowly approached the sphere. It felt like water flowing through his palm. The chakra smoothly entered his body, and he began to manipulate it. Despite its small size, the quantity was considerable. To his astonishment, it truly doubled his chakra, with no rejection or discomfort, and it felt even more refined than his own. This meant his chakra had ascended several tiers, allowing him to use ninjutsu more efficiently with greater power. He could now perform at least 4 or 5 ninjutsu. Ha! Yang Tai laughed heartily, tears streaming down his cheeks. Since his arrival in this world, he had been scheming subtly, only to be assigned a mediocre Chunin teacher during the Chunin exams, and subsequently lost that teacher during various missions. For 5 years, he had been ensnared by the chakra he inherited, rendered powerless by the old man's techniques, forced to play the role of a strategist in the team. Now, this shackle had finally been broken. No longer would he be a timid mouse lurking in the shadows. For several days, Yang Tai immersed himself in researching improved sealing techniques and practicing the instant water technique, free from chakra concerns. It was truly exhilarating. The results were promising. He had nearly mastered the instant water technique, with only time left to refine it. However, as the Chunin exams approached, his previous plans had mostly fallen through. After all, he was merely a lowly genin. How could he wield enough influence to affect so many? It seemed necessary to revise his strategy, maintaining the core idea of gathering Konoha ninjas to navigate the forest of death together. Otherwise, dragging 2 dead weights along would make passing the second exam exceedingly difficult. To unite these individuals, there had to be a mutual benefit. Otherwise, why would they join him? Common interests. With this thought, Yang Tai immediately recalled the written portion of the first exam. If he could ensure that everyone passed the first test smoothly, wouldn't that create an opportunity for collaboration? He was familiar with the general content of the exam, but convincing them to trust his words would require careful consideration. Otherwise, suggesting that they could pass by submitting blank papers would surely be met with skepticism. Most importantly, Yang Tai had to prepare to play the role of a caretaker this time. Why? He thought to himself, little brother, you must understand the ways of the world. At the Ninja Academy, Yang Tai greeted Dai and the chubby boy as they entered through the large ninja sign. There are so many people. Those must be ninjas from the Rain Village. Rue Shodai observed the ninjas ahead and nudged Yang Tai. Yes, be cautious of their fierceness. They can be quite reckless. Yang Tai nodded gravely. He recalled a past encounter with the Rain ninjas during a mission, where he had narrowly escaped with his life, still feeling a lingering apprehension. As the trio approached the entrance to room 201, Yang Tai noticed Chong Wei engaging in a playful exchange. Wait, that's not right. The gatekeeper is harassing Shaoli. Shaoli, you two are putting on quite the act, Yang Tai exclaimed, stepping forward to pull them apart. Even if you're hiding, there's no need for such theatrics, right? Niji? Shaoli sheepishly scratched his head, while Tian playfully stuck out her tongue, far removed from her earlier disheveled appearance. They insisted on playing, what can I do? Niji shook his head, indicating his inability to stop them. Most present had realized, what is the point of this charade? What intelligence can be gathered from it? It's meaningless. Yang Tai directed his gaze at Sasuke. Confidently, Sasuke stepped forward, Alright, you two, dispel the Jinjutsu. Chapter 9, Alliance O. I didn't expect someone to see through it, but that's still not enough. As he spoke, the left gatekeeper swiftly struck toward Sasuke. Sasuke, undeterred, retaliated with a fierce kick. With a loud crack, a green figure appeared between them, intercepting their attacks. Both were taken aback, especially Sasuke, who had just seen this watermelon-headed kid being pinned to the ground and now effortlessly blocking their strikes. This is too much. How could this be? Amazing. That blonde-haired one is so fast. When did this happen? Sasuke was startled as he noticed two Yongtais, each wielding a trident kunai, poised against the necks of the two gatekeepers. Alright, let them pass. Yongtai smiled as he dispelled the shadow clone. This was the first step of his plan for the day, to ensure that everyone present recognized him as a formidable opponent, displaying a demeanor that screamed, "Do not provoke me." Fine, you're cleared to enter. The two gatekeepers relented, opening the door and signaling for everyone to proceed. Alright, everyone, let us go. Yongtai beckoned to Xiao Li and the others. Sasuke cast a solemn gaze towards Yongtai, finding this individual increasingly inscrutable. Indeed, hard work can surpass genius. Li was quite familiar with Yongtai. Whenever they had a moment to spare, they would train and compete against each other. Immediately, he turned his attention to Sasuke, who had just entered, eager for a spar with the prodigy in the first examination venue. Upon entering, Yongtai greeted the two laggards, urging them to gather their acquaintances from the Leaf Village. As Naruto and his companions stepped in, Yongtai swiftly pulled them closer. At that moment, the majority of the eyes in the examination hall were drawn towards them. What exactly was this golden-haired boy up to? Yongtai, why are you in such a rush to gather us? Naruto asked, breaking free from Yongtai's grasp, a look of confusion on his face. Startled upon entering, he felt somewhat displeased to be dragged over by Yongtai without a word. 21 pairs of eyes fixated on Yongtai, mirroring Naruto's curiosity about this fellow's intentions. If it weren't for his decent rapport, they would have left long ago. Just a moment. Yongtai smiled faintly, concealing his face, then produced a scroll, swiftly performing hand seals. Open. In an instant, a transparent barrier enveloped them, a soundproof barrier, though as a precaution, it would be wise to cover their mouths while speaking. Time was of the essence, so he cut to the chase. I wish to invite all of you to form an alliance. An alliance? In my 7 attempts at the Chunin exams, I've never heard of such a thing. Remember, though I am a leaf ninja, once we enter the examination hall, we are all enemies. Kabuto interjected, adjusting his glasses. How intriguing, he mused. Indeed. Yongtai, are you mistaken? We are adversaries. How can we form an alliance? Inazuka Kiba expressed his annoyance, though fortunately, Shino's insects shielded his mouth. Yongtai replied with a smile, just because you, Senior Kabuto, have never formed an alliance doesn't mean it's impossible, but that's unrealistic. Even if we were allies, we would need to know what we are being tested on. Even if we did, who would be the leader? And what about our interests? Kabuto continued, hinting at the underlying tension. Yongtai, you don't mean to suggest you want to be the leader and command us, do you? If that's the case, then forget it, Kiba scoffed. The group began to murmur in impatience. Yongtai shook his head. No, that is not my intention. The leadership issue is not the crux. It can be easily resolved through a draw. As everyone nodded in agreement, Yongtai continued. The important aspect is that our alliance should not be for now, but for the second examination. The second examination? Yongtai, do you have insider information? Tintin exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing Yongtai's smile, her heart raced. Could he truly possess insider knowledge? Of course not. Everyone scoffed in unison. However, based on my intelligence analysis, the first examination is a written test. Just look around, and you'll gain some insight. Perhaps some of you already know. Yongtai pointed to his head, glancing at Shikamaru in the crowd. This guy should have figured it out long ago. Everyone turned their attention to Shikamaru, recognizing his sharp intellect. What a troublesome fellow. Shikamaru yawned, nodding. He had discerned most of it upon entering. As for the second examination, it would consist of 80% team tasks and 20% individual battles. And the alliance would be crucial for the team tasks. Yongtai analyzed. But that is not practical. If it's a team task, the likelihood of us being enemies is high, and the most significant issue is trust. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, addressing the core concern, trust. Everyone nodded. A betrayal from a teammate would indeed spell disaster. Yongtai's lips curled into a smile beneath his mask. Class 7, 8, 9, and 10. These are all former classmates. Surely there must be some degree of trust among us. The four classes exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Even Sakura and Ino shared a brief, knowing glance. Growing up together had forged some level of trust. Yangtai beamed at Kabuto. Senior Kabuto, we have undertaken countless missions together. Surely that has fostered some trust. Kabuto smiled slightly, remaining silent, but his meaning was clear to all. What about me? Yamamoto roared in anger, feeling deliberately overlooked. Yangtai casually scratched his ear. All right, no need to shout. Do you really require an explanation? Everyone is aware, right? Laughter erupted among the group, reminiscing about their time together in the first and second grades while Yangtai was already in the fourth grade, making them all classmates in a sense. As laughter filled the air, Yangtai clapped his hands. This is my confidence in forming an alliance with all of you. Of course, Senior Kabuto has a point regarding potential conflicts of interest, but I believe we will find a decisive solution. There is no need to rush for an answer. Before we proceed, I have crucial information to share. With this, you will almost certainly excel in the written test. Excel in the written test? How is that possible? Naruto looked skeptical, pointing at himself. Will I pass? Everyone knew how poor his theoretical knowledge was. If he could pass, then surely everyone else could as well. Anticipation hung in the air as they awaited Yangtai's explanation, especially among the struggling students like Naruto. The plan has been executed smoothly, Yangtai elaborated. Firstly, this written test consists entirely of advanced material. I fear only Sakura might answer all correctly. Even I would likely miss a question or two. I don't think so. Sakura replied shyly under the attention of her peers, only to glare at Ino, who wore a dismissive expression. Yangtai slapped his forehead, observing the rivalry between the two. Among the candidates, at least one or two will know the answers. Thus, our task is to find a way to copy them. At this moment, Naruto sheepishly raised his hand. But what if we can't copy? Everyone pondered this. Indeed, what if the distance was too great to copy? Let me rephrase that. This examination is akin to an intelligence-gathering mission. Identify the target, collect information, relay it, and maintain confidentiality. Focusing on these 4 points. Consider Naruto and his group. As long as Sakura completes the test, she can erase her answers and replace them with similar ones. Naruto and Sasuke could submit blank papers. No way. We can submit blank papers? Don't joke around, Naruto exclaimed, his expression reflecting disbelief. What do you think, Shikamaru? Ino, anxious, turned to him. Knowing her theoretical knowledge was limited, and with the exam's advanced material, she was at a disadvantage. With everyone's attention back on him, Shikamaru contemplated carefully. It should be possible to submit blank papers, but only if you can keep your composure. What do you mean? Everyone looked puzzled. Yangtai gave Shikamaru a thumbs up and explained, if my analysis is correct, the proctor will immediately take points to intimidate us, making us feel overwhelmed. It's a psychological tactic. Just disregard it, though there are additional details. Outside the barrier, a group of candidates whispered among themselves, pointing at the few individuals inside. What were they discussing? Who knows? To me, they all seem like clowns. Chapter 10, Ambush and Surprise Attack. As the first examination concluded, Mori no Ibiki silently collected the test papers, with a proctor nearby reporting. Yangtai of the Blue Pool, a commendable ninja, meticulously archiving the records of outstanding candidates. This is their ticket to becoming a Chunin. After delegating tasks, Mori no Ibiki approached the window, gazing intently towards the direction of the Forest of Death. Over 100 individuals, half of whom are Leaf Ninja. It seems this year's Chunin exams are becoming increasingly intriguing. Inside the barrier, it appears everyone is quite satisfied with this written test. Yangtai gathered the group once more, smiling at their cheerful expressions. This is all thanks to your information, Yangtai, Ino expressed happily. The crowd nodded slightly. And it must be said that Yangtai's analytical prowess was indeed impressive. Haha, thank you all for your acknowledgement. Returning to the main subject. This exercise is set to last 5 days. However, I perceive it merely as a mission for intelligence gathering and delivery. We shall enter through various entrances to acquire the scrolls we require, then regroup to the northeast. As for other matters, we will discuss them upon gathering. Time is of the essence. I must reveal that I possess a flawless strategy following the second exam. With that, Yangtai dismissed the barrier. Let us proceed. The 7 teams nodded in agreement and dispersed into the Death Forest. Yangtai, what should we prepare for now? Inquired the chubby Jin Tian as they navigated the towering trees. Yangtai directed the 2 who had looked his way. First, we must secure food. Dai, summon your spirit to capture some game. Jin Tian. Keep your senses alert and report any unusual occurrences immediately. We must be cautious of the sand ninjas in our vicinity, as they may be toxic. Understood. Summoning technique. With a puff, a charming tricolor kitten appeared before them. Liangxiang, could you fetch some prey nearby for us? Asked Yuanzhou, gently petting the little creature. Okay, meow. With that, the kitten darted away, vanishing into the forest. Liangxiang is as swift as ever, Jin Tian remarked with a tinge of envy, wishing for a spirit of his own someday. Now that it is afternoon, we shouldn't proceed further. Let's set up some warning devices, Yang Tai said, pulling out wire and explosive tags to begin his preparations. With 2 burdens in tow, caution is our only option. Before long, the little one returned with 2 plump rabbits. After they had cleaned them up, they noticed Yang Tai had prepared an array of seasonings. Why so many condiments? One asked. Yang Tai shot them a glance. It's obvious, to nourish our bodies. Otherwise, how will you manage? Meow, Liangxiang has spotted others. The kitten's voice interrupted Yang Tai. Undeterred, he swiftly inquired, where are they? 3 miles to the south. Heading towards the central tower, Liangxiang replied, tilting its head and flicking its beautiful tail. Yang Tai's mind raced as he sketched a rudimentary map. The 3 of them could easily set an ambush. If planned well, they could conclude the skirmish in 3 minutes. Dai, you and Liangxiang create distractions on the flanks. My shadow clone will accompany you, driving them in this direction. If necessary, use the explosive tags to create the illusion of nearby presence. Jin Tian, you and I will set traps ahead for an ambush. Understand? Understood. They both nodded in unison. Yang Tai smiled, relieved that the 2 were obedient. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. First, let us fill our bellies before we act. Nearby the ambush site, Yang Tai suddenly opened his eyes wide. Sand ninjas? Jin Tian. Based on the intel from the shadow clone, it's 3 sand ninjas. Prepare the gas masks. Got it. Jin Tian promptly donned his mask, ready for action. They're coming. Jin Tian alerted. In the distance, 3 figures clad in headscarves sprinted towards them, seemingly pursued by something. Yang Tai gestured for silence, watching as the trio approached the ambush zone. Quick, retreat. It's a trap. The leading sand ninja bellowed, swiftly forming seals and taking a deep breath before forcefully exhaling, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Amidst the chaos, a massive passage was carved, allowing the 3 sand ninjas to escape swiftly. Too late. Explode, Yang Tai commanded, and in an instant, 5 large splashes erupted around the trio. What? How could such a large water technique be executed in open ground? The leading sand ninja thought in shock, believing it to be the work of a seasoned jonin. The female sand ninja beside him cautioned, no, this isn't a ninja technique. It's just ordinary water. We must flee. How can ordinary water be harmless? Attack, Yang Tai ordered, and immediately, 2 figures emerged from the underbrush. Shadow clone technique. The 3 sand ninjas huddled together. The female teammate questioned. It must be Konoha's shadow clone technique. Be extremely careful. These are all solid forms. We cannot be careless. The leader warned gravely, realizing they were in for a tough fight. Yang Tai, with his 2 shadow clones, quickly formed seals surrounding the sand ninjas. Great water prison technique, he declared, slamming his hands down, and the previously scattered water rapidly enveloped the 3 ninjas, who had no time to react. How heavy. Breathing is so difficult. I can't move at all. The female sand ninja struggled, but to no avail. Wait. I'm willing to hand over the scroll. The leader of the sand ninjas gasped, reaching into his tool pouch. Too late. Attack, Yang Tai replied coldly, knowing he couldn't afford any mistakes while escorting 2 burdens. The 3 sand ninjas felt a chill of despair as their fearful expressions revealed their desire to survive. We concede. We surrender. Yuanzhou and Jin Tian swiftly responded to Yang Tai's command, launching shurikens entangled with wire, and with a forceful tug, 3 heads fell heavily to the ground. Well done. Yang Tai sighed with relief, dispelling the jutsu. He had witnessed such scenes too many times. He felt no pity. After all, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. It was surprising how much chakra the 3 had wasted using the water prison technique, nearly exhausting half of their reserves. Yang Tai had hidden such capabilities all along. Previously so timid, could it have been an act? Yuanzhou approached, removing his gas mask, eyeing Yang Tai with suspicion. This guy is far too secretive, always concealing something. Indeed, with so little to offer, he still keeps secrets. Today, everything must be revealed. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Jin Tian teased, taking off his mask and holding a scroll. Yang Tai's expression darkened. I see it as confessing for leniency and sitting in prison. Resisting leads to spending the new year at home. What is the matter with you? Just as laughter filled the air, Jin Tian suddenly collapsed to the ground, and Yang Tai rushed forward to support him. It's poison. I feel so weak. I can't muster any strength. Yang Tai's heart sank, despite his precautions. He had fallen into a trap. Thankfully, he and T removed his gas mask. Jin Tian, keep your mask on. Bang. Before he could finish, Jin Tian crumpled to the ground. Yang Tai quickly donned masks on both of them and focused on the scroll, placing the poison one into a special plastic bag. Hee. It seems you've fallen victim to San Yuan's drug. Chapter 11. Exposure of strength. A sudden, strange laughter sent tumultuous waves through Yang Tai's heart. Someone had been watching from afar, and they had remained oblivious. Truly, the elite ninjas from various nations were formidable. Yang Tai realized he had been too careless. However, this was not the time for idle thoughts. Summoning technique. Yang Tai swiftly formed seals, the summoning array rapidly spreading, and with a puff, a cloud of white mist dispersed, revealing a blue chakra orb. He quickly absorbed it and flung 6 kunai to encircle the 3 ninjas before turning to face the newcomers. This entire sequence of events occurred in less than 10 seconds. Sand ninjas. The 3 sand ninjas noticed Yang Tai's movements, but being outnumbered 1-3, they were unperturbed. Hand over the scroll now, and we might let you go, the tall, masked sand ninja sneered, showing no regard for Yang Tai. Will you truly spare me if I hand over the scroll? Yang Tai was skeptical of their deceptive assurances, knowing that the promise of not killing him was only valid as long as they still had the power to threaten him. It is not worth annihilating them entirely. If I were in Gar's position, even calling out for help would be futile. Naturally, you have no choice. Surrender and you may live. Refuse, and you shall perish. The half-masked sand ninja has yet to strike, likely because of the formidable jutsu that Yang Tai previously employed, fearing there may be even more powerful trump cards at play. Observing Yang Tai's silence, and noting his inaction, he gestured for his 2 companions to create distance and draw their shurikens and various weapons, clearly indicating that if they do not comply, they are prepared to engage. Yang Tai conceded to him. At this moment, Haru's weak voice broke through Yang Tai's contemplation. Oh, forget it. Let us regroup with the main force before making any rash decisions. Having you all around truly is a stroke of good fortune. With a sigh, Yang Tai reluctantly tossed 2 heavenly scrolls to the adversary, hoping they would honor their promise. Splendid. Boss, these 2 heavenly scrolls are precisely what we require, exclaimed one particularly ghastly-looking sand ninja nearby. The half-masked sand ninja, upon hearing this, also felt a surge of elation, having entered not long ago. They had already acquired 3 scrolls, thus ensuring their ability to advance or retreat, a perfect beginning. May we take our leave now? Yang Tai inquired, his expression darkened by the frustration of having failed in this endeavor. Of course not. The half-masked sand ninja taunted, elongating his tone mockingly. We aim to prevent you from resorting to desperate measures and destroying the scrolls. Today marks the end for you leaf ninjas. Consider it my retribution for my fallen comrades. How outrageous. You are utterly untrustworthy. Yang Tai's demeanor turned frigid as he disdainfully glanced at the 2 salted fish on the ground, jesting about trusting 2 foreign adversaries. What credibility do you expect from leaf ninjas? At worst, when you are dead, I shall apologize to you. The ghastly-looking sand ninja scoffed, rolling his eyes in derision. Let us engage. We shall resolve this swiftly. In a flash, the 2 flanking ninjas hurled dozens of shurikens and kunai towards Yang Tai, while the ghastly sand ninja released a cloud of purple poisonous mist. Seeing this, the half-masked sand ninja rapidly formed hand seals and thrust his palms forward, invoking the wind release, gale palm. Instantly, 2 powerful whirlwinds swept up the shurikens and kunai, along with the poisonous mist, resembling 2 serpents of purple venom charging towards Yang Tai and his companions. It's over. We are doomed. Haru lamented in despair, realizing all too clearly how swiftly fate had turned against them. Tears involuntarily streamed down the cheeks of the chubby boy, Ichimi, who, though unable to see, felt the fierce winds heralding a formidable wind-release jutsu. He did not wish for his end to come so soon. Yang Tai raised an eyebrow. Combination ninjutsu. Explode, he commanded, and 6 large water spheres materialized around him and his companions. Water release, water barrier. Yang Tai's expression grew grave as he formed 2 seals, placing his hands against his chest in a motion reminiscent of an expansion exercise. In an instant, the surrounding water began to spin rapidly around the trio. What? Haru gasped, incredulous as he struggled to raise his head. What a potent water release jutsu. Is Yantai truly this powerful? Was he merely pretending before? The astonished Ichimi echoed Haru's sentiments, marveling at the strength of the water release emanating from Yantai. Is this still the same guy who used to hide and scheme behind the scenes? How outrageous. He has hidden his true capabilities so deeply, even deceiving his own comrades. With a thunderous splash, Yantai's water barrier successfully deflected the opposing jutsu. This is impossible. In less than a second. It's a feint, right? A trick. The three sand ninjas stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how swiftly Yantai had executed his jutsu. An elite ninja would struggle to match such speed. What an opportunity. Yantai rejoiced amidst the astonishment of his foes. Undeterred by their distraction, he quickly formed 3 seals, Chun, Cho, In, and unleashed a torrent of water. Water release, water chaos wave. A quarter of his chakra dissipated as the water infused with chakra surged forth, creating a miniature tidal wave that towered 3 meters high, crashing down upon the 3 adversaries. Jump up! The half-mast sand ninja shouted in alarm, chakra erupting from his feet as he leaped into the air. Alas, it was too late. Yantai's execution of the jutsu was far too rapid. One sand ninja screamed as he was engulfed by the mighty wave, his fate uncertain. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the remaining 2 as they gazed at Yantai below, filled with disbelief at the sheer terror he commanded. I was waiting for you to jump into the air. Now you cannot use the ground to evade. Yantai smirked coldly, tossing several shurikens while swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow shuriken technique. Remember, in your next life, never provoke a leaf genin. Yangtai's emotionless words echoed as the 2 airborne ninjas remained oblivious to the impending disaster. Before they could comprehend, the shurikens he had thrown multiplied. 1 split into 2, then 4, filling the sky with a storm of projectiles. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were pierced by shurikens, resembling a hive of wasps. With 2 resounding crashes, Yantai approached to survey the aftermath. TSK, they've been reduced to mush. Even their mother's wound recognized them now. The 2 were utterly beyond salvation. Equipping protective gloves, Yantai searched the half-mast sand ninja's body, retrieving 3 scrolls, 2 heavenly scrolls, and 1 earthly scroll. With this, they would have both offensive and defensive capabilities, thus preparing for the next phase of their clearing plan. For this second examination, Yantai formulated 2 strategies. First, to assemble the leaf squads. Second, to eliminate the majority of the formidable lone ninjas. Reclaiming the scrolls, he regarded the 2 now motionless adversaries and exhaled in relief, realizing they had merely succumbed to a substance resembling a tranquilizer. You scoundrel, you deceived us so thoroughly. Haru lamented as Yangtai's shadow clone helped him up, his expression mirroring that of a wronged noblewoman. Ahem, I am merely a shadow clone. Take your grievances to the original. I'm not taking the blame, the first clone declared, indignant at being held accountable for the original's flair. Don't look at me like that. I'm just a clone. The second clone added dismissively, refusing to shoulder the blame. Let us return to camp quickly. Sensing the gazes of his companions, Yangtai feigned ignorance and called out, making a hasty retreat. Yangtai, you owe us an explanation. Chapter 12, The Sand Hat and the Madman. The following day, in the dim forest, Yangtai and his 2 companions moved swiftly towards the northeast. Yangtai, I have the distinct feeling you are not being entirely truthful, Haru remarked, vaulting over a fallen tree while casting a skeptical glance at Yangtai. Ichimi nodded in agreement. Yeah, a mere family legacy could be this powerful? I find that hard to believe. It seems too far-fetched. Yangtai was speechless. In this age, trust was a rare commodity, and even half-truths were met with skepticism. Is this the truth you desire? Do I appear to be a liar? Haru replied, yes you do. Ichimi added, not just resembling one. You are. All right. Whatever you say. It's nearly noon. Let us find a place to eat. Yangtai waved his hand dismissively, forcibly shifting the topic. Honestly, must I reveal everything? After all these years as classmates, he wouldn't even share this much information. Meow? Liangxiang has spotted someone fighting ahead. A colorful figure leapt from the shadows of the trees, licking its little paws adorably. How many are there? Can you discern which country's ninja they are? Yangtai inquired. Noting that many had recently entered the area, Liangxiang shook her head. Casting a glance at the two incapacitated foes, Yang Tai decided to wait another day, allowing the situation to stabilize, with most individuals either acquiring scrolls or hiding securely before proceeding. However, that didn't mean he couldn't stir up some trouble. Shadow clone. You two stay hidden with the clones while I investigate. The two exchanged glances, and the chubby one spoke up. Why don't we go together? It would be safer that way. Yang Tai shook his head, intent on causing mischief. Having more people would only complicate matters. Don't worry, I'll just go take a look. You two find a hidden spot, and let's take a day off. With a wave of his hand, Yang Tai vanished in a flash. What are you staring at? Let's go? The first clone called out, leading the way in another direction. For some reason, I felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good beating. Yin Shodai glared at the boisterous clone and complained to the chubby one. I feel the same way. Hey, I have a brilliant idea. Come here and listen. With a gleam in his eyes, the chubby one leaned in, and the two began to whisper conspiratorially. Hiss. The first clone turned back to see the two of them playfully pushing and shoving each other, reminiscent of a romantic scene between Ajing and Aqiang. Instantly, I felt a chill run down my spine, and goosebumps erupted all over my skin. I never expected these two to have such interests. I must inform the main body quickly, otherwise, if they were to be drugged, their virtue would be at stake. With that thought, the first clone distanced himself from the two. Noticing Yang Tai's clone pulling away, they continued to discuss their plans without a care. Meow, it's right ahead, Liangxiang said, stopping and perking up his ears, pointing in a direction. Yang Tai listened intently, but could hear nothing. He activated his sensory ninjutsu. 300 meters was still too short. He could only vaguely sense someone there. If it were the chubby one, he would likely pick up on it clearly. As the saying goes, different fields produce different experts. Liangxiang, you head back first, Yang Tai said, ruffling the adorable little creature's head. When did I want such a cute spirit? Liangxiang rubbed against Yang Tai's pant leg, then turned and disappeared into the woods. No wonder Dai loves petting cats so much. It really is delightful. Yang Tai smiled to himself and stealthily moved toward the sound of battle. You Ray ninjas are going too far. We've handed over the scroll. So why must you go for the kill? Sandhat exclaimed furiously. These people were utterly despicable. We already surrendered the scroll and lost our captain. How can this be justified? Ha ha ha. Who said you wouldn't be killed after handing over the scroll? You? The one in the white cloak, carrying 6 umbrellas. Sneered wickedly. You are despicable. Sandhat was so enraged he could hardly speak, clenching his fists in frustration, feeling powerless, even losing the right to surrender. Ha ha ha. 2 unweaned brats. I've had my fun. It's time to send you on your way. The Rain Ninja laughed cruelly, signaling the two behind him to take action. The 2 lackeys behind him grinned maliciously and threw the 6 umbrellas into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The 6 umbrellas opened simultaneously, and the Rain Ninja began to form hand seals, shouting, Ninjutsu, Rain of 1,000 Needles. Watch out. That's the technique that killed our captain. Sandhat warned his teammate, a girl adorned with makeup, in a panic. Woo woo woo, we can't escape. Woo woo woo. The girl collapsed to the ground, covering her face and weeping. This was no exam. It was clearly a death sentence, and she wanted to go home. Clang, clang. Who goes there? The Rain Ninja was startled to see all 6 umbrellas knocked down from the air. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Sandhat was momentarily stunned, gazing at the figure in blue with golden hair. It's him. How could it be him? How could it be a Konoha ninja? Sandhat had imagined being rescued by a sand ninja or a friend, but never expected it to be someone he had always regarded with suspicion. Overwhelmed with emotion, the 15-year-old could no longer hold back his tears. How can this be? I'm fighting against these sand ninjas, and you, a Konoha ninja, have no business meddling. The Rain Ninja was infuriated, struggling to comprehend why he wasn't reaping the rewards of this situation. Yang Tai stood before the 2 sand ninjas, his gaze fixed on the fallen Kanai, for landed before him, one among the group, and the last one among the 3 opponents. With a smirk, he declared with righteous fervor, do you not know that Sunagakure and Kanahegakure are allies? When our comrades are in trouble, we naturally come to their aid. What is wrong with that? Both Sandhat and the girl were deeply moved. True friendship is revealed in times of crisis. Yang Tai subtly grinned, pleased that his objective was achieved. He had a sudden idea, known as the pig farming strategy. If he could rally a large number of individually weak ninjas to eliminate those with strong individual abilities. When the time came for the 3rd and 4th rounds of personal battles, encountering such weaklings would mean he could easily control the situation. The Rain Ninja scoffed. Who would believe such nonsense? Dismissing his subordinates, he thought to himself, with the three of them able to simultaneously control 9 large umbrellas, how could this little brat, along with 2 deadweights, hope to defeat him? It was a pipe dream. He would take charge of this game, and regardless of what Yantai was up to, they would all die? Let us attack together. Swish, swish, swish. 9 wooden umbrellas soared into the sky as the 3 simultaneously formed hand seals, shouting in unison. Ninjutsu, rain of 1,000 needles. Watch out. Sanhat, and the girl exclaimed in alarm. Is this the end? Must even the slightest hope of survival be extinguished? The girl immediately burst into tears, transforming into a sobbing mess. Sandhat's expression also grew dim. It seemed there was no hope left. Let it be. I'm tired. If I must die, then so be it. The 9 umbrellas whirled rapidly in the air, resembling 9 tornadoes, creating gusts of wind that caused Yantai to squint his eyes slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless needles, the thickness of chopsticks, shot toward Yantai and his companions as if they were free of charge. Come at me. Bang, bang, bang. Water release. Water barrier. Yantai controlled the kunai's explosion before swiftly forming hand seals. The modified water barrier technique of the second Hokage proved to be remarkably effective, truly a reliable method. The water from the sealing paper, under Yangtai's chakra control, transformed into a colossal water vortex. Chapter 13. The pot falls from the sky. The water vortex spun rapidly, with each needle vanishing into the swirling currents, as Yantai discovered that this ninjutsu was exceptionally effective against certain projectiles, truly a simplified version of the reversal technique. Could it be that this jutsu was a modified version of the reversal technique by the second Hokage? Contemplating this, it seemed quite plausible given the second Hokage's personality. Run. Quickly. The Rain Ninja's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. His once proud ninjutsu had failed to even create a ripple before this ninja. Recognizing the caliber of his opponent, he immediately called for his 2 lackeys to retreat. Too late, Yantai thought, his mind racing as he took a step forward with a single-handed seal. In an instant, 2 soft sounds echoed, and a 7 to 8 meter long, S-shaped water column manifested. The 3 Rain Ninjas stared in shock at the water column that had appeared beside them. What was happening? Was it that strange kunai? In the next moment, a blurred figure emerged from within the water column. The Rain Ninja's pupils constricted in fear, and he quickly attempted to retreat. Just as he was about to loudly warn his 2 subordinates, a fleeting shadow passed before his eyes. Crimson blood splattered everywhere, and the words he intended to shout caught in his throat, never to be uttered. The Rain Ninja collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding neck, making strange choking sounds. In his gaze, he saw his 2 subordinates also falling to the ground, hands on their necks. This was the last straw. The air left his lungs, and he collapsed. Yangtai shook off the water from his body. For the first time, he had truly utilized the simplified Flying Thunder God technique, and the effect was nothing short of perfect, a spectacular success. The only downside was the distance was too short, but just now, the combination of 2 kunai had reignited Yangtai's inspiration. It is quite simple. The first method involves layering 2 sealing papers together. The second, an improved concept, entails inscribing multiple sets of runes, even more on a single piece of sealing paper. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to this. But considering factors such as terrain and human elements, 12, 30, or 50 meters would be optimal. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yantai felt a surge of excitement. The problem that had long plagued him was finally on the verge of resolution. Once he achieved complete success, his strength could ascend to the level of a special Jonin, or even higher, leading to a transformative leap in power. How astonishing! Shamato, taken aback, stammered as he witnessed the formidable Rain Ninja on the opposite side meet an untimely end in less than 10 seconds. Surely, this must be a trick or an illusion. Such an exaggeration. What are you doing? Ouch! The madman pinched Shamato's thigh hard, confirming his companion's pain and ensuring he was not dreaming or trapped in an illusion. Then, with a starry-eyed expression, he hurried to Yantai, gazing shyly at the handsome savior. Thank you, senior, for rescuing us. My name is Kobayashi Madman. Shamato rubbed his purple thigh, looking incredulously at the gentle and considerate madman. Rubbing his eyes and surveying the scene, he confirmed it was indeed her. How could she appear so different when facing a handsome man? Not wanting to linger on that thought, he hurriedly bowed to express his gratitude. My name is Yutani Shamato. We are deeply thankful for your assistance. No need for formalities. The Sand Ninja and Konoha are allies. It is only natural, Yangtai replied. Madman. Shamato? What peculiar names? Yangtai chuckled. But his thoughts were interrupted by a surge of memories flooding his mind. Surrounded from three sides? Are they truly that unfortunate? Discovered by three teams simultaneously. Yet, these two are quite brave to dare strike at me. He touched his cheek, recalling the discomfort of being struck. Meanwhile, at another location, Yangtai, three teams are slowly approaching us. It seems they possess similar scouting techniques. The stout one, Yiming, said, opening his eyes with a serious expression. However, they appear to be testing the waters and won't approach easily for a while. Be a bit more confident. Remove the uncertainty. I will inform the main body. Is there anything you wish to say? The first shadow clone lazily rolled over on the grass, feebly responding. Suddenly, the stout one and Haruki exchanged glances, sharing a wicked smile as they slowly approached the first shadow clone. Why is it so quiet? The first shadow clone furrowed his brow as he turned, only to see the two old friends lunging at him. Instantly, his actions were halted, and he screamed in terror, "Please, no. Be gentle. Remember to control your strength. Do not break me. I told you not to deceive your comrades." "I didn't. I swear." Look, this guy is still being stubborn." What does Lu Sun have to do with Zhou Shuren? It's so far away." "Ugh, my mouth is swollen, and you're still babbling nonsense. I respect you for being a man. From head to toe, you're soft, yet your mouth is hard. Let's see if you can take this." The aftermath left the stout one, Yiming, stretching his limbs, lamenting, "After all that, I feel like a living deity." Haruki nodded, exhaling two words, "comfortable." In a corner, the first shadow clone lay on the ground, bruised and battered, resembling an abused young girl. A tear of regret streamed down his cheek, thinking, "This is all the main body's fault. Why must I bear the blame?" However, he felt that the experience of being beaten should be shared with the main body. With a thud, he vanished from the spot. It seemed that the pig flow plan he had just conceived was about to fall through. Sighing, he declared, "I have matters to attend to. Take this kunai, you might find it useful. Farewell." Yangtai pocketed a scroll from his opponent and disappeared. He's leaving just like that? How infuriating. Madman kicked a stone in frustration, lamenting that such a handsome, capable person had left after just a few words. Her gaze turned maliciously toward Shamato. "It's your fault." Shamato, startled, felt a chill run down his spine. Turning to meet Madman's fierce gaze, he gulped. "What are you staring at?" "It's because of you that he left." "Seriously? You're blaming me for this? Are women who swoon really this unreasonable?" "Madman, listen to me. He must have had pressing matters. If it weren't for you speaking, he would have stayed. If it weren't for your bowing, he would have stayed. If it weren't for your breathing, he would have stayed." Madman, hands on her hips, spewed words in frustration, finally crossing her arms and turning her head, adopting a sulky expression. Women get angry over everything. Trouble comes from unexpected places. Shamato, now fully grasping the meaning of that phrase, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "What was wrong?" "Everything was wrong." Chapter 14. The unfortunate 8th team at the temporary camp. Yiming sighed. "Do you think Yangtai will retaliate?" Haruki, chewing on a blade of grass, casually replied, "Be more confident. Remove the uncertainty. Besides, it was your idea. You are the mastermind. You are all brothers. There's an old saying that we share blessings and endure hardships together. You cannot betray me." The stout one's face turned green with anger. What kind of fate is this, to encounter such a traitor? Haruki feigned scratching his head, pretending to ponder. "Is there such an old saying? I recall it as sharing blessings, but not hardships." "Yiming, it seems your memory isn't too sharp. Perhaps you should see a doctor after this." You are despicable and shameless." The stout one trembled as he pointed at Haruki, finally managing to utter two words. "Thank you for the compliment." Haruki responded politely, bowing slightly. "This is the end. This guy is determined to sell him out. Heaven help me." Just as the stout one was about to appeal to their camaraderie, a familiar voice interrupted. His chubby face quivered, transforming into a grin as he turned to greet. "Yangtai, you're back. Come, have a seat." Seeing the stout one eagerly wipe the grass with his sleeve, Yangtai cast a cold smirk at the two. "Ahem, Yangtai, you returned just in time. We are nearly surrounded on three sides. Let us see what we should do," Haruki said, awkwardly shifting the topic under Yangtai's intense gaze. Immediately, Yiming chimed in, nodding vigorously. Yes, we are surrounded by three, shadow clone technique." 6 figures swiftly pinned them down. Smirking, Yangtai pulled out his belt, giving it a sharp snap. Both Yiming and Haruki shivered as the sound pierced their souls. Gulp? Yiming swallowed hard, struggling. Yangtai, calm down. We are in a three-way sandwich, right? Ah, Yangtai. This plan has nothing to do with me. As Yangtai approached, Haruki felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, forcing a grim smile. Yangtai, we are brothers, my friend. Please don't believe the stout 1's nonsense. Brothers? My friend? Yangtai smiled very kindly. You scoundrels plotted against me. If it weren't for these two being my classmates, I would have already sold them out. Slap, slap. Please, no? At the new camp. In a small cave with a large hole above, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the space. At that moment, Yangtai's brush halted as he swiftly inscribed intricate runes on a palm-sized ceiling paper. At a distance of 20 meters, the task was finally accomplished. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yangtai joyfully picked up the ceiling paper. It was his first time inscribing such numerous runes on such a small piece of paper, and he still felt a bit clumsy. However, with practice, distances of 30 and 50 meters should pose no challenge. Next came the complete transformation. Yangtai mused with a smile. Yet, glancing at his 50 trident shurikens, his smile faded. This was indeed a monumental undertaking, yet the benefits were undeniable, propelling him to the level of a high-ranking ninja. As long as he didn't encounter Lee, Niji, or Gaara during the third exam, he could handle it solo without any issues. As time passed amidst Yangtai's relentless work, a day slipped by. Yangtai, which direction shall we head? Asked Haru, stretching his limbs. We will proceed northeast. It's time to rally the main forces and eliminate the remaining formidable ninjas. With this thought, Yangtai found himself impatient. If he could eliminate Gaara, he would have nothing to fear in the subsequent matches. In a certain area of the Death Forest, Hinata, how are you holding up? Have you kept pace? Inazuka Kiba, calming Akamaru, glanced anxiously at Hinata, who was activating her Byakugan. The three sand ninjas carrying gourd-like containers were once again pursuing them. Hinata, withdrawing from her enhanced vision, sat down wearily. We should move quickly. How infuriating. Doesn't that bastard ever tire? Kiba, feeling frustrated, punched the ground. After 2 days in the Death Forest, he had just celebrated finding a scroll, only to be relentlessly pursued by that maniac. If it weren't for Shino using his insects to temporarily restrain their pursuer, the three of them might have already met their demise. But where exactly are we supposed to run to? It's only a matter of time before he catches up, Kiba lamented. Observing their despondency, Shino assessed the situation and suggested, let us head northeast. If we encounter Niji and the others, we might be able to fend off this guy. If not, we can surrender a scroll that he desires. All right, let us set off northeast. Kiba clenched his fist, placing Akamaru on his shoulder as they began their journey. Hinata nodded obediently, following Kiba closely. Shino glanced around, formed a hand sign, and a swarm of black insects burrowed into the ground before he turned to leave. The trio ran tirelessly for an entire day. In a spacious area, they collapsed onto the ground, drinking water and eating. Shino frowned. Sensing the presence of the enemy was approaching too quickly. We should surrender the scroll, he said, taking a sip to soothe his throat. I can't run anymore. Let us just give it to them, Kiba said, lying on the ground in despair, while little Akamaru licked his cheek. Hinata sighed in relief, grateful that the incessant running had come to an end. Shino gazed into the distance. Although he had suggested surrendering the scroll, he felt uneasy. Normally, upon acquiring a scroll, one would leave, but what if they were dealing with someone abnormal? With that thought in mind, he quickly formed hand signs, sending the insects underground and using his clan's secret technique to hasten their reproduction. 10 minutes later, 3 figures appeared before Shino and his companions. Gazing at Gaara's cold, expressionless face, Shino warily produced a scroll, declaring, we concede. You may take the scroll. Just as Temari stepped forward, Kankuro held her back, puzzled. What are you doing? Do you think Gaara would let these 3 go after chasing them for 2 days? Kankuro reminded her. Temari gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. She turned to see Gaara raising a hand, slowly clenching it. Sand binding. Watch your feet. Shino warned just before several grains of sand ensnared their lower bodies. Damn it. We're immobilized. You're taking the scroll, and yet you still attack? How despicable. Kiba shouted angrily. Despicable? Huh. You Konoha ninjas are just too naive. But allow me to bid you farewell. Kankuro scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 15. Taking action as Gaara's final words fell, he clenched his fist. Temari waved her hand with a smile. Gaara felt a sense of relief as he envisioned the ensuing bloodshed. Boom. The sand binding the three erupted, scattering in all directions. As Hinata and Kiba were momentarily stunned, Shino's voice rang out. Fall back. The two hastily retreated. Byakugan. Hinata activated her ocular prowess, immediately discerning the presence of Shino's insects amongst the sand. How could this be? Kankuro and Temari exclaimed in unison. Had Gaara made a mistake? It seemed unlikely. Gaara, too, was taken aback. Usually, once his sand captured an enemy, it signified certain death or severe injury. Today, for the first time, his jutsu had faltered. Narrowing his eyes, he sensed many foreign entities mingling with his sand. His gaze turned icy, as if staring at the dead. He addressed the three. You have successfully provoked my wrath. With a swift motion, Gaara unleashed a torrent of sand from his gourd, transforming it into whips that lashed towards them. Hinata, block these attacks. Kiba, distract him from the side. Shino commanded as countless insects surged forth, a dark cloud darting towards Gaara. Beast clone, Fong of the Fong. Kiba and Akamaru morphed into two tornadoes, charging at Gaara. Gentle fist. With a serious expression, Hinata struck at each approaching sand whip, ensuring they could not breach her defenses. Are we really not going to fight back? Temari asked hesitantly. Kankuro shook his head, gesturing towards Gaara. Look, he seems to be enjoying himself. Interfering now could cost us our lives. Temari nodded in agreement, choosing to watch the unfolding battle quietly. In the midst of the fray, Gaara stood still, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to Kiba and Akamaru's aerial assault above him. What now? Kiba panted as he and Akamaru returned to Shino and Hinata. There's nothing we can do. My insects were crushed the moment they entered the sand. Plus, according to Hinata, that guy's chakra is terrifyingly overwhelming. We stand no chance, Shino analyzed, shattering another sand whip with a swift motion. Hinata, feeling fatigued, exclaimed, Shino, Kiba, I can barely hold on. Meanwhile, in the nearby woods, three pairs of eyes observed the distant battle. Shall we go together? The stout one, Ichimi, inquired. Yang Tai shook his head, his gaze resolute. If you two go, you'll merely serve as fodder. You need to position yourselves to support Hinata. Fodder? Haru replied, exasperated. All right, I concede that point. But wait, you intend to go alone? Alone? Ichimi exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. Look at that guy. He is toying with Shino and the others. If you go, it's just a death wish. I can't agree to that. I also cannot agree. Yang Tai smiled with relief, realizing that emotions deepen with time. Rest assured, I fear death more than you do. After all, Zeno and the others are my companions, and I must save them. You go and provide assistance here. All right, be quick. The two hesitated for a moment before vanishing into the jungle. Yang Tai shook his head. They were still too young. He was not a common good Samaritan, after all. What reason did he have to assist the three of them? It was merely their identities and backgrounds that caught his attention. In this world, there is no love without reason. Ahead lay a formidable battle. Yang Tai gazed into the distance, his expression grave as he retrieved a small scroll. Unravel. A white mist swirled, revealing a deep crimson fourth-generation trench coat. Indeed, it was that multifunctional trench coat, which housed all of Yang Tai's three-pronged kunai. He felt a surge of excitement as he donned it. This was his first time wearing this coat in battle. Originally, he had planned to unveil it during the fourth examination to dazzle those around him. However, fate had other plans. His gaze shifted to the trio in the distance, adorned with jade pendants, as he swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. I love RA. Gaara observed the three struggling before him, shaking his head in quiet disdain. If this is all the strength you possess, then you may as well embrace death. With a lift of his hands, all the sand gathered overhead, gradually forming a colossal palm. As Gaara retracted the sand, the three felt momentarily relieved, only to gaze in despair at the enormous hand above them, knowing there was no evading it. Gulp. Inazuka Kiba's throat moved nervously as he whispered, Are we really going to die? Is it going to hurt, Zeno? Zeno remained silent. Perhaps this was the fate of a ninja. Hinata, watching the descending giant hand, prayed to the heavens, Naruto, you must be happy, then resolutely stood up, adopting a gentle fist stance. Zeno, Kiba, you two escape. I will hold this guy off. Kiba leaped up first, striking a pose and declaring, What a joke. How could I let you steal my thunder? I am destined to become Hokage. Then let us all charge together. Zeno said as he formed hand seals, unleashing hordes of parasitic insects into the air. In the Konoha monitoring room, a Chunin operator turned to the scarred Jonin beside him, asking, "Sir, do you think these three can survive?" The stern-faced Jonin shook his head, stating, "They one team make it. First, look at the Inuzuka's attack. It's nearly ineffective. Second, the Oil Clan kids' parasitic insects have no real use here. Lastly, only the Hyuga girl can barely defend herself. It's just a matter of time before they fail. Should we send a rescue team?" The Chunin inquired, adding, "After all, those three are not ordinary." The scarred Jonin shook his head. "This is not a decision we can make. Moreover, this test is under the supervision of Jonin Akane. Without her or the Hokage's orders, no one can intervene." With that, the Jonin created a shadow clone and swiftly left the monitoring room. Whoosh! The colossal palm descended with a deafening rush of air, creating a powerful wind that rustled the clothing of the three beneath it, nearly blinding them. Clash! Suddenly, for three-pronged kunai appeared before them. Before Zeno and the others could react, a massive column of water surged into view. Hinata shielded her eyes and, through the gaps in her fingers, saw a red figure appear before her. "Golden hair? It's Yang Tai!" "Yang Tai!" Hinata exclaimed, as Zeno and Kiba turned towards the newcomer. "Now is not the time for chit-chat. Explode!" Yang Tai commanded, and as he spoke, three water spheres emerged around him. Realizing that the water barrier might not withstand this palm, he decided to meet force with force, swiftly forming hand seals, water style, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon encircled Yang Tai, who let out a mighty roar and, with a flick of its tail, charged towards the giant hand in the sky. All of this transpired in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 16. Human feelings in hand. Kankuro, watching the spectacle, wore a shocked expression. How can someone use such a powerful water technique in an open field? Is the newcomer a Jonin? Temari's face grew serious as she retrieved her fan. But upon recognizing the figure, she exclaimed, "It's him. Is he really that strong?" Kankuro recalled how Yang Tai had previously held back. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. The three behind Yang Tai stood with their mouths agape, stunned into silence. Hinata's astonished expression could fit an egg. Even Zeno, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor and claimed never to have lost, showed signs of shock. Was this truly the Yang Tai they knew? The one who always carried the will of fire? Kiba, slack-jawed, finally blurted out Yang Tai's famous line, "Damn." Boom. In the air, the dragon and the palm collided with tremendous force, water and sand merging and scattering in all directions. In an instant, large clumps of wet sand rained down upon the three below. This was a weighty barrage that would surely cause harm upon impact. Water style, water barrier. Wind style, air sand defense. The ground shook with explosive sounds as Yang Tai withdrew, his expression unreadable as he regarded the enormous mushroom-shaped sand created by Gaara. In the Konoha monitoring room, the Chunin exclaimed, "Who is this person? Such a powerful water technique. This is beyond what a mere ninja could achieve." The scarred Jonin observed the screen for a moment, then extracted 2 cards to channel chakra, confidently stating, "This is a Jinin, Blue Pool Yang Tai. An exceptionally talented elite Jinin." Elite ninjas are a term used in the ninja community, also called seasoned ninjas, distinguishing between newcomers and veterans based on the number of completed missions, though it is not an official title. To be an elite Jinin at such a young age. Can he truly defeat the Sand Ninja Kid? The Chunin asked, bewildered. The scarred Jonin shook his head, gravely replying, "That seems unlikely. The Sand Ninja has completed B-rank missions single-handedly." B-rank missions? How can he be just a Jinin? The Chunin exclaimed in disbelief. Knowing that B-rank missions require at least a Jonin, or at the very least, a special Jonin to lead. Does this mean Blue Pool Yang Tai is doomed? In the arena, Gaara thought, this guy seems stronger than last time. Did he hold back previously? This is intriguing. A smile creeping onto his face as he relished the rare encounter with a formidable opponent. It's been ages since I felt this excitement. Gaara smiled. Temari, sensing something, pulled Kankuro away, urging, "Let us go. This guy might go berserk. If we don't get far, we might just die." "Hey," with their companion gone. "Maybe we can take them." Kiba exclaimed joyfully. Hinata, puzzled, asked, "But why did they run?" Gulp. "Just use your Byakugan to find out," Yang Tai replied, swallowing hard. Not looking back. His own pressure weighed heavily on him, indicating the oppressive aura of the tailed beast chakra. How could this be? Hinata gasped, stepping back several paces after using her Byakugan. Zeno quickly inquired, "What is wrong, Hinata?" Kiba cast a questioning glance her way. "All that chakra is tangible and incredibly violent. Like a wild beast," Hinata explained, her heart racing. "Quick, You all must run. Da and Ichiraku will meet you at the designated location, Yongtai commanded, using his shadow clone to address them. No, we're going together. Kiba shouted defiantly. Yongtai, trust us. We won't abandon our companions. Hinata asserted, her eyes determined as she smiled at Yongtai. Zeno, more straightforward, unleashed a swarm of parasitic insects. Yongtai's face darkened. What on earth is this? What are you doing? Ugh. My intention is for you all to withdraw first. I will keep this fellow occupied for a while, and he will eventually flee as well. What are you thinking, making such a grandiose scene? When this is over, you must treat me to barbecue. Crash. The three of them fell to the ground simultaneously. Why did you not say so earlier? Inuzuka Kiba muttered under his breath, but then turned and cautioned, you need to be careful. He then dashed into the woods, knowing that staying behind would only burden Yotai. Hinata, with reddened eyes, uttered a word and followed Kiba. Be careful. The usually taciturn Shino also managed to squeeze out 2 words before departing. Honestly, having lived alongside these individuals for over a decade, how could there be no feelings? If there were no emotions, Yotai would not have jumped in to help. Yotai felt a wave of emotion but did not look back or speak, merely gesturing with a solemn expression towards the poised Gaara. Sand coffin. As Gaara gently reached out toward Yotai, dozens of sand streams swiftly ensnared him. The sand coffin technique? Yotai was well aware of its ferocity, and with a misstep, one could easily become mere pulp. He quickly dodged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air erupted with splashes of water. The water instantly drenched the surrounding sand, and Yotai effortlessly evaded the sand coffin's grasp. Your sand is all wet. Are you still going to attack? Yotai deftly sidestepped the onslaught and inquired of Gaara. Throughout this encounter, Yotai understood his own capabilities. Challenging Gaara one-on-one was not something he would do recklessly. His goal was merely to stall Gaara for a time, and ideally, to avoid combat altogether. In any case, he had already secured his favor. Gaara's expression was frigid, and he conveyed his response through action, sand shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Is that all? You must think little of me. Water wall. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The water wall deflected the sand shuriken, and as Yotai formed hand seals, it transformed into a water dragon that surged towards Gaara. This time, Yotai's ninjutsu was executed with remarkable speed, taking less than 5 seconds. Gaara's pupils constricted. The speed was astonishing, leaving him no time to release his own jutsu. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as Yotai's expression darkened, muttering under his breath, I knew it. I detest these wall huggers. Water prison technique. Gaara cast a glance at his sand shield, emotionlessly stating, you are quite strong. What the hell? This is outrageous. When Gaara only remarks on the strength of his opponents, it often signifies a grim fate for them. Yotai hastily waved his hands in explanation. I am not strong at all. That Uchiha Sasuke is very strong, and so is Hyuga Neji. I cannot defeat either of them. Successfully deflecting the blame, Yotai observed Gaara, who was murmuring to himself, and felt some surprise. This fellow would not directly confront those two. There's hope. He then intensified his resolve, knowing both were from prestigious clans of Konoha, capable of easily overwhelming him. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, I will remember you. Gaara nodded, taking the names of the two to heart, vowing to eliminate them in the future. Yotai offered a sorrowful smile, mourning them for 3 seconds. First, Sandrang. Young man, you lack martial ethics. Yotai suddenly erupted in anger. He was now entirely ensnared by the sand, unable to move. You are also worthy of my wrath. Gaara's voice suddenly appeared behind Yotai. Sand Shunshin. Yotai was taken aback and exclaimed, Oh, it seems you have collected quite a bit of information on me. Gaara slowly raised his hand, declaring that this farce must come to an end. Sand coffin. In the next instant, streams of sand quickly wrapped around Yotai, and in a blink, he was transformed into a large, sand-wrapped mummy. Chapter 17. Instant water domain in the monitoring room. This is bad. He has been ensnared by the sand. A ninja in the surveillance room gasped, initially believing that the Konoha Genin Yotai could hold his own with his formidable water release. He never expected him to be so easily subdued by his opponent. The scarred Jonin also observed, though the footage was somewhat unclear. It was evident that Yotai was wrapped up like a zongzi, his expression not one of fear, but rather a hint of resentment. Indeed, the next moment, the monitoring ninja uttered a certain plant, grass, confirming a suspicion he held. Just then, a horrified Yotai assumed a look of desolation, lamenting, Why is it always me who bears the brunt of the punishment? Huh, what the hell? Gaara was momentarily taken aback. He recognized each word, yet could not comprehend their arrangement. Never mind, I'll just focus on my path. Bang! A cloud of white mist suddenly appeared as the first clone swiftly dispelled itself. Gaara was bewildered, then realized something was amiss. A flash of red clothing darted past, and a large fist swung toward his eye socket. When did that happen? Could it be a water release technique? Smack! A youthful figure approached with a left jab. Smack! A right leg sweep followed, accompanied by a left kick. Gaara, at that moment, covered his eyes, realizing he had been careless and failed to dodge. Yotai chuckled. Come at me with your ultimate move. Now it's even. I'm done fighting. I'm leaving. Yotai waved his hands. This sand armor is truly sturdy. Turning to flee, having hidden underground just for this moment, after enjoying himself. He had no obligations. How dare you? Such a disgrace. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Gaara roared, quickly forming hand seals, palms together, quicksand explosion. A massive wave of sand erupted, akin to a flood being unleashed, sweeping everything in its vicinity. The nearby trees were all toppled, with no exceptions, showcasing the immense force. What the hell? Such an extensive area of ninjutsu, is it really necessary? The greatest concern was that once Gaara initiated his attack and seized the initiative, with so much sand, Yotai would undoubtedly be the one to suffer a thorough defeat. In the monitoring room, Lady Akane, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. The monitoring ninja immediately stood, obsequiously gesturing for her to sit. Akane waved her hand dismissively, her ample bosom swaying as she spoke. What is the current situation? Those three little brats are all right? Otherwise, I will have a lot of trouble. Though she usually appeared carefree, being a jonin, she was certainly not a simple-minded fool. If those three youngsters were to fall, the three clans would not openly voice their grievances. But one could only imagine the underhanded schemes they might concoct. Akane, not worth the trouble. After all, this is my examination venue. Cheating is out of the question. I am merely conducting a routine check. Yes, indeed. A routine check. The monitoring ninja promptly responded. Report to Lady Akane. The three have been rescued by Konoha Jinin Yotai, and they have since retreated. Currently, only that Jinin is entangled with the sand ninja, but the situation appears rather dire. Listening to the report, Akane had already seated herself before the monitoring screen, watching the live broadcast. It seems a struggle is imminent. Yotai displayed a reluctant expression, utilizing instant water to ascend into the air, painfully hurling over 30 shuriken. I am done with this. Explode for me. Just as Gaara was about to unleash his sand attack on Yotai, his vision suddenly blurred, and torrents of water cascaded down from above, drenching him completely. What kind of water release technique is this? How come it inflicts no damage at all? Water release, water domain. 6 crimson figures simultaneously formed hand seals, and the surrounding waters rapidly converged, creating a massive water sphere with a diameter of 200 meters. From above, it resembled a plump pudding. Yotai smiled with satisfaction. This technique was inspired by the method of the Akatsuki member Kisame, further modified with the water prison technique. In essence, it was simply an expanded version of the water prison technique, albeit without the effect of controlling the enemy. For others, it might seem a rather lackluster jutsu, but for Yotai, it was the domain of Flying Thunder God. Prepare for judgment. Yotai grinned wickedly, diving into the water like a little fish amidst the waves. Clang, clang, clang. Flames danced in 4 colors, as a frenzied scraping began. Yongtai halted, astonished at the sheer intensity of the attack, gazing at the rolled-edge kunai in his hand. His mouth twitched in disbelief at the thickness of the opponent's defenses. Sparks flew as the weapon struck, yet not a single hair was harmed. My sand armor is impenetrable, Gaara remarked coldly, a hint of disdain in his smile. Yongtai's temper flared instantly. How dare he show such arrogance? Clang, clang, clang. Gaara observed the rapidly moving figures around him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. He couldn't land a hit. He decided to remain stationary, determined to let Yongtai attack. He could hardly believe that his opponent was also a Jinchuriki. With a scowl, Yongtai paused, returning Gaara's provocative gaze as if to say, why did Master Minato stop? Keep going. Unbelievable. He thought. I can endure, but this is pushing it. Yongtai carefully controlled his chakra, channeling wind chakra into his kunai. Wind release, vacuum blade. Whoosh. Gaara stifled a grunt as he turned. only to find Yang Tai's infuriating face right before him. A trickle of crimson appeared between them, and Yang Tai sighed. This technique is still unrefined. It can injure you, but not kill you. What a pity. Yang Tai began to understand why the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was so insistent on developing the Rasengan. Faced with such resilient opponents, it was nearly impossible to find an opening. Suddenly, a half-transformed beastly feature appeared. Yang Tai cursed under his breath and vanished in an instant. Trying to escape? Sankofen. A menacing voice echoed as Gaara, in his half-tailed beast form, reached out. In a panic, Yang Tai tightened his grip, sensing impending doom, and swiftly activated his Shunshin to evade. He stumbled out of the water, clutching his bleeding left arm, which looked horrifically mangled, reminiscent of a crispy sausage. This is no place to linger, he thought, quickly discarding his kunai before disappearing beneath the water. Moments later, Gaara's half-tailed beast form approached, scanning the area. With a piercing cry, the sand dispersed, revealing Gaara's original form. You injured me and escaped. You're the first to do so. In the monitoring room, the three observers were dumbfounded. Is this truly a battle between Chunin? One exclaimed. Incredible. Our own Jonin would struggle to match this level. Are the current Chunin this powerful? Red Bean, arms crossed, expressed disbelief. The scarred Jonin shook his head, uncertain. Perhaps we are simply growing old. The others chimed in. Even if you were younger, you couldn't achieve this level. The scarred Jonin awkwardly cleared his throat. Let us not focus on the details. The most pressing issue is to inform Lord Third. The Sand Shinobi seemed to be acting strangely. Red Bean nodded gravely, agreeing that something was indeed amiss, and promptly ordered, make a copy of the video to submit to the Hokage. In the jungle, a little girl with red hair cautiously peeked out, slowly approaching the unconscious figure nearby. After nearly half an hour, she concluded the person must truly be unconscious. She murmured to herself, moving closer to assess the individual. Confirming that he was alive, but with severe arm injuries, she pondered briefly before dragging him back to her temporary camp. Night fell, dark as ink, the crescent moon hanging low. The chorus of unknown insects filled the air, irritating Yang Tai. He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up only to be met with a sharp pain in his arm. Clenching his teeth, he let out a suppressed groan. Damn it. I will settle the score for this. I intended to hinder Gaara and earn a favor from Hinata and the others. Now look at this. I nearly lost my life. Most concerning was the likely failure of his plan. Damn it. It hurts. Yang Tai cradled his injured arm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he noticed the bandages soaking through with blood. You've injured your arm quite badly. Try not to move it. The little girl spoke up, having awakened from the commotion. Yang Tai quickly turned to her, squinting in the faint moonlight to examine her face. Red hair, a youthful countenance. Around 10 years of age. A grass shinobi headband. So young and already thrown into the fray. The grass shinobi truly have no mercy. Realizing she had saved him, he mustered a gentle smile. Thank you for rescuing me. I'm Yang Tai. The girl hesitated, feeling shy. I am Kankuro, she stammered. No need to be nervous, Kankuro. Yang Tai reassured her, his smile brightening. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? About 5 hours, she replied, her stomach growling in the midst of her sentence. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched her belly. Yang Tai chuckled at the sound and, with a swift hand seal directed at the edge of his windbreaker, released a sealing technique. Release. A package appeared before him. Here, there's bread, jerky, and water. Please, help yourself. As Kankuro swallowed hard, tempted but hesitant, Yang Tai gestured encouragingly. Eventually, she approached, seizing a piece of bread and devouring it hungrily. Since the death of 2 comrades, her meals had been limited to wild vegetables, and lately, small animals had become scarce. She and T caught a single one. The best she managed was 2 fish. Thinking of this made her eyes well up. Why had her life been so arduous? Yang Tai watched as Kankuro cried like a wounded kitten, feeling a pang of sympathy. This was the harsh reality of the ninja world. Reflecting on Kankuro's struggles compared to his own comparatively stable life, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. While he acknowledged Naruto's hardships, Kankuro's plight seemed even more tragic. She had no childhood, only relentless nightmares. Gently, Yang Tai ruffled her hair, but she continued to cry, her sobs growing louder. He took off her broken glasses, noticing that one lens was shattered. Shaking his head, he retrieved a scroll from his tool pouch, filled with disguises for missions. Among them were a few pairs of glasses. These should fit, albeit a bit large. Kankuro, still sniffling, looked up at him, her swollen eyes squinting in an effort to see clearly. Yang Tai smiled, finding her adorably endearing as he adjusted the glasses on her face. A glimmer of clarity emerged in her gaze. As clarity rapidly emerged, the focus of my pupils adjusted, and the world before me transformed from a blur into a vivid scene. A gentle smile adorned the face of an older boy with golden hair, reminiscent of my mother's tender expression. In that instant, Xianglin pouted, tears welling in her eyes, and she threw herself into Yang Tai's embrace, weeping loudly. Do I resemble an onion? Yang Tai mused, bemused by the girl's incessant crying since their first encounter. After a moment of soothing conversation, Yang Tai was aware of the precarious situation surrounding Xianglin. Her two teammates, who also held the position of captain, had already fallen victim to the Great Serpent, and he presumed that he, too, was now on the brink of demise. Fortunately, the girl was swift, managing to escape with her life, although the past few days had been anything but easy for her. With a furrowed brow, Yang Tai slowly moved his arm, realizing that it was immobilized for the time being. A bittersweet predicament. On the positive side, his bones remained unscathed, suffering only flesh wounds that would not render him disabled. Conversely, the injuries were severe enough that recovery would require at least a month. The pressing question loomed: how would he manage the upcoming exam? While forming hand seals with one hand was possible, given Yang Tai's proficiency in chakra control and his studies of the second Hokage's water release techniques, time was of the essence. A shadow clone required over a minute to manifest, a rather awkward situation, as by the time he could utilize his ninjutsu, he would likely be in dire straits. Was retreat an option? Yang Tai found himself disheartened by the thought. Does it hurt much? Xianglin observed Yang Tai's unease, having grappled with the decision of whether to reveal her secret to him. It's tolerable, Yang Tai replied with a forced smile, gently ruffling her hair. He was acutely aware that a mere bite from Xianglin could expedite his healing significantly, yet he felt it imperative to maintain ethical boundaries. Until she chose to disclose her secret, he would refrain from any coercive actions. This was not a matter of morality. Were he facing a life-and-death adversary or someone older, he would act without hesitation. Alas, before him stood merely a 9-year-old girl, akin to a child in her elementary years, still innocent and unformed. Thus, a man must discern when to act and when to abstain. Reflect on your conscience as you speak, the reader might interject. All right, Yang Tai conceded. I admit that my previous words were mere folly. I am indeed tempted by her form. How disgraceful of me. Chapter 19. A third of my strength. Xianglin, emboldened by the moment, extended her delicate arm towards him. Yang Tai Gij, my physique is unique. A single bite will restore your injuries immediately. Yang Tai, donning a serious expression, shook his head. Xianglin, you must keep this secret safe. Do not share it indiscriminately, for it could endanger you. His mind began concocting plans to extricate the girl from the clutches of the grass ninja village. Xianglin felt a surge of gratitude. Yang Tai Gij was markedly different from the bullies of the grass ninja. She promptly brought her forearm closer to his lips. I know you care for me, but right now, I cannot protect you alone. I may become a burden. So, please protect me, Yang Tai Gij. Yang Tai gazed at her, bewildered. Was her mind so clear? He had been lost in thoughts of the grand scheme of abduction, neglecting the paramount issue, surviving the forest of death. He pressed his lips together, deciding against further pretense. With a kunai, he made a small incision on his arm and began to drink. In that instant, Xianglin felt dizzy, akin to being intoxicated. Yang Tai closed his eyes, savoring a unique chakra that enveloped his body like a warm spring, dispersing a refreshing energy throughout his chest. Uncontrollably, he intensified his sucking, and gradually, the chakra filled his being, wisps of white smoke rising from his bandaged arm, an irresistible itch coursing through him. Xianglin's eyelids grew heavy, and as her consciousness began to fade, she collapsed into Yang Tai's embrace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yang Tai caught her. He flexed his arm. The pain had subsided, but his palm remained scarred and unhealed. He attempted to form hand seals, but it proved exceedingly difficult. If I could absorb a bit more, I might be fine, he thought, smacking his forehead. What was he considering? This was already quite advantageous. However, Xianglin's chakra was astonishing, surpassing even that of Gaara during their confrontation. Yet why was his own chakra not mending his arm? Contemplating this enigma, Yang Tai arrived at one conclusion. The healing power was derived from Xianglin's chakra, which had transferred its energy to his physical form. With a smile, He removed his windbreaker and draped it over the sleeping Xianglin. At his height of 1.7 meters, she resembled a child resting in his arms. He resolved that he must abduct little Xianglin. She was an invaluable resource. If handled correctly, she could prove to be an exceptional ally. Closing his eyes, he attuned to the distinct nature of Xianglin's chakra. The following day, outside the cave on the cliff, sunlight barely penetrated through the towering trees, and the sparse sounds of birds echoed in the distance. Yangtai looked upon the two remaining Kanai with a bitter expression, nearly brought to tears. After his clash with Gaara and subsequent escape, he was left with only these two Kanai, devoid of sealing papers and specialized ink. Moreover, summoning techniques required a wait of at least 2 to 3 days. His strength had been diminished by 70%. As fate would have it, misfortune often befalls the unfortunate. He needed to acquire hundreds more, for without them, he felt utterly insecure. Are you certain it's not fear of death? Xianglin yawned, sleepily searching for her glasses. As the world came into focus, she observed the red and white windbreaker in her hands and Yangtai waving from outside the cave. Instantly, a beaming smile spread across her face as she donned the windbreaker and dashed out. Yangtai Gij, are you healed? Yangtai smiled as he accepted the windbreaker back, waving his hand. You see? It's almost better now. Xianglin, her keen eyes catching the scars on his palm, seized his arm. Yangtai Gij, let me have another bite. Don't worry. Don't overthink it. Despite my one hand, I intend to breeze through this exam. Yangtai ruffled her hair, wearing an expression of confidence. Quickly now. Here's the bread and meat I heated for you. Eat up. Upon receiving the food from Yangtai, Xianglin's eyes sparkled with tears as she devoured it eagerly. Aside from her mother, this was the first time anyone had shown her such kindness. Watching her relish the meal brought Yangtai satisfaction, allowing him to ponder how to strategize with the two Kanai at his disposal. Suddenly, Xianglin sprang up, her expression urgent as she pointed in a direction. Yangtai Gij. 2 people are approaching. How far away? Yangtai inquired, raising an eyebrow as he stowed away the Kanai. Approximately 700 meters. Xianglin replied, sensing their movements through her hand seals. 700 meters? That is quite a distance. The little chubby boy could barely manage 600, while I can only reach over 300. For her to detect movement from 700 meters while eating, is she some kind of human radar? He thought, astounded. However, a dilemma arose. Their current location was somewhat concealed, resembling a valley. Escaping the cliff wall would not be realistic, as it would render them easy targets. A conservative approach would be to engage directly. As long as Xianglin could entangle one of them, he could eliminate the other with his swift water techniques. Xianglin, can you hold one of them? The young girl Xianglin nodded. Although she was not particularly strong, her ability to heal made it easy to ensnare someone. As she often played the bait in the past, Yangtai nodded in agreement, gazing into the distance with his 3-pronged kunai tightly gripped in hand. 300 meters. 100 meters. They were about to appear. The sound of footsteps echoed, sparse yet distinct, as a man and a woman emerged from the foliage. It's you. It's you both. The simultaneous exclamations rang out. Yangtai never expected to encounter these two, those he had casually saved earlier, the sand shinobi preparing to raise pigs. It was quite a surprise to find them here. The sand hat exclaimed joyfully, what a coincidence. I didn't think we would meet again in such a place. May I ask your name, senior? Last time you left in such a hurry that we didn't catch it. The madman took a few small steps toward Yangtai, bashfully inquiring, her ample bosom swaying with each movement. Yangtai, captivated by the sight before him, coughed awkwardly and replied, I am Lanshi Yangtai. Beside him, Xianglin leaned against her own chest, feeling rather inadequate. It seemed her elder brother favored the larger endowments. However, she quickly snapped back, revealing her little tiger teeth and glaring at the madman. Elder brother Yangtai, I am still hungry. Humph. Let me show you my place in Yangtai's heart. Not full. Well, I have some food here. Let's all sit down and share a meal. Yangtai, somewhat puzzled, realized that eating alone while others watched was far from appropriate, especially at such a critical moment. We just ate. The sand hat politely smiled, ready to decline, when a piercing gaze shot through him like an arrow, prompting him to change his words. We were just about to eat as well, so thank you for your hospitality. The sand hat spoke insincerely, and only then did the ominous aura dissipate. Indeed, thank you for your kindness, senior. Is this child your sister? The madman inquired, glancing at Xianglin, who was glaring at her. Chapter 20. Team formation sort of, Yangtai replied, producing a loaf of bread. The madman let out an "oh," but continued to regard Xianglin with a peculiar expression. It was odd for a mere grass shinobi to be associated with a Konoha ninja, and their rapport seemed rather close. Most notably, she clearly harbored a sense of hostility toward him. Senior, is your hand injured? The sand hat, ever observant, noted Yangtai's left hand moving awkwardly. What? Injured? The madman's reaction was quite dramatic as she generously grasped Yangtai's hand to inspect the wound. So big, Yangtai was momentarily dazzled by the impressive bosom before him, leaving him with no desire to resist. Cough, cough, it's just a minor injury. Xianglin shot an angry glare at the madman, biting into her bread with a fierce determination. What is wrong with being big? Being big means you can do as you please. Indeed, being big allows for such liberties, the madman agreed. Senior, you are truly remarkable. Who inflicted this injury upon you? The sand hat began to probe, realizing that anyone capable of injuring their senior must be formidable. Yangtai, noticing the inquisitive gazes of the three, felt no need to conceal the truth. The one who injured me might be someone you know. We know him. The two exchanged glances, and then the sand hat mused. It must be a sand shinobi. Yangtai nodded. The sand hat furrowed his brow, understanding that given Yangtai's prowess, few in the Chunin exams would pose a challenge, except for that team. Gaara? The one with the gourd on his back. He is very strong. Yangtai nodded in agreement, impressed by the sand hat's quick deduction regarding Gaara in such a short span. What? That monster! The madman exclaimed. Who in Sunagakure doesn't he know him? He is the embodiment of a monster. Instantly, the sand hat's gaze toward Yangtai shifted. Where there had been admiration, there was now a hint of reverence. I can't believe you managed to escape from that monster. That guy is known for ruthlessly killing his own teammates. You're not pulling my leg, are you? How could someone kill their own comrades? Xianglin questioned, puzzled. After all, while the grass shinobi village had its share of bullying, they had never resorted to killing their own. Perhaps it was due to their usefulness, the madman lamented, adding, such individuals are not uncommon. One must be vigilant when choosing teammates. Otherwise, the consequences can be dire. Is that true, elder brother? Xianglin turned to Yangtai with wide eyes. Yangtai smiled and ruffled her hair, acknowledging her maturity, yet recognizing her naivety. Indeed, in the past, the Mist Village's Chunin exams involved killing one's own comrades. There was a certain demon Zabuza who killed over 100 fellow students. What? Over 100 students killed? The three were incredulous. How could such an examination exist? While the sand hat and the madman had heard of similar occurrences, it was difficult to fathom. Had they been born in the Mist Village, the thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Haha, well, where were we? By the way, do you know Gaara? Yangtai, slightly tilting his head, swiftly redirected the conversation. I know him. He doesn't know me. That guy is too terrifying. There used to be people who teamed up with him, but now everyone despises him. Let us not bring him up, the madman muttered, waving her hand dismissively. It would be better if he were dead. Yangtai began to understand Gaara's current situation in Sunagakure and wisely refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he decided to get straight to the point. After discussing for a while, it was time to express intentions. By the way, you two, since there are only the two of you now, would you like to form a team with us? It would be safer that way. The sand hat hesitated. He grasped Yangtai's intentions regarding companionship and agreed, but the terms of their alliance needed to be clearly defined. Otherwise, being stabbed in the back by friends could prove unpleasant. No problem, but senior, how will we divide the scrolls? Yangtai remained silent, tossing the scroll he had taken from the ranged shinobi to the sand hat. Now your scrolls are complete, right? The sand hat joyfully accepted the scroll, realizing it was a perfect match. Great. We will team up with you, senior. Don't you need a scroll? The madman, who had been quiet until now, finally asked. She had kept silent out of self-awareness. I have already gathered my team. I only need to meet up with them, Yangtai replied with a smile. I see, then we agree. A smirk danced on Yangtai's lips as he successfully secured these two useful allies. Following this, the trio shared laughter and chatter before setting off. Along the way, the sand hat and the madman were utterly astonished by young Xianglin. They had initially assumed her to be an amateur, only to discover she was a prodigy. They successfully evaded all enemies within a kilometer. At such a young age, she was destined for greatness. Elder brother Yangtai, there are people fighting ahead, and several teams are nearby. I also sense a very peculiar chakra. It's rather strange and gives off an unpleasant feeling, Xianglin said. Her brows furrowed as she pointed in a certain direction. Yangtai immediately employed a shadow clone to scout ahead, using similar tactics to locate Hinata and the others. In a clearing of the forest, Sakura panted heavily as she faced the three. Wiping the blood from her cheek, she exclaimed, "Our scroll has been stolen. What are you still chasing after?" Tors kicked at the grass beneath him, disdainfully stating, "Such a simple trap. Is this the extent of your Konoha ninja abilities? I must say, I am rather disappointed." "Careful, it's a wooden stake," Jean shouted loudly from behind. Tors glanced around, realizing the trap below was merely a decoy, while the true threat loomed above. However, seeing Sakura's lips curling into a smile, he knew something was amiss. Sack! Void slash! Hiss! Hiss! Two waves of energy struck the wooden stake, and with a crack, several white explosive tags fluttered down. Explosive tags. Retreat. Void slash. Boom. 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 Amidst the swirling smoke, three figures stumbled out in disarray. Coughing, Jean exclaimed in frustration, "I never expected the Konoha ninjas to be so cunning," feigning the guise of novices. He cast an angry glance at the figures not far away. Toth patted his clothes and calmly remarked, "It was our negligence." Fortunately, Sack managed to blow away many of the explosive tags at a crucial moment. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. She's now alone. Let us three take her on, Sack declared, rushing towards Sakura. Toth and Jean nodded in agreement, flanking her from both sides. What should I do? All the explosive tags have been used up, and Naruto and Sasuke are still unconscious. Sakura pondered gravely, clutching her kunai. Konoha whirlwind. The three of them launched themselves into the air. A green figure emerged before them. Chapter 21. Analyzing the situation. Lee. Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Lee. She had not anticipated his remarkable prowess, as he effortlessly repelled the trio with a single strike. Who are you? Toth thought to himself. Taken aback by the speed of this individual, Lee struck a classic pose and answered, "The blue beast of Konoha. Rock Lee. There's no choice. You handle Sasuke. And I'll deal with this bushy-browed one," Toth said, advancing towards Lee, dismissing him as an outdated taijutsu ninja. "Lee, be cautious. Their tactics are rather peculiar," Sakura warned. Her face weary. Lee nodded, his form flickering out of sight. How could he be faster than before? Toth suddenly became alert, scanning his surroundings, only to catch a glimpse of a green blur. Bang! Lee delivered a kick from below, propelling Toth into the air. In a swift motion, he leaped behind Toth, and with a flick of his wrist, the bandages on his arm coiled around him like a sentient creature, binding him tightly. Lotus Blossom. This is bad. Sack was astonished by Lee's strength while hastily forming hand seals for an attack. Vacuum wave. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. Toth shook his head, still dizzy from Lee's kick that had nearly knocked him out. "You all go deal with Sasuke. This bushy brow is mine." With that, he lunged towards the weary Lee, throwing a punch. Cough. What just happened? I clearly dodged. Lee's ears bled as he stared at Toth in disbelief, his vision beginning to blur. Ha ha ha. Using sound waves to disrupt your ears, causing your equilibrium to falter. In simpler terms, it's like a larger loudspeaker, perfectly countering your outdated taijutsu. Toth explained with a cold smirk as he advanced step by step. It's time to end this. Suddenly, a water column appeared before Toth, startling him into a hasty retreat. Who can employ such powerful water ninjutsu in an open area? You're done for. Two voices echoed simultaneously as Yongtai, utilizing his shadow clone technique, rapidly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. Yongtai. Both Sakura and Lee exclaimed in delight, feeling a wave of relief. Outside, in the woods, fatty Yongtai. Haru exclaimed joyfully, pointing to the scene, while Shino and the others also noticed Yongtai's arrival. Yongtai is all right, Hinata said with a smile. Her Byakugan activated. Shino's expression shifted, and he remarked, "He's injured." The group paused, turning their gazes to the center, witnessing Yongtai forming hand seals. He can still move. It shouldn't be too serious, right? The chubby boy questioned uncertainly. Kiba observed the worried looks on the faces around him and remarked, "We'll find out soon enough." The water dragon, fierce and menacing, lunged toward the trio. Toth and the others were taken aback, swiftly beginning to form their own hand seals, realizing escape was impossible. Wind style, cyclone, air slash, sound wave, boom. Water splashed everywhere as the three gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the strength of this ninja. He's injured, Jean quickly pointed out, noticing Yongtai's condition. The two, still shaken, assessed Yongtai closely. I sensed something was off with his hand seals. It turns out his left hand is injured. It seems he only has this one powerful strike left. trying to intimidate us. Toth analyzed. Ha ha ha. So you're injured and trying to put on a brave front. Sak sneered at Yangtai. Elsewhere, no way. The formidable Yangtai from earlier is now incapacitated? Could he truly be injured? Ino asked, disbelief evident in her tone. Just observe his hand seal technique, and it becomes clear what normal person would do that. Shikamaru explained. You've all figured it out. I thought you were going to run, Yangtai said, shaking his arm nonchalantly. This guy is overconfident. We should all attack together. Toth coolly assessed. Analysis, huh? Just give it a rest. Every time you analyze, you end up getting beaten. Toth ignored the peculiar looks from his companions and addressed Yangtai. Don't think us despicable. After all, you're a Konoha ninja. So, you three think you can bully me alone? Yangtai grinned. Toth nodded. Indeed. It's typical ninja behavior to outnumber an opponent. Yangtai produced a celestial scroll. I know you need this scroll. Here you go. Let us go, shall we? Toth slowly revealed a menacing grin, chuckling. Ha ha ha. Killing you means the scroll will also belong to us. Really? Can we not negotiate? Yangtai asked. Preparing for a fight. Rest assured, I want to make it painful for you. I've given you a chance. It's not my fault now. Toth remarked. Is he really that frightened? Sak quipped, my goodness. Jean added, he seems a bit unhinged. You're pushing me to this. Yangtai's demeanor shifted, an air of pressure enveloping the space. Gulp. Do you think he can execute the same ninjutsu as before? Sak asked nervously. Toth and Jean swallowed hard. Their eyes fixed on Yangtai, their palms growing sweaty. An oppressive atmosphere lingered among them. Even those outside couldn't take their eyes off Yangtai. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji. A loud shout resonated through the woods. In the midst of eavesdropping, Ino stumbled and fell, half her body exposed from the bushes. Hello there, she greeted awkwardly. Silence. Slap. Sakura and the others covered their faces simultaneously. What's this? If you want to call out to someone, why be so dramatic? Toth and his companions twitched at the corners of their eyes, wondering if this person was unwell. You three think you can stop us? Sak scoffed. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ino began, but was shushed by Shikamaru and Choji. Sakura, seeing the three of them, immediately lay down, thinking, there's no hope. Let it end. No. Yangtai shook his finger. You said you wanted a 3-on-1 fight. Niji, Shino, do I really have to call you out? Very well. A few bugs will serve as practice, Niji said, jumping down from the tree with an arrogant expression, while Tintin greeted Yangtai from behind. Sak remarked, Boss, can we skip the analysis from now on? Toth asked why. Jean added, we're afraid of getting hit. Toth replied, according to my analysis. With just 2 more of them joining, if we can't win, we can always run. How did you discover us? Kiba and the others emerged, smiling. Yangtai waved his hand, teasingly looking at Toth and his companions. First, let us resolve this 3-on-1 situation. Kiba cracked his knuckles, grinning wickedly. I've never heard such a request in my life. Chapter 22. I am the man who will dominate. The tattoo continues to extend, spreading across half of his body. Niji commented, this chakra is incredibly powerful and sinister. It is no wonder it belongs to the Uchiha, the foremost clan of Konoha. Yangtai scrutinized Sasuke, adorned with runes. Is this the cursed seal? The strength emanating from it is formidable, or rather, the chakra is potent. It resembles a simplified version of sage arts. However, Yangtai felt no envy. While the cursed seal could indeed generate a simplified sage chakra, it imposed a significant burden on the body. To be precise, it demanded a tremendous amount of physical energy, and absorbing natural energy could lead to grotesque transformations. Reflecting on this, Yangtai dismissed any desire for it, recognizing that its scale was beyond his control. Are you all intending to kill me? Sasuke rose slowly, clenching his fists, a surge of strength coursing through him. I feel so powerful. This sensation is exhilarating. Sakura, seeing Sasuke's dazed expression, immediately inquired, Sasuke, are you alright? What about those runes on you? Hee, I'm perfectly fine. It turns out they grant me strength, Sasuke finally comprehended. Leveling up with effort is nothing compared to the thrill of being a Krypton man. Although Konoha is the leading guild in the ninja world, its numerous members have their resources largely siphoned off by the upper echelons, leaving little room for personal status. Uchiha? Who would care now? He resolved to join the guild established by Orochimaru, determined to become a Krypton man. Yangtai approached and gently touched Sasuke's forehead. No fever? He mused. Why the sudden change in demeanor during the day? Upon pulling down Sasuke's collar, he observed the plethora of runes, tattoos. A dark organization? as he contemplated future endeavors, such as defeating Orochimaru and kicking Itachi. Sasuke's expression darkened as he turned away. He then directed a cold gaze at Toph and his companions, stating, "So it is you who wish to kill us?" Toph replied, "From my analysis," but was interrupted by Jin and Sake, who simultaneously exclaimed, "Oh no." They hastily covered Toph's mouth, urging, "Boss, why not we yield and leave? Can I finish my sentence?" Toph retorted, "According to my analysis, their tactics are sharp and the wind is turbulent." Jin and Sake lamented, "We're doomed." Ignoring the petrified duo, Toph retrieved the earth scroll and placed it on the ground. "This was all a misunderstanding. I will hand over the scroll, you decide its fate. I'm not interested in fighting. I'll take my leave, haha." With the scroll as bait, he was confident they would turn against each other. If a scuffle ensued, the three of them could benefit, eliminating Sasuke while completing Orochimaru's task, achieving two objectives with one action. As Toph secretly reveled in his cunning, he witnessed Yongtai calmly picking up the scroll, even politely asking the others. They shook their heads in agreement, trusting Yongtai's character. It felt as though a dagger pierced Toph's chest. He could hardly believe how generous Konoha's ninjas were. Hadn't he heard that the higher-ups were all petty? How could they raise such harmonious juniors? "Fine, I concede." Toph waved his hand, signaling for his companions to retreat. "Did I permit you to leave? After treating her like this, you think you can just walk away?" Sasuke glared at the bullied Sakura, his face filled with murderous intent. He was ready to take the first step toward dominance. "It's all a misunderstanding," Toph hastily explained. Slap. Sasuke responded with a swift strike. "A misunderstanding, is it?" Toph covered his face, glancing at his companions, realizing their escape routes were blocked, and dared not retaliate. One must know their place, he thought, recalling the possibility of crying in bed later. How long must revenge continue? Let us transform hostility into peace. Slap, slap, slap. So, you wish for revenge, do you? To turn hostility into peace, is that your intention? Sasuke unleashed a barrage of fists, striking with force, and his opponents dared not retaliate. Jin and Sake protested. "Why are you hitting us? Beware, we are under Orochimaru's command. Don't overestimate yourselves." The first to suffer, Toph, bore the brunt of Sasuke's assault, his face bruised. Realizing softness was futile, he immediately changed tactics. Seeing Sasuke pause, Toph and his companions straightened up. "Under Orochimaru, huh?" Sasuke frowned, his gaze sharpening. "What of Orochimaru? I intend to become the ruler. How can I be intimidated by a mere lackey? How absurd." Sasuke delivered a harsh slap to Toph's face. "Orochimaru, is it? Enough. If you continue, we will retaliate." Toph erupted in fury. "I can endure, but my companions cannot." The trio launched a counterattack, only to be horrified to discover they were no match for Sasuke. "I can retaliate." Sasuke accelerated his punches, and before Toph could even contemplate using Jutsu, he was overwhelmed by Sasuke's Sharingan. Onlookers formed a circle, murmuring among themselves. Yongtai nudged Neji. "Do you believe Sasuke can defeat you?" Neji nodded, then shook his head. "He qualifies as a contender, but to defeat me with his half-baked taijutsu is impossible." Yongtai chuckled at Neji's assertion. He disagreed slightly, for the simplified Sage Chakra, while a variant, still significantly enhanced physical prowess and bolstered ninjutsu. If Sasuke can maintain this state, Neji might find himself in peril. "Are you implying I cannot defeat this fellow?" Neji boasted. "Geniuses like you commoners can never hope to reach." Noticing Yongtai's expression, he added proudly, "Indeed, my Byakugan, Sasuke's Sharingan, and Naruto's Nine Tails battery are beyond your ordinary reach." To which one might argue, am I not invincible beneath the 6 paths? Above it. It's a trade-off with the 8 gates. Please, you must first master it. Yongtai thought to himself. For instance, he could barely open the 3rd gate, which was of little use. Do you think Lee is useless? That so-called waste trains daily. Even bringing Naruto won't help you. However, Yongtai was no ordinary person. He patted Neji's shoulder, implying, "So, you would rather acknowledge Lee as a genius of the steel fist than believe I am a genius in your eyes?" Neji smirked. "Your water-style jutsu is commendable, but how does that make you a genius?" No, it's not about ninjutsu. It's right here." Yongtai pointed to his head. "Just cleverness. Prove you can defeat me first." Neji scoffed, acknowledging Yongtai's skills in gathering and analyzing information, but dismissing the idea that such abilities could surpass him. Just cleverness. Yongtai recognized Neji's misunderstanding, as he referred to intellect and knowledge but chose not to clarify, simply nodding. I shall. I await your challenge. Chapter 23. Is this what you call a normal reaction? Whoosh. The feeling of flattening others is truly delightful. Get lost, Sasuke coldly declared to the bruised trio. Toph and his companions slowly rose, retreating. We shall remain unchanged, like the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, glancing sidelong at the three. They, akin to startled rabbits, fled rapidly. Sasuke had just begun to speak to Yantai when he collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck and beginning to wail. Sakura rushed over, concerned, supporting Sasuke, and anxiously asked, Sasuke, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine, really. Sasuke insisted, but Yantai approached, brushing aside Sasuke's hands to examine the cursed seal on his neck. At such a young age, how could you be so weak? What will you do in the future? Sasuke, exasperated, pointed at Yantai, only to gasp and fall back, glaring at Yantai but unable to articulate his thoughts. Yantai offered consolation. Isn't it just a bit of weakness? A little shortness? Young people must be broad-minded and accept it humbly. I encountered a highly esteemed gynecologist at the hospital, and I shall introduce you to him later. I trust that under his care, you will soon regain your masculine vigor. Sasuke. I fainted from embarrassment. Sakura shook Sasuke vigorously. Sasuke. The onlookers covered their faces. Truly, Yotai's words were potent enough to obliterate Sasuke in mere moments. Yotai, what are you doing? Are you looking for a fight? Sakura's forehead bore a prominent vein. Her fists clenched. If Yotai did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would be in grave danger. Yotai hurriedly waved his hands and swiftly explained, rather than allowing him to suffer, it is better for him to simply lose consciousness. Upon hearing this, the crowd seemed to agree, albeit noting that his method was rather cruel. Sakura's anger dissipated instantly. Indeed, losing consciousness would alleviate the pain. But do any of you have a solution? Solution? The crowd shook their heads. If you're looking for muscle, I suppose Shikamaru would suffice, but this task is beyond him. Could this fellow have a solution? As the group directed curious gazes towards Yotai, who was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a chill and nervously asked, What are you all looking at me for? Yotai, do you have a solution? Hurry and help Sasuke. Ino leaned closer, her beautiful eyes wide with a pleading expression. It's not that I don't want to help. I simply lack the materials. Yotai sighed, raising his hands in surrender. I do have a method, the sealing technique, which I can perform. The issue is that I have a personal battle to attend to. I cannot afford to use blood to draw the symbols like Kakashi, or my third exam would be in jeopardy. What materials? Sakura asked anxiously, while Ino shot her a glare, irritated by her annoying broad forehead. If it weren't for Sasuke, she would have scolded her already. Sealing paper and special ink. Does anyone have those? Yotai inquired. The group exchanged glances, and both Tintin and Shikamaru raised their hands, subsequently pulling out a few blank scrolls and ink. It's a bit lacking, but it's not a major issue. Yotai took them, sighed, intending to save some for himself. But it seemed that being able to perform the sealing technique was already a blessing. He unfurled the scrolls and began to paint, peculiar symbols leaping onto the paper. The crowd glanced at one another and began to engage in idle chatter. Only Tintin stood beside Yotai, observing intently. Yotai glanced at the girl with a Chinese aesthetic and asked, What? Are you interested in sealing techniques? Tintin nodded. Yes, it's a family tradition. But I'm not adept at techniques. There are 3 categories of sealing techniques: technique-based, barrier-based, and space-based. A family tradition. What a coincidence. I have a family tradition too. What do you excel at? Barriers or space? Space, primarily related to summoning techniques, Tintin replied. Yotai was taken aback. He knew that Tintin excelled at summoning weapons from scrolls, which belonged to the space category, but he had not anticipated it being connected to summoning techniques. Remembering the words of the elder, he wondered if Tintin's lineage could indeed trace back to the second Hokage, and thus inquired, Are you referring to summoning scrolls? Oh, how did you know? Tintin was somewhat surprised. Yotai grinned. Because my family also has a tradition of creating summoning scrolls, though my parents are ninjas specializing in sealing techniques. Therefore, my sealing techniques lean more towards the technical aspect. No wonder, the sealing paper on that kunai was your handiwork. Quite impressive. Tintin's expression softened. As the two exchanged thoughts on sealing techniques, Yotai completed the scrolls one by one. Phew, that was truly exhausting. Yotai exhaled, gazing at the 5 scrolls in his hands, a smile breaking across his face. All right, Sakura, help Sasuke to his feet. Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, eager to witness. Shadow Clone Technique. 5 shadow clones each held a scroll surrounding Sasuke. Let us begin. As Yotai's words fell, 6 figures simultaneously began forming seals, completing a total of 20 seals in half a minute. Sealing Technique. Yotai's expression turned serious as he called out, slapping his palm onto the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. The 5 clones simultaneously pressed their scrolls forcefully onto the ground. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, the dense symbols from the 5 scrolls leaped like a dragon toward the cursed seal. Seal. Boom. With a final, soft command from Yotai, he released his hand, collapsing onto the ground, breathless. As the clones vanished, a wave of memories washing over him. Yotai appeared somewhat fatigued. Sasuke suddenly awoke, clutching his neck and screaming. Sakura rushed to support Sasuke, anxiously asking Yotai, "Yotai, what happened? Is Sasuke alright?" The crowd also cast puzzled glances, sensing that Sasuke seemed to be in more pain. Yotai waved his hand dismissively. "You heartless bunch, Sasuke is fine. This is a normal reaction. I worked myself to the bone, and you all don't believe me? How absurd." The crowd was speechless. Ino uncertainly pointed at Sasuke. "You call this a normal reaction? It feels like he's on the verge of death." The crowd nodded. "Your reaction is a bit excessive." Yotai. "Hey Sasuke, are you okay?" Yotai tossed a branch at Sasuke. "How dare I fail? I am destined to be a formidable man. How can I be deemed unfit? You bastard, if you dare call me weak again, I will rip that mouth of yours apart." Sasuke slowly rose, feeling less pain than before as the cursed seal gradually became encircled by the sealing technique. Phew. It doesn't hurt anymore. Sasuke stretched his limbs, feeling stronger than before, though still not as powerful as in the previous state, touching his neck. He still felt a lingering dread from that intense pain. "Sasuke, you're all right now?" Sakura asked joyfully, her eyes shimmering with tears. Sasuke nodded, for the first time genuinely acknowledging Sakura, and gently wiped her tears away, reassuring her, "I'm fine." The crowd. "Are you two seriously displaying affection in public?" Yotai felt a bit irritated. "After all my hard work, you all are publicly showing affection, pouring a bucket of cold water over the situation. Sasuke, don't celebrate too soon." Chapter 24. The third exam begins. The crowd looked on, wondering what was happening. Yotai continued, "This sealing technique relies entirely on the strength of your will to maintain it. When you are negative, the seal will naturally weaken. Conversely, the stronger your will, the more solid the seal becomes." "Yotai, is there no other solution?" Sakura asked, still somewhat fearful of Sasuke's cursed seal. Yotai shrugged. "I've done my best. However, you can seek assistance from your Jonin teachers. Perhaps they have better methods." Seeing the dawning realization on their faces, Yotai shook his head. "They are too young. This issue is daunting. Only the ninjutsu expert Sarutobi Hiruzen might have an idea, but with Tintin burdened by various trivial matters, she hardly has the opportunity to research. Of course, there's also the 5th Hokage, Danzo, but that old rascal is far too devious, so let us not go there. However, I do have a rather splendid solution. Would you like to hear it?" Yotai revealed a mischievous grin. Sasuke felt a bad premonition, but recalling the excruciating pain earlier, he still asked, "What solution?" The group turned their inquisitive gazes toward him. Yotai pointed at Naruto, who lay unconscious nearby, and with a wicked smile said, "Whenever you feel the seal loosening, just argue with your girlfriend." Uffed. The group burst into laughter. Sasuke's face darkened. He knew this guy was up to no good. Why is everyone here?" At that moment, our prince awakened groggily, questioning with confusion. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Afterwards, Yotai distributed a set of scrolls to Naruto and his team, and they all set off towards the tower. Yotai still felt somewhat annoyed. Had it not been for encountering Gaara, he would have had time to lead a group to eliminate most of the ninjas, making the third exam considerably easier. Nevertheless, Yotai had received some special intelligence, such as how his actions during the first exam had altered the second exam from his memories. This meant he could not recklessly intervene, or the events would veer into an unknown direction. However, Yotai estimated that the general trajectory should remain unchanged. Indeed, the prevailing circumstances remain unchanged while minor details may vary. This statement succinctly encapsulates the immutable nature of Uchiha Madara and Obito's Moon Eye plan. Even if Yongtai were to disclose this matter to the public, it would not alter the beliefs of the masses, nor could it prevent the inevitable. All that remains is silent vigilance. The ninjas of Konoha should unite as one, just as they have before. The third Hokage gazed at the screen, taking a drag from his cigarette with a smile of approval. The strength of Konoha in overcoming four adversaries lies in their unity. This is not merely a platitude. While daily intrigues may abound, when faced with great conflict, those capable step forth with their strength, and those with wealth contribute their resources. In contrast, the other nations struggle. The Elder Council and the Kazekage of Sunagakure are embroiled in disputes over power. In Kirigakure, promising talents have been eliminated, while in Awagakure, the autocratic Tsuchikage leads to disunity. As for Kumogakure, it is renowned as a land of bandits. Swiftly, Lord Hokage, we have received intelligence regarding significant movements in Sunagakure, reported a cat-faced Umbu. Kneeling respectfully before the third Hokage, notify the Jonin and Chunin to return promptly, and inform Jiraiya to return without delay, the third Hokage commanded, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Alas, it is a time of turmoil. First, Orochimaru appears, and now Chunin ninjas are stirring. It seems we must prepare for the worst. With Jiraiya's extensive travels and understanding of the nations, he will surely fulfill his duties as Hokage. Now, let the exams commence. Uchiha Sasuke versus Choji Akimichi. First up is Sasuke. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, will Sasuke's curse mark activate? As long as his will remain steadfast. There shouldn't be any significant issues, Kakashi assessed, observing the blonde-haired youth in the stands, noting his impressive sealing techniques. This young man is indeed remarkable. Oh, Autumn, Yangtai mused, rubbing his nose. Who was thinking of me? Yangtai, you aren't coming down with a cold, are you? Choji inquired. Yangtai shook his head. Who do you think will win? Choji pressed. Sasuke, Yangtai replied without hesitation. No matter his shortcomings, he remains an Uchiha. In the original narrative, despite the curse mark's interference, Sasuke managed to defeat Choji. Furthermore, now, he should be able to handle it with ease. However, Yangtai held a keen interest in Choji's unique jutsu, the chakra absorption technique. This technique is essentially a method of manipulating chakra's nature. In truth, its technical complexity is not particularly high. Most Chunin and Jonin have some proficiency. Moreover, its effectiveness in combat is limited. It proves futile against weaker opponents, and against stronger foes. One might as well strike rather than waste time siphoning chakra. Yet, it has potential for research. Yangtai's interest in this jutsu stemmed from his encounter with Gaara, where he felt a profound lack of chakra. He wished to seal some of Shikaku's chakra for his own use during the impending collapse of Konoha. Ultimately, this was not the crux of his interest. The critical point is that Shikaku is the only tailed beast capable of sealing. Its chakra undoubtedly possesses inherent sealing properties, which might enhance his simplified version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Yangtai was momentarily taken aback. That was rather swift. Was it all settled in just a few strikes? Sasuke approached with a self-satisfied grin. I'm not into that, Yangtai remarked. Besides, isn't your beloved Naruto? Seeing that Yangtai had dismissed him, Sasuke grew disinterested and turned cold, offering only perfunctory responses to Sakura's chatter. In the blink of an eye, the second match commenced. This time featuring sand ninjas against one another. Yangtai contemplated the butterfly effect. A mere flap of his wings could lead to significant changes. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Yangtai narrowed his eyes, observing the third Hokage, who appeared equally astonished. The unfolding events suggested intentional machinations aimed at unsettling the Hyuga clan, reveling in the discord between the main and branch families. These influential figures orchestrating the spectacle allowed Yangtai to remain a mere spectator. In the arena, the two were engaged in a graceful exchange of tai chi and gentle strikes. It was evident that Hinata had made considerable progress. She held her own against Neji, matching him blow for blow. Hinata is impressive, able to contend with Neji, who is just as arrogant as Sasuke, exclaimed Naruto, taken aback, recalling how Hinata used to be reduced to tears from a single blow. Yangtai shook his head, meeting the puzzled gazes of his friends. Hinata is bound to lose. Neji possesses far more strength than this. Look, he pointed out. In the arena, Hinata was gasping for breath. Although she had mastered some acupressure techniques through Yangtai's training, she was gradually being overwhelmed by Neji's relentless dedication. Hinata, you can do it. Naruto cheered. Hinata paused, glancing toward the stands, her cheeks flushed. Do you dare to be distracted while facing me? 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Neji's lips curled into a smirk. The main family was merely SOSO. Seizing the opportunity, he struck swiftly, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes aimed at Hinata's vulnerabilities. 16 palms. 25 palms. 32. Clang, clang, clang. Hinata, gasped the onlookers, bewildered by Niji's brutal assault against a fellow clan member. Even his teammates, who trained daily with Lee, found Niji's actions excessive. Naruto rushed to assist the now unconscious Hinata, who lay on the ground, bloodied. Niji retracted his hand, casting a cold glance at Yongtai, who remained expressionless, silently gesturing with a middle finger, refusing to look at him any longer. Garbage, I will defeat you, he vowed. Chapter 25. The ambitions of the aspiring champion. Although Yongtai was acquainted with Niji, their relationship was not particularly close. He mostly spent time with Lee. Initially, he perceived Niji as aloof yet possessing admirable character. However, it now seemed he was still just a child at heart. What was to be done? A good thrashing might suffice. You wait. I will defeat you, Naruto declared, his fist stained with Hinata's blood, glaring at Niji. Suit yourself, Niji replied, shaking his head as he returned to the stance. Having bested a member of the main family, why did he feel no joy? Was he in the wrong? No, this was fate, irrevocably set. Lee versus Gaara. Yongtai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lee would face Gaara. Would there be a hidden agenda similar to Hinata's? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. Perhaps it was simply destiny. Nonetheless, he aimed to assist Lee, ensuring he would not suffer severe injuries. This was not mere maternal instinct. It was an investment. As one might say in a previous life, Yongtai approached Lee and advised, that opponent is quite formidable. If you find yourself outmatched, concede and train harder to reclaim your honor later. Do you understand? Rest assured, through hard work, I have caught up to those prodigies. I am strong. Lee replied earnestly. Yongtai patted his shoulder, nudging the weights on Lee's legs. I know your strength. Surrendering is not a disgrace. If it comes to that, I will train with you afterwards. Lee nodded vigorously. Yet Yongtai remained unconvinced and affixed for sealing papers to Lee's limbs, instructing, when you see the water splash, concede. Remember, no matter how strong his defenses, if you keep striking at his head, he will falter. With that, Lee somersaulted into the arena. Slap. Yongtai turned to see Guy patting him on the shoulder, flashing his trademark grin. You must believe in Lee. He is incredibly strong. Yongtai nodded, then sighed. I know Lee is strong, especially with the 8 gates. I fear that if he goes all out, even Niji may falter. Might Guy's expression shifted as he recognized Yongtai's close relationship with Lee, astonished that he understood the 8 gates so thoroughly. Ignoring Guy's bewilderment, Yongtai pointed at Gaara and continued, I have fought that individual. He is utterly monstrous and unscrupulous. The entire situation felt akin to a stone in a cesspool, both foul and unyielding. There seemed to be no way forward, particularly given that the opponent was not lacking in chakra and could easily outlast any adversary. After Yongtai expressed this concern, Might Guy grew serious. Recognizing that this young lad was well aware of Rock Lee's capabilities and possessed intelligence about his opponent, it appeared that Lee was indeed facing a formidable foe. In the arena, I introduced myself as Rock Lee, a member of the foremost guild in the ninja world, determined to become the unrivaled champion of this realm. As a free-to-play player, I had not invested any money, and my aspirations of becoming a powerful mage were dashed by the cruel machinations of the developers, rendering me ineffectual. With my low level and lack of skills, I was unable to even join a guild. Just when I had resigned myself to a life of mediocrity, I encountered the top player of the Konoha Guild, who recognized my potential and offered to take me under his wing, guiding me in physical training and helping me level up. I initially underestimated physical training, believing it to be weak, and had always struggled against the semi-paying player, Niji. Feeling disheartened, my mentor, the Konoha champion, bestowed upon me an incredibly rare crimson skill. Elated, I realized that such a high-level skill was exceedingly scarce in the game, marking the beginning of my ascent. Our Konoha Guild, in collaboration with the 5th-ranked Sunagakure Guild, was hosting the Chunin exams. As a free-to-play participant, my goal was to earn the Chunin title, which would make future grinding considerably easier. However, I was utterly unprepared for the fact that my opponent was the top spender from the Sunagakure Guild, clad in orange gear and wielding a powerful red skill, Mizukagami, which boasted a defense boost of 999. Rumor had it that this individual had spent so much that he was nearly bankrupt, acquiring one of the 10 legendary pets of the ninja world, Shikaku, with a staggering chakra level of 999, 999 and health points to match. At that moment, I was unfazed, bolstered by my own red skill, 8 gates. However, as the battle progressed, I quickly realized my naivety. My damage output was sufficient. Yet my opponent's health was dauntingly high, and my 8 gates ability consumed my energy far too rapidly. In a battle of attrition, I feared defeat. Nevertheless, I possessed the final, desperate talent of 8 gates, 5 seconds of true manhood. As the name suggests, once activated, it locked my opponent's last shred of health, rendering them immune to ninjutsu and illusions, while shattering their defenses. In this state, my attack power surged to an astonishing 999, and I struck with unrelenting force, leaving my opponent no room for retaliation. Victory seemed imminent. Yet, just as I was about to triumph, the system informed me that I had been reported for suspected cheating, abruptly interrupting my skill. Fortunately, with the assistance of my comrades, I sustained minimal damage. Alas, it was clear that I had lost. I am Rock Lee, and I vow never to grind so tirelessly again. Sighing, Yongtai reflected on the situation, relieved he had learned from past experiences. Otherwise, Lee would have faced dire consequences. Although Gaara emerged victorious, he felt no satisfaction. Just like before, he had been overwhelmed, and as he prepared to finish his opponent, an unexpected deluge had provided enough delay for Might Guy to rescue his stout ally. With a malevolent glance directed at Yongtai, he silently vowed, "I await you." The crowd gasped, eagerly gossiping. "Yongtai, do you have a connection with that guy?" "No need to jest," Yongtai waved dismissively. It had been revealed that Yongtai had previously clashed with this formidable contender. What? The crowd was incredulous. They had witnessed the might of this individual and could hardly fathom that Yongtai had engaged him in battle. Neji and Sasuke exchanged glances, their perceptions of Yongtai shifting. Had he been hiding his true abilities all along? Naruto, unabashedly curious, inquired, "Who won?" The assembled onlookers nodded in agreement. They too were eager to learn the outcome. Yongtai, with a wry smile, extended his injured left hand and replied, "What do you think?" "I lost." Disheartened, Naruto had hoped Yongtai had triumphed over that formidable foe. Neji furrowed his brow, stating, "Indeed, the result only highlights the disparity between genius and hard work." Sasuke added, "In that case, it is acceptable." No, the opponent was injured first. It should be a draw. As the crowd turned their attention to the previously silent Shino, Naruto excitedly asked, "How do you know that?" Shino calmly responded, "Because Yongtai covered our team's retreat." It became clear why Kiba had been aware of Yongtai's confrontation. There was more to the story. Sasuke pondered deeply, contemplating whether he could withstand such an opponent. Strength. Was it merely a question of power? He grimaced, feeling the pain in his neck. In the grand scheme, this discomfort was trivial compared to the fight ahead. Neji's gaze shifted. A draw? What a joke. It seemed he would seek an opportunity to awaken Yongtai to the reality of the gap between true talent and hard work. Chapter 26. The battle against Tors. Did you see that? Yongtai asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice, as it was crucial that his intel remained confidential. Shino nodded. "I left a shadow clone and a tracking insect." Yongtai pulled Shino aside, whispering under the curious gaze of others, "Please keep this a secret, will you?" Shino raised an eyebrow, responding, "What's in it for me?" Yongtai sighed, "You've changed. You're no longer the naive Shino I once knew." Yongtai grimaced and added, "I'll share all the intel on Gaara with you later." Shino smirked, nodding in agreement. The match between Yongtai and Tors began. What? It's him? This is nothing short of a setup, Yongtai thought, feeling the weight of the situation. Everyone present was aware of his injured hand, making the use of ninjutsu difficult. Engaging in close combat was the best option. Yet why choose Tors? This individual's close-range combat skills were notorious, and even Lee had fallen victim to him. The past served as a cautionary tale. Why him? Sakura exclaimed, recalling Tors' prowess, especially against taijutsu users. Even the formidable Lee had succumbed to his skills. She glanced at Yongtai. Concern etched on her face. Yongtai, why not concede? Yes, Yongtai, you did say that conceding is not shameful, right? Ino chimed in, trying to persuade him. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Is that guy really strong? Sasuke shared his bewilderment. He may not be as powerful as Lee, but his tactics are unorthodox. The sound of his arms can disrupt the balance of close-range fighters, Shikamaru explained. Then why not attack from a distance with ninjutsu? Naruto asked, raising his hands in innocence. Thud. Sakura, frustrated, punched him for his ignorance, exclaiming, "Can't you see Yongtai's hand is injured? How can he form seals?" Ha ha, I appreciate everyone's concern. I will act prudently. If I truly can't win, surrendering is indeed an option, Yongtai chuckled lightly, acknowledging their care. He unsheathed his chakra blade, secured it at his waist, waved goodbye, and leaped into the arena. Niji shook his head. In close combat, Yangtai is likely to lose. Surely not. I believe in Yangtai's skills, Tintin remarked, still holding hope for him. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Niji smiled slightly. You've all witnessed Tor's tactics. In your place, could you truly defeat him? Everyone shook their heads. It was indeed a daunting task. Naruto and Sasuke inquired about Tor's past victories, their disbelief growing. If even the brawny Rock Lee was outmatched, it was clear that Yangtai was at a significant disadvantage in close combat. Rather than struggle, it may be wiser to accept fate and surrender, Niji scoffed, casting a glance at Yangtai in the arena. In the distance, Tor's conversed with his injured teammates. Boss, why can't I have luck like yours? Sako lamented, his bandaged arm a testament to their struggles. Jean gazed at his injured self, nodding slightly. Indeed, he was the only soft target in the arena, allowing the leader to take advantage. From my analysis, this is all fate. Both of you adversaries are elite ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure, which explains the severity of your defeat. May Lord Orochimaru bless me with encountering the only soft target, ensuring I can return to the village without issues. The advantage lies with me. Toes displayed a smug expression, completely oblivious to the peculiar glances from his companions. Zack, did you hear that? The boss has analyzed the situation again. Jean, not deaf, but it shouldn't go wrong, right? Zack, hard to say. It looks like the boss is bound to win this round. Jean, let's hope so. Toes waved his hand. You two just relax. I'll lead the charge in this match. As both sides took their positions, the match commenced with the referee's signal. Yangtai immediately distanced himself. You can still surrender now. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to speak later. Toes, with his hands hanging loosely, looked on with a hint of mockery. He spoke the truth. Once struck by him, uttering a word would be exceedingly difficult. Let us not forget, he was a sound ninja. Yangtai smiled, retrieving a standard kunai, the grip adorned with sealing paper. The outcome was uncertain. Let the games begin. You shall not blame me. With that, TOS swiftly charged at Yangtai. His heavy hands moved quickly, and Yangtai retaliated by throwing the kunai high into the air. Bang! With a resounding crash, a flurry of willow leaves cascaded down. TOS abruptly halted, bewildered. What in the world? Yangtai's antics left him perplexed. If he could not win, why not just concede? Naruto squinted, voicing his confusion. The crowd was baffled as well. Perhaps Yangtai had other plans, Tintin forcefully suggested. Niji chuckled and shook his head, likening the scene to a caged bird desperately attempting to escape, only to be left with injuries. Even the seasoned Jonin and the third Hokage appeared momentarily dumbfounded. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning as he observed the arena. What is this little fellow doing that warrants such scrutiny from a Konoha technician? Unbeknownst to them, Guy had already arrived at Kakashi's side. He was indeed an exceptional ninja. Kakashi cast a glance at Guy, remarking on Yangtai's undeniable prowess. An outstanding ninja first gathers intelligence and conducts the most rational analysis. Yangtai had showcased this talent from the very beginning. As for how Kakashi knew, well, he was a Jonin too, adept at gathering information. Might Guy looked astonished at his old rival. It was rare for him to bestow such high praise. Observing the two amidst the swirling leaves, he contemplated the emergence of a promising ninja from Konoha. Meanwhile, TOS was initially startled, believing Yangtai had a hidden technique. However, upon inspecting the leaves in his hand, he determined they were merely ordinary leaves. Nothing special. Ultimately, he concluded that he had been outsmarted by this young brat. Infuriated, TOS pointed at Yangtai. Kid, if this is all you've got, you better prepare for death. He grinned menacingly, continuing, because you won't even have time to regret it. Yangtai smiled calmly, especially amused as he noticed TOS' eyes darting about. With a swift motion, Yangtai unsheathed his sword, locking eyes with TOS, and began to sway the blade slowly. What was this guy up to? TOS felt unsettled. Could it be that the opponent was taunting him? No, that made no sense. Watching Yangtai's peculiar behavior, TOS felt uncertain. Such odd antics clearly indicated a trick was afoot. From his analysis, Yangtai was undoubtedly trying to provoke him into attacking. I'll remain still and see what you have planned. Chapter 27, A Sword-esque Race. What a clever child. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, nodding in approval. Such intelligence was rare. Perhaps only Shikamaru could rival him among his peers. Kakashi-sensei, what is Yangtai up to? Naruto asked, utterly confused. Kakashi replied, As his friends cast curious glances, he prompted, take a guess. Clang. The crowd gasped. What the? Kakashi-sensei, if you know, just say it. Why drag it out? Naruto complained. Observe closely. Kakashi urged. They witnessed an unusual chakra dispersing. TOS felt the surroundings warp, terror gripping him as he realized he could not move. Suddenly, a term flashed in his mind. Jinjutsu. Konoha's sword technique. Willow. Yangtai stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Thud. Blood splattered. Yangtai flicked the blood from his blade. Sheathed it with a flourish, concluding the battle. This match was unique, devoid of grandeur or the anticipated close-quarters combat. Characterized solely by a single understated stroke, akin to chopping wood at a training ground. The onlookers struggled to believe their eyes, rubbing them to confirm they were not hallucinating. They began to murmur amongst themselves, and one even suggested it was a fixed match, only to be silenced by a more brutal realization. How could this be? Neji clutched the railing, disbelief etched on his face as he observed the figure in the arena. Then, shaking his head in contemplation, he mused, Jinjutsu? Alas, that won't work on me. Though you emerged victorious, you remain a caged bird, still unaware of the true chasm between us prodigies. Kakashi-sensei, what just happened? Naruto questioned, clutching his head in pain. Sasuke shot a glance at the fool. Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu? The group gathered around, intrigued. Kakashi began to elucidate. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with admiration. Knowing his own Jinjutsu skills were lacking, he had utilized the falling leaves to divert the enemy's attention before executing the Willow technique, greatly amplifying its potency. It must be said, this young lad had thoroughly absorbed the teachings of the legendary Orochimaru. Indeed, as Kakashi concluded his explanation, his friends appeared somewhat bewildered. In a single battle, 800 nuances unfolded. Did Yangtai not feel any pain? So sleepy, Shikamaru yawned, lying down and dozing off. Naruto, with his lifeless eyes, remained utterly confused, prompting Sakura to simplify things for him. TOS was swiftly carried off by medical ninjas for treatment. Yangtai surmised the likelihood of TOS surviving was slim, having dealt a significant blow. Upon returning to the stage, he was bombarded by inquiries from his friends, their motto being, confess for leniency, resist for severity. After some playful banter, the third examination concluded, and the preliminary rounds officially came to an end. The third Hokage resumed his speeches, and the group began the thrilling process of drawing lots. Yangtai opened his slip, revealing number 3. Numbers 1 and 2, 3 and 4, and so forth, indicated he would be the second to compete. Who would be number 4? All right, listen closely. 2 groups require 2 matches. 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, 10. Now, reveal your numbers. As the examiner's words echoed, everyone displayed their slips. Sure enough, the first match was between Naruto and Neji. Neji will show you what a protagonist's aura truly is. Nanny, no way. Yangtai gasped. There's no way I'll face him. Wasn't he supposed to battle Sasuke? Number 4 was none other than Gaara. And here is the match roster. The examiner unfurled the combat chart. Indeed, I am to face Gaara in the second match. What about Sasuke? Number 5? He's up against Kankuro. Cough, cough, Sasuke. Yangtai's smile was rather unappealing as he pulled Sasuke close, enticingly suggesting, look, that fellow yearns for a battle with a strong opponent. What a rare opportunity. Would you like to spar with him? Sasuke, puzzled, glanced at Yangtai and then at Gaara, who was fixated on the battle roster, and nodded in agreement. Your exchange of notes is futile. The battle roster is set and cannot be altered. Give up on that notion, Neji remarked, shaking his head, deeming it childish. Yangtai and his companion fell silent. It was indeed a blunt truth. Ah, what a troublesome fellow. Observing the note in Z's hand, Yangtai felt a pang of discomfort. Primarily because this opponent was at a stage akin to a cheat. Breaking through that hard shell was truly a daunting task. I await you. Gaara cast a lingering glance back at Yangtai before departing with Maki and others. It seemed that this month would be quite busy for him. Most importantly, due to his involvement, the finals could lead to a championship battle. This meant that Naruto and Sasuke would also be contenders. Sasuke, however, had a chance to win. Gaara and Naruto presented a more significant challenge, tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. It appeared that he could only focus on sealing techniques. Gradually, a rough direction began to form in his mind. He could only rely on his wits. He intended to utilize his talents to the fullest. Even if he were to lose, it would not matter. With this thought, Yang Tai burst into a carefree laugh, rallying a group of friends to indulge in barbecue. Today, the barbecue was on him. Cheers erupted among the group. In the small courtyard, the door creaked open. "You're back. How did the preliminary round go?" The elder reclined in a chair, basking in the sun. Yang Tai took a seat, smiling as he replied, "Everything went smoothly. In a month, after the competition, I hope to become a Chunin." "That's great. By the way, how is your research on the sealing paper coming along?" "I'm eagerly anticipating it." The elder shifted the conversation to the topic of sealing paper. There was no denying that for water-style ninjas, this was indeed a remarkable invention. At the very least, one wouldn't have to worry about insufficient chakra when using water-style techniques. "Rest assured, I have made significant progress. Sealing paper will no longer be half-baked. You can use it with complete confidence," Yang Tai proudly declared as he massaged the elder's legs. "Good, good," the elder nodded in approval. Following his instructions, Yang Tai gently continued, pondering the imminent battles. "By the way, elder, you should learn instant water. It's a powerful technique." The elder opened his eyes and shook his head. "You know as well as I do that without a solid foundation in sealing techniques, it cannot be mastered. Besides, at my age, how many years would it take to learn?" "That's true. I was too presumptuous." The difficulty of A-rank ninjutsu, especially sealing types, was comparable to ordinary S-rank techniques, perhaps even several times more challenging. It was indeed a considerable hurdle for an average person to learn. However, Yang Tai was somewhat exceptional. After all, he was a transmigrator and had been an art student, making drawing and memorizing things a breeze. Chapter 28. The Fear of Insufficient Firepower? What is that delightful aroma? Just as he was pondering, Yang Tai's nose twitched, and he curiously inquired, "Haha, you, with your keen sense of smell. Today, I specifically made wine-braised chicken." The elder chuckled lightly as he rose and headed into the kitchen. It had been a long time since he had prepared that dish. Yang Tai swallowed hard. The elder's culinary skills were unparalleled. Although he had just returned from a barbecue, he still felt unsatisfied. As the sun set and the moon rose, the night passed in silence. The next day, Yang Tai awoke around noon, feeling incredibly relaxed. Only in this small room could he sleep so soundly. With that thought, he set about hastily crafting a new version of sealing paper. First, he focused on his ultimate technique, the instant water domain, a larger version of the water prison technique. This needed improvement. Otherwise, encountering Gaara, who could swiftly deplete all his kunai, would pose a significant problem against other formidable foes. In Yang Tai's plan, he envisioned 5 sheets of sealing paper, creating a water domain approximately 200 meters in diameter. Next, he categorized them into close range, mid-range, long range, and finally, ninjutsu types. This time, he aimed to create hundreds or even thousands of sheets. Why? Yang Tai had developed a fear of insufficient firepower. In this Chunin exam, he had nearly exhausted his kunai, and he preferred to avoid such situations in the future. Since he was intrinsically at a disadvantage compared to those formidable opponents, he would stockpile paper to compensate for his shortcomings. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Yang Tai gazed at the 300 trident kunai before him, nodding in satisfaction. These were custom-made in anticipation of kunai wear and tear from his previous participation in the Chunin exam. Over these 3 days, he had been busy crafting sealing paper, amounting to over 1,000 sheets. His mother would no longer have to worry about insufficient sealing paper. 100 sheets were allocated for the elder, who would occasionally take a few out for practice, claiming it was to familiarize himself. Yang Tai naturally did not believe his words. The old man was likely showing off to someone. Yang Tai picked up a large scroll. Indeed, it was the empty summoning scroll. Over the past few days, he had inquired about its price, and it was astonishing, worth 70 to 80 million. And yet, it was still a rare item. If word got out, it could easily inflate to over 100 million. At that moment, Yang Tai was astounded. It turned out that he was indeed a rich heir. Upon understanding the market, Yang Tai realized that summoning scrolls came in 3 sizes: small, medium, and large. The small ones were akin to Kakashi's dog and Tsunade's cat, while medium ones resembled summoning beasts of about 15 meters. The large ones were comparable to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, towering several dozen meters. Yang Tai's scroll belonged to the large category, valued at over 100 million. Upon learning this news, Yang Tai initially contemplated selling it and retiring in peace. However, sanity prevailed. Do not inquire about sanity's identity. It had already been thoroughly beaten by Yang Tai. Once Yang Tai calmed down, he began to formulate a bold idea regarding the scroll. Initially, he intended to create a defensive summoning technique akin to the Rasengan Gate. Yet, he realized that he couldn't subdue those large beasts. After observing the trident Kanai, he altered his plan. He decided to forge a summoning contract with these Kanai. Yes, these Kanai. The rationale was simple. Yang Tai's chakra remained a weakness. Even with that peculiar summoning scroll, the limits became evident over the past few days. The total chakra capacity could be likened to a value of 100. It simply could not exceed that limit. Ultimately, chakra remained Yang Tai's Achilles heel. Expending 70 to 80% of his chakra just to summon a large door was pointless. As for signing a contract with these Kanai, the benefits were manifold. However, it was indeed a blood-intensive endeavor. Yes, blood-intensive. This notion kept Yang Tai awake the previous night as he inscribed some runes on the sealing paper and summoning scroll, and now he was at the final step. Yang Tai's expression turned serious as he swiftly formed hand seals, unfurling the summoning scroll. With a clap, he sealed it. Boom. A cloud of white mist dissipated, and 200 Kanai along with all the sealing paper vanished, sealed within the summoning scroll. Success. This was Yang Tai's minor modification, sealing 10 compartments, each containing a different type of sealing paper. This way, any losses could be replenished directly, akin to Yang Tai's private ammunition depot. In truth, this undertaking lacked intricate technicality. Another sealing class ninja could achieve the same, provided they possessed a summoning scroll. Summoning technique. Boom. A trident Kanai appeared in Yang Tai's hand, finally alleviating the embarrassment of previous encounters. Regrettably, he could not summon it back. Yang Tai, with a hint of vanity, tucked it away as he set out. If only the legendary Minato Namikaze had possessed such a summoning scroll back in the day, he wouldn't have had to wander aimlessly every day with a heavy backpack. At Konoha Hospital, after visiting Lee for a while, Yang Tai proceeded to his follow-up appointment. Knock, knock. Come in. Sister Akiko, I'm here for my follow-up. Yang Tai, please wait a moment. Yang Tai, quite at ease, seated himself on a chair beside a serene young woman. At 26, she possessed an ordinary appearance with a few freckles, yet her tranquil demeanor exuded a gentle warmth that naturally put one at ease. Her name was Akiko Ozawa, a senior to Yang Tai, and they both hailed from the same orphanage. In their childhood, Akiko had taken care of Yang Tai, almost like a maternal figure, before becoming a genin and joining Konoha Hospital. Akiko set down her pen, observing the hand Yang Tai extended towards her. You're recovering well. You're almost healed, she remarked. As she spoke, a green glow emanated from Akiko's fair palm, and Yang Tai felt a tingling sensation. Her healing technique was indeed effective. Though Yang Tai's injury had healed on the first day of his visit, Akiko insisted on his returning several times. After all, an injury to the hand is something a ninja must not take lightly. As Akiko withdrew her hand, Yang Tai rubbed his palms together and awkwardly smiled. Sister Akiko, I have a favor to ask. May I? You rascal, just say it outright. Every time you wear that expression, I can only assume it's not good news. Akiko pretended to scold him as she lightly tapped his head. Yang Tai, like a child, playfully pouted. Sister Akiko, I want to learn the healing technique. Really? You wish to study medical ninjutsu? Akiko was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yang Tai's interest in medical ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, she realized it would be beneficial for her younger brother, who had limited chakra and faced considerable danger during missions. Well, that's not entirely out of the question, is it? Really? Yang Tai was pleasantly surprised by Akiko's quick agreement. Seeing Yang Tai so excited, Akiko poked his forehead and replied, Do you think medical ninjutsu is so easy to learn? First, you must master chakra control. Here, take this scroll and study it. I have to get back to work. I'll be off in 2 days to visit Grandpa, and I promise to teach you in detail then. Thank you, Sister Akiko, you're the best. Yang Tai exclaimed, taking the scroll. All right, now scram. Akiko waved him off with a look of feigned annoyance. Goodbye, Yang Tai said, waving as he left without looking back. Akiko chuckled, shaking her head as she returned to her duties. After meandering back to the small courtyard, Yang Tai opened the scroll, glanced through it, and shook his head before closing it again. The technical jargon within was beyond his understanding. It would be better for Akiko to teach him in person. Now, he needed to contemplate how to breach defenses. Indeed, it was all about breaking through formidable barriers. Without resolving this issue, he would find himself at a disadvantage against Gaara. As for the wind release, vacuum blade, the effectiveness in breaching defenses was rather mediocre. Yangtai had succeeded last time solely because Gaara had been careless, and due to the shield of sand, it could only be deemed a minor injury. Next time, Gaara would surely not grant Yangtai such an opportunity, likely encasing himself in a protective sphere. Some might suggest, then just use the Rasengan. However, it wasn't that Yangtai was unwilling, he simply lacked the capability. In truth, Yangtai had already reached the second stage of Rasengan long ago, yet its practical application fell short compared to Shuriken, as it was nearly impossible to hit an enemy and consumed excessive chakra. With the addition of the summoning technique, he could manage to create only about 2 Rasengan before his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Otherwise, one might wonder why Kakashi could use it so freely. It wasn't a matter of inability, rather, it was a shortage of chakra. As for the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his flamboyant abilities were simply a testament to his abundant chakra reserves. To reach the minimum standard for training sage techniques, one must possess considerable chakra, an absurd notion otherwise. If only he could learn the Chidori. With a sigh, Yangtai lamented that, for an ordinary individual, the Chidori indeed proved far more practical than the Rasengan, especially with the use of lightning chakra to enhance speed, far surpassing the Rasengan. He resolved to practice the Rasengan. Lamentably, this was the only technique capable of breaching defenses. Whether he liked it or not, Yangtai raised his hand, and a blue chakra sphere appeared in his palm, albeit fluctuating with instability. With a change in expression, the chakra sphere slowly dissipated as Yangtai fell into deep contemplation. As he resolved to continue his practice of the Rasengan, he prepared to innovate a brand new ninjutsu inspired by the concept of a cutting machine from his past life, akin to the spirit bomb in Dragon Ball. The idea was to create a technique with significant power while consuming minimal chakra. Shadow Clone Technique. Jutsu, practice the Rasengan for 2 hours, Yangtai instructed, observing his 2 idle clones. Unfortunately, the duration was too lengthy. The shadow clones would return to the original body, leaving Yangtai fatigued, a lesson learned over the years. What a grueling task, one clone complained, beginning to form the Rasengan. Yangtai nodded, retreating indoors to address his third dilemma, insufficient chakra. Currently, there were no effective solutions. Only a half-baked method he had gleaned from the Chunin exam's Heaven and Earth scrolls. It was well known that when shadow clones dissipate, they return with a portion of chakra and information. Naruto had employed this method to swiftly enter Sage mode during his battle with Pain. However, Yangtai's execution proved somewhat clumsy. He needed to allocate most of his chakra to the shadow clones beforehand, leaving him to painstakingly refine his chakra alone. Additionally, the sealing of shadow clones should not exceed 6 days, as the Forest of Death's completion time was 5 days, and the Heaven and Earth scroll could preserve clones for at most 6 or 7 days. Otherwise, his body might not withstand it. This required further experimentation on Yangtai's part. If all went well, he would at least not have to worry about chakra during the exams. Thus, speed, defense-breaking capabilities, and chakra would all be accounted for, granting him at least a 60% chance of defeating Gaara. Next, the greatest challenge loomed, sealing Shikaka's chakra. This had been Yangtai's most significant scheme in recent days. His subconscious told him that Shikaka's chakra was the key to elevating his own abilities. However, the method of sealing posed a dilemma. Moreover, the quantity was substantial. Yangtai recalled that as long as tailed beast chakra was separated, regardless of how much was utilized, any residual chakra would gradually replenish itself. Even Orochimaru had replicated the 8 tails chakra using its cells, an absurd feat indeed. Of course, Yangtai lacked Orochimaru's capabilities, so he resolved to utilize sealing techniques. But which sealing method would suffice? The 5 elements sealing technique. This was the most advanced sealing technique Yangtai possessed, capable of sealing special chakra. Furthermore, he recalled that Orochimaru had reinforced Naruto's 8 trigram seal using this technique, confirming its efficacy in sealing tailed beast chakra. Besides, he was not sealing an entire tailed beast, merely a portion of its chakra. With this thought, Yangtai began to delve into the intricacies of the 5 elements sealing technique. Meow, Master Yangtai. While Yangtai was engrossed in writing, he was startled by the sight of Liang Xiang, her big, bright eyes fixed upon him. How goes the surveillance? He inquired, lifting her into his arms and stroking her fur. Liang Xiang mentioned that Chojuro will soon be dispatched on a mission, meow. Liang Xiang stretched comfortably in his embrace. This creature, after all, was a spy for Orochimaru, akin to Yakushi Kabuto. Naturally, it is clear what Yakushi Kabuto intends to do. Now is an opportune moment to escape. Should Kabuto's identity be unveiled, his two comrades would undoubtedly find themselves summoned to the interrogation room of Konohagakure. The interrogation room is a place where once you enter, every detail is scrutinized, even the most trivial. Yentai's lips curled into a smile. This timid turtle was finally about to venture out. Not in vain after waiting for so long. To be honest, Yentai was quite covetous of his abilities, or rather, his technique for absorbing chakra. The concept and certain methodologies of this technique are quite commonplace, yet the essence of chakra absorption is what Yentai yearned for most. With this technique, would it not be simpler to utilize or extract the chakra of Shikaku, the one-tail? If it proves useful, it would be a delightful twofold benefit. Furthermore, this technique also offers subtle control over chakra, which might inspire his studies in medical ninjutsu or the creation of the Qi Yuan / Liangxiang. You should return and inform Dai. It would be best to ascertain the precise timing. Yentai finally gave a flick of his wrist, placing it by the window. Farewell. Meow. With that, the little creature leapt onto the rooftop and vanished. Hurry back. I promised Shorin I would pick her up, Yentai murmured, glancing into the distance before returning to his original spot to continue sketching his runes. Chapter 30. Chakra Absorption Technique. 2 days passed in anticipation. Finally, that fellow Chikanzai made his move. Yentai smiled, quickly accepting a C-rank mission to convey intelligence, and followed suit. Just as Yentai completed his registration and walked away, two figures swiftly disappeared into the crowd. At the Konohagakure reception, Lord Maki, the leaf ninja who battled Gaara, has exited the village, reported a sand ninja spy. Kneeling on one knee, Gaara's opponent? He has already learned through Kankuro and Temari about the Chunin exams. Someone who can evenly match Gaara, even injuring him, must not be allowed to remain. A glint of cold light flashed in Maki's eyes as he commanded, "Send the order down. Surround and eliminate this individual with 3 squads. Remember, be discreet. There must be no errors at such a crucial moment." Understood, the spy replied. Maki waved his hand. "You may leave. Another genius of Konohagakure is about to be lost, but will the Wind Shadow truly succeed?" Maki remained skeptical of the plan that had not yet crumbled, but alas. This was the unanimous decision of the Wind Shadow and the Elder Council. Outside the village of Konohagakure, Yentai had reunited with Liangxiang. Under Liangxiang's guidance, Yentai had successfully trailed Chikanzai. "Liangxiang, you should head back. Check on the little one," Yentai stated. "Farewell, Meow." With a puff, the smoke cleared, and Liangxiang disappeared. Yentai chuckled, entirely unconcerned that Haru would harbor any suspicions, for he had already prepared a preemptive measure, claiming that Kabuto was an agent of Orochimaru. Naturally, Haru did not believe it, asking for evidence, which Yentai lacked, but he urged Haru to keep watch for a few days, assuring him that Kabuto would soon make a move while he gathered proof. Although the rationale was flimsy, their bond over the years led Haru to trust him. Yentai's pursuit lasted the entire day. Chikanzai was moving too hastily, employing all his cunning to conceal his tracks. Time and again, Yentai nearly lost him. Having distanced himself from Konohagakure, it was time to act. Yentai narrowed his eyes and slowly approached Chikanzai. "Finally, I have left Konohagakure behind." Chikanzai wiped the sweat from his brow. After running for a day and night, he needed to rest. After consuming some military rations, his hunger gradually subsided, and even his chakra replenished significantly. This Kabuto is truly reckless. Without Lord Orochimaru's orders, he dares to act independently and has implicated himself. How foolish. At this thought, Chikanzai's anger surged from beneath his sunglasses. Once he returned to the village, he would certainly report this to someone. Clang. Chikanzai sprang to his feet, swiftly drawing a kunai and adopting a defensive stance. A 3-pronged kunai? His small eyes darted beneath the sunglasses, surveying the surroundings intently. With a rustle, his gaze honed in on a figure clad in blue, golden hair catching his eye. How could it be him? Yentai? Yentai emerged from the thicket, wearing his signature smile. "Long time no see. You, the spy of Orochimaru. What? Has Kabuto already acted?" The rapid pursuit of ninjas from Konohagakure left Chikanzai's mind racing, struggling to piece together the sequence of events. There was only one possibility. This individual was framing him. What Orochimaru? Why are you following me? Do not forget, I am also a ninja of Konohagakure. Clap. Yentai clapped his hands. No wonder you excel as a spy. Your mental fortitude is impressive. Regardless of whether you are a spy, you will not escape today. Bang. A column of water suddenly materialized. Chikanzai was taken aback, not having time to flee, as the cold steel of a kunai pressed against his neck, leaving him pale with fear. Gulp. The sound of him swallowing hard echoed clearly as he trembled. Yentai. As a fellow ninja of Konohagakure, what are you? Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Supporting Chikanzai, Yentai withdrew his hand from the nape of his neck. This method was one that Sister Akiko had taught him regarding medical ninjutsu. Its principle was akin to a swift blow to the back of the head, albeit gentler and commonly used in surgeries. Laying Chikanzai flat, Yentai immediately retrieved 5 scrolls and began forming seals rapidly. 5 elements sealing, slapping his palm against Chikanzai's abdomen. The symbols from the scrolls converged in Yentai's palm like playful fish, inscribing the characters of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth upon Chikanzai's belly, which gradually faded from view. Utilizing the sealing scrolls proved to be an efficient way to conserve chakra. Extravagance akin to that of Orochimaru and Jiraiya was unnecessary. Yentai mused as he hoisted Chikanzai and vanished into the forest. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Chikanzai slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? In an instant, he regained his senses and quickly assessed his surroundings. It was a dim, damp cave, and he was curled up in a corner. Just as he attempted to rise, his legs buckled, and he collapsed back to the ground. How could this be? Why can I not mobilize my chakra? Such a waste of effort. Your chakra has been sealed by me. Yentai's figure materialized slowly. Chikanzai regarded Yentai thoughtfully for a long moment before hoarsely asking, "What do you intend to do with me?" Yentai was somewhat curious about Chikanzai's reaction. Truly, as a subordinate of Orochimaru, his composure was commendable. Take a wild guess. The information from Lord Orochimaru, or perhaps there's something on me that you desire, Chikanzai calmly analyzed, observing Yentai's unusual expression, which further solidified his hypothesis. Yentai nodded candidly, stating plainly, "I seek your chakra absorption technique." Chikanzai felt an immediate affront. "You want this? Why not just say so? I have shared it with others before. As for kidnapping and using blunt force, what, do you disagree?" Yentai regarded Chikanzai's peculiar expression, initially believing he would refuse. His countenance darkened, sensing it was time to enlighten him about the 10 tortures of the Qin dynasty. First, would it be chilly water or the torture rack? Chikanzai, realizing Yentai's misunderstanding, hastened to clarify, "I will tell you. I will tell you everything." Is that so? You submitted rather quickly. I haven't even begun to apply pressure yet. Surely, you aren't feigning? Indeed, that must be the case. First, I shall use chilly water and see how you respond. Chikanzai exclaimed, "You are too high-minded. You think you're remarkable." As Yentai withdrew a thermos from his pouch, a wave of malevolence washed over Chikanzai, compelling him to plead. "Big brother, I will confess. I will divulge everything." Yentai scrutinized him skeptically, retrieving a scroll and pen. "You speak. I shall take notes." Upon hearing this, Chikanzai nodded vigorously, commencing his explanation of the chakra absorption technique. Yentai silently remembered and occasionally inquired about the previous content. The red copper armor was somewhat alarmed. For ninjutsu, lacking a cohesive system, appeared merely as a rough draft, haphazardly assembled. Chapter 31. The Sand Ninja's Pursuit. Yentai understood that the inquiries were about certain philosophies. Ninjutsu does not possess fixed values. Akin to the second Hokage, who created numerous techniques, most were incomplete. The most renowned, the Flying Thunder God technique, was refined by the fourth Hokage into an advanced version, along with several unique maneuvers. Yentai, after 2 rounds, should I be free to go? Red Copper Armor tentatively asked, licking his cracked lips. Close enough. Yentai responded with satisfaction, nodding at the 2 scrolls. Hearing this, Red Copper Armor was delighted and struggled to sit up. Here, drink this. Yentai produced a small glass vial containing a golden liquid from seemingly nowhere. Is it poison? Red Copper Armor gazed at the vial with trepidation. No, merely a hallucinogen. I shall ask once more. Yentai uncorked the vial and explained. A hallucinogen. Red Copper Armor was familiar with this substance. It was typically used to extract information, akin to a genjutsu's effect. Those who consumed it would reveal their secrets, though some, marked by a curse seal, could not speak when questioned. Before Red Copper Armor could react, Yentai grasped his chin and administered the potion. Moments later, Red Copper Armor began to drift into a daze, appearing entirely submissive. Are you a virgin? Yentai probed. I am, Red Copper Armor replied vacantly. Surprised, Yang Tai thought. It seems to be effective. Otherwise, what man at this age would claim to be a virgin? Now, enlighten me about the chakra absorption technique. Yang Tai prepared paper and pen, ready to document the information. After a brief moment, Yang Tai confirmed that red copper armor had indeed spoken the truth. Why did you not deceive me? Yang Tai inquired. Because I have already exchanged this technique with others, yet they lack the control over their chakra to master it. Red copper armor answered candidly. Yang Tai was taken aback and instinctively asked, if I were to exchange with you, would you agree? Yes, red copper armor replied. Why? Yang Tai pressed further. Just as with the ninjutsu in a library, it remains there, difficult to grasp, red copper armor explained. Yang Tai acknowledged this as a truth. Without further words, he gradually rose and swiftly ended red copper armor's life. With a fireball, the remains were turned to ash. It could be considered a mercy to die without suffering. It was time to reunite with Shokurin. With this thought, Yang Tai hastened towards the grass ninja village. Before the conclusion of the Chunin exam preliminaries, Yang Tai had arranged to meet Shokurin along the path to the grass ninja village. The towns were situated on the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. According to Shokurin, their lead Chunin would complete a B-rank mission there. Thus remaining for a while, Yang Tai planned to intercept them. He intended to bring the little girl back to Konoha. For this, he had even prepared a temporary residency permit. After all, such a rare asset as Shokurin must be secured under his control, minimizing outside interference due to her unique physique. Swish, swish, swish. Captain, we have located the target. A sand ninja swiftly reported upon returning to the camp. Oh. A gaunt man wearing a brown headscarf raised his brow in delight. Finally, news of this individual had arrived. Relay the orders, assemble immediately, and proceed towards the target. Hirano promptly commanded, understanding that this mission was personally assigned to him by Lord Maki. Completing it would elevate his status within the higher ranks, bringing him closer to becoming a formal ninja. Prior to this, he had vowed to capture Yang Tai. However, he felt that dispatching 3 teams and a special jonin to deal with a mere child seemed excessive. Yet, orders from above must be followed. On the border between the land of grass and the land of fire, in a small town, Shokurin gazed at the bustling crowd outside the inn, lost in thought. It had been 10 days, yet Yang Tai had not come to retrieve her. Shokurin. A deep, hoarse whisper echoed, and a tall, slender man in black appeared in the room. Captain, Shokurin trembled and replied nervously. Useless. If you had no value left, I would have killed you long ago. The tall man spat angrily, quickly shedding his disguise. Drip, drip. The captain is injured. At this moment, the tall man clutched his arm and impatiently shouted, Get over here. Do I need to ask you again? All right. Shokurin pouted, nodded, and rolled up her sleeves as she approached the tall man. The tall man, irritated, grabbed Shokurin's arm and bit down. Clang. Who? With a swift kick, Shokurin was knocked aside, and the tall man quickly seized a kunai. His sharp gaze directed towards the door, catching a glimpse of a trident kunai lodged in the bed. The one who will kill you. A cold voice resonated. A young boy with golden hair appeared before the tall man. Shokurin was initially stunned, but then filled with joy. Yang Tai had come to rescue her. However, she knew now was not the time for words and merely nodded at Yang Tai. Yang Tai offered a slight smile. Playing tricks. The tall man scoffed, vanishing in an instant. Clang, clang. The two exchanged probing strikes before quickly distancing themselves. The tall man glanced at his torn sleeve. This opponent lacked strength, and he was injured. Who are you? I do not believe we are acquainted, he sneered. Dead men do not need to know, Yang Tai replied coldly. Such arrogance. Ignoring his painful arm, the tall man rapidly formed hand seals, inhaled sharply, and exhaled forcefully. Fire release, fire dragon tornado. A fiery vortex spiraled towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai. Shokurin cried out anxiously. The tall man turned, his gaze icy. You traitor. I should have killed you long ago. Boom. Water release, water barrier. A wall of water surged up, instantly extinguishing the flames. Swish, swish. Thud. Ugh, bastard. The tall man clutched his chest, where an oddly shaped kunai had pierced him. Seeing Yang Tai rush towards him, panic surged within him. He turned, fear etched on his face, and lunged towards Shokurin. He now understood that Yang Tai was after Shokurin. If he could capture her, he would have leverage for negotiation. Preserving his life would not be a problem then. With this thought, his expression twisted into a snarl as he reached for Shokurin's neck. Boom. Bang bang. Instantly, the sealing technique on the kunai lodged in the bed and the one in the tall man's chest detonated. In the blink of an eye, the entire room transformed into a swimming pool. The tall man stared in shock, his throat constricting. As his vision blurred, a figure appeared before him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Thud. Yang Tai withdrew the kunai, and the tall man, clutching his neck in agony, gasped a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Though this segment seemed prolonged, it occurred in mere seconds. Chapter 32. The State of the World. Yang Tai. Shokurin embraced Yang Tai's arm, her face radiant with joy, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. She had waited 10 days, fearing Yang Tai would not come. Yang Tai smiled gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. Be good. Don't cry. We should leave this place first. Hom. The little girl's eyes reddened further as she nodded earnestly, suppressing her tears. Yang Tai lifted the corpse from the floor, gesturing for the little girl to follow. The commotion they had caused would soon attract attention. The cursed faucet remains unturned, and Mayan is transformed into a fish pond. Today's fine is certain. Not even the Hokage can halt my fury, I declare. At this moment, a voice filled with exasperation reverberated from downstairs. Yang Tai chuckled and, along with Xiang Lin, leapt from the window. 3 days later, at the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, in the town of Herb. The town derives its name from a plant native to the land of fire. This herb is a natural spice, utilized for crafting sachets, unique perfumes, soaps, and more. It is a premium product, frequently found in the homes of nobles, particularly favored by women. Consequently, herb gained widespread acclaim, and its profitable nature led to the formation of a large clan, adopting the surname of Herb, known as the Herb family. Brother Yang Tai, this place is truly bustling, incomparable to the land of grass. Little Xiang Lin exclaimed, holding Yang Tai's hand and gazing around, much like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Originally, Xiang Lin could have explored the more prosperous Hidden Leaf Village, but her captain ordered her to stay indoors, leaving her longing every day. Now, however, her youthful exuberance was unleashed. Once settled in the Hidden Leaf, she would experience even greater wonders. Yang Tai purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and boasted, in comparison to the Hidden Leaf, this place is like heaven and earth. What does it matter? The Hidden Leaf has television, while here, there is none. Make way. Make way, you lowly peasants. Do you believe that when I become a lord, I one tea slice you all down? Not far away, several rogue samurai brazenly shoved people aside with their blades. Behind them was a bamboo palanquin, carrying a frail old man, who frowned as he scrutinized a ledger, frequently glancing up at the raucous crowd with disdain. Ugh, those contemptible lowly peasants. Brother Yang Tai, why are they so arrogant? Just like the lords from the land of grass. Little Xiang Lin asked, observing the people being shoved aside, her heart sinking further as some were even knocked down. Yang Tai appeared bewildered. Such a melodramatic scene had unexpectedly unfolded before him. He immediately grasped Xiang Lin's small hand and retreated. What was that saying? As long as one possesses no morality, morality cannot bind them. Better to be a dog in peace than a man in chaos. The current state of the ninja world is utterly chaotic, with cannibalism becoming alarmingly common. It is utter chaos. No wonder Madara has been covertly scheming the Moon Eye plan to attain world peace. His reasons are not unfounded. What Yang Tai could do now was to restrain himself. Tightening his grip on the little girl's hand, he spoke with a hint of gravity. Where there is light, darkness must exist. When we are weak, let us not succumb to darkness. Instead, we must uphold our principles and conscience. One day, when we grow strong, we will become part of the light. Upon finishing this statement, Yang Tai felt his face flush with embarrassment, but he soon relaxed. Without such dramatic expressions, he wondered how the girl might interpret his words. Yet, this revelation made Yang Tai realize that he had absorbed too much of the will of fire, akin to brainwashing, albeit in a positive direction that he could fully embrace. Steer clear of darkness, and uphold our principles and conscience. Little Xiang Lin murmured, having never heard such sentiments before. Yang Tai was the first to share them with her. Upholding one's principles and conscience, and one day becoming part of the light. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she nodded vigorously at Yang Tai. Brother Yang Tai, I will. Indeed. Yang Tai replied, I merely offered some encouragement. How is this girl so quick to respond? She isn't imagining anything unreasonable, is she? Peering at the little girl with skepticism, he noticed her confidence blossoming, which seemed to signal a positive development. He clenched his fist in encouragement. Keep it up. Xiang Lin beamed sweetly, returning the gesture. Get out of the way. Didn't you hear me? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? A middle-aged rogue in a red cloak slapped an elderly man, who had been leaning on a wooden stick, to the ground and followed up with a couple of kicks. Cursing all the while, the old man lay on the ground, bloodied and groaning, his basket of vegetables scattered about. Damn it, still pretending. I'll teach you a lesson. The red-clad rogue kicked the elderly man again, who was already in a pitiful state. Grandma, don't hit my grandma. At this moment, a little girl with a ponytail cried as she clung to the elderly man. The crowd murmured, yet none stepped forward to help. Not even to pull the old man away. Not a single soul. Such is the state of the world. It appeared absurd that such individuals or rulers could exist. Yet, this was the reality. Often, the truth is even more absurd than one can imagine. These people merely flaunted their status and power, indifferent to the lives lost. Apologies, but they are worth less than cattle. Brother Yang Tai? Little Xiang Lin anxiously shook Yang Tai's hand, her eyes pleading. Yang Tai felt somewhat speechless. He anticipated being morally compelled. Well, perhaps it would serve to gain favor in Xiang Lin's eyes. Foul girl, dare you protect him? You seek death. The red-clad rogue's eyes glinted with malice as he thrust the hilt of his blade towards the little girl's eyes. Let you lowly lives obstruct my path. Xiaohuan. The old man on the ground struggled to rise, knowing that this warrior meant to strike hard. The surrounding crowd regarded the scene with sympathy and sorrow. Little Xiaohuan stood frozen in fear, her eyes widening as the wooden hilt approached her, trembling as she closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. What is happening? Has the warrior paused? Gradually opening her eyes, she found the hilt merely an inch away, gripped tightly by a hand adorned with prominent veins. Gulp. Xiaohuan nervously swallowed, hastily distancing herself. Before her stood a figure clad in black, with golden hair and a sword slung across his back. Was this warrior saving her? The red-clad rogue's expression soured. Someone dared to block his path in Herb Town. It seemed his reputation had waned in his absence. You little brat. Are you seeking death? Yang Tai released the hilt, slowly drawing his long sword as he coldly stated, let us engage in a friendly duel. What? The red-clad rogue was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You wish to duel with me? Ha ha ha. Those behind him joined in the laughter, mocking the audacity of this young boy, challenging Lord Tian. Did you not notice that this fellow is an outsider? No wonder he dares to challenge Lord Tian, otherwise. Who in Herb Town would do so? The onlookers shook their heads. Old Wong, another fool seeking to challenge Lord Tian. TSK, what a pity for such youth. They regarded the young man, noting his potential, hoping he wouldn't be killed. Unfortunately, they had witnessed too many warriors come to challenge Lord Tian, all returning in utter defeat, and the weaker ones often fell with a single blow. The red-clad rogue laughed heartily, observing Yang Tai standing resolute with his sword, evidently waiting for him to draw his own. A flicker of disdain crossed his face. You'll regret this, little brat. I accept your challenge. With that, the red-clad rogue drew his katana with a clang. The old man in the bamboo palanquin closed his ledger, resting his chin on his hand, watching the confrontation with keen interest. Was this a martial exchange between warriors? Alas, it was not a duel. A duel would determine not only superiority, but also life and death. The red-clad rogue bellowed, gripping his blade with both hands. He swung fiercely at Yang Tai. Clang. Sparks flew as the two clashed, separating swiftly, each tightening their grip on their respective swords. What immense strength. This fellow is quite remarkable. The red-clad rogue began to circle around Yang Tai, searching for any weaknesses, aiming to conclude the battle in one decisive strike. Yang Tai's gaze remained fixed on his opponent's movements. While the man's character was questionable, his swordplay was undeniably proficient. However, Yang Tai surmised that this brute's aggressive approach would ultimately fail. With that thought, he launched a swift thrust of his sword. The strike was vicious, aimed directly at the opponent's throat, and given that the rogue was in the midst of changing his stance, a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal blow. The red-clad rogue, sensing the danger, swiftly performed a roll to evade the strike. Yang Tai's eyes lit up, and he immediately intensified his assault, each sword stroke sharper and more cunning than the last. The rogue hurriedly defended himself with his blade, his face flushed with exertion. It was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Lord Tian is actually being overwhelmed, exclaimed an onlooker, astonished. How young is this kid? The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, not expecting Yang Tai to be so formidable, especially against Lord Tian. Internally, they reveled in the moment, after so many years. This scoundrel had finally met his match. Delightful. Go, brother Yang Tai, shouted Xiao Xianglin, filled with excitement. Yang Tai smiled slightly. It was time to end this. With a swift kick, he sent the red-clad rogue's sword flying, placing his own blade against the rogue's neck. Yield, he declared, sheathing his sword. Yang Tai waved towards Xiao Xianglin and walked away, considering this merely a brief interlude. Good heavens, Lord Tian has actually lost. The rogue, unable to believe his eyes, was in shock. For 6 or 7 years, Lord Tian had held sway over Xiangzhou town, undefeated, yet now, he had been bested. While this was not a complete collapse of faith for them, it was still a profoundly shocking event. Even the elderly man on the bamboo sedan was moved. Typically, ordinary ninjas could not best a warrior of Lord Tian's caliber. This clearly illustrated the strength of Lord Tian. Yet he had been defeated by a mere child wielding a sword, a revelation that left many astounded. Could this boy be from the Iron Country? The thought crossed many minds. After all, he was well acquainted with the world and had been to the Iron Country, a land of warriors revered as a sanctuary for samurai, whose prowess rivaled that of ninjas. The red-clad rogue, hearing the murmurs around him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face alternating between crimson and pale. As he watched Yang Tai approach Xiao Xianglin without a hint of caution, a surge of malice surged within him. He had never endured such humiliation in Xiangzhou town. With a cold glare, he resolved that Yang Tai must die. Seizing the fallen sword from the ground, he aimed a deadly slash at Yang Tai's neck. If this blow connected, it would surely sever his head. Lord Tian is furious. He's coming for us. The nearby crowd scattered in panic, distancing themselves from these two harbingers of doom. Lord Tian, is this not rather despicable? One warrior inquired. Another, observing the spectacle, chuckled lightly and then shouted, Dare to offend Lord Tian? Cut him down. Smack. That warrior slapped himself, realizing how foolish he sounded. Does martial ethics even matter? He was a man of principles, after all. Lord Tian is mighty. Lord Tian is imposing. I would bear your children. By the heavens. The nearby warriors were astounded. The current youth's sycophancy was astonishingly remarkable, far surpassing their own in their youth. How does the saying go? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind, while the latter perish on the shore. No, I cannot be outdone. At that moment, he re-entered the realm of flattery, showering praises with fervor. O venerable one, kneel before you. Open the gates of heaven. His words were so potent that those around him dimmed in comparison, compelled to bow their heads. The red-clad rogue, hearing these remarks, trembled, almost dropping his sword. His face burned with humiliation, and had it not been for his remarkable composure, he might have exploded with rage. Brother Yang Tai, be careful, Xiao Xianglin cried out. Her face pale with fear, she rushed towards Yang Tai, sleeves rolled up. At this close range, evasion was futile. Yang Tai swiftly drew his sword, executing a quick parry to block the rogue's fierce attack. Clang! A perfect opportunity. The red-clad rogue seized the moment, launching a series of relentless strikes targeting Yang Tai's vulnerabilities. Yang Tai furrowed his brow. This fellow was becoming increasingly audacious. With a slight surge of chakra, Yang Tai swiftly distanced himself, adopting a stance reminiscent of drawing a sword. Aido, he declared. With a swift motion, a drop of crimson blood fell from his long sword. With a resounding clang, he sheathed his sword and coldly inquired, Do you wish to continue? However, I must caution you. The next match will determine both victory and life or death. Do not get too smug. Our Lord will surely defeat you. A nearby warrior shouted in anger. Do not underestimate our Lord Tian. He will claim victory. Another echoed in agreement. Enough. Silence. The red-clad rogue bellowed. A hush fell over the crowd. Even if Lord Tian had been defeated, he remained the pinnacle of Xiangzhou town. No one dared question that. The red-clad rogue surveyed the area with icy eyes, wiping the blood from his neck, and turned to Yang Tai. Such strength could only belong to a warrior from the Iron Country, especially that Aido. There was a hint of the instant step. This was a hallmark of high-ranking samurai. With a sigh, the rogue sheathed his sword, his eyes reflecting reluctance. He then approached Yang Tai, holding out his sword. Thank you, kind sir. Please show mercy and accept this. Yang Tai nodded, accepting the sword before turning to leave. This was a tradition among warriors, a custom of sorts. To offer one's cherished sword to a stronger opponent, allowing it to serve him in vanquishing even greater foes. Lord Tian, how could you relinquish your sword? A young warrior exclaimed, his beliefs shaken. He glanced doubtfully at the sword in his own hand. An older warrior patted him on the shoulder and said, "Ah, he is a strong one. This is a process you must endure yourself. Otherwise, you will forever doubt the sword you wield." Chapter 34. The Action Yang Tai. Amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, took Xiao Xianglin's hand and walked away. The crowd, sensing the moment, gradually dispersed. As evening fell and they returned to their rented inn, Yang Tai assessed the red-clad rogue's sword. It was indeed impressive, on par with his own quality. However, Yang Tai preferred his imitation of the Tenbu-style sword, akin to the one wielded by Heir Juzi. Stowing his sword, Yang Tai began to disguise himself. His C-rank mission was to investigate the recent anomalies surrounding the Xiangcao family. This task had been directly assigned by Konoha, without any client. Thus, it was precisely why Yang Tai refrained from killing the red-clad rogue today. He simply did not wish to stir trouble. "Creek, brother Yang Tai, what are you doing?" Xiao Xianglin inquired, clutching a heap of snacks. Yang Tai donned a black mask and replied, "I have to step out for a while. I'll be back later." The little girl nodded sagely, cautioning him to be careful. Beneath the mask, Yang Tai smiled slightly, waved, and leaped from the window. With a few agile bounds, he disappeared into the inky darkness of the night. Xiangcao clan headquarters. The Xiangcao family was divided into inner and outer layers, also known as the branch family and the main family. In the past month or two, the clan members had begun to feel a stifling atmosphere. Those who ventured out for trade or encountered misfortune faced severe punishments from the clan leader and elders. Consequently, the once grand family was now filled with trepidation, with even close relatives secretly inquiring and facing harsh repercussions. Particularly in recent days, the elders and clan leader convened nightly meetings, heavily guarded and forbidding any approach. In the clan assembly hall, the room was divided into 3 factions: the clan leader's faction, the elders' faction, and the foreign factions. Clan leader, with an investment of millions. Should we continue to support the land of wind, or should we observe and then reap the benefits? The grand elder inquired, stroking his beard and getting straight to the point. 1. Assist the land of wind in preparing food supplies, securing the exclusive rights to the Xiangcao trade. 2. Fully align with the land of wind, defeating Konoha to obtain exclusive rights. This is the matter that has been the focus of discussion these days. The head of the Xiangcao clan gently exhaled over a steaming cup of tea, took a sip, and did not respond to the elder's inquiry. Instead, he shifted the topic. This matter is organized by the Council of Elders. Have you clarified the determination of the Sand Ninja in recent days? They will certainly not disclose specific arrangements to us. However, I received an important piece of intelligence yesterday. Based on my analysis, if that entity appears, the destruction of Kanahegakure is over 80 certain. The elder pondered for a moment, preparing to keep his cards close to his chest. Such a trump card cannot be revealed easily. The elder began to speak in riddles, mentioning the exclusive rights of the land of fire and the land of wind. The representative from the foreign faction scoffed, then explained, those greedy sand ninjas, even if they could defeat Kanahegakure, would they truly grant such immense benefits to their clan? In my opinion, clan leader, we have already secured the exclusive rights in the land of wind and successfully opened the trade routes there. That is sufficient. As for fully siding with the sand ninja, let us refrain from that. It could backfire, turning us into the prey rather than the hunters, leading to a loss that outweighs the gains. The elder, enraged, slammed the table and retorted, "You short-sighted fool. Do you think I lack insight? Do you even know what the Sand-Hidden Village has deployed? You stand there boasting." The representative from the foreign faction's face darkened. But out of respect for the elder's status, he refrained from rebuttal. Otherwise, it would end up like a few days ago, with a quarrel that led nowhere. The head of the Xiangcao clan set down his teacup, glanced at the two, and calmly asked, "Have you finished arguing?" The assembly fell silent. "Now that you have concluded, allow me, as the clan leader, to share my thoughts." He turned to the elder and said, "Elder, from the outset, the clan members have fully supported you, affirming your contributions to the family. However, the matter of the clan's survival is not to be taken lightly. Unless the Council of Elders provides the clan members with a compelling reason they cannot refuse, even if I, as the clan leader, agree, the clan members will not." The elder bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent. This matter was of utmost significance. If word got out, the Xiangcao clan could easily face annihilation. Seeing the elder deep in thought, the clan leader remained patient, sipping his tea as he awaited the elder's decision. As the head of the clan, His duty was to balance the tensions between the foreign and internal factions. He would not make hasty decisions unless the clan's existence was at stake. Ah, gentlemen, please observe. The elder sighed, seemingly having made a decision, and dipped his finger in the tea, inscribing 4 large characters on the table. Shikaku the One-Tail. What? The foreign representative jumped up, incredulous as he gazed at the elder's beaming face. Even the usually composed head of the Xiangcao clan changed expression. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. No wonder the elder council, who had seemed lacking in spirit yesterday, appeared so invigorated today. Their confidence stemmed from this revelation. It seemed the sand-hidden village was preparing for something monumental, even deploying a tailed beast. Realizing this, the head of the Xiangcao clan hastily inquired, "Has this entity already reached Kanahagakure?" This was the crux of the matter. If Shikaku infiltrated Kanahagakure, the Sand Ninja's odds of success would soar by 30%. The elder nodded with an enigmatic expression. Youth, after all, is still youthful and lacks experience. Upon hearing this, both the clan leader's faction and the foreign representatives were taken aback. Had they previously learned that the Sand Ninja had deployed Shikaku, they would have been shocked and thought Kanahagakure would be difficult to conquer. Now, it was akin to knowing the winning lottery numbers. Why not place a bet? Clan leader, please agree. Indeed, the elders are acting for the good of the clan. We cannot disappoint their intentions. For the continuation of our clan leader, please consent. Listening to the clamorous voices around him, the head of the Xiangcao clan sighed. His opposition would be futile, with such a trend towards immense profit. How could these individuals let this opportunity slip away? If he were to disagree now, it was likely that the Xiangcao clan would have a new leader by nightfall. Silence. The assembly quieted. The clan leader's authority was indeed formidable. Elder, please inform the Sand Ninja that our Xiangcao clan will fully cooperate with the actions of the Land of Wind. The clan leader commanded the elder. Then turned to the foreign representatives. Prepare the food supplies and war materials. We will support the Sand Ninja at any moment. Very well, let us proceed with our plans. Yoda slowly closed the tile, having overheard some remarkable information today. However, what the elder had inscribed on the table had stirred such excitement within the clan. It could not possibly be a treasure, could it? TSK, it seems my troubles have just escalated. Chapter 35. The trap Yoda contemplated as he gradually stood up, only to find himself surrounded by 3 Sand Ninja. Judging by their attire, they were all lower-ranked ninjas. You have 2 options. 1. Surrender voluntarily. 2. We will take action ourselves. The leading Sand Ninja stated coldly, his bright eyes scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Yoda's understanding of the situation crystallized. Damn, this is a trap. Those Sand Ninja are actually fishing for big game. I choose the 3rd option, to eliminate you, Yoda declared, throwing 3 kunai at the trio. Clang, clang, clang. Such bravado from a leaf ninja. Yoda glanced over, noticing the Xiangcao clan leader had appeared on the rooftop, chakra fluctuating. A ninja? What a skilled concealment. I couldn't sense his jutsu earlier. Clearly, this individual was formidable. Xiangcao clan leader, are you truly certain about opposing the Leaf Village? Their strength is beyond your imagination. Yoda inquired. The clan leader shook his head with a smile. The Leaf Village is indeed powerful, but is the Sand Ninja weak? Yoda suddenly realized that the Sand Ninja's military prowess was not to be underestimated. He then surveyed the area, puzzled. I came here. I can't possibly be the leaf spy they exposed, can I? This has been a web laid over several days. Counting you, we have only caught 3 fish. The Xiangcao clan leader explained. However, figures began to shift behind him. It appeared he was surrounded by at least 100 warriors. All right, Xiangcao clan leader, take him alive. The leading Sand Ninja commanded. Understood. The Xiangcao clan leader removed his outer robe, forming hand seals as he approached slowly. Swish, swish, swish. Observing this, Yoda threw several kunai at the Xiangcao clan leader. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the clan leader was enveloped in rock, showing no inclination to dodge Yoda's assaults. Several kunai scraped against his chest, sparking and falling to the ground. Yoda's pupils dilated. The tortoise shell jutsu. You cannot break my jutsu. Surrender, and you may have a chance at survival. The Xiangcao clan leader proclaimed, cracking his knuckles with an air of arrogance. I'll go first. One of the Sand Ninja, already impatient, unfurled a scroll, summoning a white puppet beside him. Rapidly manipulating chakra, the puppet brandished a long sword and lunged toward Yoda. Clang, clang, clang. Yoda swiftly parried with his kunai, kicking the puppet away. This puppet is too weak, its speed is lacking. Crushing fist. A fierce punch surged toward Yoda, who turned in shock. Body flicker technique. Boom. Tiles scattered as a massive hole was smashed into the rooftop. Yoda swiftly evaded to the side, internally astonished. This jutsu is incredibly destructive. It could even qualify as elite. In the Chunin ranks, any ninja excelling in a technique beyond that of most Chunin could become an elite ninja through assessment. It seemed that if he wished to escape, he first needed to find a way to subdue this formidable opponent. The head of the Vanilla clan was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated that a mere Chunin from Konoha would possess such skills. The body flicker technique was impressive, but alas, you cannot escape. The Sand Ninja Puppet Master declared loudly, "This time I shall not be careless. Prepare to die. I wager you cannot catch me." Yangtai chuckled lightly. "Ha ha. If you manage to escape, I will personally apologize to the Hokage." The head of the Vanilla clan laughed heartily and swiftly charged towards Yangtai. "Jijiji, if you flee, I shall call you father." The Sand Ninja manipulated his chakra, and the puppet shot forward with a whoosh. The remaining two Sand Ninjas closed in from the sides. Boom. A C-type water column erupted. The participants were caught off guard. Whoosh. A figure flashed before the two encircling Sand Ninjas, and in an instant, blood sprayed from their necks as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "What? Bakken, is this the body flicker technique? Damn it!" The head of the Vanilla clan exclaimed, stunned. Was this speed even humanly possible? The Sand Ninja Puppet Master was equally incredulous, attempting to rush to the aid of his companions, yet found it utterly impossible. The speed was too rapid. In the blink of an eye, his two teammates had met their demise. Suddenly, the Sand Ninja Puppet Master was horrified to see a wet, shadowy figure materialize from the water column behind the head of the Vanilla clan. No need for the Sand Ninja Puppet Master to remind him. The head of the Vanilla clan had already sensed it. Unfortunately, the opponent was too swift, and his body could not keep up. How outrageous. However, with his own defenses, he was confident the opponent could not break through. Concentrating his chakra, the rocky skin on his body visibly thickened. "Amir Kanai?" Yangtai smirked beneath his mask. Had he not previously been helpless against the turtle shell? Now he would retaliate. His damp palm quickly formed a chakra sphere, which he pressed fiercely against the back of his opponent. "Ah!" The head of the Vanilla clan screamed in agony, furiously smashing his fist through the roof, crashing down. Boom. "What a pity." Yangtai shook his head. Had this been on solid ground, that fellow would have been finished. It was merely luck that had saved him. A feigned attack, was it? The Sand Ninja Puppet Master was bewildered. How could someone like the head of the Vanilla clan be considered a special Jonin? Defeated in one move. You tell me this is a Chunin from Konoha? This is simply absurd. Yangtai turned to glance at the watchful Sand Ninja Puppet Master, letting out a sigh. He discarded a kunai, and the water column exploded. The figure had vanished from sight. Did he look down upon him? Or did he simply not take him seriously? With a wry smile, he retracted his puppet and checked on his companions, confirming their demise. Ignoring them, he leaped down from the rooftop. What met his eyes was a crowd of old and young surrounding the head of the Vanilla clan. The sight was gruesome, a small pit of flesh and blood. Even the spine had been ground down. That Konoha ninja's chakra sphere was indeed powerful. Had he been struck by it, he would surely have perished. Thankfully, he had been fortunate. "Enough of your noise," the head of the Vanilla clan said weakly, his face pale. A swarm of old men buzzed around him like flies, driving him mad. His gaze fixed on the Sand Ninja Puppet Master. He ordered, "Quickly inform Sunagakure to send reinforcements." "I will." The Sand Ninja Puppet Master nodded but expressed concern. Konoha might retaliate soon. "Should we withdraw?" "Withdraw? What a joke. My family's fortune is tied to Vanilla. Can you tell me to retreat now? Am I even able to withdraw? Do you think I dare? Those old geezers would seize my head to appease Konoha. Do you believe that?" The head of the Vanilla clan's blood pressure surged, yet he restrained his anger, explaining, "No need. Based on the capabilities displayed by the Konoha ninja earlier, they should not be able to escape so easily. This indicates they lack sufficient chakra and manpower, which is why they chose to flee. We must prepare for Konoha's counterattack. We need at least one Jonin to hold the fort. You must notify the higher-ups in Sunagakure as soon as possible." So that is how it is. It saddened him that the enemy would spare them due to insufficient chakra and manpower. Indeed, although he hailed from a great ninja village, he lacked the experience compared to these seasoned veterans. With a polite farewell, the Sand Ninja Puppet Master left the Vanilla clan. Chapter 36. Delivering Intelligence Elsewhere. Yangtai finally escaped the Vanilla clan's territory. He removed his mask and wiped the sweat from his brow. His chakra reserves were below 10%. He glanced at his palm, a bitter smile creeping across his face. What a predicament. He was utterly drained. Even if he were to face Kakashi, it would be a struggle. Yet he had managed to eliminate the enemy, only to find himself in such a state. As if unlocking 100 different positions in his mind. He was powerless to do anything. As for why he didn't use the summoning technique, what a joke. Would he waste his trump card? After swallowing a soldier pill, Yangtai dashed back towards the small town. This news must reach the Hokage swiftly. The Vanilla Clan's betrayal of the Sand Ninja was a significant development. Millions in commissions per year. The third Hokage would certainly be furious. The collapse of Konoha's plans. In hindsight, he realized his previous short-sightedness. Such a grand scheme would undoubtedly involve a series of preliminary maneuvers, primarily centered around resource competition. The Vanilla Clan was merely one piece in the Sand Ninja's chess game, a layered strategy to topple Konoha. It was apparent the third Hokage was clear-headed. According to the narrative, the Sand Ninja's attack on Konoha had not lasted even a day, indicating they had been thoroughly prepared by the third Hokage. Indeed, living in the ninja world required constant vigilance. One must understand that a time traveler merely possesses broader knowledge than the locals. If it came to wisdom, he would be played to his demise. Before long, Yangtai returned to the inn, where the little girl was fast asleep, clutching her snacks. Yangtai smiled gently, covered her with a blanket, changed his clothes, and hurried out. It was now 9 o'clock. Most shops along the streets had closed early, but a few remained open, namely, the flower shop and the bar. Yangtai glanced at the sign and casually walked inside. The interior was awash with colorful lights. At the tables, vibrant women adorned in heavy makeup flattered the greasy older men. Those older men were quite boisterous, and Yangtai, despite his youth, felt a stir of excitement at the scene. Seated at the bar, Yangtai addressed the beautiful bartender before him. "Miss, do you have any drinks as lovely as you?" The pretty bartender paused momentarily, perhaps in disbelief. She smiled and asked, "How beautiful do you think I am?" "Hee, you are as beautiful as the moon in the sky," Yangtai replied with a smile. What appeared to be flattery was, in fact, a coded message from Konoha's intelligence department. Furthermore, such contacts would be swiftly rotated after a single interaction, ensuring absolute security. "Giggle, little brother. Your words are as sweet as honey." The beautiful bartender shot Yangtai a playful glance, then cheerfully asked, "So what would you like to drink?" Yangtai felt his cheeks flush. As a young man standing at 178 meters, he was not immune to such charm. Embarrassed, he replied, "A large glass of red wine. Please, I enjoy that flavor." Suddenly, the bartender's expression stiffened, but she quickly regained her professional smile. "Wow, I've been here for over a year, and I never expected to encounter such a delightful surprise today." Upon exchanging the code, the small, medium, and large cups represented requests for C, B, and AS level mission support, respectively. Completing such a task would elevate the mission's level with the Hokage, akin to accomplishing an A-level mission. Tasks above a level in Konoha were not merely about commissions. They were significant credentials for rising to Jonin. This young man was indeed a stroke of good fortune for her. A beautiful young lady, with a radiant smile, gracefully offered a glass of red wine. "How old are you this year, little brother?" she inquired. Yangtai's youthful face flushed slightly as he feigned shyness and replied, "Still young." With a soft giggle, the lovely lady covered her mouth, clearly charmed by this innocent yet precocious young man. "Then let me see just how young you truly are," she whispered enticingly in his ear. Coughing in surprise from the teasing, Yangtai was overwhelmed and spilled the wine he had just consumed. The lady's laughter was infectious, causing her to tremble with delight, making the atmosphere quite dizzying for him. "Oh, Hongjia, you are quite the predator." At that moment, a woman in a blue cheapao approached, jesting. She settled beside Yangtai, her smile radiant as she remarked, "Little brother, you are truly handsome." Yangtai felt a bit awkward and took a sip of the wine to mask his embarrassment. "You flirt, drawn in by the scent. Why don't you find your own?" Hongjia retorted, playfully swaying her attractive figure as she took a seat on the other side of Yangtai, casting a disdainful glance at the woman in blue. This little vixen disregards all manners, unable to resist a handsome man. "Whatever are you saying, sister? The shop is quite small, and besides..." The woman in blue chuckled softly, casting a challenging glance at Hongjia. "The young man hasn't said a word about it. What is your hurry at your age?" As the two women engaged in their playful banter, Yangtai remained silent, observing for a moment before deciding to leave. Chapter 37. A special mission inside the room. Silence reigned, but the air was thick with tension. Hong Jie swiftly organized various items and retrieved a seemingly ordinary banknote given to her by Yang Tai. This note concealed a significant secret. It was a scroll imbued with a special sealing technique, containing crucial intelligence. Aware of the urgency and importance of this information, Hong Jie wasted no time in taking action. In a flash, she vanished into the night like a specter, disappearing without a trace. It became evident that Hong Jie was no ordinary person but a skilled and trained ninja. Under the cover of darkness, she adeptly navigated through the streets, skillfully evading potential dangers and surveillance. Her movements were graceful and agile, blending seamlessly with the night, making her nearly undetectable. As a professional ninja, Hong Jie possessed extraordinary physical capabilities and combat skills. She was proficient in the use of various hidden weapons, able to deliver a lethal strike without a sound. She also mastered unique techniques of invisibility and disguise, allowing her to evade capture or merge into a crowd unnoticed. The following day at the Hokage's office, suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared, kneeling on one knee to report, "Hokage-sama, the intelligence department has submitted an A-class special report." A-class special report. The term special indicated that the mission could potentially escalate to an S-class level. It had been quite some time since such intelligence had surfaced. The third Hokage set down his pipe, his demeanor serious. "Allow it through." The door creaked open, revealing a tall kunoichi with a ponytail, who slightly bowed to the third Hokage and presented a scroll. "Hokage-sama, Uchida Aya from Vanilla Town has come to deliver an urgent assignment." An Umbu approached and handed the scroll to the third Hokage. Quite an impressive sealing technique. If the unlocking method is incorrect, the contents will transform into something else entirely. Typically, a ninja receiving such a scroll would be at a loss, needing to report to their village for a specialist to decode it. However, for me, a master of ninjutsu, it is not an issue. The third Hokage unfurled the scroll and began to examine it closely. "Reporter, Yang Tai. Key point. The Vanilla Clan has betrayed us and allied with the Sand Ninjas. Specific process. It turned out to be this little fellow," the third Hokage mused to himself. "This lad has less than 20 days until the final Chunin exam. Instead of diligently preparing in Konoha, he ventures out." His attention was quickly captured by the subsequent content. How is this possible? The Vanilla Clan collectively betrays us and aligns with the Sand Ninjas. The Vanilla Clan's annual foreign trade volume is substantial, and they frequently commission tasks, amassing tens of millions in commissions yearly. They are the financial backbone supporting a majority of Konoha's lower ninjas. Now you tell me this financier has fled with the enemy? This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. While people may be expendable, wealth is not. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he struck the table. "Remain calm. One must endure what others cannot." He slammed his hand down hard. "Summon Special Jonin, Moonlight Gale to see me." The sudden outburst startled the surrounding ninjas. What has happened? Even the usually gentle and amiable third Hokage was visibly agitated. Moments later, Moonlight Gale entered, 1,000 books in his mouth. The third Hokage's expression grew grave. "Moonlight Gale, I command you to lead a small team to Vanilla Town and quell the rebellion." As he spoke, he handed the report scroll from Yang Tai to Moonlight Gale, officially designating the mission as S-Class. Chapter 38. Wear it, and you shall grow stronger S-Class. The shock was palpable. Uchida Aya's mouth fell open. It had been ages since Konoha had issued an S-Class mission. Moreover, she was fortunate enough to ride this wave. This meant her promotion to Special Jonin was just around the corner. An S-Class mission. That young brother was truly her good fortune, though somewhat ailing. Moonlight Gale could hardly suppress his excitement. Coughing a few times, he inquired, "Hokage-sama, are you certain an S-Class mission is appropriate?" The third Hokage shook his head. "It is not too high. The Vanilla Clan's secret alliance with the Sand Ninja village has likely been exposed, and Sand Ninja Jonin will undoubtedly come to protect them. They may outnumber you 2-1, placing a heavy responsibility on you as the captain. Do you understand, Gale?" Moonlight Gale paused, contemplating the words, and immediately grasped their meaning. He had become a Chunin at 13, spent 7 to 8 years in the Umbu, and after retiring, became a Special Jonin. He had been diligent over the years. Now his strength and experience had matured, and opportunity had arrived. Completing this task could lead to his promotion to Jonin. The third Hokage intended to elevate him. He knelt on one knee, sincerely stating, Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will complete the mission. Haha, Gale Rise. I have faith in you. There is no time to waste. Go swiftly. The third Hokage gestured kindly. He had long wished to promote Moonlight Gale, but had lacked the opportunity until now. Your subordinate takes leave. Moonlight Gale turned and exited, promptly gathering his team. As Moonlight Gale departed, the third Hokage turned to Uchida Aya. Aya, I appreciate your effort in delivering such vital intelligence. I hereby approve your participation in this S-class mission, which will be recorded in your history. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your support. Uchida Aya was overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling and trembling slightly. You have been away for over a year. Take this time to rest well. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe. Yes. Uchida Aya understood the Hokage's subtle dismissal and wisely exited. With a thud, she closed the door to the Hokage's office, unable to contain the joy on her face. As sweet as melted honey. Yongtai, I shall remember you. With a smile, she left the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, here is the information you requested. An Umbu presented a document to the third Hokage. The third Hokage examined it for a moment, then smiled faintly, placing it on the table. I see. The Chunin exam will be saved. A temporary residency permit will be arranged, and the young lady will return to Konoha. Truly, the successor of the Will of Fire. Certainly. What endears this little creature the most is its complete lack of concealment. It presents itself openly, readily accessible for anyone who might inquire. For Konoha, this transparency is paramount, particularly for its Hokage. In the training grounds of Konoha, under the moonlight, Tsukikage Shippu stealthily approached the woman before him, embracing her with a sense of urgency. He had delightful news to share with his dearest. Yugao, I am on the verge of becoming a jonin, he declared. Yugao, her cheeks flushed with a hint of pink, momentarily froze upon hearing his words. Initially filled with joy, her expression swiftly transformed into one of concern as she turned to her beloved, asking, Is it dangerous? Placing his hands gently on her shoulders, Tsukikage Shippu reassured her with a warm smile. Do not worry. This mission is not particularly challenging. Just be careful. As a member of the Umbu, she understood that missions leading to a jonin promotion were seldom simple. Unable to dissuade her beloved, she lowered her head and embraced Tsukikage Shippu, listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, it felt as though the world had fallen silent. At the Kusa family residence, a female sand shinobi emanated a soft green glow as she employed her medical ninjutsu to tend to the wounds of the Kusa clan leader. After approximately half an hour, the leader's injuries were fully healed. Stretching his shoulders, the typically somber visage of the Kusa clan leader broke into a rare smile, exclaiming, Indeed. This advanced medical ninjutsu of the sand is on par with that of Konoha. A nearby sand shinobi proudly remarked, Of course. Pure is our most formidable medical ninja. She has saved countless sand shinobi. Pure's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at the speaker and quietly responded, The Kusa clan leader is too kind. Our medical team has only been established for a short while, so we cannot compare to Konoha. However, my skills in detoxification are unmatched by Konoha for the time being. The Kusa clan leader nodded, aware that Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary sannin, is renowned as the pioneer of medical ninjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, May I ask which jonin has come this time? Just as Pure was about to speak, her brows arched in surprise, and she cheerfully suggested, Let him introduce himself. What? The Kusa clan leader was taken aback. What do you mean? Ah, Pure, your perceptiveness remains as sharp as ever. The Kusa clan leader's body tensed as he caught sight of a figure slowly emerging from the left. Such remarkable stealth. Had it not been for the figure's deliberate revelation, he would have remained oblivious. So, this is what it means to be a jonin. Fear not, esteemed Kusa clan leader. I am Nishiyama Shin, a jonin from the Sand Village. The newcomer, adorned with a green headscarf and tall stature, was clad in the distinctive jonin vest, exuding an air of sophistication despite being in his 30s. The only points of contention were the green headscarf and the hastily drawn face paint, which exuded an odd aura. The Kusa clan leader coughed awkwardly, finding the aesthetic standards of the Wind Country rather unconventional. He clasped his hands together, addressing the green-scarfed jonin. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. Green-scarfed? That does sound better than green headscarf. You have a keen eye. The green-scarfed sand shinobi chuckled, explaining, in our sand village, green is seldom seen, so wearing it signifies trendiness, wealth, and strength. The Kusa clan leader stifled a laugh, his facial muscles twitching in suppressed amusement. Indeed, you are truly one of a kind. Huh, I love to hear such praise. You and I are like old friends already. I have a special gift for you, a rare deep green headscarf. With a hearty laugh, the green-scarfed sand shinobi produced a deep green headscarf and presented it to the Kusa clan leader. Good heavens, a deep green headscarf! The Kusa clan leader exclaimed, hastily waving his hands and forcing a strained smile. No, no, I cannot accept such an honor. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Ah, do not be modest. In our sand village, this is a symbol of strength. Once you don it, you will become even more powerful. If you refuse, it may be seen as an insult. Without further ado, the green-scarf sand shinobi thrust the deep green headscarf into the Kusa clan leader's hands, speaking earnestly. Please, do not be shy. Chapter 39. The eve in a nearby inn, Yongtai felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. The extent of the impact from the information he had submitted was difficult to gauge. However, one thing was certain. It would undoubtedly necessitate the mobilization of Chunin. As the collector of intelligence, he was likely to be directly incorporated into the ranks of Chunin dispatched from Konoha. Besides the current Konoha F4, Chunin wielded considerable authority, particularly the Chunin leader, who held the highest command. In exceptional circumstances, a Chunin could directly instruct Chunin and Genin, who were powerless to resist and must comply without question. Thus, Yongtai began preparing sealing scrolls early on, sealing shadow clones with approximately 90% of his chakra. With the addition of summoning Jutsu chakra, he was no longer concerned about chakra insufficiency. Ha ha ha, when next I encounter that turtle shell, it shall be quite the spectacle. Nevertheless, this brought forth a multitude of dilemmas. Did it mean he would have to reveal his strength ahead of time? He had hoped to astonish everyone during the Chunin exams, leaving them in awe. However, contemplating the prospect of the third Hokage learning of his abilities beforehand was not entirely unfavorable. Yet, the thought of the third Hokage chilling with fear of Danzo, the cunning fifth Hokage, filled him with trepidation. How was he to respond to such an old schemer? What if he sought him out? The implications were no laughing matter. Should the third Hokage perish, Danzo would undoubtedly rise to prominence as the strongest. After much deliberation, Yongtai settled on a conservative approach to undertake missions and buy time until the fifth Hokage ascended, allowing him to return safely. Alas, what am I musing about? Whether that old rascal can take a liking to me is an entirely different matter. Shadow clone, the fourth one. Enough is enough. Yongtai turned over in bed, deciding to rest properly. Such frequent chakra extraction was taking a toll on his body. Creak. Yongtai, it's time for dinner, Shuka chimed as she pushed open the door. Carrying several bento boxes, a lollipop nestled in her mouth, beckoning Yongtai to eat. Yongtai tilted his head to glance out the window. At that moment, the sun was setting, painting the clouds a fiery red. Damn it, time flies too swiftly. He accepted the bento and began to eat heartily. The chakra consumption had indeed left him quite hungry. Ah, how satisfying. The two leaned lazily against their respective headboards, enjoying the blissful moments following their meal. Little girl, Yongtai patted his belly, calling out to Shuka, who had gradually opened up, now casually clutching the panda pillow she had bought today. What is up? Yongtai looked at the little girl seriously and said, let us book another room later. You can't stay in here tonight. Upon hearing this, Shuka shot up, her eyes wide with anxiety as she asked, Yongtai, what's wrong? You don't want me anymore, do you? Seeing her eyes fill with tears, Yongtai hurriedly waved his hands, explaining, don't overthink it. It's because of a mission. A mission? Shuka blinked, then suddenly understood. Could it be that other leaf ninjas were coming? Yongtai, is it? Shoo. Yongtai placed a finger to his lips and nodded. I see. Shuka nodded in understanding and took some money to book another room. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional chirp of insects. At that moment, a crow circled down from the inky sky, hovering above Yongtai's and before settling on the windowsill of his room. With half-closed eyes, Yongtai, caught between dreams and reality, abruptly opened them to focus on the crow. The bird, seemingly possessing intelligence, understood Yongtai's thoughts and promptly spread its wings, performing a few simple gestures that appeared rather comical. Yongtai nodded and spoke in a low voice. Lead the way. The crow flapped its wings and flew out the window, with Yongtai trailing closely behind, weaving through the buildings until they vanished into the darkness of the night. Report. The eastern area is secure for 3 miles. Report. The western area is secure for 3 miles. Report. Report, a person is approaching from the south. It seems to be the Chunin, Yantai. A low, grave voice resonated as the moonlight gale coughed lightly, commanding, bring him here. Yes. A shadow swiftly leaped away into the dark woods. Yantai followed the crow, moving quickly, when suddenly a figure appeared before him. He halted immediately. Although somewhat anxious, he believed the person opposite him was a leaf ninja, thus should not pose significant danger. Yantai, long time no see. The voice that greeted him was melodious and clear, belonging to a girl, to be precise, a young lady. Yantai widened his eyes, trying to make out her face in the dim moonlight. Clad in a standard Chunin vest, she possessed a tall, slender physique with a ponytail cascading down her back. Her forehead protector rested around her neck, and her face radiated vigor under the moonlight. Rinya? Yantai asked, uncertain, as the figure approached. He confirmed it was indeed his old classmate, Yuki Rinya. She was an exceptionally talented girl from his class, an 11-year-old Chunin who became a Chunin at 12. It was safe to say she was one of the top students from Yangtai's cohort. Back in school, she had often mingled with Yantai and his friends, a boisterous girl who once vowed to be a slacker and avoid studying. Little did they know, she had been secretly diligent, astonishing everyone during exams and leaving Yantai and his friends in awe. This earned her the nickname, the Overachiever. Time proved that only the names were mistaken, never the nicknames. This girl truly excelled, becoming a Chunin in just a year, a remarkable feat. Furthermore, her interactions with her old friends had diminished over the years, with rumors suggesting she had joined the Umbu. Humph, you haven't changed at all, still as sharp-tongued as ever, Rinya scoffed, her lips curling in annoyance. Yantai chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Well, you haven't changed either. But now is not the time for reminiscing. Everyone is waiting for you. Rinya took the lead, reminding Yantai to maintain a clear distinction between light and heavy matters. As Yantai followed closely behind, he inquired, Rinya, which Jonin is leading this mission? I won't tell you. You'll find out soon enough. Rinya teased, leaving Yantai speechless. He quickly switched topics. So, how many people are here? Is there a couple of squads? Rinya's expression darkened. 2 or 3 squads. What kind of wishful thinking is that? You might be disappointed. There's only 1 squad. Including you. That makes 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin. And 4 Genin. Just this. Yantai exclaimed, feeling disheartened. 1 squad was far from what he envisioned. He urgently questioned, how can that be? The intel I submitted indicated that the Hokage would at least send 2 squads. Could it be that my intel was leaked or incomplete? This was no laughing matter. The head of the Kusa family actually dared to meddle with the Sand Ninjas, suggesting that the Sand had offered substantial assurances to the Kusa family. At the very least, they had to guarantee safety. Rinya furrowed her brow, realizing Yangtai's concern. They were well aware of the task's nature and classification. An S-rank mission was no trivial matter. But if what Yangtai said was true, the enemy would outnumber them by at least double. It seemed they would need to give their all. After all, their time in the Umbu was not spent idly. She looked at Yangtai with a serious expression. Regardless, this is the Hokage's arrangement. We must follow orders. And you, be careful. Once Rinya finished speaking, she quickened her pace, and ahead, several figures became vaguely visible. Here, Lord Gale, I've brought Yangtai. The 2 landed before the group, and Rinya bowed respectfully. Moonlight Gale. Oh heavens. The one leading this mission is actually him, the one with a frail constitution. Moonlight Gale smiled gently, a rare expression of warmth crossing his otherwise sickly face. Yangtai, we meet again. Yangtai slowly emerged from his surprise, a hint of confusion in his voice as he asked, Instructor, is that really you? Cough, cough. Do you think my strength is weak? Moonlight Gale chuckled, his laughter accompanied by a few coughs. Yangtai shook his head. He certainly did not think Moonlight Gale was weak. On the contrary, this man was formidable. He became a Genin at 12, a Chunin at 13, and spent 7 or 8 years in the Umbu. Such experience was bound to lead him to become a Jonin in due time. Moreover, surviving for so long in the Umbu and managing to retire unscathed spoke volumes about his strength. Had he not joined the Umbu, he might have already been promoted to Jonin through accumulated missions. Yantai was more concerned about the fact that he had shown up. According to the original storyline, this man had perished at the hands of Maki. Now, because of the mission he submitted, he had come back. Was this not akin to escaping a calamity? After all, in this roundabout way, he had saved him. What was this? Had the flutter of his butterfly wings caused a ripple in the fabric of fate? What are you pondering? Moonlight Gale asked, waving his hand in front of Yantai. Coming back to his senses, Yang Tai chuckled awkwardly. He should be focusing on how to deal with the Kusa family and those sand ninjas. Moonlight Gale withdrew his hand and asked with a serious demeanor, "Now, tell me about the ninja intelligence you gathered." Yang Tai was at a loss for words, knowing only the leader of the Vanilla clan. A formidable ninja possessing the strength of a special Chunin and mastery of a technique that enveloped his body in earth. His defensive capabilities were exceptionally robust. The Vanilla clan leader? Why was this not mentioned in the intelligence report? Moonlight Gale queried, his expression serious and his gaze fixed on Yang Tai. The omission of such crucial information was astonishing. "My apologies, instructor." The report did mention it, Yang Tai shrugged, but soon realized it was likely due to his failure to highlight the important details. Feeling somewhat guilty, he continued, "That individual was severely injured by me. Unless a medical ninja intervenes, his recovery will be quite slow." The others reacted incredulously. Is this a form of boasting? A formidable ninja, skilled in earth techniques. And yet you claim to have left him half dead? Lingya interjected, "Instructor, are you not going to address this blatant exaggeration?" Moonlight Gale replied, "It's fine. I will approach it with understanding. Enough with the theatrics. Focus." Moonlight Gale retracted his fist, addressing Yang Tai, who was now shielding one eye. Lingya, observing the situation, nodded with a playful smile, urging him to recount his experiences in detail. Yang Tai revealed his bruised appearance, explaining, "On the night of the full moon at the Purple Blossom Summit, I bang." Yang Tai yelped, clutching his other eye, having once again received a punch. "I was merely trying to lighten the mood." Lingya's expression turned serious as she withdrew her fist, having restrained herself long enough. "Speak plainly. Avoid embellishing with unnecessary details." Yang Tai lowered his hands, revealing both swollen eyes. "That day, while scouting alone, I was encircled by 3 sand ninjas and the Vanilla clan leader. I managed to eliminate 2 sand ninjas and severely injure the leader before successfully escaping." The group stared at him in disbelief. "Are you serious? You took on 4 opponents and claimed to have fled? Who would believe that?" Yang Tai met their skeptical gazes, swallowing hard as he declared, "I swear on my honor. This time I speak the truth. Not a single embellishment." Chapter 41. Are you really in such a predicament? Lingya could no longer contain herself. Every word from Yang Tai seemed insincere. She delivered a powerful punch. Is this the truth? Bang! Yang Tai found himself gripped by the collar. A solid blow landing squarely on his nose, causing blood to flow. Is this truly the case? Lingya demanded, her tone fierce. "Stop. I concede." Yang Tai hastily gestured for a pause, cradling his swollen face, sincerity in his voice. "I will give you another chance." Lingya withdrew her hand, her expression earnest. "I had set a trap, injuring the Vanilla clan leader, which allowed me to escape." Yang Tai sighed, pondering the state of affairs where honesty was met with disbelief. "Oh, how the times have changed." The group murmured in agreement, recognizing the reasonableness of his explanation. Had Yang Tai claimed otherwise, they would not have believed him. "Lord Gale, he has confessed." Lingya spoke respectfully, aware of Moonlight Gale's past role as her superior in the Umbu. Moonlight Gale nodded, stroking his chin, observing Yang Tai's forlorn demeanor. Although something felt amiss, he could not quite pinpoint it. He commanded, "We shall rest here for an hour." "Yes," the group responded. Moonlight Gale continued to ponder, while Yang Tai was pulled aside by Lingya and others to converse. He was surprised to learn that Lingya had already risen to the rank of a leading Chunin, a significant advancement compared to his own status as a struggling genin. The Vanilla clan's residence was unusually illuminated that night. The clan leader, dressed in loose garments, gazed out at the starry sky. Dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, as if foretelling an ominous event. He could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Is it truly unnecessary to set traps or ambushes? In the wild, traps may prove ineffective and become a burden." The green-hatted sand ninja, sipping tea, explained, "Rest assured. I will ensure your safety." Sensing the leader's unease, he attempted to reassure him. "In this era, exceptional talents like myself are often misunderstood, but I am accustomed to it. You have arrived." The Vanilla clan leader squinted at the approaching figures. The green-hatted sand ninja set down his cup and stood up. "I shall meet them." With that, he vanished in an instant. The Vanilla clan leader turned back, finding only the solitary teacup remaining. "Such speed. The advantage lies with me." A faint smile crossed his lips as he stepped forward, leaping into the air towards the leaf ninja. Yang Tai swiftly dispatched a warrior and approached Lingya, inquiring, "Why doesn't the captain opt for assassination?" Lingya, throwing a few shuriken, replied rapidly, The target has recognized the severity of the situation and is on guard. Assassination is unlikely. I suspect the captain aims to eliminate the leader before the enemy can reinforce their ranks. I see, Yang Tai mused, though he had completed numerous missions. His understanding of assassination strategies was limited. Watch out, you incompetent fool. Clang. Yang Tai heard the warning just in time, deflecting several arrows with kunai and retaliating with a handful of shuriken. Shadow clone shuriken technique. Instantly, the shuriken multiplied in the air, creating a dense cloud of projectiles. Nanny. Lingya's team gasped in disbelief, staring at Yang Tai in astonishment. This is a Chunin? How is it that I cannot replicate this? The archers, paralyzed with fear, dropped their bows and fled, cursing their luck for not being born with extra legs. However, it was too late. Their speed could not match that of the shuriken. Only a few would likely escape. As despair loomed, a figure appeared amidst the storm of shuriken. The green-hatted sand ninja scoffed, a mere parlor trick. And you dare challenge me? Wind release, wind avoidance. The sand ninja completed the hand seals, summoning a gust of wind that rendered the shuriken suspended in midair as if trapped in mud. What? Yang Tai furrowed his brow, realizing his technique was countered for the first time so effortlessly. Surely, this ninja must be an elite from their camp. But he too had a Jonin on his side. Where was Moonlight Gale? Prepare yourself, Leaf Ninja. Wind release, great breakthrough. Green Hat Sand Ninja took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled forcefully towards the crowd. A powerful gust of wind chakra surged from his mouth, and in the next moment, the shurikens in the air spun wildly, propelled by the immense airflow towards Yang Tai and his companions. Moonlight Gale, who was invisibly preparing for a sneak attack, hesitated upon seeing Yang Tai's calm demeanor and decided to hold back, stealthily moving closer to Green Hat Sand Ninja. I'll block him. You get out of the way, exclaimed Lingya, swiftly appearing in front of Yang Tai. At the same time, she completed a series of hand signs and slammed her hand onto the ground. Earth style, earth barrier. A wall of earth, barely half a meter high, sprang up before them. Yang Tai and his companions exchanged doubtful glances. Are you sure? Will this really protect all five of us? Lingya felt the scorching stares from Yang Tai and her teammates. Her cheeks flushed as she softly admitted, it's my first time using this jutsu, so I'm still a bit unpracticed. Huh. The question is, do you really dare to go through with it? Both the hidden Moonlight Gale and the self-assured Green Hat Sand Ninja were momentarily taken aback. Haha, is this the level of Konoha? Green Hat Sand Ninja burst into laughter. In the shadows, Moonlight Gale covered his face, thinking that if he hadn't seen Yang Tai forming hand signs, he would have already made his move. How embarrassing. This girl needs extra training when we get back. It's been too long since she left the Umbu, and she's become so lax. Chapter 42. I am Konoha's Jonin, time waits for no one. Lingya, disregarding her embarrassment, shouted, get down. Her three subordinates promptly obeyed, covering their heads and lying flat on the ground, resembling surrendering criminals. Yang Tai's lips twitched. Where was their dignity? Konoha's Jonin. What's the point of dignity if it means staying alive? He thought. The issue was, with such a strong wind technique, even surviving would come with serious injuries. With that thought, he hurled a three-pronged kunai and swiftly formed hand signs. Seeing her subordinates lying flat, Lingya felt a surge of relief, only to find Yang Tai still forming hand signs, which infuriated her. Is this guy's head all right? Yang Tai, hurry up, Lingya urged. What? As the sealing paper on the kunai exploded, a massive torrent of water materialized out of thin air. Water style, water barrier. Upon completion of the hand signs, the water began to swirl around Yang Tai and his companions with astonishing speed. Boom. Splash. The water burst forth, and the fierce wind raged. It worked. Lingya gazed in astonishment at the imposing defensive water ninjutsu. How could a mere Jonin conjure such an enormous water technique in the open? Even a Jonin couldn't manage that. Could they? Wow. Boss, are you sure he's just a Jonin and not a hidden Jonin? One of the Konoha Jonin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Heck if I know. Another replied. Regardless, with a big shot like him leading, we're set. A third Jonin declared excitedly, nodding in agreement. This water technique is impressive. Green Hat Sand Ninja's brow furrowed. For someone to use such a potent water ninjutsu out of nowhere, he must be the Jonin leading Konoha's team. Yet, having perused numerous files on Konoha's Jonin in the village's intel department, he found none with particularly strong water techniques. Could he be a newly emerged genius from Konoha? With this thought, Green Hat Sand Ninja's expression turned cold. No matter who you are, you will die here today. He formed a single hand sign. and a disc-like wind blade materialized at his fingertip. Die. Wind style, wind blade. Green Hat Sand Ninja hurled 2 transparent discs from each hand, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yang Tai's ears perked up, and he quickly evaded. Pooh! The sound of something akin to tofu being sliced echoed as the 2 wind blades whirled towards him, effortlessly cutting through the water barrier and charging at him. With a swift movement, Yang Tai barely dodged the blades, though his arm sustained a minor injury. Thankfully, it was just a superficial wound. Boom! The wind blades continued their relentless path, slicing through a large stone pillar used for ancestral worship with precision, causing it to collapse and stir up a cloud of dust. Yang Tai and his companions gazed at the impeccably cut stone. If I had been struck directly, even the Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't be able to save me. Yang Tai gulped, cold sweat trickling down his back. If he hadn't moved quickly, his hefty weight would have met its end here today. This sequence of events, seemingly chaotic, transpired in mere seconds. As the swirling water gradually ceased, the shurikens caught in the current clattered to the ground, revealing the somewhat disheveled group. Phew! Moonlight Gale, who had been anxiously monitoring the battle, let out a sigh of relief. The wind blade technique from Green Hat Sand Ninja had indeed startled him. He wouldn't have been able to withstand such a formidable technique head-on. He then turned his gaze to Yang Tai, who was poised for battle. This young boy was no ordinary foe. It seemed this year's Chunin exams would be quite lively. Swish! 7 or 8 figures appeared beside Green Hat Sand Ninja, some crouching, some standing, all confronting Yang Tai and his group. Kid, you must be the leading Jonin from Konoha, Green Hat Sand Ninja spoke first, eager to identify the master of the water technique. If he could eliminate such a skilled ninja from Konoha, his reputation in the village would soar. Lingye positioned herself beside Yang Tai, warily observing the opponents. Let's try to buy some time, she whispered. Yang Tai nodded slightly. So far, Moonlight Gale had not made his move. Considering Gale's ability to evade, it was clear he had his sights set on Green Hat Sand Ninja. Yang Tai and the others needed to draw the Sand Ninja's attention to create an opportunity for Gale. With thoughts racing, Yang Tai stepped forward with a smile. I am Yang Tai, the newly appointed Jonin of Konoha. By the order of Lord Hokage, I have come to quell the rebellion. Lingye and her companions exchanged glances. What a desire for authority. No one promoted him, so he promotes himself. How shameless. Even Moonlight Gale, who had stealthily approached Green Hat Sand Ninja, nearly stumbled, almost revealing his position. Such audacious words, spoken without a hint of embarrassment, made it seem as though he truly believed himself to be a Jonin of Konoha. Yang Tai, I will remember you. Green Hat Sand Ninja showed no signs of doubt and gestured, attack. Handle that guy? The Sand Ninjas responded in unison, seamlessly surrounding Lingye and her 3 companions, isolating Yang Tai with Green Hat Sand Ninja. After all, they weren't foolish. Battles between Jonin were beyond their reach. A single misstep could lead to their demise. And who wouldn't prefer to avoid that? Meanwhile, the 4 encircled like dumplings were strategizing. Captain, what should we do? One Jinin asked. Lingye assessed her surroundings. Although they were outnumbered, she was confident they could break through. Her main concern was the showy Yang Tai. While she acknowledged that he had significantly improved over the years, the gap between him and a Jonin was still vast. Therefore, she needed to resolve the battle quickly to support Yang Tai. Leave the 2 Chunin to me. You 3 focus on securing a swift victory. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. Let's go? Lingye was the first to strike, creating distance to lure the 2 Chunin towards her. The 3 seasoned veterans quickly split up, each selecting 2 Sand Ninjas to engage in combat. Green Hat Sand Ninja watched as his subordinates clashed with the enemy, slowly drawing his katana from his back. Come on. Yang Tai's gaze was fixed on Green Hat Sand Ninja, his palms clammy with sweat. There was no denying the tension. The opponent before him was a genuine Jonin. He had to give it his all. With a raised hand, he threw a kunai. Clang. The green-hatted Sand Ninja wielded his long blade, transforming it into a myriad of fleeting shadows, deftly striking down the incoming strange shuriken. Casting a disdainful glance at the scattered shuriken around him, he smirked. Do not tell me that a distinguished Jonin from Konoha relies solely on such trifles. Huh. If that is the case, are you prepared to meet your demise? Yang Tai, exuding an air of a reclusive master, slowly drew the long sword from his back. Speaking with utmost seriousness, next, I shall employ the S-rank Konoha-style swordsmanship. This technique is a forbidden art developed by our esteemed second Hokage. Chapter 43. The facade cannot be maintained with a strike. Blood shall be drawn. Gulp. The green-hatted sand ninja's expression grew solemn, his body trembling slightly. The forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. Though he was a ninja from Sunagakure, he was well aware of the legendary second Hokage's reputation. An S-rank forbidden technique. Regardless of its authenticity, he had no desire to test it. Observing the confidence radiating from the boy, he surmised it was likely genuine. No, he must be prepared to flee at any moment. The lower-ranked ninja swiftly dispatched a sand ninja and quickly regrouped with Ling Yi to share the burden. Captain, do you really think that guy can wield an S-rank forbidden technique? Ling Yi, having repelled an incoming Chunin, quipped while standing back-to-back with a, "Don't listen to his nonsense." If he could, would he still be hesitating? Suddenly had a moment of realization. I see. However, he quickly drew a cross over his chest, paying a moment of silent tribute for Yang Tai. May God bless him. Amen. Meanwhile, Yang Tai glanced around, noting the stillness. Gritting his teeth as he lowered his stance slightly, then abruptly fixed his gaze on the green-hatted sand ninja. He moved. He made his move. Whoosh. The green-hatted sand ninja executed the body flicker technique, appearing several meters away, checking himself. I'm unharmed. No, he is toying with me. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Yang Tai with wariness. At that moment, Yang Tai's long sword was drawn halfway from its sheath, and he appeared to be gathering strength for a decisive strike. This display quelled the sand ninja's doubts. Retrieving a handful of shuriken, he prepared to test Yang Tai's resolve. Noticing the sand ninja's intent, Yang Tai promptly rose, cleared his throat, and coldly declared, I shall strike, but once, and only once. To block life is within reach, to block death is beyond. Upon hearing such lofty words, the green-hatted sand ninja immediately retracted his shuriken, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yang Tai. As Yang Tai's long sword neared full extraction, the sand ninja instinctively pressed his lips together, ready to flee at any moment. Yang Tai, adorned with a facade of confidence, scanned for the figure of the Moonlight Gale. His long sword was nearly free, yet the Moonlight Gale remained elusive. He began to suspect that perhaps the Moonlight Gale had fled. As moments ticked by, the green-hatted sand ninja sensed something amiss. Was it possible that this young boy was merely a distraction? Ling Yi and the others, be a bit more confident and dismissed the possibility. They tentatively threw a few shuriken, which clinked against one another. Yang Tai could no longer maintain his charade. He deflected the shuriken and sheathed his sword, thinking, damn it, I've been putting on such a show, and this impotent man hasn't made his move yet. Is he merely waiting for me to falter? The Moonlight Gale thought to himself. Had it not been for the situation at hand, I would have intervened long ago. How absurd, to be outmaneuvered by a child from Konoha. Whoosh. The green-hatted sand ninja suddenly lunged towards Yang Tai, delivering a fierce downward slash. Clang. Sparks flew as Yang Tai parried the attack with his two kunai, engaging the sand ninja in a back-and-forth duel. Is this it? The sand ninja thought, surprised by the apparent skill of the Konoha Jonin. Then perish. Seeing Yang Tai struggle to block his strike, he delivered a swift roundhouse kick that sent Yang Tai sprawling several meters away. Yang Tai hurriedly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he glanced at the kunai scattered on the ground. If the Moonlight Gale did not act soon, he would have to resort to a test of strength against this sand ninja. Yang Tai estimated that he stood at least a 30 to 70 disadvantage. In the shadows, the Moonlight Gale sighed, realizing that the presence nearby had likely utilized a cloaking technique, making it impossible to detect their whereabouts. He decided it was best to rescue Yang Tai first. To be fair, for a lower-ranked ninja to hold off a Jonin for this long was already quite impressive. A Konoha Jonin? It seemed this boy had spoken nothing but lies, and I have made my decision. I shall first sever your tongue, and then slowly eliminate you. The green-hatted sand ninja grinned maliciously, advancing toward Yang Tai. At this moment, Ling Ye's team held the upper hand. With only 2 Chunin and 2 lower-ranked ninjas left on the opposing side, their complete annihilation was merely a matter of time. Captain, that guy is on the verge of collapsing, lower-ranked ninja A exclaimed, throwing a shuriken as a warning. Quick, let us assist him. Ling Ye's hands flew through a series of hand seals, conjuring a massive fireball as he rushed to Yang Tai's aid. You little brat, surrender. As he spoke, the green-hatted sand ninja vanished from sight, reappearing beside Yang Tai, delivering a powerful slash with his blade, the fierce air pressure slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing sound. Just as Yang Tai prepared to counter, a sharp voice rang in his ears. Secret sword. Moon shadow. Swish. A shadow flashed before Yang Tai's eyes, and a spray of blood filled the air. Ah! The green-hatted sand ninja staggered. A gaping wound opened across his chest, blood streaming forth. The Moonlight Gale observed, slightly astonished. He had managed to evade a fatal blow, truly the mark of a Jonin. With a glint of cold light, the Moonlight Gale thrust his sword towards the sand ninja's throat, intent on ending the battle in one swift motion. The green-hatted sand ninja barely steadied himself, but then noticed another flash of deadly sword light approaching. A chill ran down his spine. At this moment, he understood that Yang Tai was merely a decoy, and the true Konoha Jonin stood before him. How careless he had been. Clang! Just as the situation seemed dire, a towering figure appeared before the green-hatted sand ninja, firmly blocking the full force of the Moonlight Gale's strike. Nanny! How could he employ such a high-level defensive ninjutsu? The Moonlight Gale did not dare to underestimate the situation and swiftly positioned himself beside Yang Tai, inquiring, "Is this the leader of the herb family you spoke of?" Yang Tai nodded. The Moonlight Gale's expression darkened. "Did you not say he was gravely injured? Is it possible that he has been healed by a medical ninja?" Yang Tai scratched his head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Damn, what if I am falsely accused of exaggerating? The Moonlight Gale shot Yang Tai a knowing glance. Figure it out for yourself. Yang Tai felt overwhelmed, realizing he had stumbled into a precarious situation. From what you all say, it seems the Konoha ninja who injured me last time did not come. At that moment, the leader of the herb family, partially exposed, was encased in a layer of brown stone, resembling armor crafted from rock. The Moonlight Gale raised an eyebrow. The implications were significant. He turned to see Yang Tai's face alight with joy, quickly grasping that Yang Tai's earlier speculation might indeed hold weight. The opposing camp might possess medical ninjas. With a quickening mind, the Moonlight Gale suddenly spoke. "You were the one hiding among the crowd, weren't you?" "Indeed," the leader of the herb family replied, taken aback that he had been discovered. His cloaking technique had gone undetected for years, yet it had been so easily pierced by a Konoha ninja. Had the Konoha shinobi truly become this formidable? This could only be attributed to the misfortune of encountering the Moonlight Gale, who specialized in detection techniques. Had it been anyone else, he might not have been discovered. Chapter 44. A step to the stomach indeed. Konoha is indeed teeming with talent. The leader of the herb family praised. The green-hatted sand ninja, upon glancing at the emergency bandaging, inquired, "Can you still fight?" The green-hatted sand ninja responded, "The external injury is not severe. It can be mended." The head of the Vanilla clan nodded, his gaze gravely fixed on Moonlight Gale. "I will hold him off. You must resolve the situation swiftly." Before the words could settle, the Lingya team appeared around Moonlight Gale. A surge of joy filled his heart. Just in time, he quickly issued a command. "Lingya, you and your companions must keep that green-hatted ninja occupied for a while. The rest is up to me." The Vanilla clan leader frowned and retorted, "Are you sand ninjas truly this weak?" The green-hatted sand ninja exclaimed, "Slander! I accuse you of defamation." The Vanilla clan leader dismissed the remark. "Enough. I will engage this Jonin. You handle those insignificant fish swiftly." With that, the Vanilla clan leader charged at Moonlight Gale, the two of them seamlessly intertwining in combat, ignoring the likes of Yang Tai and the others. "Let us strike while those sand ninjas have yet to arrive, everyone. Circle and kick him." At that moment, the fierce girl from Lingya shouted and boldly charged at the green-hatted sand ninja. Yang Tai and his companions quickly followed suit, rushing in. Yang Tai mused that those who had been through the Umbu were indeed formidable. Despite the low rank of these three seasoned fighters, their attack methods were ruthlessly cunning, eye-gouging, throat-slitting, and groin strikes, nothing but despicable tactics. In contrast, Yang Tai suddenly felt that his own style of attack seemed rather naive and innocent. The Lingya team chimed in, "Oh, spare us. Wasn't it you who just threw lime and sprinkled chili powder? Despicable and shameless." The green-hatted sand ninja ground his teeth in anger. A lower ninja swiftly retaliated with a low blow, chuckling. "Despicable is merely a compliment to me. Shameless is my motto. Die." The green-hatted sand ninja spat out a mouthful of blood in fury, swiftly forming hand seals, appearing to be preparing a grand technique. "A fierce wind," the lower ninja exclaimed, immediately retreating. Yang Tai and his companions also made their escape, prioritizing safety over pride. Wind release, vacuum wave. The green-hatted sand ninja unleashed a long pillar of wind, resembling a whip that lashed out at the group. "Quick dodge," someone shouted as they spread apart. A deafening roar ensued, dust and debris flying. Yang Tai's eyelids twitched in shock as he beheld a gaping chasm stretching several meters before him. Indeed, wind techniques possessed the most penetrating power among all ninjutsu. He vowed never to foolishly rely on water techniques for defense again. It was far too dangerous. As the dust gradually settled, Yang Tai and his companions' expressions grew somber. Reinforcements from the enemy had arrived. Lingye swiftly commanded, "You three, hold off therefore." The seasoned trio exchanged glances of disbelief. "Are you serious, big sister?" one lower ninja queried. Lingye turned. "Shall I leave the green-hatted Jonin to you while I take care of these for useless nuisances?" "No need, big sister. We wholeheartedly obey your command." Another lower ninja flattered, covering the mouth of the first. They joked, though they had some skills. Facing a Jonin head-on was simply beyond them. Lingye affirmed, "Very well, focus on your task." The three who had just charged out stumbled back, casting resentful glances at Lingye. "Does what you say even make sense?" As the three engaged the enemy, Lingye proposed, "Shall we keep the green-hatted Jonin occupied, just the two of us?" "Are you afraid?" Yang Tai replied, "Not afraid." Lingye encouraged, "Good. You lead." Yang Tai nodded. "Focus. Cough, cough. Let us attack together." Lingye cleared her throat and charged at the green-hatted sand ninja, with Yang Tai closely following. On the other side, one side had thick skin and great strength but slow attack speed, while the other was swift yet incapable of breaking through defenses. Moonlight Gale unleashed a furious barrage against the Vanilla Clan leader, quickly creating distance between them. Coughing lightly, gripping his great sword, he glared intently at his opponent beneath his dark circles. After several rounds of probing, he discerned the Vanilla Clan leader's attack patterns and weaknesses: eyes, mouth, ears. The vulnerable spots, no different than any other Konoha Jonin. The Vanilla Clan leader sneered, feeling frustrated. Not only was he being beaten soundly, but he hadn't touched a single hair on his opponent. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Moonlight Gale raised an eyebrow. "My brother, you are quite bold." Casting a glance at Yang Tai and his group, who were on the back foot, Moonlight Gale began to gather his strength. Shadow Clone Technique. This is the famed Shadow Clone Technique of Konoha. The Vanilla Clan leader became wary, having heard that this technique produced tangible clones. However, relying on two individuals to breach his defenses was a naive assumption. Moonlit Dance. With a swift motion, two figures intertwined, charging rapidly towards the Vanilla Clan leader. Alarmed, the Vanilla Clan leader noted, their speed has increased at least 3 to 4 times. Clearly, their urgency had escalated. Rock gathering. Chakra surged forth, thickening the rock armor encasing him. The Vanilla Clan leader cackled with confidence. "You will not breach my defenses." Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. A brilliant spark ignited in the dark of night as Moonlight Gale's blade struck fiercely against the Vanilla Clan leader's chest. However, the powerful blow only chipped away some of the rocky exterior. The Vanilla Clan leader gloated, "Do not waste your effort." Moonlight Gale smirked, "Is that so?" Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1,000 Years of Pain. A shadowy figure silently appeared behind the Vanilla Clan leader. PSHH. The gleaming blade pierced deep into the abdomen. "Ah!" The Vanilla Clan leader shrieked in agony, bloodshot eyes bulging as he lashed out wildly, resembling a frenzied gorilla. Moonlight Gale stood atop a rooftop, declaring, "Can you hear that? The wind is picking up. The chrysanthemum wilts, and the ground is stained with wounds." "Yours," Yang Tai and his companions remarked, "green-hatted sand ninja. Damn it. Are all you Konoha ninjas this devoid of limits?" The green-hatted sand ninja shouted angrily at Yang Tai and his group. A silence enveloped them, with expressions of awkwardness surfacing. One lower ninja said, "Honestly, do you believe we are not familiar with that Jonin?" "Hee." The sand ninja scoffed. "Didn't you just claim that despicable is a compliment and shameless is your motto?" Yang Tai interjected, "Cough, cough. Let me clarify. I truly am not familiar with these individuals. I consistently received the Model Student Award at the Ninja Academy. My teachers praised me daily for being kind, outstanding, wise, and a handsome young man." The Lingye team retorted, "What a ridiculous excuse. You've opened our eyes." Chapter 45, Defaming Me. "What the hell, a handsome man? Nonsense. Why were you carrying lime powder then?" The green-hatted sand ninja's mouth twitched, still claiming to be a model student. How utterly shameless. Everyone stared at him incredulously. Yang Tai smiled sheepishly. "I am but a plasterer. My plastering skills are remarkable. Thus, carrying lime powder when I go out is entirely reasonable, no?" Everyone. "We've seen shameless, but never to this extent." The green-hatted sand ninja gritted his teeth, What about the chili powder? Yang Tai replied, actually, my childhood dream was to open a restaurant. So carrying chili powder when I go out is quite reasonable, right? The green-hatted sand ninja fell silent, speechless at such reasoning. Seeing the green-hatted sand ninja nearly spitting blood, Ling Ye curiously asked, didn't you say your childhood aspiration was to become a teacher? Wasn't your greatest joy growing up to earn a salary of 92? Yang Tai awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head as he explained, well, aspirations tend to evolve as one matures. The group collectively sighed. Is this really the lowest you can go? Good method. One lower ninja clapped, cheering. Another lower ninja touched his forehead. Are you all right? All good, all good. The excited lower ninja replied. After returning, I explained to Lian and AI that it was not a matter of my heart wavering, but rather that I had matured and my affections had expanded to encompass another. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming the audacity of such an excuse for straddling two boats. Yang Tai stood in disbelief, marveling at the ingenuity of this reasoning. Just then, Green Hat Sand Ninja, in a fit of anger, hurled a shuriken, exclaiming his frustration. Brothers, he is furious. Quickly arm yourselves, shouted Lower Ninja A, diving back into the fray. This provocation, albeit rudimentary, proved effective. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures appeared atop the roof ahead, causing Yang Tai and the others to exchange alarmed glances and swiftly regroup. Haha, Xin. I never expected to see you in such a predicament today. One figure exclaimed as he landed beside Green Hat Sand Ninja, feigning sympathy while inspecting his wounds. Encountered a tough opponent, I see. But what brings you here? Green Hat Sand Ninja inquired, waving his hand dismissively. By the command of Lord Makiji, I am here to hunt down that brat. Pinjijun pointed at Yang Tai. The crowd gasped, and Yang Tai stood astounded. Lian nudged him, gossiping, did you woo his daughter? The curious stares of the crowd bore down upon him. Fuming, Yang Tai pointed at Lian, exclaiming, I'll accuse you of slander. He turned back to the crowd, insisting, she is defaming me. Pinjijun, speechless, remarked, does he have to make such a scene? Indeed, eliminate him, suggested Green Hat Sand Ninja. At that moment, Moonlight Gale arrived late, initially intending to deal with the head of the Xiangcao clan, but found him as stubborn as a rock in a cesspool. Even while heavily injured, he refused to succumb. Thus, he had to come early to provide support. Otherwise, completing the mission single-handedly would be exceedingly difficult. With a thud, a figure landed beside Green Hat Sand Ninja, who joyfully exclaimed, reinforcements? Are you all right? Green Hat Sand Ninja inquired with genuine concern. The head of the Xiangcao clan, darkened in expression, understood the implications and gritted his teeth. I'm fine. The upper ninja over there will be my responsibility, he added with a menacing tone. And I want the corpse too. The crowd murmured, you have such peculiar tastes, and instinctively distanced themselves from him. Green Hat Sand Ninja, brimming with confidence, declared, if the Leaf Ninja wish to live, they should surrender. After enduring for so long, it's finally time to sing our victory song. Lian tightened his grip on his sword, turning to Moonlight Gale for guidance. Yang Tai and the others looked at him expectantly. With a serious demeanor, Moonlight Gale contemplated their strategy, specifically, how to escape. They had miscalculated this time, primarily due to the short time frame set by the Hokage, which left no opportunity to gather necessary intelligence. Their adversaries outnumbered them 3 or 4 to 1. Most crucially, Green Hat Ninja and the head of the Xiangcao clan were considered elite ninjas, and the incoming reinforcements appeared to be of the same caliber. Their side boasted neither superior combat strength nor numbers. Tonight, it seemed they might not make it out alive. The priority now was to relay information back, ensuring the Hokage was forewarned. If they couldn't escape, they would resort to self-immolation techniques to prevent the Sand Ninja from acquiring any intelligence. Do you understand? Moonlight Gale spoke with conviction. Yes. Lian's team nodded in unison, having prepared for such sacrifices since joining the Umbu. Moonlight Gale nodded in approval, then turned to Yang Tai, who was attempting to worm his way into the group. Anger surged within him, and he kicked Yang Tai, exclaiming, you've caused enough trouble already. Yang Tai sheepishly protested, but I don't even know self-immolation techniques. Moonlight Gale's expression darkened, gripping his sword tighter, contemplating the urge to cleave this brat in two. At that moment, Lian interjected, don't worry, Lord Gale. I'll stick with him. If he falters, I'll send him off with a fireball. Yang Tai exclaimed, thanks I guess. Lian waved dismissively, stating, no need for thanks. Comrades ought to support one another. Enough of your antics. I'll hold those three off with all my might while you escape and relay the information to the village," Moonlight Gale declared, taking a deep breath and stepping forward. "Lord Gale," Lianya's eyes glistened with tears, her voice quivering as she called his name. The seasoned trio remained silent, their expressions betraying their reluctance to part ways. In the midst of such poignant farewells, Yang Tai, ever the optimist, suggested, "Isn't there a chance that we all could survive?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they were in the presence of a fool. Moonlight Gale quipped, "Sure. If you take care of the rabble and the head of the Xiangcao clan, I can easily handle the two over there." His words prompted laughter from the Sand Ninja, and even the once impressed trio regarded Yang Tai with disdain. "Come on, kid. I'll let you use one hand." Pinjijin laughed heartily, questioning whether Lord Makiji had received erroneous intelligence if someone like him was deemed a leaf genius. Green Hat Sand Ninja retorted, "Kid, take a good look at your teammates. They're practically scared to death. Yet here you are, boasting. I'll make sure to silence your tongue today." Yang Tai cast a sidelong glance at him, ignoring the taunts, and turned earnestly to Moonlight Gale, asking, "Instructor, if I eliminate these rabble and the head of the Xiangcao clan, can you truly defeat those two?" Moonlight Gale paused, scrutinizing Yang Tai, and realizing he did not appear to be boasting. "Are you serious?" he asked. Yang Tai nodded affirmatively. Moonlight Gale met his gaze, declaring, "I'm tenfold confident." Lower Ninja A expressed astonishment. "Sister, is he serious?" Lianya's eyes sparkled with uncertainty. Perhaps he has some hidden card up his sleeve. With confirmation, Yang Tai revealed his hand, pulling out 4 scrolls and unfurling them one by one. Suddenly, 4 copies of Yang Tai sat cross-legged on the ground, exuding an aura of tranquility. Moonlight Gale's face twitched as he realized he had misjudged the situation. "Huh, you think a few clones can defeat us? Even if it's night, you're dreaming." The Sand Ninja laughed. Hearing their derision, Moonlight Gale and his companions felt a wave of disheartenment wash over them. Even at the brink of death, they were to be mocked by their foes. In a fit of rage, Lianya shouted, "Yang Tai, you!" Suddenly, Moonlight Gale grasped Yang Tai's intent. Utilizing shadow clones to store chakra hinted at a plan to unleash a formidable jutsu. This was summoning. His eyes widened at the realization. With such a significant chakra reserve, it appeared Yang Tai aimed to summon a beast of considerable size. Yang Tai swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, the Sand Ninja scoffed, "Is that all? Are you sure he is not just a fool sent by a monkey?" Moonlight Gale exclaimed in frustration, "I've bared it all for this. You show me this?" Lianya quipped, "I'm done. Please do not disturb me." Unperturbed by the jeers, Yang Tai beamed at the 5 trident kunai materializing before him. "Instructor, are you ready?" he inquired solemnly. Moonlight Gale gazed at the tridents, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "These look familiar. Could this be Yang Tai's trump card? Well, we're in for a fight, so let us give it a shot." He nodded in agreement. Shadow clone. Bang. A colossal mass of water materialized out of thin air, enveloping all present. In an instant, Yang Tai's 5 shadow clones vanished, reappearing 200 meters away, their hands deftly weaving signs. Water release, water domain. The water sphere writhed violently, gradually coalescing into a massive orb of water. The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly the Moonlight Gale and his companions, who stood agape, staring at Yang Tai, who was smiling and blowing bubbles. "Goo, goo, goo," Linya began to speak. Having forgotten about the water, feeling quite full yet still animated, gesticulating as if to say, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity." Yang Tai chuckled, then turned to Moonlight Gale, gesturing toward the fleeing Sand Ninjas in the distance. He vanished from his spot in an instant. Moonlight Gale scanned the surroundings, and in the distance, a figure appeared behind a Sand Ninja. In a heartbeat, the figure vanished again, leaving the Sand Ninja clutching his neck, collapsing helplessly to the ground, struggling as crimson liquid began to flow through the water. However, it was night, and visibility was limited. Moonlight Gale's pupils constricted. What astonishing speed! It seemed only the 4th Hokage could surpass it. The 4th Hokage? Why does that kunai look so familiar? Isn't it identical to that of the 4th Hokage? Could it be that he is utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique? Moonlight Gale shook his head. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He immediately pursued the green-hatted Sand Ninja. The green-hatted Sand Ninja was surprisingly swift, especially upon seeing the usually composed head of the Vane family, who seemed to transform into Sherlock Holmes, frantically swimming towards the water's edge with a disdainful expression, utterly disheveled. As the frantic swimmer, Vani glanced at the green-hatted sand ninja's contemptuous expression, wishing to offer a reminder, but being underwater, he could not vocalize anything. Instead, he decided to swim vigorously. Upon Yongtai executing this maneuver and disappearing before everyone, the Vana family head realized that the black-clad leaf ninja, who had previously injured him, was indeed Yongtai. Particularly, the memory of that chakra sphere was indelibly etched in his mind, nearly leading to his demise. Unable to provoke further, he fled. Pianai-jun remarked. No wonder the green-hatted fellow was so badly injured. It's no surprise with such incompetent teammates. The Vana family head cautioned, I advise you to be kind. Secret sword, moon shadow, clang. The green-hatted sand ninja sensed danger and retaliated with a block, as blades clashed in the water, producing faint sparks. Ding ding. After several exchanges, the green-hatted sand ninja was clearly at a disadvantage. Pianai-jun, witnessing this, immediately drew his sword for support, while Moonlight Gale remained undaunted. 1 against 2, a true man. As the distance widened between the two sides, Pianai-jun cried out, gesturing animatedly, finally allowing the green-hatted sand ninja to comprehend. Look closely, there is so much blood in the water. The green-hatted sand ninja exclaimed, what the hell? As he scanned around, he realized that nearly all his comrades were dead. The water was saturated with crimson blood, and this realization filled his nostrils and mouth with the metallic taste. Being an assassin, Moonlight Gale was acutely sensitive to blood. He had sensed early on that the sand ninjas were being taken down one by Yongtai. He had never anticipated Yongtai's prowess. Should he control this water domain, even a Jonin would not stand a chance against him. Instantly relieved, he focused entirely on the two adversaries before him. Though he remained uncertain how to deal with the Vana family head, who resembled a turtle. With a swift motion, Yongtai's kunai sliced through the sand ninja's throat. He took a moment to breathe, glancing at the Vana family head, who was nearing the water's edge. Victory was within reach. As he raised his hand to breach the surface, a figure appeared beside him. Yongtai grinned and waved. The Vana family head, as if encountering a ghost, frantically swam away. Farewell, Yongtai exclaimed, delivering a solid roundhouse kick to the Vana family head's chest, sending him tumbling backward through the water, only managing to halt with a grave expression directed at Yongtai. To him, that kick felt like mere tickling. Yet he remained wary of that chakra sphere and Yongtai's elusive speed. Seeing this, Yongtai waved his hand, goodbye. The Vana family head understood, becoming vigilant and scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Yongtai appeared directly before him, his palm slowly approaching his chest, aiming for his vital organs. The water swirled around the chakra sphere in Yongtai's hand, spinning with incredible speed, meeting no resistance, as if a stone were plunging into tofu. The Vana family head's face contorted in agony as he spat out blood, gradually collapsing to the ground, the rocks on him receding to reveal a muscular physique, save for a grotesque blood hole the size of a soccer ball in his chest. Chapter 47. Determination. What the hell? Was that a feigned attack? A wire drop? This tough-skinned, meaty fellow was taken down in a single move. The green-hatted sand ninja and Pianai-jun stared in disbelief at the scene. Simultaneously, a singular thought crossed their minds. Run. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Lingye and the others exclaimed, this is utterly outrageous. Earlier, when Yongtai claimed to have injured the Vana family head, they had assumed he was merely boasting. Now, it was evident he had been playing the fool to catch the wise. Yongtai had been exceedingly humble. Lingye clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You bastard. You dare deceive even me. You're doomed. Meanwhile, the true man, Moonlight Gale, unleashed a spiraling sphere. The fourth Hokage's spiraling sphere. Moonlight Gale had initially thought that Yongtai merely needed to entangle the Vana family head, never expecting Yongtai to counter with a spiraling sphere that instantly felled the Vana family head. This feat was remarkable even within Jonin circles. While many could defeat the Vana family head, few could eliminate such a tough adversary in one blow. Among them, Kurenai could dispatch him with ease, followed by Kakashi. Ultimately, Moonlight Gale felt that with Yongtai's strength, his ascension to Jonin was virtually assured. Yongtai exhaled in relief. This tough-skinned fellow was finally dead. He had always detested such resilient opponents. However, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. It seemed the development of the Chi Elemental Slash needed to be prioritized, otherwise, his chakra deficiency would become a significant issue, akin to entering a bridal chamber, feeling inadequate, merely watching helplessly. Ugh, what was he thinking? Such inadequacy certainly did not apply to him. It must be the readers. Regaining his focus, Yangtai turned to the two engaged with Moonlight Gale. His eyes shimmering with icy determination, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The green-hatted sand ninja exchanged a glance with Pianai Jun and quickly formed hand seals. Pianai Jun nodded, about to intervene to stop Moonlight Gale when his gaze widened in horror. He frantically warned the green-hatted sand ninja to look behind him. The green-hatted sand ninja's heart sank as he quickly shifted, abandoning the hand seals. Blood gushed from his shoulder, obscuring his vision as he faintly glimpsed a figure thrusting a kunai into his shoulder. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized the assailant. It was that young boy posing as a leaf jonin. Such speed. Could this fellow truly be a leaf jonin? The green-hatted sand ninja gritted his teeth, clutching his wound. The leaf is indeed shameless, a jonin masquerading as a fool. Pianai shouted, so dice nai. The leaf ninjas were bewildered. He is a jonin? How do we not know? Yangtai declared, still so much drama in the water. Die. He vanished in a flash. Before the green-hatted sand ninja and Pianai Jun could fully comprehend the situation, Yangtai had already appeared behind Pianai Jun, wielding a three-pronged kunai, viciously slicing towards his neck. What an opportunity, Yangtai thought, executing the leaf-style sword technique. 3 crescent moons. 3 intersecting flashes surged forth, propelling the water at the sand ninjas with tremendous speed. Crimson water spread ominously, transforming the scene into a haze of red within mere breaths. My vision blurred, rendering the circumstances indistinct, but I faintly discerned 2 headless corpses. The water began to disperse, and figures emerged onto the scene. Yangtai swiftly unsealed the area, demonstrating remarkable agility as he sealed the bodies of the 2 sand shinobi. This was a significant accomplishment for a jonin of the sand village. Should he uncover any useful information from their minds, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Cough. Attention. Seal all sand shinobi bodies. Ordered Moonlight Case, his body drenched, as he lowered his head and coughed before lifting it again, his gaze icy and resolute. The Kashira family shall leave no survivors. Kill. The moment the command escaped his lips, Yangtai shuddered. Indeed, none of the jonin were known for their mercy. Lingya and her companions remained remarkably composed, kneeling on one knee. Yes. Lord Case. In an instant, figures dispersed like shadows, vanishing from sight. A few moments later, faint cries of despair echoed in the distance. Yangtai fell silent. He had taken lives before, both enemies and innocents alike. Yet the command from Case to spare neither the elderly nor the children felt unsettling. While the elderly had lived long enough, it was the infants, particularly those barely a month old, that stirred an indescribable discomfort within him. It was not a matter of compassion, but rather a profound sense of unease that gnawed at his conscience. Yangtai, did you not hear the command? Moonlight Case's cold gaze fell upon him, his jonin presence emanating a chilling authority. In that moment, he was no longer the frail man, but a formidable jonin of Konoha. Understood, esteemed instructor. Yangtai replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he nodded and vanished with a body flicker technique. Cough. A promising talent indeed. I shall recommend him to Lord Hokage for training in the Yambu. Case mused, a hint of admiration gracing his features as he watched Yangtai disappear. As he bent down to pick up a trident kunai, he chuckled softly, a disciple of the 4th Hokage, how intriguing. I hope you adapt swiftly to the harsh realities of the shinobi world. This night was destined to be sleepless. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the metallic scent of blood, enough to churn one's stomach. Yangtai kicked open the final door, sweeping his gaze across the room to identify his target. With a crash, he lifted the bedboard, revealing a woman clad in simple linen, her eyes swollen from crying as she clutched an infant tightly. The child startled into silence by her exclamation. After a brief pause, the baby erupted into wails. Please, esteemed shinobi, spare us. The woman sobbed, crawling towards Yangtai in a desperate plea. Yangtai knelt slowly, lifting her chin with a gentle touch. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he softly uttered, sleep. The terror etched on the woman's face gradually faded, replaced by a serene smile. Soon, the cries of the infant subsided as well. Yangtai rose, unconcerned by the blood splattered across his face, and cast a tranquil glance at the peacefully sleeping mother and child before forming a hand seal and expelling a fireball. Without a backward glance, he exited the room. Outside, Lingye stood quietly, having anticipated his struggle and come to offer solace. With a deep sigh, Yangtai lamented, "What a damned world this is." He recalled how keyboard warriors claimed that traversing to this realm meant one could vanquish all foes. In retrospect, those words seemed utterly absurd. A person accustomed to a peaceful existence had found himself in a chaotic world, no matter how he tried to adapt. The ingrained mindset from 20 years of tranquility felt fundamentally out of place. Chapter 48. A-Class Application Opportunity. How are you holding up? Lingye's melodic voice broke through his thoughts. Yangtai forced a strained smile and nodded slightly. Lingye approached, wiping the blood from his face. "It's all right. You don't have to put on a brave front. Given your current status, you've performed admirably." At least they felt no pain in their final moments. Yangtai gazed toward the brightening sky, murmuring softly, "Indeed. With my present abilities, I have done well. But is that enough? If only I were a Jonin, perhaps I could have spared those children. If only I were Hokage, I could have saved those innocents." His dissatisfaction with his status and strength grew, and he began to resent this distorted world. Regardless, his aspirations lay within the Hokage lineage. Ideally, he would become Hokage, but even if that were unattainable, he could strategize to become a minister in another department, gradually steering Konoha back on course. He planted the seed of hope, allowing the future to unfold as it would. With this thought, a genuine smile broke across Yangtai's face. He realized he had been overthinking things. In essence, action was paramount. As the sun rose, casting its warm golden rays across the land, illuminating the world, Yangtai turned to Lingye with sincerity. "Let us go. Everyone is likely waiting anxiously." Lingye paused, her heart racing. Just moments ago, Yangtai had been so gentle and striking. Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts and hurried to catch up with him, engaging in playful banter. At Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, Yangtai and his companions entered. Momentarily taken aback, it was not just the third Hokage present. 2 advisors had also joined, Tsunegakure Koharu and Mito Gaiden. "Ah, you've arrived." The third Hokage greeted with a warm smile. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Moonlight Keisuke replied, appearing drained. "Greetings, Lord Hokage." "Greetings, Grandma Koharu and Grandpa Mito." Yangtai smiled naturally, greeting the 3. In his childhood, Yangtai had accompanied his grandfather to the market, where he frequently encountered the 2 advisors. It was notable how much respect they commanded among the villagers. "You've grown so much, Yangtai. I haven't seen you in ages," Mito Gaiden remarked, nodding. While Tsunegakure Koharu smiled at Yangtai, beckoning him closer. The third Hokage, surprised, inquired, "Oh, Koharu, you know Yangtai?" Koharu took Yangtai's hand, smiling warmly. "Why? He is the grandson of Gukei. That old rascal took him in early on, or else I would have claimed him as my own grandson. He'd make a fine companion in my old age." The group was taken aback. Was Yangtai truly that captivating? A blush crept onto his cheeks as he thought. What child wouldn't he be adored for being charming, affectionate, mischievous, and skilled in cooking? Though Yangtai's abilities were somewhat rudimentary, they were undeniably effective. The third Hokage, taking a puff from his pipe, looked at Yangtai with approval, nodding, "What a fine talent. Such roots and vigor are truly commendable. Now, let us discuss the current situation." The group collectively turned their attention to Moonlight Keisuke, who cleared his throat and retrieved several scrolls, stating, "The mission has been confirmed without discrepancies." The third Hokage received the scroll and continued to await further information. "Moonlight Gale," he began. This time, the Sand Shinobi dispatched 5 lower-ranked ninjas, 1 Jonin, and 1 special Jonin, along with the head of the Kusuk clan, whose strength has reached the level of a special Jonin. Our situation was perilous. Before he could finish, the third Hokage and his 2 advisors were taken aback. Have the Sand Shinobi lost their minds? Why would they deploy such a force to protect the mere Kusuk clan? They found it utterly perplexing. Mito Gaiden immediately inquired, "How did you manage to escape safely? Did you acquire any intelligence?" Moonlight Gale did not respond immediately. Instead, glancing at the third Hokage, the Hokage gave a slight nod, and Moonlight Gale continued, "Our team eliminated all enemy ninjas, including their Jonin and special Jonin. Their corpses are all documented in the scroll." "What?" the usually composed third Hokage exclaimed, coughing from the smoke. The 2 advisors, who had been sipping tea, were equally astonished, looking at Moonlight Gale in disbelief. This fellow took down so many Sand Shinobi, including a Jonin and a special Jonin? The third Hokage's gaze shifted, appraising Moonlight Gale. Could it be that this seemingly frail man had recently mastered some formidable jutsu? Coughing slightly, Moonlight Gale's face flushed under the scrutiny of everyone, especially with Konoha's elite staring directly at him. He quickly explained, "The specifics are lengthy and detailed in the mission report, which you may review at your convenience, Hokage-sama." Regaining his composure, the third Hokage set his pipe down and said solemnly, "Moonlight Gale, based on your outstanding performance, I hereby promote you to Jonin." Joy illuminated Moonlight Gale's pale face as he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage chuckled lightly. Rise. Moonlight Gale stood slowly. From this moment forth, he was Konoha's newest Jonin. Rienya smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord Gale." The seasoned trio chimed in, "Congratulations, Lord Gale." Yang Tai added, "Congratulations, esteemed instructor. By the way, are you treating us?" The others eagerly agreed, "Yes, yes. You must treat us." Moonlight Gale, filled with delight, suggested, "How about we have barbecue tomorrow at noon?" The group grinned mischievously. All right. Lord Gale, you better be prepared for this." Moonlight Gale's smile faltered. A sudden realization struck him. He had a multitude of friends. It seemed he would be financially drained by tomorrow. Just then, the third Hokage clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "All right, let us return to serious matters. You all performed exceptionally in this mission. You are awarded an S-rank evaluation and one A-rank Jutsu application opportunity." "Nanny!" Rienya exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. It was hard to believe. An S-rank evaluation meant they could laugh in disbelief. Chapter 49. The opportunity to learn an S-rank Jutsu now. There is an additional reward of an A-rank Jutsu application opportunity. This opportunity allows one to apply to the Hokage for the chance to learn any Jutsu ranked A or below. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to use an A-rank opportunity to apply for a B-rank Jutsu unless their head was stuck in a door. However, this is an opportunity. To learn a Jutsu, one must pass an examination-like process. If successful, they can learn the Jutsu, but if they fail, the opportunity is lost, and they must accept their misfortune. Thus, most ninjas cherish such opportunities dearly. Yang Tai clenched his hands, feeling excited. The ranks of Jutsu are classified as S, A, B, C, and D. It takes 100 C-rank Jutsu applications to earn one B-rank application opportunity. As for A-rank opportunities, they cannot be synthesized with B-rank opportunities. One must undertake tasks of a rank or higher to acquire them. S-rank opportunities cannot be directly obtained, but must rely on 3 A-rank applications. This is why Yang Tai was so exhilarated. Although the examination involved the risk of failure, Yang Tai felt it was worth the gamble. What if he succeeded? All right. You've all worked hard these days. Hurry back and rest well, the third Hokage concluded, signaling the end of the meeting. The group, understanding the hint, filed out. Yang Tai waved goodbye to Togaine Komatsu and closed the door behind him. Mito Gate Yen remarked, "Not a bad young fellow. It's rare to see such a gentle side of you. Are you implying I was once cold-blooded, cruel, and unruly?" Togaine Komatsu shot a disapproving look at Mito Gate Yen. "Oh." Mito Gate Yen turned to the third Hokage with a pleading gaze. The third Hokage noticed, but simply unfurled the scroll, concealing his face. Embodying a demeanor of "I'm at work, please do not disturb." Has your brain gone awry? You've provoked an aging spinster. Oh no, I meant an aging maiden. While the two bickered animatedly, the third Hokage gradually focused, scrutinizing the scroll. Upon reading Yang Tai's description of the summoning of the Trident Kunai and the Water Domain, he was utterly astonished. One individual annihilated over a dozen opponents in mere seconds. Such speed had only been demonstrated by the Yellow Flash in decades. As the smoke from his pipe turned crimson, the third Hokage exhaled slowly, murmuring, "Instant water?" As a master of Jutsu, he quickly recognized this technique. Years ago, Senju Hashirama had prohibited most of Senju Tobarama's techniques. This instant water technique had severe limitations. It was ineffective outside deep water, thus it had escaped scrutiny. It appeared that these young ones were quite adept. Even he, the Hokage renowned as a Jutsu expert, was compelled to commend such mastery. How spectacular! It was a simplified version of the Flying Thunder God. Reflecting on Yang Tai's childhood imitation of the Yellow Flash, it suddenly became less peculiar. Ignoring the quarrelsome duo, he stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant Konoha. A sense of relief washed over him as he smiled. With such talent emerging from the village, he could rest easy. He couldn't help but murmur, "Wherever the leaves of Konoha flutter, the fire shall persist. The light of the flames will illuminate the village." In the courtyard, Yang Tai cheerfully announced, "Grandfather, I'm back." He looked around, furrowing his brow. Not here. Has he gone on a mission? Never mind. Let us settle you in first. He beckoned to the shy young girl, Shorin, at the door. The little girl appeared visibly nervous, surveying her surroundings before finally relaxing. Yangtai took her hand and led her inside. Don't be anxious. This will be your home from now on. My grandfather may be out for a while, but I will introduce you to him later. Yangtai's home was a quaint two-story dwelling. The upper floor had 3 rooms, while the lower floor contained a single bedroom. Leading the girl upstairs, he opened the door to a room with a window. You will stay in this room from now on. Up here, it will just be you and me. My grandfather prefers the grounded feeling of living downstairs. Come on, let us tidy up a bit. Before long, they finished cleaning the room. Yangtai could no longer contain himself. He had been physically and mentally exhausted over the past few days, and he finally had the chance to sleep soundly. The next day dawned bright and sunny. Yangtai groggily opened his eyes, feeling refreshed from a good night's sleep. Stretching and yawning, he descended the stairs to find the living room filled with laughter and cheer. Stunned, he paused. What is going on? At that moment, Shorin was playfully massaging the old man's legs while chatting amicably, making it seem as if they were the true grandparent and grandchild. Seeing Yangtai come downstairs, Shorin immediately stood up. Yangtai Onaikan, you're awake. The old man gestured for Shorin to sit back down, assuring her, no need to mind him. If he ever bullies you, just let me know. Having finished his admonishment of Shorin, the old man turned to Yangtai. So, have you become someone of great renown? Do you need this old man to rise and greet you? Yangtai responded with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Although Yangtai appeared utterly bewildered, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Old man, how could I dare to say such a thing? I have a report to prepare today. I must take my leave. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and added, Old man, there's a spirit communication scroll in my room. Please remember to sign your name on it. With that, he vanished through the doorway. Never mind, this little rascal is always in such a hurry. The old man thought to himself, committing Yangtai's words to memory as he resumed his conversation with Xiao Xianglin. Before long, the air was filled with laughter and merriment. Walking down the street, Yangtai wore a smile, reassured to see the old man and Xiao Xianglin getting along so well. Passing by the weapon shop, he decided to order some trident shurikens before heading to the banquet. He realized that he had deliberately come with an empty stomach today. At the barbecue restaurant, the meal was on the tab of the Swift Wind Prince, so the place was bustling with patrons. Even Naruto and Hinata had been brought along by their teacher to enjoy a free meal. Yangtai sensed that these individuals were likely there to impart some valuable lessons to the young jonin. Yangtai. Naruto was the first to spot him and waved eagerly. Yangtai approached with a bright smile, delighted to see everyone gathered. His companions greeted him warmly. Xiaoli glanced around but did not see Yangtai's teammates and curiously inquired, Where are your teammates? Sitting beside Xiaoli, Yangtai patted his shoulder and said, It's just me. Has your injury healed? Yes, after more than half a month of rest. I'm almost fully recovered, Xiaoli grinned. And Niji? Yangtai asked, puzzled. Sighing, Xiaoli poked at the barbecue and replied, He didn't come. He's been obsessively training these past few days, spouting nonsense about genius and talent. Yangtai was familiar with this behavior. Oh, he's just having one of his episodes. I'll give him a good thrashing later. The others chuckled. Who knows who would end up winning if you went to fight him? Yangtai stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth and asked, By the way, how has your special training been these past few days? Hee, I've learned a very powerful jutsu that will surely astonish you all. Naruto proclaimed confidently, grinning widely. The group laughed heartily, dismissing the idea that Naruto could learn anything significant. Yangtai, however, regarded Naruto earnestly. I am looking forward to battling you. It seemed that Naruto had already signed a summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain, and Yangtai recalled that the Ninetales Chakra Battery had likely been released around this time. He felt that he had spent too long enjoying himself and needed to gauge the abilities of his companions. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Naruto replied with enthusiasm, feeling an inexplicable sense of camaraderie while conversing with Yangtai. The restaurant was indeed packed today. The atmosphere was lively, especially since the guest of honor, Moonlight Gale, was being inundated with toasts from his seniors, his face now flushed and swaying dangerously. Yangtai and his friends exchanged mischievous glances, having noticed that Might Guy and Kakashi had mixed liquor into Gale's beer. With a crash, Moonlight Gale collapsed onto the table, having succumbed to his indulgence. The group erupted in laughter, enjoying the gathering until it gradually dissipated, leaving behind a chaotic scene and the barbecue owner wearing a satisfied grin. Oh, this is the consequence of poor choices in friends, Yang Tai mused, shaking his head at the debauchery of such companions. He swiftly filled a plastic bag with various barbecued meats and unopened bottles of alcohol. Satisfied, he surveyed the two bulging bags and remarked, "Few people cherish food as I do." Beside him, the unconscious Moonlight Gale stirred slightly, his face twitching in response. "Are you some kind of devil?" he thought, struggling to maintain his composure. Content, Yang Tai set off in pursuit of his target. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto were parting ways. "Sasuke," Yang Tai called out. Catching up with the two, and noticing the bulging bags in his hands, Sasuke's expression faltered as he hastened his pace, clearly not wanting to associate with Yang Tai. How embarrassing, Yang Tai realized, suddenly aware of how he might appear. He quickly sealed the items away and approached Sasuke, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, are you training with Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke glanced sideways at Yang Tai. "Yes, what do you want?" Yang Tai fidgeted with his hands. "I have a question regarding Jutsu, and I was hoping to consult Kakashi-sensei. Could you assist me?" "Absolutely not," Sasuke rejected flatly. "How heartless," Yang Tai exclaimed. "That's the way it is." With a darkened expression, Yang Tai pondered for a moment before attempting to persuade him further. "Look, you need a sparring partner, and if you take me to see Kakashi-sensei, I can train with you for a day. What do you say?" Sasuke hesitated, tempted by the offer. Although he had become significantly stronger recently, he still felt uncertain about his skills compared to Gaara and Shaoli. If this seemingly ordinary individual could serve as a sparring partner, perhaps he could make even greater strides in his training. After a moment's consideration, Sasuke nodded. "All right, I'll take you to find him. However, let it be clear that my responsibility ends once I bring you to him. Whether he chooses to assist you is entirely up to him." After a brief pause, he added, "The terms remain unchanged." "Great," Yang Tai agreed, feeling this was a reasonable arrangement. He was confident he could persuade Kakashi to teach him, as long as he could meet him in person. After all, he was an art student. Outside of Konoha, at the back of Hokage Rock, Kakashi closed the book titled Paradise of Enthusiasm and regarded the two newcomers with a puzzled expression. Sasuke remained silent, turning his head away, while Yang Tai stepped forward, smiling respectfully. "Kakashi-sensei, I am Yang Tai from the Blue Pool. I have encountered some difficulties in my training and would like to ask you a few questions. I hope for your guidance." Kakashi sighed internally, recognizing yet another troublesome individual, especially when he already had Sasuke to contend with. He wished to dismiss Yang Tai quickly, thinking he could send him on his way. "I'm rather busy at the moment. Perhaps I could." Kakashi's words were cut short when Yang Tai, with utmost reverence, produced a beautifully crafted book and presented it to him. The title read Paradise of Enthusiasm. As a self-proclaimed connoisseur of this work, he had seen countless versions and was now genuinely intrigued. "What version is this? I've never encountered it before," Kakashi exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he accepted the book. The tactile sensation was exquisite, a true masterpiece among masterpieces. Meanwhile, Sasuke was taken aback, observing Kakashi's unexpected reaction. They had never seen their teacher so flustered since he began leading their team, and this display was far from the composed demeanor expected of a Konoha Jonin. Curious, Sasuke leaned closer to investigate, muttering, "Paradise of Enthusiasm?" He found it peculiar. Aside from the elegant script, it seemed rather ordinary. Kakashi flipped to the first page, and in an instant, a blinding golden light emanated from the book, causing his eyes to widen with disbelief. A silly grin spread across his face as he began to chuckle uncontrollably. Sasuke, noticing the unusual behavior, tilted his head in confusion as Kakashi's face was obscured by the book, his shoulders shaking in an odd rhythm. What perplexed Erjuzi the most were the few crimson drops beneath Kakashi's feet. Blood. Kakashi-sensei was bleeding. Furrowing his brow, Erjuzi glanced at the composed Yang Tai and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, how did you get hurt? Are you all right?" Kakashi inhaled sharply, reluctantly closing the book he had been engrossed in, and proclaimed with utmost seriousness, "As a distinguished Jonin of Konoha, how could I bleed? It is merely sweat." Erjuzi's skeptical gaze lingered on Kakashi, who had seemed like a different person while immersed in the book. Ahem. "Without further ado, Sasuke, it is time to accelerate your training. You cannot afford to fall behind." Kakashi cleared his throat and swiftly redirected Erjuzi's attention, producing a shadow clone to assist in training. Yang Tai felt immense satisfaction with the results of his carefully prepared paradise of passion. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that Jiraiya's work could only be considered a romantic novel with risque elements. Yet, Yangtai, having been an art student in his previous life, found that sketching and photography came effortlessly to him. Each page he turned was adorned with vivid illustrations, much like how many would prefer an illustrated version of Jinping Mei for study. Chapter 51, Chidori Raikiri. Yangtai, isn't it? Tell me what training issues you wish to resolve. Kakashi carefully tucked away Paradise of Passion and inquired earnestly. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Yangtai smiled and organized his thoughts. To be precise, I wish to learn the Mist Shadow technique from you, Kakashi-sensei, along with some methods and techniques for utilizing lightning chakra. Oh, you wish to learn the Mist Shadow technique. I see now. It must have been Naruto and his friends who spoke of it. Kakashi squinted slightly, recognizing that Yangtai possessed the potential to be a ninja, having gathered considerable intelligence. He nodded, deeming this a modest request, given that the Mist Shadow technique was merely a C-rank ninjutsu. However, Kakashi shifted the conversation, asking, "Why do you wish to learn how to wield lightning chakra?" After a brief pause, he scrutinized Yangtai. "Could it be that you aim to master lightning release ninjutsu?" Yangtai shook his head and revealed a device resembling a forehead protector. Its center featuring an octagonal recess embedded with a mirror and a tiny light bulb. Tying it to his palm, he explained, "This contains a camera's flash bulb, and I intend to activate it using lightning chakra. A powerful flash can render an opponent momentarily blind in close combat." Ah, what a brilliant idea. Such a device, when used unexpectedly, could be lethal. I might be able to utilize it as well. Kakashi suddenly understood why Yangtai sought his guidance. To execute this technique, one must first harness the initial phase of Chidori, concentrating lightning chakra in the palm. Having already taken advantage of this fellow, he now saw an opportunity to teach him in return. Focus. Kakashi wasted no time, gradually gathering lightning energy in his palm. The energy crackled softly, slowly intensifying, transforming from weak to robust with each moment. Yangtai observed intently, recognizing that such visible changes could not merely be conveyed through text. Previously, Yangtai had attempted this himself, but could only manage a few flickers of electricity before failing. To rapidly apply it in battle, he sought the wisdom of a mentor. As for why he did not directly learn Chidori, it was unnecessary to mention their relationship. The foundation must be solid before one can run, lest one stumble and fall, except for those with exceptional talent. After a thorough explanation, Kakashi withdrew his hand, asking, "Why don't you give it a try?" Yangtai nodded, channeling lightning chakra to gather in his palm, and a flicker of electricity danced briefly. Kakashi nodded subtly, sensing that Yangtai possessed an innate talent for lightning release. 3 minutes passed, and sweat beaded on Yangtai's forehead as he felt only a few flickers of electricity in his hand, without any sense of progress. Kakashi shook his head, concluding that this was likely Yangtai's limit. Yangtai gradually calmed himself, closing his eyes to reflect on Kakashi's lightning-gathering technique. He envisioned arcs linking together, slowly forming a sort of core. Core. Yangtai's eyes flew open. Everything required a core, just like the Rasengan and the water technique. It felt as though he had unlocked a new world. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, activating his Sharingan as he observed Yangtai's chakra flowing into his palm with remarkable precision. This was intriguing. The gathered lightning chakra grew ever stronger. It seemed this young man had reached a level of chakra control akin to that of a medical ninja. Realizing Yangtai had likely reached his true limit, Kakashi spoke. "Well done. Your chakra control is exceptional. For the first day, this may be your limit. It's time to rest." Yangtai, dripping with sweat, paid no heed to Kakashi's words, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He felt unstoppable. Grasping his wrist with his other hand, he continued to gather arcs of electricity. Kakashi shook his head, recognizing that youth often lacked an understanding of their own limitations. With veins bulging, Yangtai gritted his teeth as arcs of electricity swirled around his palm, forming an irregular lightning sphere that twisted and morphed. "Stop! Disperse!" Kakashi commanded. Suddenly, the lightning erupted forth. A surge of electricity burst outward, filling the air with a cacophony of crackling sounds, reminiscent of countless birds chirping in chorus. Kakashi was taken aback, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. This young man was indeed remarkable. He recalled that it took Sasuke 7 days, along with his guidance, to barely grasp this technique. Yet this prodigious child had done so in less than half an hour. Fortunately, Sasuke was not present. Otherwise, he might have been driven to despair. Truly impressive. On par with his own excellence. But wait. Kakashi suddenly realized he had overlooked the dangers of Chidori, especially in its initial phase, which was particularly perilous. He quickly seized Yangtai's arm, pulling him down forcefully as the ground erupted in a shower of rubble. Yangtai, covered in dirt, rose with a disgruntled expression, looking at Kakashi as if he were a wronged spouse. Kakashi regarded him with a serious demeanor, stating, "I assume you have heard of Chidori?" Yangtai nodded obediently. Kakashi continued, "Do you know why I rarely teach this ninjutsu to others?" Yangtai initially nodded, then shook his head. Kakashi explained, "It is not due to my reluctance to teach. Rather, this technique is exceedingly dangerous." Dangerous? Yangtai looked at Kakashi skeptically, as if to say, "If you don't want to teach, just say so. No need for such feeble excuses." Kakashi understood Yangtai's thoughts and pointed at his hand, saying, "Your hand is already injured." Yangtai lifted his palm to examine it closely. Indeed, it was hurt. But he remained unconvinced. "This is clearly just a sign that I need to improve my control. With more practice, I can avoid such injuries. Besides, this is well within my manageable limits." Kakashi continued his explanation. "What is ninjutsu for?" Meeting Yoda's puzzled gaze, Kakashi replied coldly, "To eliminate the enemy. What you currently possess is the first stage of Chidori, which possesses considerable destructive power. However, can such an ambitious target strike the enemy? Speed. Indeed. The current speed is far too slow." Chapter 52, Finding Naruto. Yoda then shook his head. This old man was undoubtedly trying to fool him. He recalled that Chidori could seemingly utilize lightning-style chakra to stimulate and activate cells, thereby enhancing speed. Pretending to be oblivious, Yoda inquired, "Wouldn't it be better to increase speed?" Kakashi responded, "That is precisely the most perilous aspect. With your chakra, you can manage at most 2 strikes, or perhaps even less. This indicates that it is a life-threatening technique. You must possess the certainty of delivering a fatal blow. Otherwise, it is your life that will be forfeit." Seemingly recalling something, Kakashi touched his forehead protector and continued, "As for why speed renders this jutsu the most dangerous, the reason is quite simple. It is too fast." Yoda, perplexed, wondered how speed could also be dangerous. Kakashi explained, "If the eyes cannot keep pace with the body's speed, one may not even comprehend how they perished." Absurd as it may seem, Yoda felt that Kakashi spoke the truth. Kakashi pointed to his Sharingan and stated, "Only bloodline limits like the Sharingan, which allow for predicting the enemy's movements, can master Chidori." No wonder, in Boruto, Kakashi refrains from using Chidori. It appears this technique necessitates the Sharingan for its full execution. That makes sense. Nevertheless, Yoda remained eager to learn and continued to inquire. Speed must be the second stage of Chidori, right? Observing Yoda's expression, Kakashi realized he did not wish to concede. After a prolonged contemplation, he affirmed, "Yes, the second stage involves using lightning-style chakra to stimulate the activation of all body cells, thereby enhancing speed. The third stage entails condensing the dispersed lightning, representing a transformation in the nature of lightning-style chakra. In my youth, I utilized this technique to sever my enemy's lightning release ninjutsu, a move also known as Raikiri. Chidori Raikiri. So that is the origin of its name. An enlightening moment indeed." However, Yoda was less concerned with the name and more with Kakashi's demeanor. This man evidently intended to impart his knowledge. As the sun dipped low, casting a crimson glow across the sky, a breathtaking beauty enveloped the scene. Yoda purchased some ingredients and cheerfully returned home. Upon entering, he found a young girl asleep on the sofa. In the kitchen, the sounds of chopping echoed. The old man must have been waiting anxiously. Yoda's voice rang out, and the old man turned, puzzled. "Why are you so late today?" Yoda, washing the vegetables, replied, "I was learning some ninjutsu from a senior." The old man, intrigued, asked who. Yoda responded, "Kakashi, the technician from Konohagakure." "Oh, how did you manage to connect with him?" The old man suddenly became interested. He was acquainted with Kakashi and had even teamed up with him, acknowledging his formidable strength. Yoda felt speechless. What did he mean by connect? Could he not phrase it more elegantly? Naturally, such thoughts were kept to himself, and he instead said, "I merely brought him a few items and asked a few questions." As the old man and Yoda exchanged words, delectable dishes were prepared and placed on the table. They roused the still sleeping Shorin, and together they joyously enjoyed a reunion dinner. The night passed in silence. After acquiring the Mist Shadow technique and the training method for Chidori yesterday, The remaining task was to invest time in refining them. Yoda divided himself into 2 shadow clones to arrange the content and began preparing to probe Naruto's foundation. More accurately, it was a matter of gathering intelligence. However, the pressing concern remained mastering the chakra absorption technique. Presently, this jutsu could resolve Yoda's immediate predicament. After battling against formidable opponents like the head of the Kankuro family, Yoda found that after utilizing his water domain, his chakra could not sustain for long. Especially after employing the Rasengan, it diminished even further. Could it be possible that in a scenario where he was surrounded by sand shinobi, he could immediately deploy his water domain to eliminate the enemy, then use shadow clones to absorb their chakra? Would that not allow him to sustain his battles through combat? Moreover, the chakra of recently deceased individuals should not vanish instantaneously, making absorption simpler and without resistance. If he encountered Naruto or Kankuro, he could easily absorb chakra from them, ensuring his invincibility. Opening the scroll, Yoda examined it closely while organizing and summarizing the contents. This technique, how should it be described? It would be more aptly named the chakra transfer technique. Additionally, Yoda discovered that when the enemy did not resist, the speed of chakra absorption was remarkably swift, aligning closely with his earlier speculations. For 11 consecutive days, Yoda remained sequestered in his room. Shorin and the old man were aware of his preparations and refrained from disturbing him, akin to the high-stakes atmosphere of an examination. In the room, Yoda formed the tiger seal, and his palms soon felt a subtle pulse of chakra, imperceptible to the naked eye, beckoning Shorin over. Placing his hand on her arm, Yoda's expression finally brightened. He could distinctly feel waves of chakra flowing into his body, accompanied by a slight discomfort. However, it was minimal and did not pose a significant hindrance. Yoda exclaimed, "Girl, try resisting." The young girl furrowed her brow, attempting to halt the flow of chakra. Yoda raised an eyebrow. The disparity was astounding. Without resistance, nearly 100% absorption. With resistance, around 30%. Reflecting on this, Yoda felt a sense of relief. What more could he desire? 30% would suffice. After a few days of silence, it was time to venture out for some activity. Preparing his belongings, Yoda set out. First, he sought Naruto, which inevitably led him to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, one could presume, would be found in the largest hot spring area. Although saying this, it was no small endeavor. Aiming to explore, he wandered around all morning but found no trace of him. Instead, he was unexpectedly surrounded by 3 young ladies who interrogated him, suspecting him of being a peeping Tom. After Yoda explained that he was searching for someone, the 3 young ladies, wishing to atone for their misjudgment, warmly invited him to come inside and sit for a while. Yoda found himself engaging in delightful conversation with the 3 ladies, enjoying drinks and discussing life. Author's note: a friend privately messaged me, saying it seems like I've shared everything yet nothing at all. He is a VIP member seeking completeness. I want to say, while I agree with this friend, the author does not. In conclusion, I can only say, I am unable to assist, and I appreciate everyone's support. As noon approached, Yoda felt parched and exhausted. He could no longer continue. How could a man admit defeat? Leaning against the wall, he emerged, managing a strained smile at the 3 ladies who had accompanied him. My mother called for me to return home for dinner. You needn't see me off. Giggling, they advised him to take care and return to visit them. The girl who had initially scolded him waved her hands, lifting her white towel like a mountain. Yoda waved back, supporting himself against the wall as he walked away. Unable to find Naruto or Jiraiya, he felt utterly defeated, nearly drained. How disgraceful! I, a dignified man, have been felled by wine and women. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Just as he clutched his waist in distress, Yoda inadvertently looked up and spotted a red and yellow figure approaching in the distance. Chapter 53, Black Market? Yoda waved at Naruto from afar. Yoda smiled and approached. Had he been blocked from food? At this hour, Naruto must have already gained the approval of Fukasaku. Yoda remarked, "What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. White hair, red attire, a scroll, and wooden clogs. This must be the legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya." Pausing briefly, he turned to the seemingly lifeless Jiraiya and inquired with curiosity, "Is this the remarkable ninja you mentioned last time?" Yongtai respectfully greeted Jiraiya. "Hello, esteemed senior." This figure was one of his favorites from his previous life, the legendary Jiraiya. Finally, he had the chance to meet him in person. Handsome? Jiraiya, towering at nearly 2 meters, chuckled heartily while ruffling Naruto's hair, striking his signature pose. Indeed, young man, you have great taste. I am undeniably charming, dashing, and captivating. The beloved sage of Mount Myaboku. Naruto, however, covered his face, feeling embarrassed despite his usual carefree demeanor. Yongtai, aware of Jiraiya's eccentricities, was taken aback by his exaggerated behavior in public. Many passers-by shot them curious glances. Ahem. Yongtai coughed lightly, eager to dispel the awkward atmosphere. By the way, Naruto, have you eaten yet? As if on cue, both of them clutched their stomachs, staring at Yongtai as if awaiting his next words. Unfazed, Yongtai smiled and pointed to a restaurant in the distance. My treat. Besides, Naruto, I have something to discuss with you. Huh. I have high hopes for you, kid. They entered the restaurant, where Jiraiya unabashedly ordered the most expensive dishes, making Yongtai's face twitch. Burp. I'm so full, Naruto exclaimed, patting his round belly with a look of bliss. Did you eat enough? Yongtai asked. Naruto nodded absolutely. Great. How about a spar this afternoon? Yongtai fixed his gaze on Naruto. Jiraiya, sipping his drink, glanced over at them but continued to indulge himself. Huh. Naruto looked puzzled, then suddenly seemed to understand. You want me for that? He excitedly thumped his chest. No problem. Yongtai smiled. But you must give it your all. Sure. Naruto nodded, but then pondered. But the Chunin exams start in 3 days. Why train now? Can't we just compete then? Yongtai shook his head, uncertain if Orochimaru would act prematurely as in the original story. What if Orochimaru decided to make his move after the matches? He needed to prepare in advance for his battles against Naruto and Sasuke. Yongtai candidly stated, I want you to gather intelligence through our match. You cannot back out now. Gather intelligence on myself? Naruto nodded, understanding the necessity. As a ninja, why shouldn't he gather information on Yongtai too? Besides, if he didn't exert himself fully, how much could Yongtai learn about him? Jiraiya looked at Yongtai with intrigue, sensing there was more to this young man. Then let's go? Yongtai stood to settle the bill. Seeing this, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto and dashed away. The cashier, smiling sweetly, chimed, That'll be 42,000. Oh, 42,000? What? Yongtai's eyes widened in disbelief. His first reaction was that he had fallen victim to a scam. 42,000. Are you robbing me? That's nearly the fee for a C-rank mission. With a scowl, Yongtai glared at the cashier. Do your noodles contain gold? 10 bowls shouldn't cost this much. You have one chance to correct your words, or I will notify the guards. What? Trying to skip out on your bill? The cashier, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, summoning her sisters from the back with a loud voice. 2 women emerged brandishing rolling pins. Yongtai's first thought was how impressive their familial resemblance was. But he quickly shook his head. No matter how impressive they were, they couldn't take advantage of him, as he considered how to appeal to their sense of fairness. The cashier pointed at him. That's the one. He trying to skip out on his bill. The sisters, brandishing their rolling pins, surrounded Yongtai, warning him not to approach. Don't blame us for being rude. One warned. Yeah, don't make us be unkind, chimed in the shorter sister in a blue apron. Yongtai smirked. You dare charge me 42,000 for a few bowls of noodles and bottles of wine? He clenched his fists, determined to awaken their conscience with his righteous fury. Huh, you think you can intimidate me? Don't come any closer, or we'll call the guards. They threatened in unison. Retreating nervously, Yongtai found their reaction amusing. How could such brazen scammers exist? You think I 1T smash your little establishment? Go ahead, call them. I'll be waiting. Yongtai laughed in disbelief at their audacity. You wait. The cashier, her eyes shimmering with tears, stormed out, vowing revenge. Yongtai scoffed, pulling out a chair and sitting down casually. You all have lost your minds. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never learn what it means to have a higher power watching over you. The sister in the blue apron looked to say something, but was stopped by the floral apron sister, who whispered, Let us wait for the guards. The younger sister shot Yongtai a glare before turning away, ignoring him. Growing bored with their silence, Yongtai decided to wait for the guards to arrive. Outside, at a nearby stall, Jiraiya and Naruto munched on dumplings while waiting for Yongtai. Naruto, feeling impatient, observed the restaurant entrance. What's taking Yongtai so long? Hey, isn't that the cashier running out in such a hurry? Jiraiya turned to Naruto. Should we check on Yongtai? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya chuckled nervously. You didn't notice? That cashier seems to have caught his eye. Naruto appeared confused. What does that have to do with him being late? Clearly, he's trying to get her contact information. Jiraiya continued. Naruto clapped his hands, We can't interrupt his moment. Ah, promising student. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. Just as Naruto settled back down, he suddenly felt he'd forgotten something and scratched his head, unable to recall. Forget it. Let us just enjoy the dumplings. Moments later, the door swung open with a bang. The cashier marched in, flanked by a couple of guards, one older and one younger, both from the Hidden Leaf. The elder, wearing a Chunin vest, was about to speak when the cashier pointed at Yang Tai, exclaiming, "That's him. He trying to skip out on his bill." At this, the guards turned their attention to Yang Tai, who raised an eyebrow, realizing he had inadvertently drawn the ire of the law. "Regrettably, today you have encountered a formidable opponent." The elder of the middle ninja approached slowly, scrutinizing Yang Tai from head to toe. Despite Yang Tai's height of approximately 178 meters, the elder discerned at a glance that the young man before him was merely 16 or 17 years old. With hands clasped behind his back, he assumed a posture of authority and inquired, "Young man, are you here indulging in a free meal?" "Sir, you cannot unjustly tarnish one's reputation." Yang Tai felt it prudent to assert his case first, anticipating that he might need justification later. Oh, the elder of the security team, having spent many years in this profession, immediately caught the subtle implication in Yang Tai's words. He pulled over a chair and sat down leisurely, saying, "Speak up. If you are indeed innocent, not only will they apologize, but I will also personally waive the bill for this meal. What do you say?" Yang Tai nodded in agreement. Upon the mention of the monetary aspect, the cashier, a young lady beside them, could hardly contain her anxiety and exclaimed, "Uncle Yang." The elder waved his hand, interrupting her. "Rest assured, if he truly dined without payment, he shall pay the full amount and apologize respectfully. Is that acceptable?" The lady in the floral apron nodded in agreement, signaling her consent to Uncle Yang's approach. There were no objections from either party. The elder of the security team took a sip of water from his thermos and retrieved a notebook, instructing, "Young lady, please explain the situation." The cashier shot a furious glare at Yang Tai and retorted, "This fellow brought two people for an extravagant meal at noon. Once they left, he remained intentionally causing trouble and refusing to pay." Feeling offended, Yang Tai thought to himself that he was a man who had completed an S-level mission. With a substantial amount of savings, it was absurd to suggest he was attempting to dine and dash. Well then, the elder noted this down and turned to Yang Tai. "Now, it's your turn to speak." Yang Tai, resigned, explained, "Sir, have you ever heard of a meal costing 40,000 taels for a few bowls of noodles and several bottles of wine? Surely, their noodles cannot be made of gold. I suspect they are running a black market establishment." The three sisters were rendered speechless with indignation. "Calm down," the elder said, remaining composed. He addressed the young security officer by the dining table, "Young Chun, how are we doing?" "Almost done," the young officer replied, quickly calculating on his notebook. Upon discovering the total, he rushed over to announce, "The total amounts to 40,251 taels." Yang Tai felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Was this not a case of collusion? "You too, are you not covering for her?" "Young man, one may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. Look here." The elder and the young officer remained unfazed, for they were accustomed to such situations, especially after a few drinks. Yang Tai, somewhat skeptical, accepted 2 receipts, one from the restaurant and another calculated by the young officer. The items included noodles priced at 6 taels a bowl, totaling 16 bowls, beer at 4 taels per bottle, totaling 6 bottles, and the famed Feitian Mao Tai, priced at 10,500 taels per bottle, totaling 4 bottles. Yang Tai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he been ensnared in an illusion? Trembling as he held the bill, clarity dawned upon him. He recalled that during the meal, Jiraiya had excused himself to the restroom. Yang Tai had not paid it any mind. Later, the cashier brought 4 different bottles of liquor, and Jiraiya had consumed 1, leaving the other 3 for himself. That rascal Jiraiya had set him up, initially aiming to treat his idol from a past life to a meal. He had not anticipated this trickery. Feitian Mao Tai, a spirit he had only heard of but never tasted. His anger did not stem from being trapped by Jiraiya, but rather from the fact that he had not been able to savor even a drop of the exquisite drink. "Well, young man, what do you have to say now?" the cashier inquired, smugly. "Alas, it is my fault. I will pay," Yang Tai sighed, resigning himself to his fate. The elder, who had initially intended to speak a few kind words on Yang Tai's behalf, decided to take a small measure of revenge, thinking, "Let this be a lesson for not respecting the elders." Upon hearing about the payment, The cashier immediately transformed her demeanor, smiling brightly. Very well. Let us round it down to 40,200 taels. Will you be paying by card or cash? Yang Tai, feeling the sting of his loss, pulled out his wallet. He had not yet had the chance to deposit any money. In the expectant gazes of the three sisters, he shut his wallet. Offering an awkward yet polite smile, and earnestly suggested, would it be acceptable to wash some dishes instead? Huh. The group was taken aback, then quickly realized he still intended to avoid payment. Good lad. We've waited all this time, and you still wish to dine and dash. The attractive elder sister, emboldened by the elder's support, brandished a rolling pin menacingly towards Yang Tai. Drenched in sweat, Yang Tai thought, who in their right mind would wander around without sufficient funds? He retreated step by step as the three sisters advanced. Cornered against the wall, facing what felt like three imposing mountains, he had nowhere to escape. Under their piercing gazes, he pulled out a scroll and cheerfully proclaimed, "Three lovely sisters, I have no cash on me today. Would you accept an item as collateral? I shall return with the money." The cashier, observing Yang Tai's earnestness, replied, "That's acceptable, but its value must be significant. Anything like gold, jade, or gemstones will do." Yang Tai's eyelids twitched. Did this cashier have an obsession with money? He hesitated slightly and murmured, "I don't have anything like that." "Fine, I'll reluctantly accept that." The cashier began to say, but suddenly realized something was amiss. When she connected the dots, her anger surged. She pointed a finger at Yang Tai's nose. "You tricked me." Yang Tai awkwardly chuckled, gently pushing her trembling finger down, and quickly reassured, "Let us not lose our temper. Although my collateral isn't gold or the like, it is of undeniable value." Under the sisters' dubious gazes, Yang Tai slowly unfurled the scroll in his hand and pronounced, "Release." With a sudden puff of smoke, a straight sword appeared in Yang Tai's grasp. "Ah!" The three sisters shrieked, hastily retreating in alarm. The elder, observing the scene, sprang to his feet, shielding the three girls behind him, assuming a defensive stance, and shouted, "Young man, I advise you to desist." Yang Tai slapped his forehead, anticipating this reaction. Without elaborating, he tossed the sword forward. After all, it was the most valuable item he possessed, and given his initial fault, he could not leave without ensuring they were not left at a loss. Yang Tai prided himself on having principles. The elder was momentarily stunned as he received the sword. Looking up at Yang Tai with confusion, Yang Tai explained, "This sword is forged from chakra metal, valued at 1,000,000 taels. I shall leave it as collateral and return to redeem it later." "What? 1,000,000 taels?" The three sisters gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. A sum of that magnitude was beyond their experience. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They could not accept it. Their eyes turned to the elder for assistance. With a swift motion, the elder unsheathed the sword, narrowing his eyes slightly, infusing chakra into it. In an instant, the sword glowed with blue chakra. The transmission speed of this chakra was likely superior to that of his own weapon. He recalled that crafting his own weapon had cost over 100,000 taels. After brandishing it a few times in admiration, he turned to Yang Tai, scrutinizing him further. "Are you also a ninja?" Yang Tai nodded. "I'm on break today and did not bring my headband." The elder, feeling in his pocket, wished to assist Yang Tai but found himself without funds. "Never mind. One matter at a time." Uncle Yang smiled faintly, sheathing his long sword, and addressed the three young ladies. "This sword is exceptionally precious. I believe it can serve as collateral." The three women swallowed hard at the sight. Ultimately, the money-hungry cashier could no longer contain herself and inquired, "Uncle Yang, is this truly worth 1,000,000? Uncle Yang nodded slightly, his expression earnest as he replied, "Indeed, I estimate it to be worth at least 3,000,000 taels." "What? 3,000,000 taels?" The cashier's eyes widened as she snatched the sword, clutching it possessively, unable to part with it. Young Yang looked on with envy, wishing it were in his possession. After matters were settled, he exited the shop. The older sister, initially convinced of Young Yang's extraordinary ninja status, had intended to return the sword to him. However, to her surprise, the cashier adamantly refused, insisting that such a valuable item was meant for her to embrace during sleep. Young Yang shook his head, deciding to let it be. His priority now was to probe into Naruto's background. With a scowl, he stepped outside and scanned the vicinity, spotting Naruto waving from a distance. Approaching him, Young Yang found Naruto with a gossiping demeanor, leering, "So, did you get her contact information?" Young Yang replied, "It's nothing. I understand. The next opportunity will be even better." With a playful nudge, Naruto offered a knowing smile. Just keep your chin up. Yang, perplexed, touched Naruto's forehead, wondering why he seemed to be rambling nonsensically. In the next moment, he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, who, despite his flushed face, appeared to be oblivious to the events transpiring. Taking a deep breath, Yang said to Naruto, "Let us go." After a brief pause, he added, "Naruto, you'd best give it your all today. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Naruto, taken aback, thought, what is up with him? He seems off today. Ignoring the remark, Yang headed outside the village. One must admit, despite Jiraiya's eccentricities, he was indeed adept in the art of being a ninja. With something as simple as a meal, he provided Yang with an undeniable reason to unleash his full potential against Naruto. As if he were sharpening his skills against the prince. A slight smile crept onto Yang's face. Outside the village, by the riverside, this was the battlefield Jiraiya had chosen for the two. Yang stood quietly on the water's surface, gazing at Naruto across from him. "Are you ready?" Yang asked. "Bring it on," Naruto exclaimed, striking a battle pose, excitement evident in his demeanor. "Begin." Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a loud shout, numerous Narutos formed, all glaring menacingly at Yang, followed by a collective cry, "Charge!" Despite knowing Naruto had abundant chakra, the sheer number of clones was still astonishing. However, Yang remained unfazed, gripping his kunai tightly. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, body flicker technique. "Ah, that hurts. Yang, you lack martial ethics." Using 1,000 years of pain, a rapid shadow darted about, scattering the clones in an instant. Within mere moments, only the original Naruto remained on the battlefield. Truth be told, Yang was rather unfortunate, having failed to land a hit on Naruto's true form. Jiraiya, leaning against a tree and observing, felt a slight change in his expression. To him, Yang's strength appeared average, considerably weaker than his own at that age. What intrigued him was the kunai in Yang's hand, so familiar. The same golden hair, the same trident kunai, yet the person from those days was long gone. His thoughts drifted, no longer focused on the youthful antics before him. In the arena, Yang regarded Naruto coldly, stating, "Is this truly your strength? You've utterly disappointed me." No sooner had he spoken, Yang's figure vanished again. Bang! Ugh! With a splash, Naruto emerged from the water. Yang slowly withdrew his foot, looking at Naruto, who had just surfaced. "Stop hiding your true strength. Let me witness all your power." Naruto slowly rose, summoning over 30 shadow clones once more. "Just don't regret it when you get turned into a pig." Yang shook his head, fixing his gaze on Naruto. "If that's all you have, you still cannot defeat me." Enough of the bravado. Naruto called his clones to attack. Yang performed a backflip, creating distance, and with a smooth motion, formed 4 hand seals. "As I said, reveal your true power." Chapter 56. A wise man knows when to yield water release. Water Dragon Bullet. The water around Yang transformed into a colossal water dragon, crashing down towards the astonished Narutos. Bang! The immense force scattered the clones, and waves surged through the river, engulfing all the Narutos. Only Yang remained, riding the currents gracefully. Wow, that was quite a spectacle. Jiraiya, regaining his focus, wiped the water from his face, somewhat astonished. He paid no mind to Naruto's safety. Yang's blatant display of restraint suited him just fine. With a bottle of exquisite liquor in hand, he took a sip, savoring, "Ah, what fine wine." As the water began to calm, Naruto struggled to crawl onto the shore, coughing and glaring at Yang. "You've gone too far. Wait, shouldn't Naruto be able to tap into some of the Nine-Tails chakra by now?" Yet, he appeared genuine in his struggle. Perhaps it was time to provoke him a little? Clearing his throat, Yang switched to a taunting tone. "What's the matter, you underachiever? Are you ready to concede?" "You fox demon." With the 3-tier buff fully activated, he anticipated the effect. Watching Naruto tremble silently, he noted the impact. What a pity. Naruto slowly stood, an indescribable aura emanating from him, fixing a fierce gaze on Yang. "You've successfully angered me. Come here, you foul fox, and pay your dues." The Nine-Tails, feeling offended, thought of an old acquaintance. "I'm quite annoyed by this fellow. Give him a thorough beating." Naruto, taken aback, wondered why the fox was so obedient. As the thought crossed his mind, faint red chakra enveloped him, bubbling with energy, gradually engulfing his entire being. "Oh, the Nine-Tails chakra?" Jiraiya straightened, his expression serious as he observed Naruto. Can he begin to harness this power now? Is that the initial layer of the tailed beast cloak? Yang swallowed hard, realizing he may have overdone it with the buffs. Can I dial it back a notch? Clearly, there was no turning back. In a flash, Naruto charged forward, his fist the size of a sandbag, moving at a speed that rivaled Yang's body flicker technique. Yang's eyelids twitched. He despised such unfair advantages. Damn it. The moment you cheat, you nullify all my hard work. With a fierce roar, Yang summoned his resolve, employing the body flicker technique to meet Naruto head-on. Bang! The two exchanged powerful punches and created distance between them. Yang wiped the blood from his lip, grimacing in pain. The red chakra enveloped Naruto, and his wounds gradually began to heal. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang's lips curled in frustration. Seriously? It even has healing effects. This is quite outrageous. Referee, I report that someone is cheating. Water release, instant water slide. Yang's feet seemed to be equipped with turbochargers as he glided swiftly across the water's surface, creating a cacophony of sounds. The two engaged in an evenly matched combat. Although Naruto was employing special abilities, his close-quarters fighting still revealed a certain naivety. In combat, mere practice has limited efficacy. True mastery can only be achieved through one path, killing. A golden opportunity presented itself. A glint of determination flashed in Yang's eyes as he executed a sweeping leg kick followed by a powerful downward strike. Splash! Naruto plummeted into the water. Utilizing the momentum in the air, Yang remained vigilant, gathering lightning chakra in his hands. Crackle! The electricity surged forth, zapping through the water. The moment Naruto's shadow clones emerged from the depths, they were instantly paralyzed, their forms dissipating one after another, save for two fortunate ones who remained aloft. Surprised, aren't you? Who said Chidori must be used in close combat? Although its potency diminishes with water release, the area of effect expands. Yang closed his eyes, sensing the situation, but alas, it seemed he had failed. Just as this thought crossed his mind, two figures erupted from the water, hurling shuriken toward him. With no choice, Yang retreated. Realizing he was in a predicament, his chakra reserves, diminished by the three shadow clones, had now been halved. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! Naruto's clones swarmed the area, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Jiraiya clapped in amazement, witnessing such a remarkable display of clones for the first time. Is this the forbidden technique, the multiple shadow clone technique? Yang's forehead glistened with sweat, his throat constricting as he surveyed the myriad of Narutos surrounding him, triggering his claustrophobia. Should he concede? After all, losing to a prince doesn't seem too shameful. Those who know the times are wise. Yang forced a strained smile. Hey, Naruto, how about I just give him a beating? Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous cheer erupted from nowhere. Beat him. Beat him. The echo sent chills down Yang's spine, prompting him to shout a hasty surrender. However, his voice was but a droplet in the ocean, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Swish, swish. The enraged Narutos charged at him, fists raised. Yang understood that unless he utilized the water domain, he was destined to take a beating today. Perhaps it was best to hold back. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death moment. However, he could still avoid a few punches. Water release, water barrier. A massive torrent of water swirled, forming a spinning shield. The many Narutos halted in confusion, pausing to confer amongst themselves. Inside the water barrier, Yang sighed in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, before he could bask in his triumph, he saw a group of Narutos forcefully breaking through. This was utterly absurd. Crack! Crack! Yang, you better brace yourself. Several drenched Narutos grinned menacingly, fists clenched as they approached. Please, I surrender. Yang waved his hands frantically. It's too late. Everyone, let us get him. As a few rushed forward, they were swiftly dealt with by Yang. But the water barrier collapsed under the pressure. An overwhelming swarm of Narutos surged forth. Endless, they seemed. When one Naruto latched onto Yang's leg, it signified the end of their match. For a long time, Yang and his companions sat by the riverbank, savoring grilled fish. Naruto took a hearty bite, glancing curiously at Yang, who was nursing a black eye. Yang, when did you learn medical ninjutsu? After finishing the last morsel, Yang, still sporting a panda eye, patted his hands and replied, I learned it from my sister a couple of days ago. Now that we've fought, I must seek out others to gather information. As Yang rose, Naruto stepped in front, a pout on his face. No way. You saw my trump card, but you were holding back. You didn't give it your all. Yongtai awkwardly scratched his nose, glancing at Jiraiya, who was sipping sake nearby. Naruto, I genuinely gave my all. Don't listen to that lecherous sage. Naruto looked skeptical. Really? Yongtai nodded vigorously. More genuine than pearls. Then I won't fight anymore. I'll be on my way. Naruto laughed heartily, waving goodbye. As Yongtai walked a few meters away, he paused, exhaling deeply. This guy really was hard to stay angry at. Perhaps this was Naruto's unique charm. Yongtai turned back, looking earnestly at Naruto. Naruto, is there something else? Naruto scratched his head, puzzled. Do you want to see my trump card? Yongtai inquired. Really? That is awesome. Naruto exclaimed, excitedly pumping his fists. This meant he could face Yongtai once more. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, munching on grilled fish and sipping sake, stifled a yawn, contemplating that at last, things were becoming less boring. Yongtai understood Naruto's eagerness and shook his head. This time, he would aim for a swift conclusion. Besides Naruto, he intended to teach a lesson to another particularly arrogant individual, not Sasuke, as he had already settled that score. Drawing a trident kunai, Yongtai asked Naruto, "Are you ready?" Just then, clang. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a kunai was thrust between them. As Naruto and Jiraiya looked on in confusion, boom. A C-shaped water column materialized out of thin air, the base reaching just behind Naruto. As they were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the water column, Naruto felt a chill along his neck, a wave of cold rushing to his head. Slowly, he turned, astonished to see a drenched figure materializing behind him, and he gulped hard, stammering, Yongtai. Thud. The sake bottle slipped from Jiraiya's grasp as he stared in disbelief at the golden-haired youth before him, whose silhouette began to merge with that of Minato clad in his ceremonial attire. It is said that when one passes, a similar presence will arise in the near future. Could this be a flower akin to him? Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. Yongtai retracted the kunai, grinning as he patted Naruto on the shoulder, as if he were mentoring a younger sibling. Naruto, remember, even when battling a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Sometimes, holding back is not wise. I'm off. Farewell. Naruto remained silent, waving goodbye. As Yongtai's figure receded into the distance, Naruto, resolute, stepped forward to Jiraiya. Perverted sage. I want to become stronger. Employ all your techniques. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, glancing at the energized Naruto with a smile and a nod. His goal had been achieved. My precious sake, he exclaimed, lamenting the waste of such fine liquor. What a pity. Naruto pondered. Can this guy really teach me well? He is so unreliable. In the evening, upon entering the house, Yongtai found a little girl preparing bowls and chopsticks, with a copper pot on the table, steaming profusely. Hot pot. We're having hot pot today. Yongtai stepped forward a few paces and scooped up a spoonful of soup to taste. The spiciness was just right. He chuckled, hee. Brother Yongtai, you sit first. The dishes and meat will be ready shortly. The little girl giggled and hurried into the kitchen, observing the joyful fragrance. Yongtai pulled a chair and sat down, reassured by how quickly the little girl adapted. As for her identity, he had informed the old man early on, and after conducting some inquiries, the old man confirmed her background and agreed to let her stay. Regarding Konoha, as long as Xianglin did not become a ninja, there would be no further investigation, as it held no significance. In their eyes, even if Xianglin had issues and was a spy, she would merely be a peripheral one, not worth concerning themselves about information leaks. They were primarily focused on spies within the system, like Yakushi Kabuto. That evening, everyone enjoyed a delightful hot pot dinner together. Upon returning to the room, Yongtai was met with two resentful gazes. Soon, a sarcastic voice broke the silence. I've crossed over, yet I still can't escape the fate of doing homework. The first clone intentionally asked the second clone, who was scribbling away beside him. Hee. Who could disagree? We rise earlier than roosters and sleep later than dogs. Who do we complain to? The second clone replied with mock sarcasm. With a sigh, the first clone glanced at Yongtai, whose face was gradually darkening, and lamented, what a world. Even clones don't get a break. Yongtai, with a long face, remarked, from your words, it seems you are subtly mocking me. Who would dare? The first clone retorted dismissively, returning to his task of inscribing runes. However, as Yongtai turned away, he muttered under his breath, damn it. Yongtai's ears perked up, and he quickly turned his head, only to find both clones quietly engrossed in their writing. Scratching his head, he wondered if he had misheard. It shouldn't be. He turned back suspiciously and took out his summoning scroll. Brother, you are truly brave. Impressive. The second clone secretly gave a thumbs up in admiration. Hee hee. The first clone puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "You should know who I am. My status at home is just this." Continuing with bravado, the first clone added, "If it weren't for the fact that he is the main body, I would definitely make him understand why the flowers are so red." Suddenly, the second clone looked back with a thumb raised again, exclaiming, "Impressive." Then, with a malicious grin, he turned to the first clone. "Impressive, right? Let me tell you. When you're not around, he treats me with utmost respect, serving tea and water. He doesn't dare make a sound. Why is it so cold? Did someone forget to close the window?" The first clone bragged, his voice lowering. Suddenly, he shivered, feeling a chill. Just then, he saw the second clone wearing a sly grin, and everything clicked into place. Chapter 58. The atmosphere changes. What a calamity. How did he end up with such teammates? No way. He needed to remedy this. Ahem. Everything you just said, I repeated verbatim, right? Don't worry. I will convey it to the main body without alteration. The second clone, caught off guard, was bewildered, eager to explain, but bang. The first clone slammed the table, pointing angrily at the second clone, heartbroken as he exclaimed, "Enough. At this point, do you still have anything to defend yourself with?" "I don't." The second clone stammered in panic, desperate to clarify. The first clone waved dismissively. "What do you mean I? Do you think I would wrong you? Let me tell you, my loyalty to the main body is as clear as day. My admiration for him is like the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, unstoppable." You. The second clone's face contorted, trembling as he pointed at the first clone. His body convulsing, eyes rolling back, and clutching his chest, he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. "Damn, you little trash, you can't handle the pressure." The first clone was left dumbfounded. This stout fellow couldn't compete with him and resorted to such underhanded tactics. Just as he prepared to expose this despicable character, he was seized by the nape of his neck and dragged out. Downstairs, the little girl was watching television with the old man, casting a puzzled glance upwards. She turned to the calm old man beside her and pointed upstairs, asking, "Grandfather, what is going on upstairs?" The old man glanced up, then returned his attention to the television, explaining, "Yang Tai's clone is being disobedient. They are having a little lesson." Xiang Lin was taken aback. "A disobedient clone? I haven't read that much. Don't deceive me. Is there such a thing as a disobedient clone?" She had never heard of it. The old man patted Xiang Lin's little head, reassuring her, "It's all right. She will get used to it gradually." Oh. Xiang Lin scratched her head, at a loss for words, staring blankly at the television while occasionally glancing upstairs. Meanwhile, Yang Tai shook his head. This generation of clones was increasingly difficult to handle. Perhaps influenced by his past life, each one was either sharp-tongued or boastful, with genuine seriousness being a rarity. Entering the room, he found the second clone pretending to be unconscious, and his expression darkened. "What a drama. Should I wake you up?" Ahem. The second clone awkwardly got up, continuing to scribble, "I'm getting older. Without the 6-flavor Emperor pill, my back isn't holding up." Ignoring the antics of the clone, Yang Tai unfurled the summoning scroll, clearing 3 slots to store the various rune scrolls, preparing to seal the chakra of the one-tail Shikaku. He couldn't afford to be careless. A night passed without incident. The Chunin exams were just a day away. In the morning, Yang Tai hurriedly packed his belongings and rushed out. Today, he intended to confront someone, and that someone was Niji. Niji's fate was rather unfortunate, but it did not deter Yang Tai from wanting to challenge him. Since Yang Tai often hung out with Li, finding Niji and his companions was quite easy. Before long, he spotted the 3 in a training field. Just as Yang Tai greeted them, a green figure dashed towards him. Yang Tai, Li, who was almost fully recovered, excitedly rushed over, his eyes sparkling as he fixed his gaze on Yang Tai. "Are you here to train with me? Let us ignite our youth together." Yang Tai instinctively took 2 steps back, awkwardly replying, "I have other matters today. How about next time?" The enthusiasm drained from Li, who looked dejected. "All right." He glanced at the silent Niji and then back at Yang Tai. As if coming to a realization, he stepped in front of Yang Tai and whispered, "You aren't here to challenge Niji, are you?" Li, who had been listless, perked up at those words, looking at Yang Tai in surprise. I do want to spar with the so-called genius." Yang Tai smiled and nodded. "Just forget it, Yang Tai." Li shot a glance at the quietly observing Niji, cautioning, "You know Niji's strength. The young prodigies of the Hyuga clan are not to be underestimated." Li added in agreement, "Yang Tai, Niji is really strong." "Niji Hyuga." The genius of the Hyuga clan, everyone knows that. As the conversation progressed, Yang Tai looked at Li earnestly and said, "However, Li, isn't your pursuit to overcome geniuses? Coincidentally, I share that aspiration as well." Li scoffed, mumbling, "Go get beaten up, then. I've warned you. You're being ungrateful." Yang Tai replied, "Why do you speak like that? Why can't you wish me well?" He shook his head with a wry smile. Pow! Li clapped Yang Tai on the shoulder, his eyes ablaze with excitement, shouting, "Go for it. Ignite your youth. I'll take care of the aftermath." Yang Tai, could you not anticipate my arrival? At first glance, this sounds like a word of encouragement, but upon closer inspection, it reveals a desire for Ningji to be sent away. And please refrain from proclaiming such embarrassing things so loudly next time. I would feel quite awkward. With a forced smile, Yang Tai approached Ningji. Under the blazing sun, in the forest, on the training ground, two men, one tall, one short, gazed at each other from a distance. "You're here?" Yang Tai was startled, the familiar line prompting him to respond instinctively. "I am here. You shouldn't have come. But I am here. You still came." "Indeed, I still came." A prolonged silence ensued. Ningji spoke again. "You shouldn't have come. But I am here." Yang Tai fixed his gaze on Ningji. "What is your purpose for coming?" Ningji inquired. Yang Tai clenched his fists, baring his teeth with confidence. "I have come to fight." Ningji raised an eyebrow, gazing at Yang Tai with mockery. "Fight whom? Me?" "Yes, you." The reply was swift and unwavering. Ningji's eyes brimmed with disdain, his pride evident as he proclaimed, "You think you can challenge me?" To believe that a mere stroke of luck would allow one to escape the grasp of a genius and genuinely contend against them is to underestimate us prodigies greatly. "Yes, I can," Yang Tai responded with assuredness. "You think?" Every day Tian interjected. "What is going on with those two?" Shaoli shook his head. "I don't know. It feels strange. That's not the point. Look." Tian pointed at the contrasting atmosphere surrounding the two. "Wow, I didn't notice that before," Shaoli exclaimed in surprise. In the arena, Ningji narrowed his eyes, coldly stating, "Who is deserving of a beating?" "You are," Yang Tai declared icily. With a roll of his eyes, Ningji's veins bulged as he assumed his gentle fist stance. Without hesitation, Yang Tai drew out a three-pronged kunai, taking a fighting stance. Chapter 59. I require your assistance in my training shadow clone technique. Ningji's Byakugan swept left and right, detecting two rushing figures, real shadow clones. To attempt to use shadow clones for an offensive strategy to counter his gentle fist is quite a naive thought. With a disdainful smile, Chakra gathered in his hands. "Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of gentle fist." Swish, swish, swish. Three kunai were hurled towards Ningji, who showed no intention of moving, seemingly preparing to catch them with bare hands. Yang Tai smirked coldly, waiting for this moment. Boom. In the next instant, a water sphere with a 3-meter diameter appeared out of nowhere. Nanny. Ningji couldn't react in time and found himself completely enveloped, with chakra flowing amidst the water. Oh no. As he finally processed the situation, attempting to channel chakra for his heavenly return technique, his body sank, immobilized. What is happening? Yang Tai looked on with satisfaction at the water prison technique executed by the two clones. Observing Ningji's expression, akin to someone who had tasted something unpleasant, Yang Tai chuckled sinisterly. Well, isn't this the genius of the Hyuga clan? As he slowly stepped into the water, his body slightly submerged, he moved his arms, noting that even the caster would be restricted. Yet, he was undoubtedly in a far better position than Ningji. Crack, crack. Clenching his fists with a wicked grin, he approached Ningji, playfully slapping his face while the clones chimed in. "So you're called Ningji, huh?" Ningji's eyes widened in fury, bubbles of anger escaping his lips. "What do you want? You think you can hit me? Come on." Yang Tai mischievously leaned closer, feigning an eagerness to be struck, and the clones echoed him. Smack. Another 2 slaps followed as he tugged at Ningji's hair. "Hey, weren't you quite impressive in the exam?" Smack. "Impressive, huh?" Ningji was utterly bewildered, soon engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. Such disgrace. Veins erupted around his Byakugan as he discerned the weak points in the chakra flow within the water. Feeling a surge of hope, he just needed a moment. Let this fool relish his triumph. There would be tears later. Outside, Tian and Shaoli stood frozen in shock. What were they witnessing? Yang Tai was thrashing Ningji. Gulp. "Oh my god." Shaoli nudged the gaping Tian, asking, "Do you think it's possible we fell under an illusion?" Bang. Tian decisively punched Shaoli in the face, seriously replying, "Does it hurt?" Shaoli cradled his swollen face, tears in his eyes. Yes. It really hurts. Then that confirms we are not under an illusion. Tian withdrew his reddened hand. Realizing the thickness of Yang Tai's skin, why is it always me getting hurt? Tears streamed down his face. Yang Tai retracted his hand, noting Ningji's audacity. He had taken it too far. Hey. On to the next scene. One of the clones reminded. Yang Tai paused, contemplating, his expression shifting to one of ferocity. What the hell are you staring at? Ningji, caught off guard, was bewildered. His expression had remained unchanged throughout. Yang Tai should not force the drama. You think I'm afraid of you? Come out for a duel. Yang Tai's raised hand froze midair, realizing the script had gone awry. Casting a suspicious glance at the two clones, he instantly understood. These two imbeciles were reveling in their roles. One clone suddenly felt the weight of the main body's piercing gaze and cleared its throat, signaling the other clone to tone it down. Crack. Restart. Hey, what are you looking at? Ningji suddenly realized these three were merely playing a role. You think I'm afraid of you? Yang Tai retorted, come out for a duel. Ningji responded, bring it on. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Ningji executed his heavenly return technique, spinning rapidly, chakra overflowing, forming a chakra sphere that shattered the water prison. Boom. Water splashed everywhere, creating an illusion of rain around them. Bang bang. The two clones were obliterated before they could utter another word. Gulp. Yang Tai swallowed hard, aware that he had overstepped and must flee immediately. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. He swiftly hurled a distant kunai, and with a whoosh, he vanished, fleeing. Hey, Yang Tai, come back and face your doom. Ningji's furious roar echoed for 3 miles. Yang Tai, appearing at a distance, smirked, thinking it absurd for Ningji to want him to come closer. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. As a paragon of virtue, how could he find himself in danger? Indeed, a gentleman is like jade. This is precisely him. Once more, he tossed a kunai and disappeared. Gulp. Xiao Li and Tian, fully aware of the situation, retreated. Xiao Li gazed at Ningji, whose eyes had turned crimson, and cheekily remarked, isn't Ningji's Byakugan supposed to be white? Why does it resemble Sharingan now? Could it be a reversion? What the hell is a reversion? Are you out of your mind? Bang. Tian's forehead sported a prominent vein as he delivered a heartfelt punch to Xiao Li, exclaiming, can't you see he is furious because of Yang Tai? We should leave quickly, or we'll end up taking the blame for Yang Tai. With that, the two tiptoed away like thieves, sneaking into the woods. Crack. As beads of sweat trickled down Xiao Li's forehead, he and Tian exchanged cautious glances before slowly turning their heads to meet Ningji's eyes, which glowed with an ominous red light. An unsettling sensation washed over them, akin to a massive rock plunging into water, creating tumultuous waves. Oh no. They both chuckled awkwardly, declaring in unison, we saw nothing. In an instant, the red glow in Ningji's eyes intensified. This is bad. Why must we provoke him? Xiao Li suddenly stood upright, scratching his head in embarrassment, and sincerely stated, Teacher Kai, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. He walked away in a jerky, mechanical manner. Tian, her beautiful eyes wide open, found it hard to believe. You're leaving just like that? How inconsiderate. Xiao Li retorted, better a dead companion than a dead monk. Tian ground her teeth in frustration. I never would have guessed. You, with those thick brows and big eyes, usually so foolish, harboring such cunning thoughts. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. She then blinked her large, captivating eyes and earnestly added, oh, I just remembered, I need to tend to the shop today, so I must head back. Goodbye. Tian stiffened, preparing to escape. Stop right there. The two turned slowly, once more meeting Ningji's piercing gaze. With a stoic expression, he coldly stated, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Chapter 60. The Talent of an Emperor Yang Tai. You scoundrel. Achio. This instant noodle is delightful. But the way this garment gets wet so quickly is almost causing me to catch a cold. Yang Tai grumbled while rubbing his nose. Before long, he found himself on a bustling street. Glancing up, he spotted a sign that read Lala Noodles, evidently a noodle shop. Yang Tai raised an eyebrow, finding the name peculiar, almost ominous. What is the purpose of such a name? Surely, it must be a specialty. A warm bowl of soup would help chase away the dampness. He stepped into the noodle shop. Boss, 1 bowl of Lala noodles, please. Would you like a large portion? Absolutely. A large one is a must. Make sure it's served hot. Yang Tai's face darkened. A perfectly normal request somehow sounded different coming from the boss's lips. How strange. Does anyone even dine here? The boss, brimming with enthusiasm, vigorously kneaded the noodles. It's only been a week since opening, and finally, someone has come in. He had expected a steady stream of customers, comparable to the bustling streets of Konoha, but was thoroughly disappointed. By the way, for an extra 100 yen, you can add a slice of marinated meat. Young man, will you take it? What kind of establishment is this? Yang Tai's mouth twitched. After some contemplation, he nodded, opting to indulge himself with the meat. All right, the boss shouted cheerfully, continuing to prepare the noodles. Before long, he served a bowl of noodles, glistening with a golden broth, accompanied by the so-called marinated meat. Words failed him. In an instant, Yang Tai was left speechless. Young man, freshly made noodles must be eaten hot. Yang Tai replied. Are you serious about eating them hot? The boss looked utterly perplexed. Just then, Yang Tai spotted a familiar face outside the shop. He immediately stood up, slapped money on the table, and turned to leave. Hey, young man, aren't you going to eat? Your noodles are too thick. I'm afraid they'll stick to my mouth. I can't eat with acquaintances around. Yang Tai wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently blurting out the truth. Hoping the boss could withstand it, he hurriedly exited the noodle shop and stepped onto the street. Could it be that the freshly made noodles weren't appetizing? No wonder people hesitated to try my handmade noodles. Too thick. I should suggest they thin it out next time. Although this was a side street, the crowd continued to flow steadily. Lingyi, Yang Tai called out enthusiastically. Among the throng, a girl with a ponytail looked around. Her exquisite features and fair complexion complemented by her sparkling eyes, making her an object of affection for many boys. Lingyi was momentarily taken aback, spotting the caller. Yang Tai, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Indeed, I didn't anticipate. Do you know each other? A handsome boy standing beside Lingyi stepped forward, intentionally distancing himself from Yang Tai. Despite his refined demeanor, an air of arrogance and disdain lingered in his gaze. Who is this guy? How rude. Yang Tai frowned slightly, having initially thought him just a passerby. We're classmates. Who are you to be so rude? Yang Tai, perceiving the other's pretentiousness, returned the disdain with irritation. Do you not recognize this place? The newcomer pointed proudly at the emblem on his chest, declaring haughtily, I represent the Konoha clan. Everyone knows me. You little rascal. The boy's face darkened, rarely encountering anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner. Where did this insolent fellow come from? As tension mounted between them, Lingyi stepped in to defuse the situation. Upon closer inspection, Yang Tai noticed the emblem on the boy's chest. Chrysanthemum? The Chrysanthemum clan? No, wait. It must be the Kyukiku clan, one of the many families in Konoha, belonging to the mid-tier. Oh, Yang Tai observed with understanding, his expression revealing clarity. The boy, too, lifted his chin slightly, pride swelling within him. You don't recognize it? Uffed. Lingyi couldn't contain her laughter, covering her mouth. The boy's expression stiffened, feeling a bit awkward as he looked at Lingyi chuckling. Then turned to Yang Tai to clarify. Remember, this is the emblem of the Kyukiku clan. Oh. Yang Tai feigned realization, and the boy nodded in satisfaction. Now you understand its significance, right? In the next moment, Yang Tai shrugged. I thought it was the Uchiha clan. Lingyi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Her laughter resonating like a blooming flower, while the previously stern-faced boy appeared utterly foolish. This fellow just appeared out of nowhere, eager to flaunt his superiority while being utterly oblivious. All right, Yang Tai, this is Kyukiku Wangtung, the foremost among the younger generation of the Kyukiku clan and my fellow subordinate. This is Yang Tai, my classmate. Lingyi, finally regaining her composure, introduced them. So, he is a commoner. No wonder he lacks knowledge. I shall forgive your ignorance. Kyukiku Wangtung realized with a dawning comprehension that Yang Tai was merely a commoner, and he had mistakenly thought him a member of a clan. He then regarded Yang Tai with undisguised disdain. Wangtung, do you know him? Lingyi inquired, puzzled. Not at all. Isn't that amusing? Yes, I know, but I feel the name Wangtung holds the promise of greatness. Lingyi was taken aback. What does that mean? Meanwhile, Kyukiku Wangtung's expression darkened. Although he couldn't comprehend it, he sensed it was no compliment. As a talented member of his clan, he felt as though he were being mocked by this impudent boy. By the way, I need your assistance with something. Do you have time? Ignoring the seething Kyukiku Wangtung beside him, Yang Tai asked. Yes, I'm on vacation and quite free. Lingyi nodded. Then let us not delay. Let us go? All right. After taking a few steps, Yang Tai glanced back at the hapless boy, signaling to Lingyi. She acknowledged with a nod, turning to the smiling Kyukiku Wangtung, offering an apologetic smile. Thank you for accompanying me today. I have some matters to attend to. Hukiku Wang Tung seized her arm, a serious expression crossing his face. Ling Yi, after all this time, you must have sensed my feelings. I, Ling Yi, raised my hand to interrupt Wang Tung's forthcoming words, withdrawing my arm and displaying a professional smile as I said, thank you for your concern over the past 2 years, but we are not suited for each other. Thank you. You are a good person. A sharp sound echoed, akin to glass shattering. Oh dear. Before Wang Tung could continue, I slightly leaned forward and followed Yang Tai out. Chapter 61. But we can't play like this in the hallway. At a hotel, I blinked my beautiful eyes, gazing at Yang Tai with suspicion. Did you not say you needed my assistance? What exactly do you require help with? After speaking, I crossed my arms, watching Yang Tai warily. Yang Tai, speechless, waved his hand dismissively. Relax. I genuinely need your help. You remember that shadow clone scroll, right? I wish to seal 3 fully chakra shadow clones. No need to ask too many questions. Trust me, it will be worthwhile. In return, I will give you 3 sealing scrolls for shadow clones. What do you think? Upon hearing this, I exhaled in relief and nodded, feeling more at ease. The exchange of shadow clones for scrolls was an excellent deal, and if he intended to do anything excessive to the clones, they could simply dissipate. All in all, it was quite advantageous. Let us go, let us book a room. Suddenly, I recoiled like a startled rabbit, taking several steps back as I looked at Yang Tai with caution. Yang Tai, I must inform you, I am not that kind of person. Yang Tai's expression darkened. Where did this girl get her theatricality? What was she thinking? Was he supposed to declare this here? With that, Yang Tai firmly grasped my arm and pulled me inside, disregarding my feeble attempts to resist. Hey, let go. I can walk by myself. My cheeks flushed as I was led along, my voice diminishing. Hey, handsome. Please prepare a room for us. The drowsy receptionist, a balding gentleman, slowly lifted his head, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he regarded us. A striking young man and a pure, lovely young woman stood before him. Simply put, they were a handsome couple. However, the receptionist squinted, sizing us up. With his 30 years of experience, he could tell we were certainly underage. Upon inspecting Yang Tai's Konoha resident ID, he exclaimed, wow, only 15, and already so well developed. Such assets. If he had had such capital back in the day, he wouldn't have had to wait for the neighboring married woman for years. The receptionist scribbled something down and produced a set of keys, winking at Yang Tai while whispering, this is a romantic big bedroom. Hee hee, consider yourself lucky, kid. Yang Tai, unfazed, accepted the keys, thanking him. Handsome, handsome. Someone called me handsome. It had been years. Ever since I began working late nights and earning money, I hadn't felt a hint of happiness. Patting his bald head, the receptionist decided to give the young man a piece of advice. Wait. Yang Tai paused mid-turn. Confused as he asked, is there something wrong? The receptionist glanced at my slightly blushing face and leaned in closer, asking, is it your first time? Yang Tai's brows relaxed as he understood the misunderstanding. It was only natural for the receptionist to think that, considering he was taking a young girl to a hotel room. He feigned bashfulness and nodded shyly. Sure enough, his keen insight had not failed him. He then whispered, did you bring protection? Protection? What protection? Yang Tai scratched his head, struggling to keep up with the receptionist's train of thought. The receptionist chuckled lightly, realizing the youth was oblivious. He then firmly grasped Yang Tai's hand and patted it heavily, saying, remember, don't let things get out of hand. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Yang Tai was momentarily taken aback, then felt the object in his hand, square in shape, and instantly realized what the receptionist meant. No, you've misunderstood. Hey, I get it, I understand. You're not that kind of person. Just take it. You might need it later. If you refuse, it means you're not up to it. The receptionist nodded knowingly, as if he were an experienced mentor, winking at Yang Tai. Yang Tai's face darkened, but ultimately, he accepted. A man must not be lacking in this regard. The receptionist nodded in approval, pleased that the youth was teachable. Young people tend to be shy about their first experiences. A little encouragement could go a long way. Yang Tai smiled in gratitude and led me, slightly embarrassed, upstairs. Yang Tai, what did that bald guy give you just now? I shot a glance at the calm boy beside me, my gaze drifting toward his pocket, unable to resist asking. Yang Tai's footsteps faltered, his heart racing as he awkwardly laughed. What are you talking about? Stop being coy. I saw it in your pocket. I placed my hands on my hips, scrutinizing him as if trying to unveil his hidden motives. What the heck? How did she notice that despite our attempts to be discreet? Oh right. She had been part of the Umbu. This could be problematic. If she discovered it today, it would be akin to having mud in my pants. Troublesome indeed. How about I say it's bubblegum? Would you believe me? Humph. I do not believe you. Unless you show it to me. I was determined not to buy his flimsy excuse. As the saying goes, a man's words are deceitful. Yang Tai quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Forcing a smile, you're mistaken. It really is just bubblegum. Quit with the nonsense. Show it to me, and give it back. With that, I swiftly reached for Yang Tai's pocket. Naturally, he wouldn't let me succeed. That would lead to trouble. In a matter of moments, we engaged in a playful struggle. I found myself at a disadvantage, and just as my delicate hand was about to slip into his pocket, Yang Tai, in a moment of desperation, bit down. Ouch, that hurts. Why are you being so rough? I yelped, quickly retracting my hand to reveal a deep purple bite mark on my smooth, fair arm. I glared at Yang Tai, furious. He felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing I would continue to pry. So, with a stomp and a bite, he swiftly tore open the package and tossed it into his mouth. The speed was so impressive that I only caught a glimpse of a round object, resembling bubblegum. Could it be that it truly was bubblegum? Just as I pondered, Yang Tai feigned chewing for a few moments and blew a big bubble. Pop! The bubble burst. And he chuckled, spitting the remnants behind him. Due to the blind spot, I couldn't see what it was and complained to Yang Tai. You should have just taken it out earlier. Then I could have had some fun with it. Isn't this just a game? Yang Tai scratched his head, offering a feeble excuse. But we cannot play like this in the hallway. Before I could retort, a cleaning lady emerged from around the corner, fuming. I've been hearing all sorts of noises from afar. What's all this about? You young people are so impatient, even in a hotel. The cleaning lady, clearly not appeased, pointed at the ground littered with bubble gum and scolded. Look at the mess you've made. You should show some respect for us cleaners. Oh no. Now it was impossible to explain. Glancing at me, I could see that my earlier fierce demeanor had evaporated, leaving my face flushed like a ripe shrimp. I looked adorable, stirring an impulse to pinch my cheeks. However, the priority was to resolve the immediate issue. Without delay, Yang Tai quickly offered a generous tip of 500 yuan and hastily pulled the embarrassed me away. Chapter 62. Time for more money. Oh, today's youth certainly know how to indulge. The cleaning lady collected her payment and cheerfully tidied up the space before departing. Once she left, Yang Tai and Ling Yi set out to find their room. Room 206. This must be it. The two entered, and Yang Tai promptly closed the door. Noting the dimness of the room, he quickly flicked on the light. With a sudden brightness, the room revealed itself in shades of pink. At the center stood a large round bed, surrounded by colorful ambient lights, exuding a distinctly romantic atmosphere. Silence enveloped the space. An eerie quiet that made Yang Tai break into a cold sweat. He suddenly understood the meaning behind the bald man's earlier words about a romantic big bedroom. Truly, I owe you my thanks, he exclaimed. The bald man chuckled. We're brothers. There's no need for thanks. Yang Tai, sensing Ling Yi's suspicious gaze, turned off the lights again and opened the bed curtains, allowing sunlight to flood the pink room. Ahem, let us not dwell on the details, he said, before reiterating the earlier explanation about sealing other shadow clones and extracting chakra. This was the tactic Yang Tai devised when he had beaten Ning Xi. Initially, Yang Tai's primary objective was to find Naruto. However, with the exam looming the next day, where could he possibly locate Naruto? Not everyone could perform shadow clones. After all, it was an advanced ninjutsu. Typically, only the Chunin rank and above had the privilege to engage with such techniques, and mastering them was an entirely different matter. Hence, the number of individuals who qualified was quite limited, and the girl before him had a considerable amount of chakra, at least 5 or 6 times that of Yang Tai. Hey, author, when did I become a unit of measurement? Yang Tai quipped. No worries. Next time you can use your clone as a measure, replied Shirtu. That doesn't seem right, Yang Tai insisted. Forget the details. After their discussion, Ling Yi and Yang Tai took out a scroll to begin sealing shadow clones and extracting chakra. Outside on the street, a figure appeared at the hotel entrance. Jiuju Wang Tung wore a grim expression. The goddess he had pined for over 2 years was now in a room with someone else. Though angered, he was no fool. As a young genius of the Jiuju clan, his intellect remained intact. Ling Yi, even if you wish to rid yourself of my pursuit, must you resort to such theatrics? He thought to himself. Approaching the counter, he glanced at the bald man and flicked his hair, which only bolstered his confidence and sense of superiority. Good day, sir, he greeted. You're the one who us old. The bald man retorted angrily. Do you even know how to speak? Jiuju Wang Tung was taken aback by the bald man's words and tentatively asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me if a blonde-haired fellow just checked in with a girl?" "Ah, nowadays the youth have no qualms about coming in broad daylight, huh?" The bald man scrutinized Wang Tung. "Why do you want to know? We run a legitimate establishment and cannot disclose guest information." "Ah, well, yes, my friend. And I'm just curious about which room they took." Wang Tung hesitated, trying to convey that he and Yang Tai were friends, hoping to uncover Ling Ye's ruse. "So, it turns out your brother is stealing your woman. No wonder they came during the day." Suddenly, the bald man pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and released a cloud of smoke as if reminiscing about a painful memory. He offered Wang Tung a cigarette, patting his shoulder with a melancholic expression. "Brother, I understand." Wang Tung was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He continued, "Years ago, I nervously opened that door to find the goddess I had tirelessly pursued with my own brother. Alas, my brother felt shame and could not face me, while the goddess walked away with a wealthy suitor." Wang Tung offered some sympathetic words. "It's all in the past. You shouldn't be sad about it." "I am not sad at all," the bald man replied, meeting Wang Tung's inquisitive gaze. Years later, the goddess came to reconcile. "You accepted?" Wang Tung asked, astonished. "Even bald, she would want to reconcile with you?" "Of course not." "Why?" The bald man exhaled a smoke ring, reminiscing. "She asked me the same thing. I replied, back then, I liked you at 18, but you preferred wealth. 10 years later, nothing has changed. You still like the rich. And I still prefer 18. Wang Tung's brow furrowed. "Wait a moment. I came to inquire about Ling Yi's room, but why am I listening to your story?" He cleared his throat. Could you tell me which room they are in?" "Did you not catch my hint?" the bald man asked, releasing another puff of smoke. "What hint?" "To live well, one must have a bit of green on their head." He sighed deeply, implying something of greater significance. "What do you mean by green on the head?" Wang Tung's face darkened. He decided to be direct. "Just tell me which room they are in. We run a legitimate establishment." With a thud, he slammed several bills onto the counter. "I have principles," he declared, slamming down more cash. "Come on, just tell me." The bald man eyed the money on the table, gulping hard. His experience told him this was a big payday. With a resolute bite of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he lamented, "Brother, that person is my beloved friend, my brother." Wang Tung's first thought was that his money dispensing technique had failed him. His expression soured. "I need to increase the offer." "Ah, my old back," Wang Tung remarked, looking at the bald man in disbelief. He resorted to his money dispensing technique again. "Can you tell me now?" "Upstairs, room 206, the romantic big bedroom." The bald man graciously accepted the cash and pointed upstairs. "I knew it. If I hadn't been working late every night, I wouldn't have met these generous souls." 206, huh? Wang Tung thought as he turned to ascend the stairs. However, just a few steps in, he felt something was amiss. Romantic big bedroom. That name sounds overly sentimental. Forget the sentimentality. He turned back to the bald man, coldly inquiring, "What do you mean by romantic big bedroom?" "ISNT adjust." "Ah, here it is." The bald man skillfully produced a large photograph, and it was a pink room surrounded by soft, ambient lighting. Wang Tung's face flushed with anger, his teeth clenched as he quickly ascended the stairs. "This has to be a performance by Ling Yi. I cannot lose my composure." Wang Tung murmured to himself, clenching his fists to calm down. Upon reaching the second floor, he regained his composure and looked down the hallway, spotting a cleaning lady, whom he could inquire about the room. Approaching her politely, he asked, "Excuse me, ma'am, where's room 206? The cleaning lady paused, surveying Wang Tung with a puzzled expression. "Young man, take a closer look. Are you sure you're not looking for the wrong room? I just saw two young people enter room 206. Wang Tung's expression was grim, yet he forced a smile and said, "Indeed. I have come in search of my friend with the golden hair." "Friend?" The cleaning lady scrutinized Wang Tung and suddenly chuckled. "You young ones sure know how to have fun. You and your friend are both so impatient. Look, they haven't even entered the room yet. Just messing around." As she spoke, the cleaning lady casually showed him the contraceptives in her dustpan. Wang Tung's face turned ashen, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be a performance for my eyes," he thought to himself, quickly examining the cleaning lady's face for any signs of deception. Upon noticing a slight smile at her lips, he couldn't help but acknowledge her acting was quite convincing. However, he believed that often. It is the details that determine success or failure. "Auntie, that money is from him, isn't it?" The cleaning lady awkwardly tucked the money from her delivery into her pocket, realizing that taking someone else's money while speaking ill of them was not right. She hurriedly explained, "Young man, this is—" "Stop. I understand." Jiao Wang Tung raised his hand to halt her excuses and walked straight to the door of room 206. Pressing his ear against it, he heard no sound. Indeed, there was complete silence within. After pondering for a moment, he decided it was inappropriate to linger by the door. So he rented a room next door to eavesdrop. As he waited, the clock inched towards 5 in the evening. This is impossible. How could there be no sound at all? This defies logic. Even if they were acting, they would at least exchange a few words, right? Could it be that they left early? With this thought, Jiao Wang Tung sprang to his feet, furious. Damn it, I've been played. They must have jumped out the window long ago. His face darkened as he pushed the door open to leave. I can't take it anymore. I need to go back and rest. Today has been exhausting. That was Ling Ye's voice. Instantly flustered, Jiao Wang Tung closed the door, leaving just a crack to clearly hear the voices outside. Oh dear, my young lady, you had your fun, but I'm still waiting here. You can't just take advantage of me without giving anything in return. Yang Tai grasped Ling Ye's arm, and as he sealed away 2 shadow clones, she started denying her obligations. Ling Yi struggled to pull her hand free, fuming, "Let go. This is my first time doing something like this, and it feels awful. I feel completely drained." What? First time? Feels awful. Completely drained. Was his goddess truly succumbing to such a state? Jiao Wang Tung trembled all over, unable to believe the words spoken by the girl he had long admired. It might be a bit uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it. Come on. Just one last time. Yang Tai insisted, refusing to release Ling Yi, although he was already quite satisfied with the day's events. After all, Ling Yi had an abundance of chakra. I can't take it anymore. I need to go back. Ling Yi yanked her hand away and shot Yang Tai a fierce glare. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Whenever you want, just let me know. To Jiao Wang Tung's ears, her words took on an entirely different meaning. He was skeptical, convinced it was all a show put on for him. Otherwise, how could they have remained inside for so long without a single sound? With this in mind, Jiao Wang Tung peeked out, glancing toward room 206. At that moment, Ling Yi, having withdrawn her hand, leaned against the wall, her face pale. Even a fool could see she appeared utterly exhausted. Crack! Jiao Wang Tung's heart shattered once more. At that moment, a single thought echoed in his mind. The soundproofing of the adjacent room must be exceptional. Gritting his teeth, he muttered angrily, "How outrageous." Hearing Ling Ye's words, Yang Tai helplessly nodded, and the two supported each other as they descended the stairs. At the reception desk, a balding young man was cracking sunflower seeds, flipping through a magazine. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and exclaimed, "What the hell? You're staggering out. That must have taken at least 80% of your energy." He quickly grabbed something from the counter and rushed over to support Yang Tai, saying, "Ah, young man. You must learn to exercise moderation." He handed Yang Tai a small medicine bottle, advising, 3 times a day, 6 pills each time. Yang Tai lifted the bottle and saw it contained 6 flavor emperor pills. His lips twitched, but he managed to smile, saying, "Thank you, big brother." "Humph," Ling Yi exclaimed. "Men are all such pigs." With that, her cheeks flushed, and she inexplicably found the energy to dash away. Yang Tai sighed and shook his head, bemused by Ling Ye's anger. The balding young man chuckled and patted Yang Tai's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry about her. It won't be long before she comes looking for you. There's plenty of time ahead." Yang Tai was at a loss for words, hastily exchanging a few pleasantries with the young man before departing. He needed to hurry to the Konoha Bank to withdraw money and redeem his sword. Originally, he should have done this yesterday, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the commission for his S-rank mission had not yet been credited, requiring him to wait another day. At the latest, it should be in by 2 this afternoon. This is quite normal. He reflected on his past life when he worked and had to wait more than half a month for his salary. Compared to that, Konoha was quite prompt. Chapter 64. Tomatoes stir-fried with tomatoes. After Yang Tai left, Jiao Wang Tung appeared at the hotel entrance. "Ling Yi, you wretched girl. One day I will have you kneel and sing conquer. As for you, I will trouble you, brother." With an evil grin, Jiao Wang Tung turned and vanished from sight. In the small courtyard, after retrieving his sword, Yang Tai quickly returned home. Today, he had expended too much mental and physical energy. In simple terms, he was famished. He needed a good meal to replenish himself. Tonight, the old man prepared stewed chicken. The 3 of them enjoyed the meal immensely, primarily due to the old man's exceptional culinary skills. Satisfied after filling his belly, Yang Tai sighed contentedly, picked his teeth, and stood up, saying, "Old man, I'm going to rest now. Be careful tomorrow." The old man replied, not even glancing up as he cleared the dishes. Yang Tai paused, turning back to remind the old man, "Old man, don't use the last 5 of the summoning scroll. I've swapped out the content inside." After a moment's thought, he added, "Keep the sealing shadow clone scroll on you tomorrow, just in case." You noticed?" The old man inquired, surprised. Yang Tai smiled and nodded. "The storm is brewing, and the winds are howling. How could I not be aware of the tension among Konoha's upper echelons?" Little Xiang Lin looked at the grandfather and grandson with curiosity, but the little girl understood her place and chose not to interrupt. The old man smiled at Yang Tai and said, "Indeed, you've been clever since childhood. It's not surprising you noticed. But rest assured, there is nothing too serious going on. We are merely waiting for them to make their move. Once they do, we will strike with thunderous force." Yang Tai nodded in agreement. In the original story, why did the Sand Ninjas retreat? Was it merely due to Orochimaru's defeat or the death of the 4th Kazekage? In truth, it was neither. The direct reason was simply that Konoha was too powerful. As the foremost guild in the ninja world, they had once stood against 4 foes at once, with tens of thousands of middle and low-ranking ninjas. Could a single Sand Ninja village, ranked 5th, withstand such a force? To be frank, had the 3rd Hokage not fallen, would Konoha's F4, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Koho Utatane, and Hamura Midokado let them off so easily? Even if they did, would tens of thousands of Konoha ninjas agree? Thus, how should the Sand Ninjas feel about this situation? Perhaps they should just take joy in their secret relief. "Be careful, old man," Yang Tai advised, waving as he headed upstairs to rest. A night passed without incident. The next day, Yang Tai rose early, prepared everything, and stepped out the door. Feeling a bit hungry while walking down the street, he decided to grab a bite to eat. He hadn't seen the old man that morning, likely dragged off by the 3 generations of elders to toil away. It was amusing how stubborn the old man was. One would think a Chunin shouldn't be burdened with the tasks of a Jonin. Of course, Yang Tai wasn't concerned about the commissions, but rather felt that the old man was at a disadvantage. After all, that was the crux of the matter. He found a restaurant and casually ordered 2 signature dishes. As he awaited the arrival of his meal, he was taken aback by the sight of the dishes before him and asked, "What exactly are these signature dishes?" At that moment, the waitress hurried over and, with a professional smile, replied, "It's stir-fried tomatoes. Don't worry, nothing amiss." Yang Tai, exasperated, poked at the dishes with his chopsticks. "They're all just tomatoes. Where's the stir-fried tomatoes?" Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. Were tomatoes not just another name for tomatoes? In that instant, Yang Tai stared at the waitress in disbelief. "Are you playing a word game with me?" The waitress chuckled, explaining, "It's simply stir-fried tomatoes." The boss wanted to add some flair to the name. Yang Tai couldn't help but wonder if the boss feared being suffocated in a sack at night. "Forget it. Please relay a message to your boss. Be cautious on the way home tonight." The waitress beamed. "You're the 3rd customer today to ask me to convey a message to the boss. Enjoy your meal." With that, she left with a smile. What a clever boss. To have 3 people relay messages so early in the day promised at least 70 or 80 by day's end. Yang Tai sighed, eager to showcase his meal. Surprisingly, the stir-fried tomatoes were genuinely delightful. At the Chunin exam venue, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Nobles from the land of fire and the land of wind had gathered for this month-long Chunin exam. In the vast arena, Yang Tai and his companions felt like monkeys, being pointed at by those on stage. "Had I known, I would have waited at the entrance. How embarrassing." Yang Tai grumbled. Nara Shikamaru chimed in. "Isn't that the truth?" Just then, Niji, clad in his combat attire, approached, pausing upon seeing Yang Tai. "Last time I underestimated you. But don't worry, I've figured out all your tricks. I will defeat you openly and show you what fate truly is." Yang Tai, noticing Niji's bravado, brushed it off. He had prepared thoroughly for today and was not lacking in confidence, so he retorted, "Puffed, as if I didn't know you practiced gentle fist. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a fortune teller under a bridge." Niji, attempting to maintain his composure, coldly replied, "I will make you understand the gap between us." Yang Tai smirked, muttering, "Charlatan. Seriously, are you toxic?" Niji thought to himself, frustrated by Yang Tai's remarks that continually broke his resolve. He waved his hand dismissively, turning back to his team, leaving behind a parting threat, "Just wait and see." Yang Tai retorted, "You better bring Naruto along before you talk to me." Niji stumbled slightly, casting a fierce glare at Yang Tai before silently standing with his team. Yang Tai was practically his nemesis. He found it increasingly difficult to endure their verbal exchanges. He resolved to save his strength for their battle, where he could decisively demonstrate his superiority. Yang Tai shook his head, pondering how such a fine young man had been shaped by the Hyuga clan. It was a problem that needed addressing. Moments later, Naruto and Sasuke arrived, albeit a bit late. Yang Tai was surprised that Naruto hadn't arrived late this time. He distinctly remembered that in the original storyline, Sasuke had been tardy. Indeed, his timely arrival had influenced the course of events around him. Kakashi observed the two with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, recognizing that like master, like disciple, Naruto and Sasuke had inherited their teacher's tardiness. Now, I declare the Chunin exam officially begins. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Niji. The rest of you, please take your seats in the audience. Yang Tai and the others complied, taking their places among the spectators. In the arena, Naruto began by using shadow clones to test the waters. And before Niji could show off, he unleashed the power of the Nine Tails chakra and engaged Niji fiercely. Naruto's explosive power even managed to press Niji back a few steps, leaving his friends utterly astonished. Among them, Sasuke was the most animated, widening his Sharingan eyes. Fixated on his blue-haired friend, murmuring incredulously. It was clear he was shaken. After all, he had trained diligently with Kakashi for a month, mastering impressive skills, only to find that the one he had dismissed as the weakest was now catching up to him. The calmest of them all was Yang Tai, though he was slightly taken aback that Naruto had opted to use the Nine Tails chakra right off the bat. Could it be that his words had made an impact? Ultimately, the outcome aligned closely with the original narrative, as Niji was knocked into a state of disbelief by a single punch, followed by Naruto's relentless verbal onslaught that shattered Niji's worldview. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru approached, announcing, "The winner of this match is Uzumaki Naruto." The applause surged like a tide. The audience was thrilled by the intense battle between Niji and Naruto, offering a resounding ovation. Amidst the cheers, Yang Tai quietly moved to a corner and opened for sealed scrolls. As the shadow clones dissipated, he felt the chakra coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It was time for him to take the most crucial step forward. Since childhood, he had feigned a deep admiration for the will of fire, aiming to leave a favorable impression on the higher-ups of Konoha. To ingratiate himself, he had surrounded himself with the 12 young ninjas, trying to make a good impression on various clans. After laying the groundwork for so long, the moment had arrived for Yang Tai to showcase his prowess and potential. Next, I'd date Gaara and Yang Tai. Contestants, please step forward. Yang Tai donned a deep crimson fire-patterned cloak and gracefully made his way toward the arena. Everyone, step aside. I'm about to make my entrance. In a flash, he disappeared and leaped onto the stage. With a thud, he landed firmly in the center of the arena. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback. He was positioned at an angle where he could only see Yang Tai's profile and back. It truly seemed. His body involuntarily trembled as he fixed his gaze on the young man before him. A sigh escaped his lips, and he returned to his previous demeanor. Yet, the way he looked at Yang Tai was now infused with a touch of kindness. After all, someone still remembered the achievements of the fourth Hokage. People still recalled him, and now there was his first imitator. At the highest point, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction, seeing that this child had admired Minato from a young age, now resembling him more than ever. Youth was indeed a wonderful thing. In the center of the arena, Kakashi's mind was in turmoil. Having lost his father as a child, he had recently lost a close friend, and now, another beloved mentor. Just as he had begun to recover, he faced yet another loss. Looking at Yang Tai in the arena, Kakashi was reminded of many things and many people. Obito, Rin, can you see this? He murmured softly, a smile of acceptance forming as he gazed at the stage. Let me see just how exceptional this imitator of my teacher truly is. Yang Tai smiled, basking in the attention of those around him, feeling exceedingly pleased. Though the color of his cloak differed from that of Minato's, it did not hinder the goodwill reflected in the gazes directed his way. With a swift motion, the grains of sand scattered, and Gaara appeared before Yang Tai with an icy demeanor. This time, you have no chance to escape. Yang Tai chuckled. Are you implying that you have me at your mercy? Gaara nodded. I have seen through your tricks. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Gaara's eyes. Recalling the moment he was betrayed by Yang Tai, an embarrassment, indeed. It was the first time he had been wounded in years. The gourd fell to the ground with a thud, and he continued coldly, "This time, you are not even qualified to approach me." Yang Tai, unfazed, shook his head with a dismissive smile, pointing to his forehead protector. He asked Gaara 3 rapid questions. "Do you know what this is?" "It's the Leaf Village Ninja Headband." "And do you know what a ninja is?" "Do you think your turtle shell can protect you from me?" Gaara rarely frowned, but soon relaxed, even displaying a hint of excitement. "So, you have gathered intelligence on me and devised a strategy." Yang Tai nodded, readily admitting it, and confidently extended 3 fingers. "I have formulated plans A, B, and C. You will surely be defeated." Gaara's expression turned cold. Sand began to rise from his gourd. Such grandiose claims, he thought. Resolute in his determination not to let Yang Tai escape this time, he was intent on annihilating him. In the audience, Sakura turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, can Yang Tai really defeat Gaara?" Naruto and Sasuke looked on, equally curious. Kakashi scratched his head. Didn't Yang Tai say he has 3 plans and is confident he can defeat Gaara? That was what the 3 wanted to hear. They all sighed, and Kakashi waved his hand dismissively before stating seriously, "As ninjas, you should learn from Yang Tai." Naruto frowned, disgruntled. "I don't like that, Kakashi-sensei. Just the other day, I knocked him out like a pig." He paused, as if recalling something, and lowered his voice. "To be honest, our strengths are about equal. Why should we learn from him?" Sasuke and Sakura exchanged doubtful glances at Naruto, silently thinking he was boasting. Kakashi, however, disregarded Naruto's remarks. After all, his words lacked credibility. Instead, he turned to the 3 seriously. "Do you remember the first lesson at the Ninja Academy?" Naruto scratched his head, uncertain. "Extracting chakra?" Sakura and Sasuke facepalmed, with Sakura exclaiming, "It's gathering intelligence." "Oh, intelligence, right." Naruto laughed sheepishly. Suddenly, the 3 understood. Kakashi nodded. Gathering intelligence is the most fundamental and crucial skill for a ninja. Take this Chunin exam, for instance. Think about Yang Tai's performance from the beginning. The trio fell into contemplation. Recalling Yang Tai's various actions, Sakura analyzed seriously. Yang Tai started by gathering intelligence about the exam and analyzing it. He shared information, successfully gathering us in the forest of death and passing through. Sasuke shook his head. "It's more than that. In the forest of death, he likely aimed to gather us while eliminating other ninjas. He might even recruit weaker ninjas from other countries to eliminate stronger ones. This way, his chances of facing weaker opponents in individual battles would greatly increase, allowing him to pass the competition smoothly." Finally, Sasuke lamented, "Unfortunately, the plan was solid, but it probably fell apart after he encountered Gaara and got injured." Chapter 66. Let the fireball fly a little longer. Naruto clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened. "So there are so many intricacies." Kakashi nodded. "I'm glad you understand. You should enhance your awareness in this regard. After all, becoming a Chunin or Jounin is the foundation." The 3 nodded, turning their attention back to the arena, as they sensed that the announcer was about to declare the start. "Begin." As the words fell, Gaara swiftly commanded the sand to surge towards Yang Tai. Yang Tai dodged hastily but retaliated with a shuriken. Sand clone. A figure emerged from the sand, absorbing the shuriken with its face and launching a punch at Yang Tai's face. Yang Tai raised an eyebrow, astonished to see someone using their face to receive shuriken. He sidestepped the attack and executed a sweeping kick, scattering the sand clone's legs, which fell heavily to the ground, completely disintegrating into sand. Sand binding coffin. Seizing the moment, Gaara lifted his hand and made a fierce grabbing motion, transforming the scattered sand into several tendrils that swiftly wrapped around Yang Tai's leg. Yang Tai was momentarily startled. This guy was ruthless. He seemed intent on taking my entire leg. With a swift motion, he slapped the ceiling area of his windbreaker, and with a thud, a long sword appeared in his hand, gleaming coldly as he severed the sand tendrils binding his leg. With a flourish of his sword, he engaged the incoming sand tendrils, shattering them one by one. Gaara's eyes turned cold as he clapped his hands together. Sand waterfall. Instantly, sand surged around him, rising 3 meters high, cascading down like a waterfall towards Yang Tai with tremendous force. Yang Tai, aware of the gravity of his duel with Gaara, dared not be careless. He had been monitoring Gaara's every move and, sensing the impending danger, quickly made his escape. Boom. Dust filled the air as Yang Tai distanced himself from Gaara, creating ample space. The audience erupted into cheers and applause. They thought the opening was thrilling, but this battle was even more exhilarating. in just a few minutes. Such formidable ninjutsu had been unleashed, indicating that neither side had yet exerted their full strength. This ticket was worth every penny. Gaara paid no heed to the surrounding cheers. Instead, he glared at Yangtai. "Are you merely going to scurry about like a mouse?" Yangtai smiled faintly, sheathing his sword back into his windbreaker. "If that's the case, allow me to show you my Plan C." In the audience, they exclaimed, "Look!" Yangtai said he would deploy Plan C. Those closest to the arena, including Kakashi, could faintly hear the conversation. "What do you think Yangtai's Plan C is?" Naruto asked, curiosity evident on his face. Sasuke shot him a look of disdain and continued watching the match. Sakura sighed. "How are we supposed to know?" Naruto replied, "Come on, let's guess. Whoever guesses correctly gets to make a small request of the others." With that, he turned to Sakura, grinning mischievously, thinking a kiss could be considered a small request. Bang! Sakura delivered a love-tap punch, fuming. "What are you thinking, you idiot?" Kakashi stroked his chin, ignoring the playful banter among the three. A small request sounded appealing. How about treating everyone to a meal at a place of their choosing? That counts as a small request, right? He then added earnestly, "I think this is a good idea." The three exchanged puzzled glances, and Kakashi awkwardly cleared his throat, speaking seriously, "This could enhance your analytical abilities." The trio found his reasoning somewhat acceptable. Naruto was the first to raise his hand. "I guess it's the same as last time, using Jinjutsu." His quick response indicated he had anticipated this. Sakura quickly realized that there were only a few options, and since Naruto had chosen the highest one, she had to find a closely related answer. Explosive tags. That was Sakura's answer, and it was undeniably close, perhaps even surpassing Naruto's in some respects. After all, Yangtai had used Jinjutsu once, and everyone had some level of caution against it. Kakashi nodded in agreement, recognizing Sakura's analytical prowess among the three. Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness. His current options were limited to ninjutsu or assassination techniques. Moreover, Yangtai excelled in water techniques, but against Gaara's sand, they would prove largely ineffective. The answer was quite evident. I surmised it was an unexpected assassination attempt. Kakashi, without uttering a word, slapped his forehead. Realizing how he had become ensnared in the situation, and with a wry smile, he suggested, "Let us go with ninjutsu. How about we forego the gamble?" "No way," the three exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this, Gaara slowly retracted some of the sand, ensuring Yangtai wouldn't catch him off guard as before. With a swift motion, a shuriken was released, soaring above Gaara, exploding with a resounding bang. The air filled with a cascade of densely packed green leaves, drifting downwards. However, upon closer inspection, those leaves appeared peculiar, weightless, almost like paper. Gaara raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Yangtai was underestimating him. He had already seen through this tactic long ago, and the others likely had their countermeasures as well. Resorting to such trivial methods indicated that Yangtai was running out of options. With this thought, he directed the sand towards Yangtai. In the audience, there was a loud cheer. "I guessed right," Naruto exclaimed excitedly, glancing around to see the three others fixated on the arena. Even Kakashi had pulled up his forehead protector, observing intently. Confused, Naruto continued to watch the match. Ninjutsu, Will of Fire. Yangtai clapped his hands, unleashing a storm of white dust from the leaves. Instantly, the area above Gaara was enveloped in a thick fog. Gaara's sixth sense alerted him to defend immediately, otherwise, he would face serious trouble. Sand technique, Turtle Sphere. In the next moment, the sand swirled around Gaara, forming a massive protective sphere. Yangtai, witnessing this, felt a flicker of disappointment. Had Gaara been a tad careless, he might have claimed victory. Shaking his head, he reassured himself that there were still two plans in place. With a sympathetic smile directed at Gaara, he declared, "Let me show you the might of combined ninjutsu. Fire release, fireball technique." Yangtai unleashed a fireball the size of a human head towards Gaara. Instantly, the audience erupted in a chorus of jeers. "You go through all this trouble, and this is what you show me? Kid, are you lacking in energy? Come, I have a remedy for you." In the arena, Gaara was utterly bewildered. What had he just witnessed? A fireball the size of a watermelon? This was something a 3-year-old could easily extinguish. Gaara felt toyed with by Yangtai, realizing that even his sixth sense could not be fully trusted. Amidst the audience's derision and mockery, Yangtai smiled faintly, allowing the fireball to continue its flight. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, as if heaven and earth had collided. A colossal flame rose 6 to 7 meters high, centered around Gaara. forming a small mushroom cloud. The explosive force sent powerful gusts of wind scattering, stirring up clouds of dust. A startled audience member coughed, rubbing their eyes, while some quick-witted individuals took cover behind their companions to narrowly escape the chaos. The third Hokage adjusted his Hokage hat, casting an admiring glance at the impressive display from Yongtai, marveling at his combination of flower and fire techniques to unleash such a potent ninjutsu. It was reminiscent of Jiraiya's toad oil or Asuma's ash accumulation burn techniques. It was surprising to see such talent emerge among the common ninja of Konoha, indicating a promising future for the village under his guidance. Beside him, Orochimaru, masquerading as the Kazekage, tilted his hat and turned to the third Hokage, expressing his admiration. However, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes as he uttered his final words. "Not at all. Your sand ninjas are quite impressive as well." The third Hokage responded with a calm smile, aware that there was more to the old rogue's words. It couldn't be denied that Yongtai was exceptional, akin to the once commoners Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato. As the dust began to settle, the audience gradually regained their composure and erupted into thunderous applause. "Well done. Did you see that, old Wong? That fire reached at least 7 or 8 meters high. Damn, I didn't see it. Were you hiding behind me? You used me as a human shield. You'd better be ready for the consequences." This was just a snippet of the audience's reactions. Kakashi, coming back to his senses, chuckled and scratched his head. "It seems I might have won by default." It was akin to playing cards, where one was the landlord dealt a poor hand, while the opponents had powerful cards, yet a simple low card could lead to victory. Such a sensation was hard to convey to outsiders. "Kakashi-sensei, did you foresee Yongtai's use of ninjutsu and intentionally set us up?" Naruto exclaimed with indignation, feeling that his earlier correct guess had been thwarted by Yongtai's cunning maneuver. It was unbearable to let this go. Unable to confront Yongtai directly, he redirected his frustration towards Kakashi, preparing to play the rogue. Under the intense gaze of the three, Kakashi firmly stated, "I did not. I had no part in it. Do not make baseless accusations." Sasuke chimed in, "I also find this round unfair, Kakashi-sensei. You have a lot of explaining to do." Sakura added, Yes. This round doesn't count. Let us guess Yongtai's B plan." Kakashi sighed, covering his face. "Can we skip that guess?" "No way." The trio chorused in unison. Kakashi reluctantly conceded, "Fine, you may guess. Whoever gets closest to the answer wins." The three pondered deeply. Naruto thought about how he would approach an opponent who was hard to engage closely. He clapped his hands and eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Yongtai will definitely use a shadow clone technique." Kakashi nodded. It was indeed a plausible strategy. If executed well, capturing Gaara was within reach. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, thinking he was naive to assume everyone was as reckless as he was. It should involve ranged attacks, utilizing shuriken and explosive tags. At this moment, Sakura also had a thought. "I believe that against such an opponent, one should employ powerful ninjutsu to secure victory in the shortest time possible." Kakashi felt satisfied with their responses. Both Naruto and Sasuke had provided practical insights, while Sakura offered a somewhat idealistic yet valid strategy. However, it seemed he was left with but one option. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Kakashi shrugged. It should be an assassination from close range. Sasuke smirked softly, confident that he had secured victory. Fulfilling a minor request to learn stronger ninjutsu should be feasible. Naruto, observing Sasuke's smugness, retorted, "What are you laughing at? This time, Sakura and I have the highest chance of winning. If I win, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson." Sasuke merely replied coolly, "Fool. Yongtai isn't you. He doesn't possess an abundance of chakra." Sakura and Naruto paused, realizing they had been presumptuous. At this moment, Kakashi interjected, "You two need to keep that in mind and focus on the match." Naruto, glancing at Sasuke, clenched his fists slightly, determined to surpass him. As the dust cleared, the situation in the arena gradually came into focus. The enormous sand sphere remained entirely unscathed. Yongtai brushed the sand off his head and gazed at the sandball, pondering. It should have emerged by now. As soon as he spoke, the sandball scattered, revealing Gaara's figure. Yongtai scrutinized him closely, a smile creeping onto his face. Was he feeling the heat? He had to act swiftly while the sand was still warm. Gaara inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling revitalized. He had narrowly avoided becoming a roasted chicken. Although he was safe in the sand, the scorching fire release had rendered the atmosphere stifling and unbearable. Sensing the heat emanating from the surrounding sand, Gaara cast a cold, menacing gaze at the smiling Yangtai in the distance. Indeed, one could not afford to be careless in the face of this opponent, whose diverse techniques were as unpredictable as they were numerous. Like a sow wearing a bra, each one unique and posing a direct threat to him. At that moment, Yangtai produced a three-pronged kunai, chuckling softly, "Now comes plan B. Are you ready?" With that, he launched the kunai high into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters above Gaara's head. "Do you really think the same trick will work on me?" Gaara scoffed, dismissing the kunai with a glance. Although the fire release technique was formidable, understanding its mechanics made it easy to counter. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "Wind release, gale dance." With a sweeping motion of his hands, a multitude of air currents surged forth, creating a violent whirlwind that spiraled upward. In the audience, panic ensued. "Oh no, Yangtai's technique is about to be countered." Sakura exclaimed anxiously, realizing that Yangtai was indeed using a jutsu. This confirmed her earlier suspicion, but it did not signify her desire to see him lose. Kakashi's eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, swiftly analyzed the scene. He noticed Yangtai's lips curling into a visible arc, a premeditated move. He promptly cautioned, "Everyone, pay attention to Yangtai's expression." Expression? The trio exchanged confused glances, though Sasuke, utilizing his Sharingan, cried out in surprise. He asked, smiling. Yangtai wore a slight smile. Indeed, his expectations were being met. Yet he thought, "You will still drink my bathwater." Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated as a massive wave of water materialized above Gaara, enough to fill several ordinary bedrooms. Gaara was taken aback, bewildered. What on earth? This is nothing like promised. The author? Where is the author? This was supposed to be a simple trick with leaves. Bang! The powerful wind release collided with the water mass, and its outcome was predictable. The forceful gust easily scattered the water, resembling a continuous downpour. The droplets landed on the sand, which had absorbed a significant amount of heat, emitting a hissing sound as they vaporized and ascended into the air. While the audience gasped in astonishment, Gaara was left stunned by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Yangtai, without forming seals, raised one hand in a familiar gesture. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura simultaneously exclaimed, "Mist hidden technique." They recalled this technique vividly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, realizing why Yangtai had offered such a generous bribe to learn the mist technique. What astonished him further was Yangtai's execution. Typically, the mist technique is dependent on its range. In simpler terms, a smaller area requires less chakra, while a larger area demands more, with the fog's density directly proportional to chakra consumption. However, Yangtai had ingeniously utilized a dust explosion to heat the sand, causing the scattered droplets to instantly transform into vapor. By employing the mist technique thereafter, he not only expanded the range, but also maintained a high density while conserving chakra. Kakashi stroked his chin, reflecting on the situation. So far, Yangtai had only expelled a small fireball and now utilized the mist technique. The total chakra expenditure was likely less than that of a C-rank jutsu. Such efficient chakra management was reminiscent of himself. The arena fell eerily silent. The audience was left bewildered as the climax of the battle unfolded. Why was it obscured? What did this mean? Was there no law? The viewers protested. "We paid for this." Gaara, surrounded by the impenetrable mist, felt a growing weight in his chest. He attempted to control the surrounding sand for protection, but was abruptly halted, noticing only a sparse scattering of sand rising. The sand was ineffective. What was happening? For the first time in his life, Gaara faced the disconcerting sensation of his sand failing him. He quickly deduced that Yangtai had leveraged the principle of heat and cold, causing most of the chakra attached to the sand to temporarily lose control. Indeed, he was a formidable adversary. Suddenly, a large foot emerged from the mist, aimed directly at Gaara's face. Just as it was about to connect, sand shower. Gaara's sand armor shot forth like bullets, intercepting the intruder. In a moment of confusion, Gaara realized it was merely Yangtai's shadow clone, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Within the mist, Yangtai could only sense Gaara's general direction. Receiving information from the clone, he swiftly drew his long sword and lunged forward, striking ahead with precision. A glimmer flashed briefly in the dense fog, creating a moment of stillness before another sword strike came from behind. Gaara instinctively raised his hand, summoning sand to form a shield on his left. Clang! A faint spark illuminated the mist as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, relying solely on physical combat. Time was of the essence for Gaara. while Yantai hesitated to deploy Jutsu, mindful of the obscured visibility. Despite the advantage of the mist technique allowing him to sense his opponent's position without clear sight, Yantai feared a misfire. As for water release, Gaara's sand armor would mitigate any damage. After all, the sand armor had withstood the vigorous assault of Li in the fifth gate state. Yantai, aware of his limitations, targeted only the most vital areas: the eyes, mouth, ears, and other critical points, all skills imparted by his mentor, the swift moonlight breeze. In close combat, without the ability to manipulate the sand, Gaara was likely to lose his armor. True to expectations, the sand armor rapidly disintegrated, transforming into several tendrils that lunged at Yantai. Several swift sword strikes illuminated the air, dispersing the sand tendrils. Now, Yantai hurled a three-pronged kunai, straining to discern Gaara's silhouette as he cried out, "Explode!" A straight column of water suddenly erupted beside Gaara. Realizing the impending danger, he thought to himself, "Oh no." The impact was swift and blood-splattered. Yantai found himself drenched, shaking droplets from his longsword, crimson stains marking his path. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that his lack of familiarity with the mist technique had hindered him. Under clearer circumstances, his strike would not have merely grazed Gaara's arm. To be precise, it was merely a scratch, a superficial wound. Blood. Once again blood. Gaara's expression appeared to be a grotesque mask of excitement and madness. Unexpectedly, he experienced the warmth of blood again, and this time, it was at the hands of this very opponent. This fellow, he. Gaara's countenance twisted, his voice taking on an eerie quality as he grinned maniacally, his blood-soaked hands forming hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind surged forth, instantly dispersing large swathes of mist. In that moment, Yantai felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal a clear sky. However, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Gaara, who resembled a rabid beast. This individual was clearly unhinged. In the audience, there was a collective sigh of relief. Finally, no more pixelation. "Hey, look at that sand ninja, he's injured. It seems our leaf ninjas have the upper hand." Old Wong blinked in surprise. He hadn't closely observed the earlier moments, but now he noticed the sand ninja's injured arm. Instantly, he erupted with enthusiasm, cheering for Yantai. Sasuke gripped the railing tightly, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He could hardly believe that Gaara was wounded. After blocking even Li's strikes, now he had been harmed by Yantai. Where was his sand armor? Not just Sasuke, but all the spectators were filled with astonishment. For the allies, it was sheer disbelief. For the sand ninjas, it was terror. Gaara had sustained injuries at the hands of this opponent once again. This was not the most alarming part. The most concerning aspect was Gaara's highly unstable emotions. Maki furrowed his brow and summoned a sand ninja, instructing, "Relay the order. Upon receiving the signal, launch an immediate attack." "Yes, Lord Maki." The sand ninja swiftly vanished from sight. Maki cast a glance at Gaara in the arena before turning his gaze upward to the fourth Kazekage, who, in the prime of his life, should be capable of defeating the Hokage. Chapter 69. The Flying Thunder God Technique. "I will kill you. I must kill you." Gaara screamed frantically at Yantai, clapping his hands together as the sand around him quickly gathered, swirling around him as if animated, reforming his sand armor. Gaara's expression returned to its usual icy demeanor, though his gaze toward Yantai was laced with wariness. Yantai felt a jolt of anger. These arrogant individuals seemed utterly unmindful of others' feelings. The method he had devised to temporarily disrupt the sand had cost him several strands of hair. Initially intending to buy himself a few minutes, he now found that his opponent had effortlessly countered it with a mere clap of his hands. Truly infuriating. After a tense standoff, Gaara coldly inquired, "Have you exhausted your tricks?" Yantai refrained from further banter, producing a palm-sized scroll. With a surge of chakra beneath his feet, he leaped into the air, unfurling the scroll, which prominently displayed a large character for formation. Release. Boom. In an instant, countless shuriken erupted from the scroll, filling half the sky. Sand shield. Gaara, refusing to take any chances, kept his eyes trained on Yantai, wary of the myriad techniques he might employ. Following a torrential downpour of attacks reminiscent of a rainstorm, the spectators were left bewildered. Was it a case of poor eyesight? The accuracy was appalling. Not a single shuriken struck Gaara. What did this mean? It was akin to stepping on a multiple-choice exam and still managing to score in the double digits. Yet this individual somehow received a 0. Quite absurd. Observing the battlefield, there appeared to be at least 40 or 50 shuriken, yet despite the flurry of activity, not a single one grazed Gaara. This was utterly ridiculous. Within mere seconds, the audience erupted with exclamations. An elderly gentleman waved his hand. "Young man, are you truly this inept? Fear not, old man. I possess a family recipe for a miraculous tonic that will restore your vigor." A nearby uncle seized the opportunity to advertise. "Old man, what do his eyesight and his kidneys have to do with one another? He needs a pair of high-grade glasses." "Hey, young man, do you qualify?" "Yang Tai, I do not qualify." "Huh, something fell off. Quite peculiar." With a firm landing, Yang Tai swiftly charged toward Gaara. This was his backup plan, an amalgamation of his previous experience in the water domain, dubbed the Flying Thunder God technique. Each use of the water domain required shadow clones and consumed a significant amount of chakra to maintain. Thus, this became Yang Tai's trump card, one he would not deploy unless absolutely necessary. The Flying Thunder God technique involved prearranging a multitude of shuriken to form a web-like pattern, allowing him to time his teleportation behind his opponent during close combat, delivering a lethal strike. While it lacked the flexibility of the water domain, it conserved chakra, thus enhancing his endurance. Gaara's brow arched in surprise. How dare he close the distance? Was he courting death? With a mere thought, the sand surged forth like a torrent, splitting into two waves, one to the left and one to the right, converging upon Yang Tai. Yang Tai's expression grew serious. He remained unfazed by this display, even revealing a fleeting glimmer of delight in his eyes. With a surge of chakra beneath his feet, he launched himself upward. Gaara, witnessing this, coldly uttered two words, seeking death. Sand waterfall funeral. With no leverage in the air, the consequences of one's choices would be dire. A tidal wave of sand rushed toward Yang Tai, prompting the audience to grip their fists in anticipation, their hearts racing with concern for him. In a moment of peril, Yang Tai pinpointed his target in midair, raised his hand, and hurled a trident shuriken, quietly exclaiming, "Explode." Boom, boom, boom. It was as though a chain reaction had occurred. The water columns produced by the shuriken he had thrown connected perfectly with those that erupted from 3 shuriken on the ground, extending from Yang Tai's position all the way to Gaara's rear, forming a peculiar 7-shaped figure. Gaara was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, recognizing the familiar tactic. However, did he think he could be defeated by the same trick twice? Naive. Immediately, the sand beneath his feet merged with his sand armor, creating a self-sustaining cycle sufficient to withstand Yang Tai's wind release. It was not that Gaara was unwilling to utilize a more formidable defensive ninjutsu. Rather, Yang Tai's speed was too rapid, and achieving this level of defense was already his utmost effort. Swish! Yang Tai appeared instantaneously at Gaara's back, his right hand delivering a fierce blow with a Rasengan to Gaara's back. "Young man, did you think I was still the Watergate master who could only scratch the surface?" Boom. Before the Rasengan, renowned as the obliterator of the ninja world, Gaara's sand armor shattered effortlessly. "Sand rain!" Gaara bellowed, unleashing a barrage of sand bullets from his back, recklessly attempting to trade blows with Yang Tai. Yang Tai's eyes glimmered with disappointment. He had nearly subdued his opponent, yet Gaara was willing to exchange blows. Truly, it was the reckless who feared the fearless. However, Yang Tai would not relinquish his resolve so easily. The Rasengan vanished, leaving behind a sealing paper, and with a slight toss of the shuriken in his left hand, a water column erupted, forming a small C shape. Yang Tai vanished in an instant, reappearing before Gaara, who wore a bewildered expression, as Yang Tai revealed a bashful smile. Yet, he did not pause in his actions. Once more, he coalesced a Rasengan, targeting Gaara's abdomen. In that instant, the chakra within the Rasengan surged chaotically, resembling a meat grinder, and Gaara found himself defenseless, sent flying several meters away with a resounding crash, rolling onto the ground, motionless. With a deep breath, Yang Tai finally calmed himself, realizing how difficult the situation was. His 2 spiral spheres had depleted nearly 60% of the chakra from his 4 shadow clones. If the battle continued, he would have no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. Up in the highest tier of the audience, the 3rd Hokage displayed an expression of shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? The spiral sphere, the signature technique of Minato. Could this young lad possibly be the reincarnation of the 4th Hokage? He quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head. It appeared that the boy was merely imitating the 4th. even replicating the ninjutsu with remarkable accuracy. What astonished him the most was that Yang Tai, without any formal instruction, was able to create the spiral sphere simply by drawing inspiration from Minato's legacy. It had taken Minato 3 years to develop this technique. This was a prodigy, a genius in the realm of ninjutsu. Beside him, Orochimaru observed his mentor's expression and nodded slightly. The resemblance was indeed striking. Although he had never aspired to be Hokage, he still held a certain admiration for the man who had taken the title that rightfully belonged to him. Yet it was merely admiration. After all, what grudge could he hold against the deceased? Below, Kakashi slowly covered his Sharingan, his emotions swirling in complexity. Chapter 70. The most annoying show-off. The spiral sphere. It had been ages since he had last seen this technique. To witness it once again on the tournament stage was unexpected. His thoughts drifted as he quietly observed the figures in the arena. Meanwhile, his companions were in an uproar, especially Lee, who was brimming with excitement. His hard work had not been in vain, and it was indeed possible to surpass genius through sheer effort. Naruto had done it, defeating Neji, and now Yang Tai, his closest friend, had triumphed over the formidable Gaara. I've made up my mind. I will continue to train relentlessly. I will become the emperor of training. As his friends chattered excitedly, Maki, the Sand Ninja, immediately issued orders. Prepare yourselves and await my command to strike. Yes, Lord Maki. The Sand Ninjas responded in unison. Maki nodded, recalling the chakra aura emanating from Gaara, one he would never forget. It seemed Gaara was about to tap into the chakra of Shikaku. On Yang Tai's side, he turned to his instructor. Instructor, is it time to announce the results? Noira, chewing on a senbon, nodded and was about to declare the outcome when he suddenly hesitated. Gaara had risen. Yang Tai noticed this and felt a rush of disbelief. Even the notoriously resilient head of the Kazekage family was subdued by a single spiral sphere. This individual had endured 2 attacks and was still standing. Most importantly, his injuries were healing rapidly, emitting wisps of smoke as they did. Yang Tai raised an eyebrow, thinking, I finally managed to inflict significant damage, and now he is recovering? This is unacceptable. Determined to nip this in the bud, he focused his thoughts, and the sealing paper affixed to his kunai erupted in a flash. A vertical column of water shot up beside Gaara. In an instant, Yang Tai appeared behind Gaara, striking with unyielding force. The impact was unimpeded, striking Gaara squarely. Yang Tai smirked, thinking, if one spiral sphere isn't enough, then perhaps a few more will do the trick. Just as he reveled in his triumph, darkness suddenly enveloped him as a massive tail struck out. The speed was blinding, leaving him no chance to evade. He crossed his arms defensively over his chest. With a violent crash, Yang Tai was flung several meters away, executing a series of backflips to dissipate the force of the impact. Coughing, he wiped the blood from his lips, his mind racing with frustration. After all my efforts, he only sustained a minor injury. Meanwhile, Gaara had already recovered significantly, his armor of sand restored, and he coldly locked eyes with Yang Tai, still feeling pain in his abdomen and back. Though this opponent was not the strongest he had faced, he was undoubtedly the most troublesome, employing an array of unexpected tactics. However, Gaara had also discerned Yang Tai's weakness. His chakra was severely limited. The boy had meticulously planned his moves, conserving chakra wherever possible. Thus, Gaara decided to outlast him. In the audience, Naruto pointed at Gaara, vexed. His injuries have healed. How can this continue? This is so unfair. Is that truly your stance? The 3 others said in unison, glaring at him. When Naruto saw their unyielding stares, he turned around and was taken aback to find them glaring at him with lifeless eyes. Scratching his head, he tried to shift the topic. So, who do we consider the winner here? His question caught the trio off guard. Sakura pondered for a moment and replied uncertainly. It seems to be a matter of ninjutsu and close combat, right? Sasuke questioned. So how do we determine that? Simple. You 2 owe Sakura and me a small favor. Kakashi replied with a sly smile. Sakura watched Sasuke's face flush with embarrassment, lost in thought. Naruto protested loudly. No way, this isn't fair. In an instant, Sakura raised her fist, glaring at Naruto. What did you say? I meant to say that this round should count as Sakura's win, while Kakashi-sensei's doesn't. Naruto stammered, scrambling for a reasonable excuse. After a moment, he added, after all, it was that sphere that landed the hits on Gaara. The trio considered this, nodding in agreement with Naruto's logic. Wonderful, Sakura exclaimed, pumping her fist in excitement. At that moment, Yang Tai's voice rang out in the arena. Next is Plan A. This is my most powerful ninjutsu, and if you can't withstand it, you may perish. Gaara, the first target, did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately activated the shield technique, burrowing into a ball of sand and cautiously observing with his third eye. Yongtai realized he had overthought things. Had he known it would come to this, he could have simply dispatched Gaara with a single move instead of engaging in psychological warfare with his ABC plans. Shaking his head, he prepared to take the battle seriously, as his chakra was indeed running low. In a corner of the audience, four figures huddled together, notably the seasoned trio and Lingya. The lower-ranked ninja rubbed his chin, remarking, "Doesn't the leader's statement sound a bit familiar?" Lingya nodded, reflecting, "This guy is overly meticulous. Is it really necessary to have so many strategies?" The second lower-ranked ninja chimed in, somewhat confused. "What do you mean?" Lingya elaborated, "He doesn't have 3 plans. He has 4. The trio looked puzzled. 4? They echoed. Indeed, 4. It's all a psychological tactic. The 3 began to comprehend, though they were not fully clear on the intricacies. Their curious gazes turned to Lingya. Sighing, he patiently explained, from the moment Yongtai mentioned the ABC plans. His opponent fell into his psychological trap. The strategies sounded progressively more formidable, and when Yongtai made his declaration, that sand ninja would instinctively brace himself, playing right into Yongtai's hands. With a dawning realization, the 3 exclaimed, "So all the earlier setups were merely to prepare for Plan A." Underling B. No wonder the boss lady said one must have 800 eyes. It appears she was not mistaken. Underling C shook his head. That is not the crux of the matter. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, and Underling C scratched his head, whispering in explanation, "It's truly frightening to be targeted by such a person." The trio paused, contemplating, and indeed, being fixated upon by such an individual would rob one of peace. The thought of facing him sends chills down one's spine. They turned their attention to Gaara in the arena, offering him a moment of silent homage. Chapter 71. Victory: The Shadow Clone Technique. 5 figures materialized beside Yoda, who wasted no time in tossing a palm-sized sealing scroll to one of them. The 5 shadow clones, understanding their task without further instruction, swiftly dispersed to encircle the sandball. Observing this, Yoda hurled a kunai and rapidly formed hand signs. Water release, water prison technique. In an instant, the sandball was ensnared within the watery confines of the prison. Gaara, trapped within, felt bewildered, questioning this peculiar maneuver. As a thought crossed his mind, the sand began to rise slowly, as if hindered by an unseen force. Is this an attempt to suppress my sand? It made no sense. He was entirely on the defensive, not intending to attack. What could this possibly signify? Not only Gaara, but even the spectators among the ninja were left perplexed. Yoda, undeterred by the curious gazes around him, flashed a grin at Gaara's third eye. As Gaara wore a bewildered expression, Yoda exclaimed a single word: "Explode." Boom. The sealing paper that had been affixed to Gaara's back detonated instantly. In the next moment, the water surged forth, forcibly creating cracks in the sandball. Gaara let out a pained cry as he promptly dispelled the sandball, alleviating the immense pressure surrounding him. TSK, 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 to survive such pressure is truly abnormal. Yoda marveled, then gestured for the clones to take action. The audience was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Did they miss some crucial plot point? Naruto exemplified the spirit of inquiry, asking Kakashi, "What is going on?" Gaara was clearly defending well. Sasuke and Sakura also shared curious glances. Kakashi, not one to withhold information this time, clarified. When Yoda's first Rasengan struck Gaara's back, it left behind a sealing paper. In such a confined space, when the sealing paper exploded, the water instantly filled the area. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, he had no choice but to disperse the sandball. He could very well perish. All 3 nodded in understanding, their gazes now tinged with caution as they observed the unfolding events. Gaara, feeling the surrounding pressure, found it considerably improved, yet movement remained a challenge. Suddenly, his body trembled as another chakra emerged within him, causing the sand around him to gravitate closer. Gradually, cat-like ears began to form, followed by half a feline face. Yoda, witnessing this, grew anxious, channeling the last of his chakra into the water prison. Casting an irritated glance at the 5 clones still forming hand signs. "Come on, you lot. Hurry up, he's about to unleash something." The clones retorted with a collective eye roll. After all, in this ninja world, only they adhered to the traditional hand sign methods. Did he think everyone could summon whatever they desired with a mere clap? Yoda sighed in exasperation, lamenting his misfortune in dealing with these clones. At that moment, the 5 shadow clones completed their hand signs, each revealing a different elemental symbol: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Now, upon Yoda's command, the 5 clones, clutching the sealing scroll in their mouths, executed the instant water technique, appearing before the half-tailed beast Gara in the next instant. 5 elements sealing. 5 palms descended simultaneously upon Gara's abdomen, creating a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat. Accompanied by plumes of white smoke, Gara screamed in agony, but being submerged in water, he could only contort his face in a silent struggle as the 5 clones exerted their effort, channeling the runes from the scroll into their palms. As a cloud of azure smoke enveloped the scene, the sealing was complete. Gara fell into unconsciousness, his tail beast transformation dissipating gradually as he descended to the ground. Thud! 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 The 5 clones vanished at once, and Yoda collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. He had barely any chakra remaining. If the battle continued, he would have no choice but to concede. Yet it was evident that he had emerged victorious. The victor of this round, Yoda of the Blue Pool. At that moment, the voice of Nara Shikaku rang out, announcing the results. Instantly, the audience erupted in applause. Well done. What a splendid performance. Long live Konohagakure. Sasuke and Naruto were left speechless, pondering how Gara had been defeated. It felt somewhat trivial, and they exchanged bewildered glances with Kakashi. It was a sealing technique. Yoda employed the 5 elements sealing to bind his opponent's chakra, Kakashi elucidated, though he too harbored questions, specifically about the apparent modifications Yoda had made to the sealing technique. What? To seal chakra? Does that mean anyone facing Yoda would have no choice but to surrender? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi shook his head. This sealing requires substantial hand signs and preparation time, and it necessitates immobilizing the opponent to be effective. Even Yoda could not replicate this scene with certainty. Oh, the 3 understood, realizing that this technique could only be performed under such specific conditions. It would prove futile in a mission against adversaries. Lord Maki, what should we do now? A sand ninja inquired, gazing at the unconscious Gara. Maki pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Plans have changed. Signal the second offensive strategy. Yes, the questioning sand ninja responded, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Addressing the remaining sand ninjas, Maki continued, you will signal for everyone to engage the leaf ninjas, buying time for Lord Kazekage. And don't forget to summon the sound ninjas as well. Understood, Lord Maki. As soon as the words left his lips, the group of sand ninjas scattered, leaving only Temari, Kankuro, and 2 supporting sand ninjas behind. You 4 follow me, Maki instructed, leaping down swiftly to the arena's center, lifting Gara, and addressing his companions with urgency. Gara is unconscious and temporarily unable to utilize his techniques. You must carry him away quickly. Ensure his safety. With that, Kankuro and the others hoisted Gara and fled. At that moment, Nara Shikaku sensed the shift and hurried to Yoda's side, gravely urging, we must retreat. No sooner had he spoken than several leaf ninjas appeared beside him, similarly imploring Yoda to escape. Without hesitation, Yoda turned and fled. Had his chakra been sufficient, he might have engaged further, but for now, it was wiser to seek refuge in a less populated area. As Yoda reached the spectators' platform, a flurry of feathers descended. An illusion? Perfect. He quickly shed his attire, employing a transformation technique to blend into an empty spot, unfurling a scroll with a resounding thud, summoning a clone of Rin. This is not the time for conversation. Your original knows this well. Sit quietly, he instructed. Chapter 72. Gara's great contribution. The clone of Rin complied obediently, settling down and closing her eyes as if in slumber. Yoda feigned rest as well, secretly grasping Rin's arm to absorb her chakra. However, time was of the essence, and Yoda knew he must hasten his efforts. Due to the fact that Gara's seal lasts less than 20 minutes, there was no alternative. Yangtai employed a non-orthodox method instead of the complete 5-element seal, opting for a momentary seal at the expense of stability. Relying solely on the 5-element seal, Yangtai lacked the capability to instantaneously seal all of Gara's chakra. His current objective, however, was to capture Gara. Indeed, capture him. Just moments ago, Yangtai had a genuine opportunity to eliminate Gara, yet he refrained from doing so, not out of any moral hesitation, but for pragmatic reasons. Firstly, to preserve the chakra of Shikaku, and secondly, Gara, as a tool, still held greater potential value. Some might argue that this merely complicates the protagonist's affairs. Yet Yantai could only scoff at such ignorance. The Leaf Village now boasted 3 significant achievements. The first was aiding the 3rd Hokage in overcoming Orochimaru. Surely, this was not a matter to ponder. Who would simply stand idly by and gaze at the 4 purple flames formation? The second achievement was assisting the Leaf in repelling the invading sand ninjas. Setting Yantai aside, even if he possessed the strength, with Jiraiya stationed there, how much glory could he truly claim? Therefore, Yantai opted for the 3rd achievement, the live capture of Gaara. Since the 2nd Hokage's era, who has ever captured a Jinchuriki from another ninja village? Most likely none. Even Nagato and his group began capturing tailed beasts only years later. Thus, if he could successfully capture Gaara, it would be a monumental feat. Before long, Lingya's shadow clone vanished. Having just dispatched a sand ninja, Lingya felt a peculiar sensation and turned his gaze towards a specific direction, murmuring, "Where did this guy learn such an unusual technique?" Yantai rose, dispelling his transformation technique. Just as a flash of white hair appeared before him, none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi commanded, "Yantai of the Blue Pool, heed my orders. As a Jonin of the Leaf, I assign you the task of supporting Sakura and capturing Gaara." With a puff of smoke, a silver-white dog materialized before them, characterized by a tuft of hair reminiscent of a mohawk, resembling a rooster's comb. "This is Basie. He will guide you to Sakura and the others." "Woof woof," Yantai questioned. "Does it not speak?" Kakashi paused, then nodded. "Different breeds. Basie does not speak. But rest assured, it possesses excellent tracking abilities and can assist in combat." Yantai responded with an "oh," then turned to Basie with curiosity. "Basie, how does my fortune look this year?" "Woof woof." Yantai pressed on. "What about my prospects in office?" "Woof woof." Yantai rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him. "And my romantic prospects?" Basie retorted. "Do you take me for a wishing well? I am not human." "But you are truly a dog," Basie exclaimed, clearing his throat. "Now go quickly." Kakashi grimaced at the exchange. Yantai cheerfully beckoned Basie. "Let us go, Fortune." "Woof woof." "I am Basie." "All right, Fortune, let us hasten." Blue and thin, fragrant mushrooms. The duo soon arrived at a street corner, where Basie halted, sniffing intently to confirm a direction. Just as they were about to proceed, Basie crouched and bared its teeth, staring at a group ahead. Yantai soon discerned 3 sand ninjas, all dressed as genin. The trio noticed Yantai and exchanged glances before charging at him. Yantai, unfazed, swiftly hurled a kunai. A column of water erupted, and he plunged into it. The 3 sand ninjas, startled, quickly distanced themselves, watching as Yantai stumbled back into view. Coughing, he realized he had forgotten that he was currently using Lingya as chakra, rendering him incapable of utilizing instant water. Wiping the water from his face, he met the perplexed gazes of the 3 sand ninjas. Could this be the fool summoned by a monkey? One mused. Basie added, "Woof woof. Are you suffering from some illness?" To be honest, he began to question Kakashi's decision. Yantai forced a smile, wondering if anything could be more awkward than this. Having become accustomed to instant water in recent days, he momentarily forgot that it functions similarly to a summoning contract, and switching to another person's chakra was like trying to unlock a car with an electric bike key, utterly futile. However, the summoning scroll did not have such restrictions, which puzzled Yantai. He promptly retrieved a sealing scroll from his cloak, crafted from the chakra of one of Lingya's shadow clones. However, there were only 41 kunai. He needed to conserve them. He tossed one, which swiftly flew forth. The 3 sand ninjas realized he was merely attempting to intimidate them, waiting for reinforcements. "Damn it! Let us charge him together." One shouted. Boom! A red flash surged forth, followed by a series of thuds. "How dare Amir Karami mock me?" Yantai shook off the droplets of water, urging, "Let us move quickly. Time is of the essence." Basie, stunned, replied, "I admit, I may have called out rather loudly." This time, Basie obediently took the lead. Along the way, they encountered 3 waves of sand ninjas, all of whom Yantai easily dispatched. However, upon nearing the Leaf Village, Yantai suddenly halted Basie. The reason was simple. Time was up. Gaara's seal was nearly undone. This indicated that Naruto and Sasuke were currently engaged in battle with Gaara, and this path was guarded by sound and sand ninjas. He had no desire to play the babysitter again. The memory of nearly being crippled, or worse, by Gaara during their last encounter was still fresh. Thus, he intended to take a detour and avoid these troubles. Once Gaara used his false sleep technique, leaving Naruto and him severely weakened. He would then emerge to seize the opportunity. Wouldn't that be delightful? As for the 12 little strong ones, what does that have to do with him? They could only blame their lack of skill. Moreover, with Lee participating, Yangtai estimated there would be no significant issues, considering Lee's prowess. Fortune. Sakura and the others went this way, did they not? Yangtai inquired, pointing ahead. Basi barked affirmatively, nodding its head. Then we shall take a shortcut through the side. Yangtai declared. Woof. Do not doubt. We shall take the shortcut. Yangtai assured, nodding decisively. He dashed towards the side woods. Chapter 73. The seal guarding Shikaku's chakra, not far away. The multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. The forest was densely populated with Naruto's shadow clones, who energetically bumped fists, rallying, everyone, charge. A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted like a tidal wave, filling the entire forest with Naruto's voice. Sasuke stared in disbelief at his blue friend, incredulous. Was this truly the same underachiever? Had he unconsciously surpassed him? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. How could he, a proud Uchiha, be eclipsed by such a person? Despite his thoughts, his body betrayed him as he activated his Sharingan, his eyes unwavering. Shuriken from all directions. Thousands of shurikens soared forth, forcing even Gaara, with half a tailed beast within him, to defend himself. The multitude of Narutos surged forward with a combination attack. Vortex. Naruto. 2,000 consecutive hits. Bang bang bang. Over 1,000 clones surrounded him and unleashed a flurry of kicks. Gaara could not withstand the onslaught as the sand around him began to disintegrate. Gaara roared in anger and hatred, no longer suppressing Shikaku within him. With a resounding crash, a massive tanuki, towering approximately 40 to 50 meters, emerged amidst the smoke. The creature, adorned in a tawny hue, bore peculiar deep purple patterns and trailed a colossal long tail. It was the one-tail, Shikaku. Instantly, an oppressive aura enveloped the area, leaving spectators agape, transfixed by the immense being before them. Resistance? That notion was utterly futile. The sheer size was a crushing dominance that mere numbers could not counter. Sakura collapsed onto the ground, her legs trembling as she stared vacantly at the gigantic monster, pondering how victory could possibly be achieved. Naruto, somewhat more composed, snapped back to reality and urgently turned to Sakura, exclaiming, Sakura, take Sasuke and retreat quickly. In the forest, Yangtai and Baxi halted simultaneously, astonished by the enormous entity. Yangtai pressed his lips together, fully aware of the formidable nature of tailed beasts, yet he had not anticipated such a vast scale. The disparity between his imagination and the reality was staggering, evoking a profound sense of insignificance, akin to that of an ant. Suddenly, a massive red silhouette plummeted from the sky, generating a tremendous gust of wind that swirled in all directions. The scene was utterly terrifying. Yangtai instinctively swallowed hard, marveling at the overwhelming power. He quickly turned to shield his face as a powerful current swept through, creating a howling tempest that rustled his coat violently. Once the wind subsided, Yangtai couldn't help but click his tongue, incredulous at the sheer exaggeration of it all. Setting aside his astonishment, Yangtai began to contemplate a revised strategy. Initially, he had intended for Gaara and Naruto to engage in a mutual defeat, allowing him to seize Shikaku's chakra. However, witnessing Shikaku's might, Yangtai surmised that extracting chakra from Gaara would be perilously reckless. Should Shikaku enter a frenzy, his own demise would be imminent. How, then, could he procure Shikaku's chakra? Squinting thoughtfully, Yangtai recalled the original tale wherein Wentus severed one of Shikaku's claws. He speculated that the severed appendage, likely unattended, would either dissipate into the ether or revert to Shikaku in a swirling mass of sand. Either scenario indicated that the claw harbored Shikaku's chakra. Thus, it seemed plausible for him to attempt retrieving it. Should he succeed, it would be a resounding triumph. If he failed, he could still gamble on Gaara. Ultimately, he stood to lose nothing. With a plan solidified, Yangtai turned to Baxi and instructed, Wankai, return and inform Lord Kakashi of the situation here. Woof woof, Baxi queried, somewhat anthropomorphically, as if to ask if Yangtai intended to venture alone into the fray. Surprisingly, Yangtai comprehended the intent behind the canine's barks. Baxi, in essence, sought to divert the foolish dog. Yet, Yangtai, being the exemplary youth of Konoha, remained unfazed, resolutely thumping his chest and declaring, my comrades await my assistance ahead. I cannot forsake them. Casting one last glance at the astonished canine, he strode a few paces away and delivered a classic line. Though thousands may stand against me, I shall proceed. Woof woof. The foolish dog barked twice, its eyes filled with admiration, before turning back to relay the news to Kakashi, urging him to promptly intervene. Yangtai noticed the silence behind him. Upon looking back, he confirmed that the dog had indeed departed. Shaking his head in resignation, he mused that he might be the only ninja in the realm to indulge in such pretentiousness with a dog. He hoped fervently that the fool would convey his circumstances to Kakashi, otherwise, all his theatrics would be in vain. Fixating on the distant confrontation involving the two beasts, Yangtai promptly set off. He could not afford to let Shikaku reclaim the chakra from that claw. It would be a significant loss. Moments later, Wenta leaped into action, drawing a short blade from his waist. In a flash, he severed one of Shikaku's arms, though simultaneously, his blade was sent flying by a counterattack from Shikaku. The resounding crashes echoed far and wide, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yangtai braced himself against the tempest, eyes wide as he observed the arm gradually turning to sand. Panic surged within him. That was his opportunity to obtain Shikaku's chakra. With every moment passing, it slipped away, and his heart ached at the thought of losing it. Once the winds quieted, he flung 3 kunai, vanishing from sight. In under 3 minutes, Yangtai reached the arm that was slowly dissolving into sand. Had it not been for the forest, he could have arrived even faster. Ignoring the ongoing battle between Wenta and Shikaku, he felt a surge of joy upon detecting a trace of chakra. Dividing his essence into 15 shadow clones, he promptly began the sealing process. This division marked Yangtai's limit. He could not maintain them for long, or his body would suffer. Indeed, it was a matter of physical endurance. Utilizing shadow clones also meant that his very cells were splitting, relaying feedback upon the clone's disappearance. With extensive practice, this could lead to involuntary muscle spasms, commonly referred to as muscle memory. On the mental front, Yangtai, benefiting from his previous life, possessed a soul far more resilient than the average individual. He felt no significant strain, save for a slight fatigue. Yangtai distributed 30-centimeter scrolls to his 10 clones. He then unfolded a nearly meter-long sealing scroll, the surface adorned with intricate sealing symbols, leaving a blank space at the center. Nodding to the clones, he commanded, "Begin." The leading 5 clones simultaneously initiated the necessary hand seals, while the remaining 10 opened their scrolls, awaiting further instruction. As Yangtai observed, Wenta and Shikaku were already engaged in close combat. However, it was evident that Wenta was struggling against Shikaku, evading the beast's jutsu while contemplating countermeasures. After a few evasive maneuvers, Wenta proposed employing a transformation technique to morph into a creature with sharp fangs and claws. Before Naruto could react, Wenta charged at Shikaku with a piercing scream. Yangtai, keeping a watchful eye on the battlefield, couldn't help but click his tongue, acknowledging the audacity of Wenta. Had he been in Yangtai's position, he would have devised 4 or 5 contingency plans before even considering involvement. 5-element sealing technique. At that moment, the 5 leading clones pressed their palms against the sand, and a flurry of symbols radiated from their hands, rapidly covering the entire arm. Simultaneously, Shikaku's arm ceased its disintegration, stabilizing. "Quickly, keep up," Yangtai urged anxiously. "Seal." The 10 clones shouted in unison, slapping their scrolls. In the blink of an eye, chains of symbols emerged from the scrolls, ensnaring Shikaku's arm and gradually pulling it toward Yangtai's larger scroll. Yangtai formed the tiger seal, his expression grave as he declared, "Seal." Instantly, countless sealing symbols coalesced into chains, binding the crimson chakra being drawn in. Seeing this, Yangtai felt a surge of urgency and increased his efforts, visibly drawing Shikaku's claw, now transformed into vibrant red chakra, into the scroll. Meanwhile, Shikaku, alert and watching Wenta approach, suddenly turned its wrathful gaze toward the direction of its severed arm, letting out a furious roar and preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. This, however, sparked a glimmer of opportunity in Wenei's eyes. What a chance! Quickly, transform into a creature with sharp fangs and claws. Naruto, bracing against the powerful winds, clung to Wenta, desperately pondering which creature to become. Just then, inspiration struck. "That's it," he exclaimed, envisioning the creature in his mind and instantly transforming. In an instant, a fiery red 9-tailed fox surged forth from the air, seizing and biting down on the guardian crane, thereby interrupting its technique. Kurama? No, this is that transformed toad. Damn that vile fox. The guardian crane was thoroughly suppressed, filled with anger and frustration. If not for the constraints on its power, how could this wretched toad hope to dominate it? Such naivety. Yet, that was in its prime. Now, it resembled a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by dogs. A dragon stranded in shallow waters, mocked by shrimp. What a humiliation. The heart of the little one is in anguish. Upon glancing at the scroll with bold characters, Yangtai finally let out a long breath, signaling for his clones to disperse. Suddenly, he hesitated, quickly regaining his composure and solemnly storing the scroll away. This was indeed the most crucial item for him, one that could determine whether the technique of instant water could advance further. Stretching his limbs, it was time to conclude matters. Originally, Yangtai intended to wait for Naruto and Gaara to weaken each other before stepping in to claim the credit. However, this now seemed somewhat unrealistic. The reason was simple. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi's dog were all spectating. His desire to pluck the fruits of their labor appeared rather fanciful. Moreover, he had another thought. Although Gaara was a substantial prize, could he alone consume it? Even if he did, his previous persona would collapse. His companions might overlook it. But what of their clans? If he devoured the meat while denying even a sip of broth to his comrades, his name would inevitably find its way onto the blacklists of various clans. Thus, Yangtai resolved to take the lioness share, leaving the rest for those fellows. This was the most prudent course of action. Observing the subdued guardian crane, he estimated the distance to be around 400 or 500 meters. Summoning the art of summoning. Absorbing chakra, Yangtai withdrew a 50-meter kunai and hurled it forward. A column of water erupted, and Yangtai vanished from sight. After executing 9 consecutive shifts in the air, the next moment, a voice echoed through the surroundings. "Release that boy. Let me handle this." Both sides were momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the water column and Yangtai. "It's you." Naruto and the eye-rolling Gaara exclaimed in unison. Even the toad Wanta, who was suppressing the guardian crane, shook his head and exclaimed, "How remarkable." Naruto, puzzled, could not grasp the meaning behind Wanta's words. Yangtai, however, understood perfectly. But this was not the time for idle chatter. He immediately executed a flying kick while shouting for encouragement. "Night guy." Bang! This kick landed solidly on Gaara's side, propelling him out of the sand, catching him completely off guard. The sand scattered everywhere as Gaara tumbled to the ground. Yangtai glanced at Gaara, noticing he was still catching his breath, indicating he was not gravely injured. The next moment, his attention was drawn to the sand beneath his feet, prompting him to descend and examine it closely. After a while, Yangtai shook his head. It seemed his suspicions were unfounded. This was merely a disintegration, and the chakra of the guardian crane had likely returned entirely to Gaara. What lay before him was simply sand, devoid of any trace of the guardian crane's chakra. It would be best to return and secure Gaara. He could not afford to let a cooked duck fly away. He would surely spit blood in frustration. Meanwhile, Gaara, recently swayed by Naruto's words, turned to Kankuro and Temari, saying, "Let us go. I don't want to fight anymore." Just as Kankuro helped Gaara to his feet, he suddenly halted in his tracks upon seeing Yangtai before him. Yangtai regarded Kankuro, who had set down his puppet, and Temari, who was opening her fan, coldly stating, "Leaving? Where do you think you are going?" Temari immediately positioned herself in front of Kankuro, anxiously declaring, "I'll hold him off. You all must leave immediately. Just look around. Can you escape?" As soon as Yangtai finished speaking, 10 leaf ninjas emerged from the sparse surroundings. "What do you intend to do?" Gaara weakly inquired. Yangtai addressed the 3. "You sand and sound ninjas have invaded Leaf. We must escort you back to await the judgment of the Hokage." Gaara and his companions fell silent. However, Naruto could not remain idle. "Invading Leaf?" Yangtai nodded. "As you suspected, this is not merely a sand ninja rebellion, but a full-scale invasion." Naruto was taken aback. He had initially thought it was just a sand ninja uprising, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. "We sand ninjas were framed." "This is news I've only just learned," Temari explained. Yangtai shook his head. "This is not for me to consider, nor for you. If what you say is true, and this is indeed a misunderstanding, I am confident that the Hokage will release you." Upon hearing this, Gaara and his companions fell into deeper silence. It appeared they would not be leaving today. After all, they had invaded Leaf, causing significant damage. To now claim it was merely a misunderstanding felt painfully inadequate. Most importantly, They were neither capable of fighting nor escaping. It seemed their only option was to surrender. Noticing the wavering resolve of the three, Yangtai felt a surge of joy and immediately pressed on. Fear not. You will not be treated as prisoners. You are our allies in the Leaf Village, and this matter will certainly be discussed thoroughly with the Kazekage. As he spoke, Yangtai found himself running out of words, so he shifted the topic. Gaara is quite injured. He requires immediate treatment. So what do you think? If you refuse to drink the wine of goodwill, you will be forced to drink the wine of punishment. Truthfully, Yangtai preferred to avoid a confrontation with the three. Kankuro was manageable as long as he was careful of his poison. However, dealing with Temari's wind techniques was troublesome. A single misstep could send all his kunai flying away, leaving him helpless. As for Gaara, if he pushed him too hard, the beast within could awaken, and Yangtai feared he might meet his end there. Temari pondered for a moment, exchanging glances with Kankuro before sighing in resignation. Fine, we will return with you to Leaf. But you must treat Gaara's injuries swiftly. Yangtai, having achieved his goal, smiled warmly. Excellent. Let us hasten back to Leaf. Presumably, the rebellion had already concluded by this time. The group set off, encountering the reinforcements of the 12 ninja guardians along the way, and Yangtai finally breathed a sigh of relief, dispelling the 10 shadow clones. Gaara and his companions were momentarily taken aback, all staring at Yangtai with innocent expressions, instantly thinking, what a cunning trickster. Kankuro could not help but mutter under his breath. Playing with tactics is such a dirty game. Yangtai, I feel offended. Everyone stifled their laughter. Yangtai's expression darkened. He considered retorting, but ultimately decided against it. After all, the credit was what truly mattered. This handsome gentleman, with a heart of gold, would let these three rascals off the hook. Before long, as they neared Leaf, they finally spotted Kakashi leading a large contingent. After Parker relayed the entire sequence of events, Kakashi and the others looked on in shock. These youngsters are impressive. It seemed that the greatest credit for this endeavor would go to them, capturing a Jinchuriki from another nation. This was an achievement that, thus far, only the sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, had accomplished, one that Leaf and other great nations had failed to achieve. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly exert considerable pressure on the Earth and Lightning nations. Kakashi and his companions first arranged a private hospital room for Gaara, assigning a ninja to look after him, before promptly heading to the Hokage's office to report the details. In the Hokage's office, the affairs were currently being managed by Tsunade and Mido Gate, who were effectively at the helm of Konoha. At this moment, their authority even surpassed that of Danzo, the so-called advisor with real power. As for Danzo, it was amusing how these two advisors, who held no real power, managed to sideline him. This was a tactic employed by Hiruzen Sarutobi to balance the three of them. When there was no pressing matter, he could use Danzo to keep the other two in check. Yet, in the current chaotic state of Konoha, the two could easily suppress Danzo, preventing him from acting recklessly. Before long, Yangtai and the others had shared the detailed situation. A recording ninja, standing nearby, turned to the two advisors and said, Advisors, I have recorded everything in detail. Upon hearing this, the two advisors snapped back to attention, their faces creasing into smiles reminiscent of blooming chrysanthemums. This was the only good news of the day. And how could they not be pleased? It seemed that Konoha's losses had found someone to account for them. As for the fear of a counterattack from the Land of Wind, that was absurd. Ever since Orochimaru impersonated the fourth Kazekage, it was evident that the fourth had likely met his end. The Sand Village was in disarray, and they probably couldn't even select a new Kazekage. Perhaps the likes of Chiyo or Ero Sennin would step up, but the thought only brought more amusement to the two. You have performed excellently. Your contributions are akin to completing an S-rank mission, they commended, particularly praising Yangtai and Naruto for capturing Gaara. Naruto, elated, shouted in joy, playfully nudging Sasuke, who, in a huff, turned away in typical fashion. Yangtai, however, remained composed, offering a shy smile. This is truly a collective effort. I merely contributed a small portion. With such words, the atmosphere lightened, and both advisors nodded approvingly. Even the 12 ninja warriors cast him kind glances. Yangtai smiled in silence, understanding the truth of the saying, genuine feelings cannot be retained, only strategies can win hearts. Tsunade chuckled, you've always been humble, never claiming credit for your achievements. You really ought to work on that. Understood, Granny Tsunade, Yangtai replied with a smile, scratching his head, aware that such discussions were best kept lighthearted and not taken too seriously. Well, We shall wait for the fifth Hokage, Tsunade continued, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. Once the fifth is elected, I will personally advocate for your merits. Mito Gate sighed, waving his hand. You all have worked hard. Go and rest for now. The group nodded in response and began to exit. Yongtai deliberately lingered, turning to the two advisors, Granny Tsunade, Grandpa Mito, please take care of your health. Do not be disheartened. The light will shine upon the village once more. With that, he closed the door behind him as he left the Hokage building. The two advisors were momentarily taken aback by his words. Tsunade sighed, then smiled faintly. At our age, needing comfort from a child is quite laughable. Mito chuckled lightly, yet. Isn't the boy correct? The light will indeed shine upon the village once more. Tsunade gazed towards the window, as if seeing an old friend waving to them. Indeed. The light will return. Upon returning home, Yongtai found his grandfather had also come back. He felt a sense of relief. The elder seemed unusually carefree, acting as if nothing had happened, but Yongtai understood he was merely putting on a brave face to avoid worrying him. The loss of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, weighed heavily on him. After all, he was a staunch supporter of the Hokage, perhaps even brainwashed by that belief. Chapter 76, Lightning Release. Kirin Yongtai woke early, washed up, and headed towards the mission hall. His goal was simple, to accept a task directing him towards the land of hot water. Yes, he intended to leave Konoha early to coincidentally encounter Tsunade and Jiraiya. Initially, he had only been tracking Tsunade's general whereabouts, not wishing to get entangled with the legendary Sannin. However, circumstances had changed. Yongtai now possessed considerable strength and wished to enhance his reputation before the fifth Hokage. This, however, was secondary. His primary motive was Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Indeed, it was the sword that could extend, also known as the Totsuka no Tsurugi. The reason for seeking Orochimaru's Kusanagi was somewhat unfortunate. Just when he thought he had made progress, reality dealt him a harsh blow, leaving him bewildered. He lacked the means to combat large summoning beasts and tailed beasts. The fourth Hokage could at least summon giant toads, while Yongtai, even with the summoning scroll, found himself at a loss. Thus, he spent a restless night contemplating a specific jutsu, lightning release, Kirin. Yes, the very technique used by Sasuke. He had only seen it employed twice, once against Itachi and once against the Eight Tails. Though the outcomes were often unfavorable, the technique's power was undeniable. Most importantly, it was immensely powerful and chakra efficient. However, there were two significant challenges associated with this jutsu. The first involved using fire release to heat the air and create storm clouds. The question arose, what if there was insufficient moisture in the air? This dilemma was relatively easy for Yongtai to solve, with two potential methods. The first, albeit with a lengthy preparation time, involved using his sealing papers in conjunction with explosive dust to slowly build up. The second, more complex, required finding a summoning beast capable of emitting water vapor or establishing a summoning contract with the clouds. The latter was no mere fantasy, yet the conditions were rather stringent. The clouds would need to remain still, and he would have to sign the contract with both blood and chakra, akin to the requirements for summoning a water creature. In summary, the first method was feasible, but the second posed the challenge of how to draw down the lightning. Yongtai recalled that during Sasuke's battle with Itachi, he stood at a height to draw it down with Chidori, and when facing the Eight Tails, he was also elevated. Thus, to use it within Konoha or on flat terrain, he would require something akin to a lightning rod as a medium. After much contemplation, he identified a target that met the criteria, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, which was the most fitting option in his mind. Another possibility might be the Sarutobi clan's summoning beast, the Monkey King. But he dismissed that notion as the Monkey King was a living being and likely could not withstand the power of lightning. Ultimately, his goal remained the Kusanagi sword. And this was a rare opportunity while Orochimaru was at his weakest. With careful planning, he believed he had a great chance of success. After selecting a suitable escort mission that was set to depart the following noon, he realized this timing would allow him to attend the third Hokage's funeral before setting off. At that moment, the middle-aged ninja responsible for recording glanced at Yongtai with concern. Yongtai, although the Hokage has passed, you shouldn't be too sorrowful. Have you found a way to cope? Sorrowful? Did he feel that way? Yongtai was taken aback, then realized, offering a bitter smile, Uncle Anraku, rest assured. I'm doing just fine. Uncle Anil scrutinized Yongtai, eventually resting his gaze upon the dark circles under his eyes, and sighed. You come to me with those shadows beneath your eyes, claiming all is well. I presume you spent a sleepless night wallowing in sorrow. Fear not, for I too was awake. Yangtai. Last night, he pondered tirelessly about how to tackle the colossal spirit beasts and tailed beasts, resulting in his weary appearance. Was this a fortunate miscalculation? Regardless, who was he, if not Yangtai, the epitome of youth in Konoha? With the passing of the third Hokage, how could he, a bearer of the will of fire, not feel a profound grief? His heart was utterly wrenched. Yangtai deliberately bit his lip, feigning bravado. Nonsense, Uncle Anil. I slept soundly last night. To Uncle Anil, Yangtai's expression resembled that of a stubborn duck, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. After all, Yangtai had frequented the mission hall far too often in recent years. The ninjas working there could easily discern his emotional state by the tasks he accepted. Uncle Anil waved his hand dismissively. Yes, do not tell me you have taken only this one task today. Yangtai, speechless, lamented the burden of his persona. He was genuinely fatigued and wished to avoid any further assignments. Alas, he must maintain the facade he had constructed, even if it meant shedding tears. With teary eyes, Yangtai pointed to a nearby display screen and declared grandly, I'll take 5 of the D-rank missions from the village. 5. Uncle Anil replied, bewildered, as such a request seemed out of character for him. Glancing back, he was surprised to find 5 missions displayed on the screen. Realizing it was due to his own oversight, he immediately retrieved a remote control, pressed a button, and apologized. My apologies. I see now that my selection was so limited due to my own error. Please take another look. Yangtai, thank you. Wiping away the tears of gratitude, he mumbled, let us stick with those 10 then. After a moment's thought, fearing Uncle Anil might cause some trouble, he added, perhaps a few less today. Considering we are to attend the third Hokage's funeral tomorrow. Observing the young man's tearful expression, Uncle Anil nodded in satisfaction, attempting to calm the agitated spirit of the youth. After leaving the hall, Yangtai dispersed his shadow clones to complete the tasks, while he returned home to catch up on sleep. The streets today were unusually quiet, with only a few souls venturing out. Many shops and restaurants were closed, and the occasional sound of suppressed sobbing could be heard. Yangtai walked by indifferently, though turmoil brewed within him. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen was the strongest Hokage after all. At least in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha, he was revered as such. In his previous life, Yangtai had encountered various conspiracy theories suggesting that the third Hokage was cunning and treacherous, orchestrating the downfall of the Uchiha clan while supporting the fourth Hokage, Minato, as a puppet, allowing villagers to blame Naruto, only to emerge as the benevolent figure seeking Naruto's trust. But now, Yangtai viewed most of those claims as nonsense. Firstly, could a leader of a village afford to be anything less than shrewd? Furthermore, the Uchiha clan was, at times, prone to madness, their leader indecisive and lacking foresight. As for the puppet Minato, he was merely in his 20s at that time, while the third Hokage was far too old to be engaged in such schemes. Regarding Naruto's circumstances, it was clear there were hidden truths. Otherwise, Jiraiya would not have been the first to object. Chapter 77. Escort Mission. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades, his philosophy of the will of fire deeply ingrained in the hearts of the villagers. Most importantly, after the Third Great Ninja War, he refrained from initiating any conflicts, during which the economy of Konoha flourished, truly a time when the people lived in abundance. This was a significant reason why both villagers and most ninjas held him in such high regard. Upon returning home, Yangtai found Xiao Xianglin absent, presumably out buying groceries. The old man sat silently in front of the television, his vacant gaze revealing that his thoughts had drifted far away. The oppressive atmosphere rendered Yangtai at a loss for words. He exchanged a casual greeting before ascending the stairs. After all, this mission would take a bit longer, and he had much to prepare. Among his supplies, he needed to gather ample sealing paper, which he referred to as sealing talismans. Given the extended duration of the mission, Yangtai intended to study Shikaku's chakra, figuring that if he could harness the chakra of the tailed beast, he would need to replace half of his instant water kunai with that energy. Otherwise, he risked encountering failures similar to those experienced previously with Rinnegan chakra. Throughout the day, neither Yangtai nor the old man consumed much food. Xiao Xianglin was exceptionally well-behaved. Having experienced her mother's departure, she understood the old man's feelings all too well. Such matters could not be eased with mere words. They required solitary endurance. The day dragged on interminably. For Yangtai, Konoha felt suffocatingly oppressive, the air thick with despair, truly unbearable. At last, he endured until the following day. The atmosphere in the village today was even more somber, as if the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, ready to unleash rain at any moment, mourning the passing of the third Hokage. On the streets, Yangtai donned black attire, holding a white flower as he made his way towards the cemetery. Gradually, more ninjas, similarly dressed, joined him, their numbers increasing. Friends greeted one another with nods, sharing a silence that spoke volumes. The third Hokage was gone. One by one, they placed flowers as tokens of respect, bowing in silence. For a moment, Yangtai's mind was devoid of all calculations and pretenses. In that instant, he was merely an ordinary person bidding farewell to an elder, regardless of how one viewed it. Yangtai had grown up steadily under the policies of the third Hokage, an undeniable and unchangeable truth. Rain began to fall, gently at first, but enough to mask the tears of many. As the moment of silence concluded and the crowd slowly began to disperse, Yangtai bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the third Hokage. Seeing this, the others said nothing, nodding in agreement as they departed. Yangtai rose and walked outside, his earlier gesture entirely sincere, evoking memories of his grandfather's passing when their family shared the same sentiment. It was perhaps a tradition. Along the way, Yangtai spotted someone, more specifically a child, who was with Naruto and weeping sorrowfully. Indeed, it was Konohamaru, the true prodigy of the new generation of Konoha. Why, one might ask? The answer was simple. To master the shadow clone technique at the tender age of 12 or 13 was nothing short of genius. The chakra reserves required for such a feat were immense. At the same age, Yangtai felt he could barely hold a candle to him. This was a true talent, and he should make an effort to connect with him. At the very least, to become a familiar face. After some contemplation, Yangtai retrieved a notebook adorned with the 4 characters Will of Fire on the cover, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature. This served as one of Yangtai's cherished collectibles. The signature had been acquired during one of Hiruzen's visits to the school, where he sought to inspire, or rather, promote the Will of Fire. Yangtai had eagerly sought his autograph, much to the envy of his peers and teachers. He had vowed to keep it close. Little did he know, he would return to the same individual once again. Though there was a hint of calculation involved, it could also be seen as a form of legacy. Holding an umbrella, he approached Naruto, fixing his gaze on the tearful boy, staring intently for 2 to 3 minutes. Until the child was gazing intently, Yangtai finally pressed the notebook into the little one's arms. If he wished to avoid such sorrow in the future, he ought to become strong swiftly. Having uttered this pretentious remark, he turned and departed, leaving the child and Naruto with the sight of his back. In truth, Yangtai's mind was somewhat disarrayed today, struggling to conceive a way to appear impressive before the child. He initially considered delivering a grand lecture, much like those in films, in an attempt to inspire him. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately refrained, recognizing the significant impact such a display could have on a child. Instead, he left a bowl of chicken soup for him, leaving the decision of whether to drink it entirely up to the little one. Soon, the rain subsided. Yangtai returned home to change into a fresh set of clothes and informed Xianglin and the elder about his upcoming mission before taking his leave. The elder merely nodded, indicating for him to be cautious, and said no more. In the reception room, Yangtai observed the middle-aged man and the child beside him, listening as the receptionist introduced them. The middle-aged man was named Kobayashi Taisan, seemingly in his 30s, of average build yet exhibiting an elegant demeanor, suggesting he was a cultured individual. The child, named Tsukikawa Yu, appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with large, sparkling eyes that peeked at Yangtai before he quickly looked away, which was rather amusing. These two were the targets Yangtai was tasked with escorting, specifically the little boy, who was the sole direct heir of the Tsukikawa clan. According to Yangtai's understanding, this was a melodramatic tale of a power struggle for the family headship. Recently, the child and his father had ventured out to the land of fire for leisure, only to be ambushed. Only he and the butler managed to escape. The ambushers were the child's uncle, seeking to usurp the position of clan leader. Fortunately, they had ample funds for their trip, which led them to Konoha, hoping to return the child to the Tsukikawa clan. Kobayashi Taisan, upon hearing the receptionist's introduction, hesitated and glanced towards Yangtai, contemplating for a moment before addressing both of them. I mean, no offense, but could you possibly send a few more people along? After all, his words trailed off, but both parties comprehended the implication. Kobayashi Taisan was uneasy about entrusting such a young individual with their escort, despite Yang Tai being a ninja. Yang Tai remained silent, casting a look towards the receptionist. The receptionist, accustomed to such situations, effortlessly retrieved a form and said, "Mr. Tai-san, do not underestimate Yang Tai. He is a bona fide elite genin." Elite genin? Kobayashi Tai-san echoed in confusion, pressing for clarification. Isn't it usually the titles of genin, Chunin, special jounin, and jounin? What is this elite distinction? The receptionist patiently explained. The title of elite is awarded based on the number of missions a ninja has completed. Of course, this is merely a term within our ninja community. You may consider it akin to a seasoned ninja, Mr. Tai-san. As he spoke, the receptionist handed the form to Kobayashi Tai-san. Upon examining the document, Tai-san's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 300 C-rank missions completed. He realized the funds he had were barely enough to post a single C-rank mission. Moreover, he needed to escort the young master back as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the elders at home might elect a new clan leader in the absence of the current one. Thus, the sooner they returned, the better, especially with someone so experienced to accompany them. Seeing this, Kobayashi Tai-san was filled with joy and extended his hand towards Yang Tai, saying, "No problem, I shall trouble you. Esteemed ninja, for the time being." Yang Tai smiled and shook his hand. "It's no trouble at all, just call me Yang Tai." Acknowledging Yang Tai's words, Kobayashi Tai-san nodded. "Then I shall trouble you, Yang Tai. Let us sign a contract." Yang Tai found the notion somewhat awkward but paid it little mind. Waving his hand dismissively as he said with a serious expression, "Not so fast. Let us discuss the specifics first." Both Kobayashi Tai-san and the receptionist turned their attention to Yang Tai. He continued, "First and foremost, I accepted this mission solely due to your honesty, Mr. Tai-san." Tai-san was momentarily taken aback, but listened intently as Yang Tai elaborated. "We ninjas are also wary of employers who misrepresent the details. You have done exceptionally well in that regard, and I am eager to collaborate with you. However, I must set a few conditions up front." At this moment, Tai-san grasped Yang Tai's intent and thought to himself that once they returned to the clan, would he still lack for funds? With a hearty laugh, he replied, "Please, speak freely." Yang Tai nodded. "If we encounter only samurai or bandits along the way, the remuneration remains unchanged. Should we face ninjas, however, the task's rank will need to be elevated based on their numbers and strength. In short, compensation must increase." Kobayashi Tai-san considered this and nodded with a smile. "Agreed. We can include that in the contract." The two then proceeded to draft the agreement, dividing it into 3 copies, one for Yang Tai, one for Kobayashi Tai-san, and one for the receptionist. This ensured everything was documented, leaving no room for deceit. After securing the contract, Yang Tai turned to Kobayashi Tai-san and inquired, "When shall we depart, Mr. Tai-san?" Tai-san pondered briefly before stating, "The sooner, the better. We can set off at any moment. It depends on whether you have any preparations to make." Yang Tai replied, "I have no preparations. I am ready to depart now." Moments later, at the gates of Konoha, Yang Tai completed the registration and exchanged greetings with the 2 guards before boarding the carriage, setting off into the distance. 10 days later, the journey had been uneventful, devoid of any dramatic encounters with bandits. Yang Tai, garbed as a samurai, sat beside Kobayashi Tai-san, intently focused on a slowly spinning blue disc in his palm. This was his long-desired creation, the Chi Yuan Slash. Drawing from his experience practicing the Rasengan, and after 10 days of experimentation, he had made modest progress, although lacking lethality. It at least resembled something. The challenge now lay in controlling the Chi Yuan Slash to maintain its rotation, which differed from merely manipulating chakra for the Rasengan. It required the established chakra to be set in motion, an essential distinction. The Rasengan emphasized rotation, explosion, and shaping, whereas the Chi Yuan Slash prioritized shaping, followed by rotation, and then further rotation. Having achieved the shaping stage, Yang Tai was now focused on inducing the spin. After days of effort, he finally grasped some techniques to set the Chi Yuan Slash in motion. Kobayashi Tai-san cast a glance at the youth beside him, accustomed to the sight. As long as they could safely return to the Tsukikawa clan, everything was acceptable. While driving the carriage, he suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep by. Startled, he looked over to see the young man's blue disc spinning furiously, rising and falling, sending waves of cool air emanating from it. As the Chi Yuan Slash accelerated, a loud buzzing filled the air, reminiscent of a fly-infested room, proving quite bothersome. Sweat beaded on Yang Tai's forehead, his hand trembling slightly as the Chi Yuan Slash spun faster, whipping his hair about. I can't hold on. With a decisive motion, he slammed his palm downward, sending the Qi Yuan hurtling towards the ground like an arrow. Bang! The sound reverberated, startling the horses into a frenzy, causing them to bolt away, leaving Kobayashi Taisan in a flurry of attempts to calm them. "What's wrong, Uncle Taisan?" The little boy, who had been sleeping in the carriage, was abruptly awakened and cried out, fearing they had fallen into an ambush once more. At that moment, Yangtai gazed at the ground, which resembled a lightning strike, somewhat astonished. Could it be that the shaping was insufficient, causing the chakra to dissipate in the end? To know, just moments ago, he had also experienced a jolt. This entity had nearly spiraled out of control. Had he not acted swiftly to cast it aside, the consequences of the Qi Yuan losing control would be unfathomable. With his slight frame, he would either meet his demise or suffer grievous injury. It seems prudent to avoid turning too quickly. Muttering to himself, Yang Tai returned to the carriage, offering an apology to the two companions as the trio continued their journey. Yang Tai resumed his manipulation of the Qi Yuan but this time, informed by prior experience, he refrained from turning too rapidly, focusing instead on maintaining its form. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the Qi Yuan as a pinpoint strike rather than an indiscriminate destructive technique. Around 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Tai and his companions arrived at a small town. He left a shadow clone to accompany Shaolin Tai-san and the others while he ventured into a casino. The establishment was modest in size, a typical gambling den. Yang Tai exchanged some chips and began to play dice. Win or lose, he quickly mingled with the other gamblers. "Friend, your luck seems to be lacking," remarked a middle-aged man as he picked up a bamboo tube, shaking it with excitement. "Watch closely, I'm going for a full house." With a resounding clap, he exclaimed, 3 sixes. "What a bust." The man slumped in disappointment, grumbling, "It must be because I didn't wash my hands after using the restroom." "Ha ha, dear brother, I am just slightly luckier than you. You're akin to that legendary fat sheep." Yang Tai, now transformed into a bald man, roared with laughter. The middle-aged man lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag as he dreamily mused, "If I ever encounter that fat sheep, I would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life." Yang Tai grinned, counting his winnings nonchalantly. "It is said that the fat sheep has made its way to our vicinity. If you wander about, who knows? You might just cross paths with it." The man flicked ash from his cigarette, replying, "I heard that rumor long ago. They say it appeared in the town of Tan a few days back. To seize the opportunity, I've brought all my savings here, waiting for a chance." Yang Tai was speechless. "I may not be well read, but is that how the idiom waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump is used?" He marveled at the man's audacity. Chapter 79. Absorbing tailed beast chakra. While Yang Tai was inquiring about Tsunade's whereabouts, Shaolin Tai-san and the shadow clone had already checked into a secluded inn in the town. "Where did I put that wanted poster? I distinctly recall placing it here. How infuriating. It appears when I don't need it and vanishes when it's crucial." Below the front desk, the plump innkeeper bent down, rummaging through various items, and finally exclaimed, "Uh-huh." He rose slowly, clutching his head, cursing under his breath. However, upon seeing the face on the wanted poster, his demeanor shifted to one of delight. As innkeepers, they had encountered numerous guests, honing their keen eyesight to discern various factions or individuals seeking information. Among the most common were wanted posters, which also provided substantial profit. The rotund proprietor scrutinized the image on the poster, comparing it to the appearances of Yang Tai and his companions, eventually zeroing in on Shaolin Tai-san and the young child. Although their appearances had changed dramatically, they were not beyond the reach of his perceptive gaze. 80,000 taels of easy money, he thought gleefully as he tucked the wanted poster away and strode toward the door. Meanwhile, Yang Tai exchanged a few more words with the middle-aged man, but upon realizing there was no further news about Tsunade, he decided to leave, claiming he had matters to attend to. Finding a deserted corner, he reverted to his original form and walked quietly through the streets, pondering his next steps. At present, he had discerned the right direction. According to the original story, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade had engaged in battle on a verdant plain, and the only place in the ninja world that matched such a description was here. The subsequent challenge lay in how to confront Uncle Snake, or more precisely, how to seize the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword was no ordinary weapon. Yang Tai speculated it was a symbol of the Dragon Cave's heir, and in the original narrative, the Kusanagi sword seemed to be capable of summoning. It was akin to the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. In the original story, Orochimaru was sealed by Uchiha Itachi using the Totsuka blade, and thereafter, the Kusanagi sword disappeared. Later, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uncle Snake was resurrected but never utilized the Kusanagi sword or summoned it again. Yang Tai theorized that Uncle Snake had signed a contract with the Kusanagi sword, resulting in his body's disappearance. Without the cells or blood of that body, summoning would be impossible. However, planning the heist of the Kusanagi sword required careful consideration. The crucial question remained: how to retain possession of the sword. Surely, it could not vanish the moment it warmed in his grasp. Contemplating this, as he neared the inn, Yang Tai finally conceived a feasible plan, a contract seal. Yet, a problem arose. Yang Tai was unfamiliar with contract sealing techniques. Rubbing his temples, he felt overwhelmed. After finally devising a plan, he was unable to execute it completely. Thus, he would have to resort to a thorough sealing method, similar to the sealing technique used in the reanimation jutsu, but this way, he wouldn't be able to retrieve it immediately. It appeared that this task would fall to Jiraiya and Tsunade, as they, being disciples of the ninjutsu master, should possess knowledge of contract sealing. With this thought, Yang Tai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, if managed correctly, his gains from this endeavor would be considerable. Upon returning to the room, he found Shaolin Tai-san and the young child fast asleep on one bed. Yang Tai quietly entered without disturbing them. Stealthily retrieving a scroll, Yang Tai began to ponder. After all, dealing with tailed beast chakra within the confines of the room was far too perilous. After careful consideration, he decided to leave behind a shadow clone and slipped out through the window. Moments later, ensuring no one was around, Yang Tai unfurled a smaller scroll, a portion he had extracted from a larger scroll. Otherwise, the chaotic surge of tailed beast chakra from the massive scroll would be beyond his capacity to handle. Slowly, he began to circulate his chakra, employing a chakra absorption technique. Blue chakra enveloped his hands as he cautiously approached the sealing scroll. Just as his palm was about to make contact with the scroll, he abruptly halted, retracting his hand. This was too dangerous. What if he could not withstand the tailed beast chakra? To be safe, Yang Tai summoned his first clone as a precautionary measure. Clone number 1. Yang Tai's thoughts were clear to the clone, who looked at him with a hint of exasperation. I may not be human, but you are certainly being overly cautious. Yang Tai waved his hand dismissively. Where did you get all this drama? The readers think the author is padding the word count. The clone shrugged. Is it my fault? As the clone summoned blue chakra, it pressed its hand against the sealing scroll. Wait. Yang Tai suddenly called out to stop the clone. What are you doing? Ouch. The clone winced, clutching its back, giving Yang Tai a bewildered look. For safety's sake, I should prepare the 5-element seal first, Yang Tai declared, producing 5 scrolls and swiftly forming hand seals. Let us begin. Are you really that afraid of dying? The clone quipped. Without further comment, it slapped its palm onto the scroll, and immediately, a visible red chakra began to flow into the clone's body. Observing this, Yang Tai instructed the clone, absorb slowly. Even slower. Yes, just maintain that pace. At this point, the clone dared not continue its antics, diligently absorbing the chakra, gradually enveloped by a faint-tailed beast chakra cloak. Yang Tai felt a jolt of alarm and took a step back, ready to enact the seal at a moment's notice. Before long, the clone gradually came to a halt. Rising to sense the abundant chakra within, clenching its fist, it suddenly erupted into an excited, maniacal laugh. I truly am formidable. 5-element seal. Yang Tai's heart raced with astonishment. Had it truly lost its sanity? Not daring to be careless, he swiftly struck the clone's abdomen with a palm. Seal. In an instant, 5 runic chains, akin to venomous serpents, surged from the 5 scrolls on the ground, intertwining around the clone's belly to form a seal. With a thud, the first clone plopped down onto the ground, gazing at Yang Tai with a resentful expression. You cast a seal. What a useless endeavor. Yang Tai, perplexed, replied. Weren't you the one who lost your mind? The clone, visibly exasperated, pointed at Yang Tai and yelled. Have you ever seen someone who has lost their sanity still capable of speech? You coward. Yang Tai scrutinized the clone, equally speechless. Then why can't you speak normally? You're acting like a villain. You nearly scared me to death. In frustration, Yang Tai kicked the clone, exclaiming, Get up. Do I need to invite you to do so? The clone dodged the kick, sprang to its feet, lifted its shirt, closed its eyes, and trembled, saying, Bring it on. It appeared resigned, much like a demure maiden accepting her fate. Yang Tai's expression darkened. How had he ended up with such a clone? Indeed, he ought to watch fewer mind-numbing short videos, lest he encounter such a clone in his travels, leaving him with no place to lament. Chapter 80. A Revelation of Delight. The 5 elements unsealed. The sealing runes dissipated, and the clone was soon enveloped in a crimson cloak reminiscent of a tailed beast, wearing an expression of sheer delight, ready to rise again. Yang Tai observed the clone's ostentatious demeanor, stroking his chin. Can you control the tailed beast cloak to vanish? It's rather conspicuous. Of course. The first clone nodded affirmatively. Yang Tai questioned, then why don't you just put it away? The clone flicked its hair. Because it looks cool. Yang Tai retorted, put it away now. The clone complied with a reluctant "oh," retracting the tailed beast cloak. Yang Tai scrutinized the clone and inquired, what do you feel now? I feel full, like I've taken a performance-enhancing drug. The clone gestured abstractly. Yang Tai pressed on, is there anything amiss? Any urges to curse or strike someone? Upon hearing this, he noticed the clone's disdainful expression. At least you graduated from 9 years of compulsory education. How could you forget the most basic principle of energy conservation? Yang Tai asked, what do you mean? The clone elaborated. To illustrate, the so-called tailed beast rampage occurs when the Jinchuriki cannot withstand the immense chakra of the tailed beast. As for losing one's sanity, it's akin to a monk incessantly chanting, I am bald in your ear. A Jinchuriki hears countless such whispers and inevitably breaks down. Yang Tai nodded. Although the clone's explanation was abstract, its core message resonated. Perhaps this was the true utility of shadow clones, allowing one to contemplate issues from various perspectives. Since the clone posed no problem, Yang Tai felt reassured about his own state. He placed an arm around the clone's shoulder and began to absorb the tailed beast chakra. Given that this chakra was not his own, he was uncertain if it would return to him once the clone vanished. With a pop, the clone disappeared, and Yang Tai felt the chakra within him, experiencing the sensations described by the clone. Indeed, as the clone had stated, he felt a fullness and excitement akin to that of consuming a performance-enhancing substance. Did real men really need such things? Yang Tai attempted to don the tailed beast cloak again, but, disappointed, shook his head. It seemed the chakra was insufficient, rendering the cloak merely a superficial display, lacking any real utility. It could only serve the purpose of showing off. Yet, the chakra was abundant. To what extent? It was more than enough to perform 2 water techniques. From this moment on, Yang Tai bid farewell to the issue of insufficient chakra, and from now on, he would be a man of remarkable vigor. Moreover, he could seal Shikaku's chakra within an entire arm without concern for depleting it, as the tailed beast chakra would regenerate over time. In other words, as long as he didn't exhaust the chakra in that arm at once, it could gradually replenish itself. Yang Tai contemplated utilizing several ninjutsu techniques, but ultimately decided against it, considering the proximity to the town. Creating any disturbances would be undesirable. Shortly thereafter, Yang Tai returned to the inn, leaving a shadow clone to guard the 2 individuals. He set about crafting a new sealing symbol, for without it, he would encounter difficulties in battle, especially if he couldn't employ the instant water technique. After completing the symbols, Yang Tai slowly infused them with tailed beast chakra. However, this time, he noticed something peculiar. The sealing runes appeared to have stabilized. What could be the reason? Yang Tai took another piece of sealing paper and began infusing it with tailed beast chakra once more. Indeed, the paper had stabilized. Lost in thought, he gazed at the 2 pieces of paper before him, realizing that his earlier hypothesis had been correct. Shikaku's chakra inherently possessed sealing properties. This meant that his sealing paper could forego overly complex runes, allowing for greater versatility. The concept of versatility referred to Yang Tai's ultimate vision for the sealing paper, controlling the shape of the water flow within the paper using chakra. Once he accomplished this stage, his instant water technique would undergo a qualitative transformation. At that point, there would be no need to predetermine shapes like C or S. 1 close-range and 1 long-range form would suffice. He could manifest whatever shapes he desired. Initially, Yang Tai had estimated that reaching this point would take at least a year or 2, primarily due to overcoming various sealing technique challenges. However, with Shikaku's chakra now integrated, it was possible that his final version of the sealing paper could soon come to fruition. When that time came, his strength would ascend to a higher echelon. While he might not rival the flying thunder god technique of Minato Namikaze, he would undoubtedly surpass the speed of most ninjas. Likely, the only one who could match his speed would be the Raikage. With this thought, Yang Tai eagerly immersed himself in his research. striving to develop it sooner and secure another trump card. For 3 consecutive days, Yang Tai sequestered himself in the carriage, fervently sketching and writing. He wasn't concerned about being observed by the curious children, as he himself had never bothered with homework at their age, let alone English books. Similarly, the children initially peered at him with curiosity before turning away in disdain. Yang Tai shook his head, youngsters, unaware of the value of education, mistaking comics for treasures. Finally, with a flourish, Yang Tai completed his work and gazed with satisfaction at the poker card-sized ceiling symbol before him. This was the culmination of his 3 days of effort, a ceiling symbol 70 meters long, with the crucial feature that the shape of the water within could be altered at will with just a small amount of chakra. From this moment forth, he would no longer need to meticulously calculate distances. With a mere thought, he could determine the trajectory of the water column, allowing it to manifest from various angles. There would be no more need to expend brain cells in battles like the one against Gaara. Yang Tai chuckled heartily, truly elated. He had not anticipated that this journey would resolve 2 of his significant shortcomings. What could be more gratifying than that? Now, even if he were to miss out on Uncle Snake's Kusanagi sword, he wouldn't feel disheartened. This entire expedition had been worthwhile. The young children observed Yang Tai, who appeared somewhat eccentric in his delight, and quickly moved to the side, as if they had glimpsed a dubious character. Yang Tai, noticing their actions, paid them no mind. Instead, he smiled and pulled out a handful of candies from his pocket, extending them toward the children. Here, take this. Today, the uncle is in high spirits and offers you candy. Indeed, just as mother warned, it is a ruse from that mischievous uncle. The little child gazes at the sweets, swallowing hard, his eyes betraying desire. Yet, he ultimately resists temptation, declaring, "My mother has always advised me not to accept candy from strangers, especially from someone like you, who has such a lewd expression." What do you mean by lewd? That is called charming and debonair. Good sir. Yang Tai's face darkens. But what can he say to a mere child? He tosses the candy at him and turns to leave the carriage. The child observes for a moment, and seeing Yang Tai has no intention of returning, he eagerly tears open the wrapper and pops a candy into his mouth, instantly displaying a blissful and joyous expression. How delightful. Chapter 81. 30-fold with arms outstretched, breathing in the fresh air, Yang Tai felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, primarily due to the days spent cooped up in the carriage. He greeted the driver, Mr. Lin Tai-san, saying, "Mr. Tai-san, it is nearly noon. After such a long journey, let us take a break." With that, Yang Tai left behind a shadow clone and dashed a short distance away. In recent days, due to excitement, he had devoted much of his time to researching talismans, neglecting his studies on the crane chakra and Qi Yuan slash. Therefore, he intended to test how much tailed beast chakra he could currently endure. Yang Tai felt quite confident. His soul, having been strengthened through past lives, should be capable in this regard. It primarily depended on his body's resilience. Yang Tai summoned his first shadow clone, instructing, "Do not regard me with such expressions. I have come personally for this task. You merely need to assist." The clone nodded and accepted the scroll Yang Tai handed over. Without further delay, Yang Tai produced a scroll larger than the last, unfurling it and pressing down with his palm. Red chakra gradually flowed into Yang Tai's body. Closing his eyes to sense the chakra within, he felt the amount increase to 10-fold his original chakra. A thrill surged through him, invigorating him further. However, as there were no issues, it indicated this was not his limit. He continued to absorb 15-fold, 30-fold. At this point, Yang Tai was enveloped in a crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra. He could no longer fully control the cloak, and the exhilarating sensation intensified. Yang Tai understood that although this was not his ultimate limit, he could not continue. Otherwise, it would lead to unnecessary troubles. Contemplating this, Yang Tai retracted his hand, dispelled the shadow clone, and secured the scroll. He gradually and mindfully withdrew the tailed beast cloak, returning to the carriage, where Mr. Lin Tai-san had already prepared the ingredients for a simple meal. At Blackhead Mountain Village, today some unusual visitors had arrived, prompting even the typically arrogant leaders to come out and greet them. In the main hall, a burly man with thick eyebrows warmly welcomed the several wealthy patrons before him. "Well, Yamata-kun, we are old acquaintances now. This time, we have a business deal worth 200,000 taels." Beside him, Sakikawa waved his hand and produced several photographs, handing them to Yamada Sanyuan. Sakikawa was a confidant of the little child's uncle, Here on the orders of Uncle Tsukikawa Daishiong to eliminate the child and his companions. Yamada Senyuan took the photographs and examined them for a moment. Just 3 little karamis. It seemed like an easy task. Confidently patting his chest, he assured, "Rest assured, I will handle it." Tsukikawa said nothing further, gesturing for several attendants to bring in a few boxes. The individuals in this operation must not fail. There must be no issues. Within these boxes are 30 crossbows, a reward for you. What? Hand crossbows? Yamada Senyuan was momentarily stunned, then elated. Rushing forward to take one out, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, fine equipment." With this, his influence could rank among the top 10 within 100 miles. Realizing everything was provided by this benefactor, he fervently pledged loyalty to Tsukikawa. "Lord Tsukikawa, rest assured, from now on, I shall follow your commands without hesitation." 2 days later, Yang Tai was blissfully unaware that someone sought his life. Even if he had known, he would have likely laughed it off. At this moment, Yang Tai observed the Qi Yuan slash rapidly spinning in the shadow clone's hand, his brow furrowing. The progress of the Qi Yuan slash had encountered some issues. Once it reached a certain speed, it would spiral out of control and attack indiscriminately. Bang! In the next moment, the Qi Yuan slash in the clone's hand went haywire, severing the clone in half and creating an irregular fissure in the ground. Alas, it seems I can only maintain it at that unstable spiritual point. However, this way, I cannot unleash the full potential of the Qi Yuan slash. Never mind, I shall return for now. Yang Tai shook his head and turned back to the carriage. Originally, he had ample chakra and contemplated abandoning the Qi Yuan slash. After all, directly forming orbs was quite appealing. However, after these days of research, he realized the potential of the Qi Yuan slash was indeed considerable. If perfected, in terms of offensive power and defense breaking, it could rival Inoki's dust release. Of course, it would not be as absurd as Inoki's erasure technique, but in terms of breaking defenses, it would not fall far behind. Yang Tai firmly believed that in this high offense, low defense ninja world, he could carve out a niche for himself. By the roadside of a small forest. Upon returning to the carriage, lunch was already prepared. Since they had passed through a small town 2 days prior, their meal today was less bland, featuring meat and wine, which was quite a rarity in the wild. After a hearty meal, Yang Tai patted his belly and turned to Mr. Lin Tai-san, inquiring, "Mr. Tai-san, how far are we from the Tsukikawa family?" Mr. Lin Tai-san pondered for a moment and replied, "Approximately 3 days, I would estimate." Yang Tai nodded, finding this in line with his calculations. After completing the task, he could return at full speed, which would take just a day and a night. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Tai suddenly stood up, his expression shifting, for all the warning devices he had set around had been triggered, indicating that a large group was approaching. The little child continued to eat blissfully, oblivious to any danger, but Mr. Lin Tai-san immediately sensed something was amiss. His expression tense as he asked Yang Tai, "What is it?" Yang Tai remained silent, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. There was not the slightest ripple of chakra, indicating that the approaching individuals were merely ordinary folk, perhaps even some animals, though the latter was a slim chance. "I fear we may have a bit of trouble." Yang Tai opened his eyes and informed the two. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin Tai-san quickly scooped up the still-eating child, anxiously saying, "We must hurry and flee." Yang Tai shook his head, explaining, "That may not be feasible. We are likely surrounded." "What shall we do then?" Mr. Lin Tai-san became flustered, as the implication of being surrounded meant there were at least 20 or more individuals, possibly even more. In such a scenario, even some lower-ranking ninjas could falter, let alone Yang Tai, who was alone without teammates. The situation was dire. Yang Tai hastily gestured for silence, calmly stating, "Mr. Tai-san, do not panic. Please trust me." Observing Yang Tai's composed demeanor, Mr. Lin Tai-san forced himself to remain calm. They had no other choice but to trust Yang Tai, hoping that their adversaries were not numerous. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, "Very well, I trust you." Yang Tai nodded, relieved they had not encountered any oddities. He then instructed, "You two should take refuge in the carriage. I will handle things here." Mr. Lin Tai-san glanced at the now alert child in his arms, nodded, and placed him onto the carriage. Chapter 82, The Board? "Little Xiong, please do not make a sound," admonished Kobayashi Tai-san as he wiped away the tears from the little child's eyes. The child, with reddened eyes, nodded vigorously, determined to remain silent. Kobayashi Tai-san smiled gently. Retrieving a katana from the side of the carriage, resolutely stepping out to assist Yoda. After all, even if he were to perish in battle, Yoda's mission remained to escort the child safely back to the Tsukikawa family. He had unwavering faith in the code of the Leaf Ninja. With the sword drawn, Kobayashi Tai-san explained to Yoda, who looked on with confusion, "I have also studied some swordsmanship. I believe I can alleviate some of your burden." After all, it is said that one does not strike a smiling face, especially when the intent is benevolent. Yoda nodded in acceptance, not rejecting the offer. Since the newcomers were not ninjas, he could handle them alone, and it would provide an opportunity to display his abilities and reassure this man. Soon, faint sounds echoed from the surroundings, followed by a cacophony. Yoda and Kobayashi Tai-san soon discerned the newcomers, over 50 individuals, led by a few burly men. Dressed in a haphazard array of clothing, some even donning ill-fitting women's garments, clearly pilfered. Robbers. The thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Gulp. A crossbow. Kobayashi Tai-san felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beginning to bead on his back. A crossbow. This was a lethal weapon. He glanced at Yoda in terror, only to find him remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence that was unshaken by the threat. Suddenly, Kobayashi Tai-san felt reassured, his nerves settling as he assumed a combat stance, ready to engage. The stout, bushy-browed leader, Sanyuan Yamada, brandished several photographs, glancing at them before bellowing, "Brothers, draw your arrows, no matter the cost." As the echoes of agreement rang out, the twang of bowstrings reverberated through the air, followed by a torrent of arrows raining down. Ignoring the stunned Kobayashi Tai-san, Yoda, having already prepared his shuriken, called out softly, "Water release, water barrier." With a resounding crash, a towering column of water erupted around the carriage, reaching over 3 meters high, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The swirling vortex engulfed all incoming arrows. "What the hell? A ninja?" Sanyuan Yamada exclaimed, his voice laced with profanity, as he observed his comrades paralyzed with fear. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he swiftly activated his innate skill. Fleeing in haste. "Run for your lives," he shouted, urging his brothers to escape in all directions, desperate to distance themselves from the threat. Sanyuan Yamada regretted taking on this task, wishing he had opted out. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, when being pursued by a ninja, one need not run faster than the ninja, but merely faster than one's companions. As the colossal water vortex swirled, shadowy figures leaped forth. Each of Yoda's shadow clones choosing a direction, simultaneously hurling shuriken while forming seals. Shadow clone Jutsu, shuriken. The airborne shuriken multiplied, saturating the sky. "Ah! My arm! My leg! My eye! Ah!" The cries of agony filled the air, drowning out all else. After dispelling the water barrier, Yoda turned to Kobayashi Tai-san, who stood agog, and gestured towards the clones, coldly commanding, "Kill them all, leave none alive." The clones nodded, vanishing in swift succession. And soon the cries and pleas for mercy faded into silence. Had a few escaped? He dismissed the thought. They were mere stragglers, unworthy of pursuit. Turning to the bewildered Kobayashi Tai-san, he stated, "Sir Tai-san, it is getting late. We should set off without delay." Yes, Lord Yoda." Kobayashi Tai-san responded promptly. Climbing onto the carriage, he glanced at the young boy beside him, feeling a surge of joy. Having such a formidable ninja escort would ensure their safe return to the family. Meanwhile, Sanyuan Yamada grimaced, pulling several shuriken from his backside, sheepishly making his way back to his lair. At Blackhead Mountain Stronghold, the gang members, engrossed in gambling and idle chatter, were taken aback when their leader returned, clutching his rear in an unusual manner. "Boss, what happened to you? You can't be hurt." "What will happen to us if you are?" A lackey rushed over, clinging to Sanyuan Yamada's leg, wailing as if mourning a lost father. Sanyuan Yamada scowled, kicking the sobbing underling, which aggravated his injury. With a fierce glare, he roared, "Get me inside now." Right away, the weeping subordinate scrambled to assist Sanyuan Yamada into the stronghold. This display only incited envy among those who had previously mocked their comrade. Their expressions sour as if they had bitten into 10 lemons. Once inside the main hall, they quickly fetched medicine, and he began to feel somewhat better. "How was it, Yamada? I heard you returned." Just then, Yukawa Fumio rushed in upon hearing the news of Sanyuan Yamada's return. "Did you bring back that kid's head?" he inquired. Upon entering, Yukawa Fumio found Sanyuan Yamada sprawled over a wooden table, trembling. "Yamada-kun, are you?" "God damn it." Sanyuan Yamada retorted. Yet, being his financier, especially after suffering such losses among his men, he felt compelled to show respect, adopting a mournful expression as he lamented, "Oh, my brothers. They died so tragically." Yukawa Fumio, somewhat bewildered, quickly reassured him, "Yamada Ryo, please explain what happened." Seeing the opportunity, Sanyuan Yamada intensified his sobs. "My brothers have perished. They died in battle. What will become of their families?" Yukawa Fumio was no fool. Sensing the ploy to elicit sympathy for gain, he pondered before extending 3 fingers. 30,000 Ryo? No, these were my dearest friends and brothers. It must be more. Yukawa Fumio's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. 40,000 Ryo, not a single coin more. Deal. Sanyuan Yamada thought. Perhaps he had overplayed his hand. However, it was too late to backtrack now. Sir, the intel was incorrect. That warrior was a ninja. He wielded a water jutsu that reached over 10 meters high. In an instant, the sky was filled with shuriken and my brothers. Yukawa Fumio was rendered speechless. 10 meters high with water jutsu? Even the Mizukage would struggle with that. Chapter 83. Bounty Ninja. This fellow's words were utterly absurd. Yukawa Fumio estimated the height to be merely 3 or 4 meters, and as for the multitude of shuriken, he dismissed it as nonsense. As the details of the incident unfolded, Yukawa Fumio's brow furrowed. After a few more exchanges with Sanyuan Yamada, realizing he could extract no further information, he prepared a message to dispatch via carrier pigeon to his superior. The following day, at the Tsukikawa family residence, Tsukikawa Dayu, the boy's uncle, pondered the contents of the letter, lost in thought. After a considerable time, Tsukikawa Dayu summoned his steward and instructed, "Go to the border black market, gather some bounty ninjas. Offer 10,000 Ryo permission. Ensure they are truly skilled." Upon hearing the sum of 100,000, the steward's face was filled with astonishment. What a substantial expenditure from the head of the household. It is worth noting that a typical C-rank mission is priced at approximately this amount. This represents a one-time disbursement of nearly 100 taels. "Yes, my lord." The steward, regaining his composure, responded before departing for the black market at the border. Yuchuan Daxiong watched the steward leave, feeling a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, this was the border where the black market thrived. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to resolve the situation. After all, based on the analysis of his confidant, that individual was likely a ninja from Konoha. Konoha. The name of the person is as significant as the shadow of the tree. Yuchuan Daxiong did not possess the audacity to provoke the tiger's whiskers of Konoha. Thankfully, he could enlist the help of rogue ninjas from the black market to eliminate the Konoha ninja. Even if Konoha discovered something amiss, without any concrete evidence, he could easily feign ignorance. With this thought, a smile crept upon Yuchuan Daxiong's lips, his eyes radiating desire. The energy of his aura gradually dissipated, and Yang Tai let out a faint sigh. His aura had reached the second stage and was now completely at a standstill, unable to accelerate without risking loss of control. "Ah, if it cannot be done, then so be it," Yang Tai murmured softly, glancing at the 2 individuals enjoying their lunch. He thought to himself, it seems imperative to return them quickly so he can swiftly locate Tsunade and prepare to seize Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. If just a few days prior he dared to only dance around Orochimaru, now Yang Tai had transformed immensely. He had the courage to engage Orochimaru in an earnest battle. The outcome might lead to defeat, but escaping and preserving his life would be entirely feasible. This was his absolute confidence in Shunshui. Once the 2 finished their meal, Yang Tai immediately commanded haste, striving to reach the Yuchuan family estate by the following day. They traveled through the starry night. The next day at noon, Kobayashi Taisen drove the cart and spotted a stone bridge ahead, revealing a faint smile. "Lord Yang Tai, upon crossing this bridge, we shall enter Lanxiang town. The Yuchuan family is not far from here." Yang Tai chose to ignore Kobayashi Taisen. Ever since he displayed his strength, Kobayashi insisted on addressing him as Lord. And Yang Tai, unable to refuse, ultimately acquiesced. After all, aside from sounding somewhat peculiar, it did not cost him anything. However, this was not the time to concern himself with trivialities. Gazing around the small bridge, Yang Tai narrowed his eyes and gestured for Kobayashi Taisen to halt. Naturally, Kobayashi was not foolish. He quickly reined in the horses, bringing the cart to a stop, and nervously inquired, "Lord Yang Tai, is there an ambush nearby?" "Indeed," Yang Tai replied, observing his surroundings. "It appears Mr. Taisen needs to prepare to increase the payment." "Increase the payment?" Kobayashi Tai-san was momentarily taken aback before comprehending the situation, exclaiming, "Ninjas!" As his words fell, figures emerged from the grass and even from the water nearby. Yang Tai counted carefully, 12 individuals. Moreover, the presence of chakra emanating from them indicated serious intent. However, their lack of forehead protectors signified they were not rogue ninjas, but rather wandering ninjas. Wandering ninjas, you say? Yang Tai murmured softly, realizing these were bounty ninjas from the black market. In essence, they were akin to mercenaries within the world of ninjas, the most basic kind. The 12 bounty ninjas gradually formed an encirclement, refraining from immediate attack. Yang Tai tightened his grip on the kunai, observing what these individuals would say. The bounty ninjas were not foolish. Had Yang Tai not detected them, they could have successfully ambushed him, suggesting that their arrival was not particularly formidable. If the opponent was discovered, they would first attempt to intimidate him into surrendering the child behind him. If successful, it would lead to a delightful outcome. No need for confrontation to complete the task. Of course, this strategy had been discussed in advance with their employer. Should the opponent refuse their offer, they would test the waters. If they could overpower him, they would eliminate him. If not, they would escape. It is essential to understand that these bounty ninjas valued their lives above all. Who would recklessly charge in like a mindless soldier? That would be sheer folly. Their motto was simple: fight if you can, flee if you cannot. In a word, life is paramount. As the 12 formed a tightening circle, a one-eyed middle-aged man wearing a black eye mask hoarsely spoke. "Konoha ninja, we do not wish to be your enemies. Simply hand over the child behind you, and we will allow you to leave. What do you say?" To their surprise, Yang Tai painfully nodded. That is indeed a commendable proposal. The bounty ninjas were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment evident. Had they overestimated this Konoha ninja? Kobayashi Tai-san, unaware of the bounty ninja's thoughts, felt a surge of urgency and anxiously urged Yang Tai. "Yang Tai, we have entered into a contract." Yang Tai waved his hand dismissively, exasperated. "Can you not see? Am I merely toying with them?" "Toying?" Kobayashi Tai-san's lips twitched. "At such a critical juncture, you would still play with them? What immense confidence!" Upon hearing Yang Tai jesting about their predicament, the bounty ninja's fury ignited, feeling openly insulted. The one-eyed bounty ninja's expression hardened, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his solitary eye. "It seems, my lord, that we truly must engage." With his power having ascended several levels, Yang Tai felt emboldened. He beckoned to the bounty ninjas. "Shall we take turns? Or would you prefer to come at me all at once?" After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Let us make it swift. How dare you? You refuse our gracious offer. Now, you shall face the consequences." With that, the one-eyed bounty ninja raised his hand and hurled 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags directly at Yang Tai's face. The others followed suit, launching their kunai and shurikens. Yang Tai's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water surged around Yang Tai, swiftly coalescing into 3 water dragons that surged forth in different directions. It is worth noting that this time, Yang Tai executed such an expansive jutsu solely through chakra, without the aid of talismans. In the past, such a feat would have been inconceivable for him. The one-eyed bounty ninja was taken aback, exclaiming, "Come to me." Earth release, earth rock technique. The one-eyed bounty ninja's hands flew through hand seals and slammed onto the ground, causing a 3-meter-high earthen wall to rise before the group. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 resounding impacts echoed, sending those on either side tumbling. Yet, they seemed to have employed some form of defensive measure, sustaining only minor injuries. Meanwhile, the earthen wall effectively blocked Yang Tai's water dragon bullets. Yang Tai was quite pleased with this outcome. After all, achieving such a feat in a water-deficient environment was quite impressive. At that moment, 3 loud shouts erupted from behind the wall. Water release, water flow wave. Wind release, wind whirl. Lightning release, earth walk. Instantly, a water dragon, infused with wind and lightning, erupted from the wall like a drill. The sound of rushing wind and crackling electricity filled the air, creating a rather terrifying scene. Yang Tai was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that mere bounty ninjas could coordinate such a powerful jutsu. The spectacle was akin to a battle of titans. Yang Tai momentarily froze before quickly realizing that this jutsu could not be defended against by his water barrier technique. He swiftly executed the body flicker technique, taking the 2 individuals with him and retreating. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, sending wooden splinters and dirt flying in all directions. Yang Tai breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the speed of their escape. Otherwise, enduring that combined jutsu would have been quite perilous. After all, it is well known that ninjas are a profession characterized by high offense and low defense. Seeing their side gain the upper hand, the bounty ninjas erupted in cheers. You celebrate too soon. In a flash, Yang Tai hurled a trident shuriken, deciding against prolonging the encounter, opting instead for a swift resolution. Boom. In the next instant, a towering water column materialized, twisting and undulating, connecting to each bounty ninja like a dancing dragon. Whoosh! A streak of white light flashed, followed by the splatter of blood from a bounty ninja's neck. With a few more flickers, as the water column collapsed, Yang Tai appeared, drenched, right in the same spot. Bang! As the water fell, 20 bounty ninjas finally reacted, desperately clutching their necks, letting out ghastly cries. Thud! 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 Like a chain reaction. The bounty ninjas staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground, soon devoid of breath. Silence enveloped the scene. Nearby, the onlookers, Kobayashi and the young boy, stood dumbfounded. Kobayashi, in disbelief, recognized Yang Tai's strength, but this was simply absurd. He had witnessed Yang Tai summon a water dragon and seemingly drill in and out in the blink of an eye. And just like that, 12 ninjas lay dead. This was truly outrageous, beyond imagination. Were even the genin of Konoha this formidable? Yang Tai flicked the blood from the shuriken, leaving a shadow clone to handle the aftermath, as he led the bewildered Kobayashi towards the Tsukikawa clan's residence. After successfully delivering the boy, Yang Tai stowed away the contract and waved goodbye to the Tsukikawa family. The following day, tragedy struck the Tsukikawa clan as Tsukikawa Daishion succumbed to illness, plunging the family into profound sorrow. They hastily buried him, conducting a funeral that was little more than a formality. However, the elder council of the Tsukikawa family had their hands full. After all, the young boy was too small to assume the role of clan leader, so the elders would have to manage until he matured. Meanwhile, Yang Tai was swiftly traversing the treetops, heading towards a distant mountain known as Haidishin, where the Haidishin stronghold lay. This information had come to him through a deep conversation with Tsukikawa Daishion the night before. Indeed, a conversation conducted with swords. The news pertained to the bandits who had attacked him. As Yang Tai's enemies, he deemed it necessary to engage them as well. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Yang Tai wasted no time, conjuring 5 shadow clones and charging straight in. One sword stroke for each unfortunate child. The bandits fell like ripe melons before Yang Tai's relentless assault. Faced with those who dared to draw their blades against him, he showed no mercy. With each strike, they either fell lifeless or severely injured. Instantly, the stronghold was filled with wails and pleas for mercy. Bang! Yang Tai kicked open a door, only to be met with a chorus of terrified voices. Initially, he raised his sword to advance, but then he realized and halted. Inside were women, disheveled and unkempt, ranging from 10 to 40 years of age. Without needing to ask, Yang Tai understood the grim situation. What a despicable bunch of beasts. If this were his previous life, each of them would merit a reward of 10 peanuts. Without uttering a word, Yang Tai turned and departed, heading towards the grand hall surrounded by his shadow clones. Upon entering the hall, he faced the stronghold leader. After a thorough exchange, Yang Tai emerged with a significant haul of gold and silver, estimating at least 800,000 taels, an unexpected windfall. However, Yang Tai had no intention of letting them off so easily. Although he had just engaged in a deep exchange, he was still quite gentle, ensuring they would experience considerable pain without risking their lives. Killing them outright would be too merciful. After some contemplation, he employed medical ninjutsu to sever their tendons, tossing them into the women's quarters and thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Immediately, the room erupted with screams, curses, the sounds of whips, and heavy objects falling. After about half an hour, silence gradually enveloped the room. Yang Tai opened the door to find the men lying inside, their bodies mangled and bloodied, marked with bite marks. Notably, Yang Tai's gaze fell upon an object on the floor that resembled a sausage, causing him to instinctively clench his legs, feeling a chill sweep through his groin. Indeed, one should never provoke women. The consequences would be dire. Yang Tai reassured the women briefly, urging them to gather some food and hastily descend the mountain, for he intended to set the place ablaze. A great fire blazed, soon engulfing the entire stronghold. After descending, he bestowed upon the women over 100,000 taels before departing with flair. After all, Yang Tai was not their caretaker. He had shown enough compassion. How they chose to survive was their own affair. Upon reaching a nearby town, Yang Tai pulled out a map of the area, ultimately fixing his gaze on 3 small towns. The reason was simple. These towns were near a small plain, and Yang Tai recalled that the Third Great Ninja War had taken place in such a setting. Thus, Tsunade would likely be found in this vicinity. However, there was no rush. Yang Tai decided to indulge in a good night's rest, having not slept for a day and a night. Chapter 85. The Sweet and Savory Contest in the quaint town of Chitsai, adjacent to a grand waterfall. The turbulent waters perpetually revealed a faint rainbow, hence the name Chitsai Town, also known as Rainbow Town. After a restful night, Yang Tai awoke feeling revitalized and set forth towards one of his 3 targeted destinations. Without delay, he hastened his journey, ultimately arriving at Chitsai Town by noon. Gurgle. Finally, he had arrived. Time to satiate his hunger. Holding his stomach, he acknowledged the call of his biological clock. The streets bustled with activity. Numerous vendors had set up stalls, hawking their goods. Come one, come all. Try the specialty Chitsai meatballs, freshly made. Look here, the best savory meatballs in Chitsai Town. As Yang Tai passed by, he caught wind of the tempting offer, halting in his tracks, saliva pooling in his mouth, compounded by the relentless grumbling of his stomach. Thus, he decided to first fill his belly. Approaching a small table at a stall, he plopped down and called out, "Boss, a serving of Chitsai meatballs. And make sure to add plenty of sugar." "Certainly. Please have a seat, dear customer." The sweet meatball vendor replied cheerfully, while the salty meatball vendor seethed with resentment. It appeared that today, the sweet meatballs were more popular. Bang! You cursed heretic. Clearly, the savory meatballs are far superior. The salty meatball vendor slammed his table in frustration. These cursed heretics insist on adding sugar to such delectable meatballs when they are best enjoyed with soy sauce and chili powder. No way. After competing for so many years, I shall not concede today, he bellowed, raising his voice to draw attention. Come one, come all. Come and taste the delicious Chitsai savory meatballs. Yang Tai watched the salty vendor's fervent promotion, his expression shifting. Damn salty faction. Heretics. Just think how delightful it is to sprinkle sugar on a perfectly cooked meatball. Yet some insist on adding cumin and chili powder. How detestable. Just then, a young man in blue approached, expertly taking a seat at the salty vendor's stall, calling out, "Uncle Samla, 1 serving of Chitsai meatballs, with salt and extra chili oil. Remember, no sugar." The salty vendor chuckled heartily, immediately getting to work. However, seated at the opposite stall, Yang Tai's gaze towards the youth transformed. At that moment, the proprietor of the sweet dumpling stand bellowed, "Customer, your colorful sweet dumplings are ready." The youth across also cast a look of surprise. Instantly, their eyes met, and in their hearts, they silently scoffed, "Heresy. Heresy. Damn salty faction." Yang Tai picked up a skewer of colorful sweet dumplings and savored the delightful taste. They were fragrant, soft, and utterly delectable. This was the true enjoyment of dumplings. After finishing the dumplings, Yang Tai indulged in a few local delicacies, filling his stomach to satisfaction. Once he was well fed and content, he set out to inquire about Tsunade's whereabouts at several nearby casinos. It was confirmed that Tsunade had indeed been here recently, having lost several million at a casino before fleeing in disgrace. It was said that those who had bet against her were grinning from ear to ear. Yang Tai clicked his tongue. What a wasteful spender she is. The wealth of the Senju clan is indeed immense, allowing Tsunade to squander for so long without collapse. Yang Tai estimated it to be at least in the hundreds of billions. After gathering information on Tsunade's location, Yang Tai found an inn to stay at. Sensing something amiss with the chakra of the Shikaku within him, sitting cross-legged, he carefully attuned to the peculiar sensation. At that moment, the chakra of Shikaku began to circulate slowly, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, bumping around within him. However, the force was quite subtle. Had it not been for Yang Tai's exceptional control over chakra, he might not have even noticed it. Slowly opening his eyes, he was filled with confusion. It seemed that the Shikaku's chakra was gradually damaging his body. Was it attempting to escape? But that couldn't be right. The essence of Shikaku was not with him. And logically, this chakra should be lifeless, incapable of possessing self-awareness. Could this be a unique trait of tailed beast chakra? Contemplating this, Yang Tai hastily began to sense his own chakra. Unlike tailed beast chakra, his chakra was gradually dissipating. More accurately, it was merging with his body. This was perplexing. Chakra is fundamentally a product of spiritual and physical energy, An even-tailed beast chakra should not exhibit such a reaction. Suddenly, Yang Tai froze. Spiritual energy. While physical energy might be somewhat compatible, spiritual energy cannot merge, as each soul is a distinct entity. The immense chakra of tailed beasts indicates their vast spiritual energy. Thus, when they rage or become agitated, the spiritual energy within their chakra becomes chaotic and uncontrollable, flooding a single mind with the overwhelming negative emotions of the entire beast. One can only imagine the consequences. No wonder, in the past when watching Naruto, everyone knew the might of the tailed beasts yet kept their distance. It wasn't due to foolishness. It is genuinely too risky. Yang Tai clicked his tongue. It was akin to being intermittently plunged into a hot oil vat. Moreover, one cannot determine the timing. Perhaps one is sleeping soundly when suddenly it feels as though boiling oil has been splashed upon them. Who could endure such a fate? Thinking of this, Yang Tai shivered, suddenly recalling Gaara's years of sleeplessness. He felt a pang of sympathy. In contrast, Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was far more fortunate. The dark side of the Nine Tails had been sealed by Minato, coupled with the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques of the 8 trigrams and 4 symbols. As long as the seals were not broken, the Nine Tails chakra would not harm Naruto. And more importantly, under the influence of the 2 seals, the chakra would gradually nourish Naruto's body. It is worth noting that other ninjas do not possess the Uzumaki clan's comprehensive sealing techniques. Truly, aside from initial misfortune, Naruto is destined to become a formidable force as he grows. Reflecting on this, Yang Tai felt as though he had bitten into 10 lemons. How sour! It was indeed bitter. He too longed for such an advantage. Clearly, his grandfather, father, and mother all possessed ample chakra, in fact, even abundant. Yet he ended up in this state. Even if there were genetic mutations, it shouldn't have turned out this way, were it not for the meticulous guidance of his elder. Even with his early training in the family's ninjutsu, he would likely still be inferior to an average genin. Alas, it seems that he cannot frequently harbor the tailed beast chakra within his body. Yang Tai understood that even the mightiest dam can be breached by an ant hole. He could not allow the tailed beast chakra to gradually erode his body. In the end, he found himself in this predicament, still troubled by chakra. Thus, his chakra absorption technique had little effect, as others' chakra also carried their spiritual energy. Though significantly lighter than that of tailed beasts, it still exerted some influence on his body. Chapter 86. Unresolved Feelings. Yang Tai shook his head, sealing the tailed beast chakra within a scroll, and collapsed onto the bed, hoping for a solution to arise in the future. Deciding against traveling further, Yang Tai opted for a day of rest before setting out the next day. 3 days later, he had traced Tsunade's whereabouts, and even knew her exact location. However, Yang Tai refrained from revealing himself or foolishly approaching her. Tsunade, known as one of the legendary Sannin, was no mere brainless beauty. She was a formidable individual who had risen from the dead. What if he were to be discovered and beaten senseless? One should not be overly confident. Tsunade, as a battlefield commander, certainly understood certain methods of sensing chakra. Yang Tai had no desire to show off his skills in front of a master. He simply waited quietly for Orochimaru to make his move. After all, once they engaged, Tsunade's formidable strength could not be concealed. At that point, he could find an excuse to easily join without arousing suspicion. This waiting continued for several more days, during which he even changed towns. On this day, perhaps there was some connection among the Sannin. Jiraiya, upon arriving at the new town, effortlessly found Tsunade. The reunion of old flames was fraught with unspoken emotions, and they awkwardly sought topics to discuss. Eventually, at a loss for words, they resorted to alcohol as a means of distraction. Clearly, both were aware of each other's feelings, as if a thin layer of paper could be pierced with a single poke. Yet one clung to the past, reluctant to let go, while the other, in pursuit of the so-called peace of the ninja world, sought the destined child spoken of by the Toad Sage, refraining from expressing their true feelings. If either party were to genuinely open their hearts, the other would undoubtedly reciprocate. Yang Tai observed their bittersweet farewell under the twilight, truly feeling the weight of unresolved emotions. It was evident that if either had only spoken, they would surely have become lovers. Yet one, aware of the dire consequences of their journey, did not wish to burden the other once more. The other, cognizant of the feelings at play, ultimately remained silent. Henceforth, this became a lifelong regret for both, a lament of unexpressed love. Thus, whether it be echoes of past lives that meddle in the present. Yang Tai resolved to devise a way to assist these two, for they had waited far too long for one another. Soon after, Orochimaru also arrived, presenting the same condition. If he could heal his hand, he would arrange for Senju Rope Tree and Akato to reunite with Tsunade. To see her longed-for lover and family again, Tsunade, much like in the original narrative, ultimately agreed. Orochimaru, noticing her perfunctory mention of concocting a potion without exposing his ulterior motives, smiled and said, "I will wait for you here tomorrow." With that, he departed with Kabuto. Tsunade's thoughts became tangled. On one hand, there was the opportunity to meet the person she yearned to see, and on the other, there was the enemy responsible for her teacher's death. Ultimately, she chose the latter. On the following day, Tsunade overpowered Shizune and Jiraiya, departing alone. In the center of the broad, bluestone road, the two gazed into each other's eyes. "Is this your choice?" "Once. My pursuit of this ninjutsu was indeed intended to assist you. After all, the issues surrounding Rope Tree have long weighed heavily on his heart." Reflecting on this, Orochimaru spoke, "Then let us commence." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's hands began to radiate a vibrant green chakra, gradually approaching. Orochimaru, with a smile, extended his hands, ready to receive Tsunade's healing. Just as she was about to grasp him, a kunai suddenly struck. With a resounding thud, it landed heavily at their feet, startling both Orochimaru and Tsunade simultaneously. Tsunade, rising slowly, expressed mild surprise, not expecting anyone to approach her and Orochimaru. Orochimaru's astonishment, however, was not directed at Kabuto, but rather at Tsunade. Initially, she had agreed to treat him, yet at the very last moment, she had suddenly altered her decision. Tsunade intended to kill him. "Is this your choice?" Orochimaru's voice resonated with a magnetic quality. "Why? Do you not wish to see them again? Besides, I have promised you I would no longer act against the village. I sincerely wish to resurrect them and assist you." At these words, Tsunade could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "How I long to see them again, to embrace them. Yet, I am acutely aware that the Edo Tensei is but an illusion. Even if it is an illusion, I still wish to see them, but I cannot." Orochimaru remained silent, for the truth was evident. Meeting again through Edo Tensei would only deepen their wounds. Tsunade continued, tears flowing. "It was that little brat who reminded me of the dreams of becoming Hokage that I should have forgotten. Those were the dreams they both risked their lives to achieve. I have always wanted to help them realize their dreams." The dream of Hokage? Orochimaru remained speechless, recalling that it had once been his dream as well. Yet, life is far too fragile. "You once said that all tangible things must eventually wither." As she spoke, Tsunade slowly lifted her head, her brow furrowed, tears still cascading down her face. Nevertheless, she forced a feeble smile and declared, "But this idea shall not wither." With that, Tsunade wiped her tears and looked resolutely at Orochimaru. It seemed their negotiation had failed. It appeared that a more forceful approach was necessary. They would have to capture her and find a way for her to meet Rope Tree and the others, believing she would not remain unmoved. Suddenly, Tsunade launched an unexpected fierce kick, a booming sound echoing as immense force shattered the ground, sending debris flying and causing the earth to sink by about half a meter. Orochimaru and Kabuto had already taken cover. Orochimaru, with a serious expression, warned Kabuto, "Be cautious. Tsunade is far from simple." This marked the first time he would truly engage with her. Kabuto nodded, aware of the legendary Sannin's prowess and his equal standing with Orochimaru. He could not afford to be careless. "That's good." As the dust settled, Tsunade ripped off her green cloak and charged at Orochimaru, coldly uttering 2 words. "Indeed." Boom. The towering stone wall was instantly obliterated, the thunderous noise reverberating. In the distance, Jiraiya and Shizune, hearing the commotion, exchanged worried glances. Jiraiya solemnly remarked, "It must be Tsunade and Orochimaru in combat. We need to hurry." He then muttered in frustration, "Damn it, when will this drug wear off?" Subsequently, the trio hastily sped towards the source of the explosion. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru quickly urged Kabuto, "This area is too confined for us. We must move to an open space." With that, the two fled, while Tsunade pursued relentlessly. At the inn, Yangtai naturally heard the continuous booming sounds and was currently unrolling a scroll, rapidly absorbing a tailed beast chakra. Chapter 87. Fairy tales are deceptive. After a while, Yangtai successfully absorbed the chakra, swiftly donning his cloak, as most of his kunai and sealing scrolls were stored within its confines. He leaped out, his figure darting swiftly between the buildings, moving so fast that he left behind fleeting afterimages. After approximately 15 minutes, Yangtai suddenly halted, bending down to retrieve a piece of camouflaging green cloth, a fundamental technique for ninjas. Draping it over himself, he carefully observed the towering Manda ahead. Its colossal form stood at least 60 to 70 meters high, its deep purple scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its chilling serpent eyes gazed down, instilling a sense of dread. Wow, how magnificent! When will I acquire a summoning beast as impressive as this? Yangtai exclaimed in envy, recalling his earlier desire for a powerful summoning beast. Although many existed, they were beyond Yangtai's imagination. He remembered how in the original story, Kakashi and his team encountered a massive lizard that could transform into a castle. Yangtai had sought information on it, but, as the lowest-ranked ninja, he lacked complete intel and ultimately abandoned the pursuit due to insufficient chakra. However, times have changed, now possessing tailed beast chakra. It was indeed time for him to find a formidable summoning beast. Once he returned, he would gather information. Logically, locating that giant lizard should not be impossible. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous commotion from Manda snapped Yangtai back to attention. He gazed gravely as Manda's massive tail crashed against the ground, sending debris flying and causing the earth to tremble. Even Yangtai, from a distance, felt the ground quake. Jiraiya and Tsunade swiftly evaded the attack. Noticing the absence of a giant toad summoning, Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, executing Earth Release, Yellow Springs Swamp. The ground writhed and transformed into a mud pit several meters wide, with half of Manda's body sinking into it, temporarily immobilizing it. Tsunade and the others breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. Yangtai marveled quietly, recognizing Jiraiya's remarkable chakra control, especially considering he was currently enchanted by Tsunade, making chakra generation quite challenging. Even with Shizun's assistance, he had only managed to recover a fraction of his power. Yet he was still able to perform such an extensive jutsu. As Yangtai pondered, the battlefield divided into two. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were locked in a fierce struggle, while on the other, Kabuto faced off against three opponents. He swiftly dispatched Naruto and Shizun, engaging Tsunade in combat. Yangtai stealthily approached, akin to a hidden predator. As he observed, the battle appeared almost farcical. It seemed that all three were deliberately holding back. Otherwise, Tsunade, with her strength, could easily defeat Kabuto in a single blow. Yangtai was uncertain of Tsunade's intentions, but he recognized that she had inadvertently crossed a line, much like in the original story, witnessing blood and losing her combat capability. Now, she was being mercilessly tormented by Kabuto. Whether by Orochimaru's command or not, this cunning ninja did not immediately restrain Tsunade. Instead, he acted like a villain, provoking Naruto to unleash his full power, enduring one of Naruto's attacks. Yangtai could not comprehend this sequence of events. However, soon enough, Naruto was defeated. Yangtai suspected this was one of Naruto's closest brushes with death. Were it not for Tsunade's medical prowess and the Nine-Tails' assistance, he might have perished. Yet, this was not the time for spectating, as Orochimaru launched a surprise attack against Jiraiya, rapidly advancing towards Tsunade, the Kusanagi sword extending ominously from his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. A trio of kunai flew swiftly, exploding upon impact. A towering column of water emerged, and Yangtai stepped into it, vanishing from sight. In mere seconds, he traversed several hundred meters. At this moment, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword had already pierced Tsunade's chest, crimson blood flowing steadily from the wound. Just as Orochimaru withdrew the Kusanagi, intending to deliver a fatal blow, a water column suddenly appeared, and a flash of red emerged, seizing the tail end of the sword. Orochimaru was initially taken aback, but then he recognized the figure and murmured, "Is it you?" He recalled witnessing this remarkable young talent in a recent match, an extraordinary prodigy. However, what brought him here? Tsunade was momentarily stunned, pondering the identity of this newcomer. Yet, observing his forehead protector emblazoned with the Leaf Village symbol and his somewhat familiar attire, a sense of recognition washed over her, as if she had encountered him before. From a distance, Jiraiya, propped up, was equally astonished. How had this boy arrived here? Yangtai had no time to address Orochimaru's bewilderment. In an instant, a blue disk of light manifested in his palm, spinning rapidly. "Behold my 8 divination palms." He raised his hand and struck down fiercely. Hearing a resonating hum, Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, an expression so subtle it would easily go unnoticed. Suddenly, a small snake, which had been concealed in Orochimaru's mouth, shed its skin and managed to wriggle free from Yong-Tai's grasp. With a swift tilt of its head, it glinted ominously, and with a sharp sound, Tsunade's throat was slashed. Blood erupted, splattering onto Yong-Tai's face. By the heavens! Yong-Tai gasped in horror, quickly severing the snake's body. Employing the shadow clone technique to create two clones that caught Tsunade, who was on the verge of collapsing, Yong-Tai discarded the Kusanagi behind him, and a kunai nearby erupted into action, wind blade slash. In the blink of an eye, Yong-Tai appeared behind Orochimaru. The humming wind blade slash descending upon him like a relentless cutting machine. With a tearing sound, the strike cleaved from the top of Orochimaru's head to his heels, seemingly without resistance. Was this the end? No, something felt amiss. Just as the realization struck him, the bisected Orochimaru transformed into mud and melted away, an earth clone. Suddenly, Yong-Tai heard a fierce rush of wind and cursed under his breath, hastily throwing out a kunai just as the water column erupted, causing him to vanish. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as Orochimaru slowly withdrew his damp foot, gazing at the somewhat disheveled Yong-Tai with admiration. Is that instant water? Quite an impressive ninjutsu. You've developed it remarkably well. Would you care to join me? I can make you even stronger. As he said this, Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, grinning with a somewhat unsettling smile. Even your persistent chakra troubles, I could help you resolve. What do you think? Interested? Yong-Tai, feeling a lingering dread, was left bewildered. This encounter barely scratched the surface, yet Orochimaru seemed to know him intimately. Was this not a tad exaggerated? With a forced smile, Yong-Tai replied, "Thank you for your invitation, Lord Orochimaru, but I find the Leaf Village to be quite agreeable. I have no intentions of departing at present." "Oh, you know me?" Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise. But he quickly realized that the commotion he had caused would naturally attract scrutiny. Chapter 88. Release the ocean. Ah, what a pity it would be then. With that, Orochimaru's body began to contort unnaturally, taking a deep breath before unleashing a wind whip from his mouth. Wind release. Vacuum wave. What the hell? Yong-Tai exclaimed, taken aback by the fact that Orochimaru could still perform ninjutsu despite his hands being incapacitated. Indeed, fairy tales were mere fabrications. Upon reflection, it made sense. As a master of ninjutsu and a dedicated researcher, Orochimaru could easily perform hand seals or even unleash techniques at will. The three were clearly holding back. No, it was more accurate to say they were unleashing the ocean. Only Naruto, Kabuto, and Shizune were fighting desperately. Orochimaru had effortlessly subdued Yong-Tai earlier, and now even the once invincible instant water technique was thoroughly understood. Was this the true power of the legendary three ninjas? Yong-Tai retracted his earlier boast that his speed surpassed the fourth Raikage. Not daring to be complacent, Yong-Tai rushed to Tsunade's side. Seizing the sealing scroll for the Kusanagi, he quickly grasped one of Tsunade's arms while another clone supported her, leaping into the air. The clone then carried Naruto upwards. Phew, they had escaped. In midair, Yong-Tai finally took a breath of relief. Thankfully, he had fled quickly, or the consequences would have been dire. Just then, he instinctively glanced back at Orochimaru, only to be met with his eerie smile. A chill ran down his spine, sensing imminent danger. Orochimaru stood still, grinning at Yong-Tai. With a mere thought, a colossal snake nearby let out a disdainful snort, and a massive tail swung towards Yong-Tai and the others in the air. The wind from the tail whipped past, causing Yong-Tai's clothes to billow wildly. Seeing this, Orochimaru nodded in approval, took a deep breath, and unleashed a barrage of wind currents that shot towards Yong-Tai from all directions. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Orochimaru gazed at his creation with delight, contemplating. If I can disrupt your water column, your instant water will fail. What will your next move be? I am quite curious. In midair, Yong-Tai felt an urge to curse. This was clearly an attempt to push him to his limits. Indeed, the reputation was well-deserved. A simple ninjutsu had dismantled his once reliable instant water technique. What a monstrous feat. Yong-Tai, now anxious, rapidly devised a strategy while shaking Tsunade, who lay still. When she showed no signs of responsiveness, he panicked. Could it be that Tsunade had truly succumbed? No. He needed to think of a solution quickly, or lives would be lost. As the wind and the massive snake's tail bore down upon them, Yang Tai's mind raced, and suddenly, he noticed his hands drenched in blood. An idea sparked within him, and he swiftly began forming hand seals. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he observed this. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, goat. Summoning technique. Yang Tai shouted, slamming his palm into empty space. Chakra surging into his hand. In the next instant, a cascade of runes erupted from his palm, resembling an immense spider web. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. A gigantic blue and white slug appeared, towering 40 to 50 meters high. Upon its arrival, 2 long tentacles swayed, and it opened its mouth to expel a large mass of viscous fluid. Orochimaru, taken aback, had not anticipated this young one would summon a slug. Yet, he pondered how Yang Tai had managed to maintain his chakra. A smile crept onto his lips, intrigued by the unfolding events. The slug directed its corrosive slime towards Orochimaru and the massive snake's tail. Should the corrosive slime strike, Orochimaru would face significant discomfort. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed chakra from his feet, propelling himself away. The massive snake fared worse. Its tail directly struck by the corrosive slime, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Ah! The slug! The snake howled, hastily retracting its tail, frantically shaking it to rid itself of the corrosive substance. Snake? A gentle voice chimed, reminiscent of a caring older sister. The slug was momentarily confused, sensing the chakra was not Tsunade's, but unexpectedly belonged to the formidable snake. Slug sister, are you not going to check on Lady Tsunade first? A faint voice inquired from above. Was this young man the one who summoned her? Wait, no. Lady Tsunade, what has happened to you? As the slug spoke, it wore a comically human-like expression of shock. In an instant, a vibrant green energy enveloped Tsunade, who feigned waking slowly, gingerly feeling her healing wounds. Forming hand seals, she looked at Yotai and declared, "You are quite impressive. Sealing technique. Release. 100 healings technique." Intricate patterns swiftly adorned Tsunade's face, and she leapt towards Orochimaru in the distance, unrestrained this time. With just a few punches and kicks, she left Orochimaru questioning his very existence. Jiraiya, witnessing the scene, recognized it was time to get serious. Biting his fingertip, he began forming seals. Summoning technique. The art of the toad sit. Boom. The massive toad, Fukasaku, appeared above Orochimaru, delivering a crushing blow that pinned him firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Orochimaru chuckled wryly, realizing these two were genuinely serious now. Well, I wasn't truly seeking Tsunade's healing anyway. I've seen what I needed. Let's retreat. Kabuto, we are leaving. Kabuto hesitated, voicing, but Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood his unspoken concern and clarified, they've played long enough. Now it's time to get serious. If we don't leave now, we may find it impossible to escape. Kabuto's lips twitched in realization as he glanced at Tsunade, who was relentlessly pounding Orochimaru. Suddenly, he understood. They had merely been playing with him, while he had taken it seriously. This is the strength befitting the legendary 3 ninjas, he thought, and they promptly withdrew. Yet neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya showed any intention of pursuit. Above the slug, Yotai pondered. Before the 3rd Hokage's demise, Jiraiya had indeed hoped for Orochimaru's return to Konoha. After all, the 3rd had been Orochimaru's mentor, and especially after the 4th's passing, he might have sought to reclaim him, albeit gently. However, Orochimaru, unwilling to witness his master's gradual decay and eventual disgrace, opted for a straightforward yet brutal solution, to eliminate him himself. This way, the 3rd would die a hero's death for the village, revered by all, while Orochimaru would bear the weight of all evil. Perhaps Jiraiya and Tsunade understood this, and coupled with their bond, chose not to strike. After all, who would willingly sacrifice their own reputation to uphold another's, only to gain nothing in return, and end up with a tarnished name? Chapter 89. Training Forbidden Techniques? The battle concluded, and both the slug and Fukasaku departed. Tsunade and Jiraiya approached Yotai, who sat slumped on the ground, surveying him with suspicion. Jiraiya was the first to speak. "Are you all right, kid?" "Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I am fine. I merely exhausted a bit too much chakra earlier," Yotai replied with a smile, aware that during his summoning of the slug, he had expended not only all his tailed beast chakra, but also his own, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Jiraiya crossed his arms and nodded, then introduced Yotai to Tsunade. "This lad is the new star of Konoha, exceptionally powerful. Do not underestimate him. He successfully captured a Jinchuriki. Tsunade paused, hands on her hips, scrutinizing Yotai with skepticism. Since the passing of my great-granduncle, Hashirama Senju, no one has managed to capture a Jinchuriki from another nation. Are you for real? She turned to Jiraiya, pointing at Yotai. Him? Yotai scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not as formidable as Lord Jiraiya suggests. It was a collective effort that led to Gar's capture. That's more like it. Tsunade mumbled. Jiraiya ignored Tsunade's disbelief and pointed at her, saying, You should have deduced her identity by now. She is Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, and will be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Yotai nodded and smiled at Tsunade. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsunade. I look forward to your guidance. Tsunade nodded, confidently declaring, All right, you'll be under my wing from now on. For a moment, the atmosphere grew awkward. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya quickly intervened, turning to Yotai with a question that had been on his mind. By the way, Yotai, how did you end up here? Tsunade's gaze also shifted to him. After all, they were ninjas, and Yotai's sudden appearance was somewhat peculiar. Unsure if it was mere coincidence or something more, Yotai had anticipated this inquiry and explained sincerely. After the 3rd Hokage passed, I couldn't endure the oppressive atmosphere in the village, so I set out on a mission. A few days ago, I completed a task and stopped by this town to rest. I didn't expect to hear sounds of battle this morning, so I came to investigate. As he reached this point, both understood. Yotai was unfazed by their potential inquiries since he had a solid excuse. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved with the women he had helped, but as part of his mission contract, he was required to submit a report. Thus, he decided to assist the women in settling down. He had dispersed them across various towns, earning their gratitude. This conveniently explained his recent activities. Konoha, why did you come to this town? Yotai, to assist those unfortunate women in finding homes. I am, after all, a good citizen of Konoha. His meticulously crafted plan meant that even if Tsunade were to investigate later, she would uncover nothing amiss, revealing Yotai's commendable character instead. Jiraiya felt some doubt, but refrained from pressing further, as ninja missions were not to be pried into. Stop dawdling. Hand over your mission report, Tsunade demanded assertively. Yotai hesitated but ultimately handed her a scroll, understanding that she would soon be his superior. It was essential to maintain a good rapport if he hoped to advance in rank. Tsunade wasted no time, swiftly unfurling the scroll and scanning its contents with remarkable speed. Jiraiya leaned in to observe, recognizing the oddity of Yotai's appearance. The mission report was extensive, detailing daily activities meticulously. Upon noticing how swiftly Yotai completed his task, Jiraiya regarded him with suspicion. However, his attention soon shifted to the report's contents. Eliminated the bandit hideout, assisted 32 women in settling down, names, ages, and current residences. Everything was clear. Should they choose to investigate, it would be an easy task. After reviewing the scroll, both Jiraiya and Tsunade gazed at Yotai with newfound respect and approval. Tsunade smiled, returning the scroll to Yotai, giving him a pat on the shoulder. You should keep this safe. Yotai, feeling the weight of her hand, replied gratefully. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. He was genuinely relieved. Had she not returned the scroll, he would have faced the daunting task of rewriting it. Suddenly, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, her hand gripping Yotai's wrist firmly. In the next moment, a vibrant green light flickered as she furrowed her brow, carefully assessing Yotai's body. Taken aback by her abrupt action, Yotai instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, but it felt as though it were ensnared in an iron grip, immovable. Glancing up, he was momentarily blinded by the sight of 2 towering mountains obstructing his view. Jiraiya, perplexed, queried, Is there something wrong with him? Tsunade released his hand, placing her hands on her hips, declaring, This is quite peculiar. Jiraiya and Yotai exchanged glances, both intrigued by the unfolding mystery. Tsunade gazed directly into Yotai's eyes and inquired, logically, Your body should be incapable of producing such an immense chakra to summon a slug of that size. How have you achieved this? Jiraiya quickly interjected, whispering to Tsunade. Is it appropriate to pry into a ninja's secrets like this? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, boldly replying to Jiraiya. Do you have any idea how frail this little brat's body is? It's hardly better than that of a child like Bairu, at best. His body could not possibly generate such an abundant chakra. I suspect this child has employed some forbidden technique, and the cost may very well be the depletion of his life force. Forbidden technique. Depleting life force. Jiraiya exclaimed, his gaze towards Yotai shifting uneasily. as he instinctively leaned more towards Tsunade's judgment than Yangtai's innocence. Yangtai felt a twinge of confusion. He was unaware of having used any forbidden techniques. However, meeting their scrutinizing gazes, he began to explain, "Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding, Tsunade. I truly have not practiced any forbidden arts. Could it be a mistake on your part? Would you care to take another look?" With that, Yangtai extended his arm, generously allowing Tsunade to examine him once more. Confident in his own transparency. After all, a clear conscience fears no shadow. Tsunade reached out, slowly approaching Yangtai, and then, bang! In an instant, a sharp strike landed on Yangtai's forehead, causing him to grimace in pain. Clutching his head, he cast a resentful glance at Tsunade, resembling a wronged spouse. Unable to voice his grievances, Tsunade retracted her hand, her chest rising and falling, and confidently pointed at Yangtai's forehead, asserting, "Even if you believe your mind is clouded, you cannot deny the prowess of my medical skills." Upon hearing this, Yangtai paused. While Tsunade's assertion was rather bold, she was indeed the foremost medical ninja in the world, a pioneer in the field of medical ninjutsu. Before Tsunade established her medical team, the concept of medical ninjas was virtually non-existent in the ninja realm, leading to a remarkably high mortality rate among ninjas. As he pondered, he began to wonder if he had inadvertently trained in some forbidden technique. Tsunade and Jiraiya observed Yangtai, who was lost in thought, without interrupting, quietly waiting for him to gather his thoughts. Tsunade, who typically would not express her thoughts so openly, seemed to find Yangtai somewhat endearing. Tsunade's words suggested that some of his ninjutsu had been improperly executed, unknowingly placing a burden on his body. But what ninjutsu could produce such a massive chakra? Was it the chakra absorption technique? No, that couldn't be right. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yangtai, and he posed a question to the two. "Might I ask, do you consider the shadow clone technique a forbidden art?" Shadow clone. Jiraiya stroked his chin, pondering. It shouldn't be classified as a forbidden technique, right? Tsunade, however, regarded Yangtai with a contemplative expression and replied, "In a certain sense, the shadow clone could indeed be considered a forbidden technique." Huh. Jiraiya scratched his head, wondering if they had been taught by different instructors. "I recall it's the multi-shadow clone technique that is forbidden." At that moment, Jiraiya seemed to grasp something and fell silent. After all, he was a disciple of the ninja arts doctor. Yangtai looked at the two in confusion as they engaged in a riddle-like exchange, and finally, could not help but interject. "Tsunade, you can't seriously believe that the shadow clone is truly a forbidden technique." Tsunade nodded, elaborating, "In a certain sense, the shadow clone technique is indeed a forbidden art. The current shadow clone technique is a simplified version derived from the S-rank forbidden technique, the multi-shadow clone technique. The essence of the two is fundamentally the same. The only difference lies in their quantity." With a hint of curiosity, Tsunade continued, "I am quite intrigued. How did you manage to unleash the side effects of a forbidden technique using a B-rank ninjutsu?" It seemed her suspicions aligned with his own conjectures. Realizing his own cleverness had backfired, Yangtai confessed, "Tsunade, the truth is, I was running low on chakra. So I divided my chakra among the shadow clones in advance and sealed it away. When the moment arose, I could unleash it, thereby quickly replenishing my chakra." "Oh, I see." Both Tsunade and Jiraiya exclaimed, enlightened. "You know, this method is rather novel." Tsunade sighed. "While it is an effective strategy, you have employed it far too frequently. Your approach resembles a simplified version of the Yin sealing technique, but the philosophies are entirely different. The Yin sealing technique absorbs excess chakra without harming the body, potentially providing a beneficial feedback loop. However, your method, if used excessively, is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." Tsunade shook her head and earnestly advised Yangtai, "You should refrain from this method going forward. Unless in dire circumstances, avoid using it. It's not that your method is flawed, but your body is inherently weak, and the chakra you generate is pitifully scarce. You must understand that chakra is essentially a fusion of mental energy and physical energy. If you recklessly create chakra, while your mental energy may or may not withstand it, your physical energy will deplete significantly, leading to possible hospitalization or, worse, a decline in your vitality." Yangtai gulped, a sense of dread washing over him. Had Tsunade not warned him, he might have continued to revel in his misguided triumph. In retrospect, it seemed rather ludicrous. How was this any different from killing the goose for its eggs? However, realizing that Tsunade was the pinnacle of medical expertise in the ninja world, He humbly inquired, "Tsunade, is there any way to improve or enhance my physical constitution under these circumstances?" Tsunade contemplated for a moment before offering her suggestion. "In your situation, the best course of action is to focus on proper care and to take some medicinal herbs. By the way, I recommend that once you return to the village, you gradually disperse your chakra. This will aid your body in self-regulating." Yangtai promptly took note, awaiting further guidance from Tsunade, and then questioned, "Is that all?" "Yes." Tsunade nodded without hesitation, but upon seeing Yangtai's incredulous expression, she added, "We, as medical ninjas, are not like the sage of six paths, transforming one's body isn't an instantaneous process. Moreover, even if there were a potion capable of instantaneously altering your constitution, at this point." Tsunade looked at Yangtai with a serious expression. "You must remember, if anyone claims they can immediately change your constitution, you should give them a good punch. Do you understand?" Yangtai obediently nodded, then curiously asked, "But why is that?" Seeing that he was still not convinced, Tsunade elaborated. "The notion of instantly altering one's constitution boils down to introducing peculiar substances into your body. While you may temporarily gain immense power, you would inevitably transform into something grotesque, perhaps sprouting horns or additional eyes." Yangtai nodded in agreement, recalling how Orochimaru's various experiments had indeed granted individuals immense power. Yet they all ended up becoming bizarre creatures. However, he could not shake the feeling that Tsunade's words were a veiled warning directed at him, as if she suspected he might be tempted to seek out Orochimaru. Yangtai felt exasperated but still vowed, "Rest assured, Tsunade, I have no desire to become a grotesque being. All right. Let us return and recuperate. After all, Naruto and Shizun need proper care." At that moment, Jiraiya hoisted Naruto onto his shoulder. The two nodded, deciding to escort the two ailing individuals back. Before long, the trio arrived at the inn. Once settled, Yangtai lay on his bed, carefully reflecting on Tsunade's words from earlier. Her insights offered him profound enlightenment. He had always believed his chakra was simply insufficient. It now appears that he is fundamentally lacking in physical energy, or rather, this body is so weak that it cannot possibly generate much chakra. Is transplantation of Hashirama's cells necessary? Yangtai immediately shook his head. Not to mention whether this body could withstand the power of Hashirama's cells. Even if it could, who would perform the transplantation? In the entire ninja world, only 3.5 individuals truly understand Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Madara counts as one, Orochimaru as another, and Kabuto Yakushi, later on, as a third. Uchiha Obito is merely half a one. As for training, Yangtai did not even entertain the thought. Firstly, training like Lee would undoubtedly lead to a quicker demise. Thus, he could only resort to methods from his previous life, such as medicinal cuisine, herbal baths, and practicing Tai Chi. This approach would undoubtedly yield results. But it requires time to refine. By the time the Fourth Great Ninja War concludes, his body might show signs of improvement. In any case, at that point, consuming anything would be too late to savor it while it is warm. Nevertheless, he resolved to take it slow, believing that a way would emerge as the journey unfolds. Yangtai rested his forehead on his hand, muttering to himself. The next day, as Konoha remained in a state of disarray, the group set off early to return home. At noon, they paused by a small road. Taiyuya placed down the piglet she was holding and said to everyone, "Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya-sama, please rest for a moment while I prepare lunch." Tsunade nodded, then pulled out a deck of cards, leading a few of them to sit under the shade of a tree to play. The game was a guessing type. In pairs, Tsunade and Naruto teamed up, while Yangtai partnered with Jiraiya. The outcome was predictable, with Tsunade's team suffering a humiliating defeat, resulting in them being drawn as two giant pandas. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto quickly devised an excuse to step aside and practice making dumplings, adamantly declaring he could not indulge in games and needed to train. Tsunade, unimpressed, tossed the cards aside, exclaiming that this little rascal had no sense of gambling. Jiraiya, still intrigued, asked, "Aren't we playing anymore?" Tsunade, irritated, replied, "How can we play with 3 people?" Yangtai pondered for a moment and softly suggested, "Esteemed adults, I have a rather interesting game to propose. Shall we give it a try?" Tsunade, eager, responded, "Oh, do tell." She was a renowned gambling deity, after all, and there was hardly a game she was unaware of. Jiraiya also looked on with curiosity. Yangtai picked up the playing cards and began to explain the rules. "This game is called Do Diju. After elucidating the rules and engaging in a few practice rounds, they quickly grasped the game. Yangtai dealt the cards, glanced at his hand, and exclaimed with a smile, "I have 3 twos and 2 kings. I will seize the landlord." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Perhaps her luck had returned. Bursting into laughter, "I will seize the landlord." Jiraiya looked at his hand, shaking his head in despair. "I will not seize." Yangtai continued to claim the landlord, to which Tsunade begrudgingly replied, "Fine, you go ahead." With a smile, Yangtai picked up the 3 bottom cards, chuckling, "For 2s and 2 kings. A straight." Tsunade was momentarily stunned. This was indeed quite unfair. Just then, Taiyuya's voice rang out, "Lunch is ready, Lady Tsunade." In perfect synchrony, Tsunade and Jiraiya mixed the cards, postponing the game to eat first. Yangtai nodded, choosing not to pursue the issue of punishment for the two. He figured that as long as they did not go easy on him, it was all right. If he insisted on pursuing punishment, it was merely Tsunade's stubborn nature at play. Otherwise, he would have let them off easily. The meal was bountiful, with an abundance of dishes and meat. Truly, no one could rival Tsunade's cooking skills in the wild. At this moment, Naruto approached, wiping the sweat from his brow, and sat beside Yangtai. Yangtai felt a pang of envy as he observed Naruto, who appeared utterly unfazed. During this time, he had made at least 10 dumplings and still wore a carefree expression. Ah, the luck of birth. Yangtai sighed, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating, channeling his frustration into his appetite. Suddenly, Naruto halted his enthusiastic eating, turning to Yangtai with a spark of realization. "By the way, Yangtai, can you perform the Rasengan? I saw you use it during the exam." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya turned their attention to Yangtai, with Tsunade poking Jiraiya and whispering, "Did you teach him?" Jiraiya's expression was complex, shaking his head. Meeting their gazes, Yangtai awkwardly licked his lips, nodding, "I can, but this jutsu is not particularly suited for me, so I rarely use it." Jiraiya, taking a piece of meat, casually inquired, "Oh, who taught you this technique?" "No one." Yangtai scratched his head, contemplating, "Actually, my idol is the 4th Hokage, as he saved Konoha. I have admired him since childhood and have learned quite a bit about his exploits. The Rasengan was something I devised based on my grandfather's descriptions. However, this technique consumes too much chakra, making it less suitable for me, hence I seldom utilize it." Everyone seemed to understand. Except for Naruto, Tsunade and Jiraiya wore expressions of surprise. Tsunade was slightly taken aback, but soon thought that Yangtai's Rasengan must be incomplete since its learning difficulty is classified as a rank. Jiraiya shared this sentiment and remarked, "So, to what level have you cultivated this jutsu? Perhaps I can provide you with some guidance." At this moment, Naruto chimed in, "Yeah, Yangtai, show us." "This jutsu was taught to me by the pervy sage, although there are still some aspects I have yet to master. We can learn from each other." Yangtai contemplated for a moment, extending his hand towards them. "Very well, with Jiraiya-sama's guidance, perhaps my Rasengan can advance further." Of course, Yangtai's statement was more of a formality. Were it not for his insufficient chakra, he could easily create the big ball Rasengan in an instant. As everyone's gaze converged on Yangtai's palm, he gradually began to gather chakra, forming a swirling mass in his hand. "I believe the Rasengan has 4 stages," Yangtai informed Naruto. Naruto paused, scratching his head in confusion. "Isn't at 3 stages?" Jiraiya and Tsunade were equally taken aback, then chuckled, remarking that this jutsu was developed by the 4th Hokage over 3 years. It would not be easily deciphered by just anyone. Jiraiya decided to wait until Yangtai finished before giving him a proper lesson. Yangtai was well aware that the Rasengan indeed consists of 3 stages. The so-called 4th stage was merely a concept he had recently concocted based on his experiences while training in Chiyuan/. Smiling at Naruto, he clarified, "While it is not incorrect to say there are 3 stages, this 4th stage is something I recently conceived. Watch closely, this is the 1st stage, rotation." As he spoke, countless strands of chakra, resembling a basketball in size, spun rapidly. Tsunade inquired, "Why does yours appear somewhat different?" Jiraiya pondered before responding, "Essentially, there is no fundamental difference." He merely enlarged it for Naruto to observe more clearly. Tsunade nodded in understanding. Just as Naruto was engrossed in watching, Yangtai continued, "This is the 2nd stage, explosion." The chakra mass in his hand swiftly contracted to the size of an ordinary ball, resembling a rapidly shrinking water balloon, as though it were on the verge of bursting. Naruto observed intently. While Yangtai's method was slightly different from his own, The core principle remained the same: compression and release. Yangtai was quite pleased with his performance, fully dedicating it to Naruto, albeit with a hint of selfishness, primarily to enhance his reputation before Jiraiya and Tsunade. As the saying goes, one cannot hold onto the human heart, only schemes can win it. The next phase was the third stage, stabilization. As he spoke, the surface of the Rasengan slowly appeared to gain an additional layer, a process Yangtai executed deliberately slowly, allowing Naruto and Jiraiya to observe intently. Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, "Your understanding of the Rasengan is profound." Yangtai smiled slightly, thanking Lord Jiraiya for the compliment. Next came Naruto's fourth stage, an extension of the third. "Continue stabilizing," he declared, and the Rasengan in his hand gradually brightened, resembling a luminous crystal orb. Wow! At that moment, Jiraiya gazed intently at the Rasengan in Yangtai's hand, his mind tumultuous. This resembled the Great Ball Rasengan, but no, more accurately, this Rasengan's essence surpassed that of the Great Ball. It was a significant advancement beyond the original. However, Yangtai lacked the chakra to execute the Great Ball Rasengan. Even so, this was astonishing. Tsunade merely nodded, her reaction less dramatic than Jiraiya's. But she sensed the orb's enhanced danger. Seeing his objective achieved, Yangtai slowly retracted the disappearing Rasengan, bashfully addressing Jiraiya. "This reflects my understanding of the Rasengan. I humbly ask for your guidance, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya remarked, now that is conversational. As he noticed everyone's gaze upon him, he refrained from his usual antics and seriously said to Yangtai, "In certain aspects, your grasp of the Rasengan indeed surpasses mine. I have little to impart." After a moment's thought, Jiraiya continued, "If I must insist, you should abandon this ninjutsu. Do not waste further time studying it. As you stated, this ninjutsu is not suited for you. The drawbacks outweigh the benefits." Yangtai nodded, acknowledging that this was also the reason he had learned yet decided to abandon this ninjutsu. Jiraiya's words were astutely perceptive, revealing Yangtai's vulnerabilities. Such a powerful ninjutsu. To have Yangtai abandon it seems a great pity, Naruto lamented. Before Jiraiya could respond, Yangtai interjected, "Naruto, it is not regrettable at all. The mightiest ninjutsu is not necessarily the best. It must be the most suitable." Yangtai patted Naruto's shoulder and continued, "In fact, when I contemplated this issue, I devised my next plan." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "What plan?" Yangtai looked at everyone and stated emphatically, "To create my own ninjutsu." The crowd gasped in disbelief, aware that the two adults present had only created their unique techniques in their 20s, a feat typically achieved by ninjas at their peak. Yangtai was barely a teenager. To dare create a ninjutsu was exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Tsunade, who had yet to speak, looked at Yangtai seriously and said, "You are currently too eager. You should discard this notion for now and reconsider it in a few years. Creating ninjutsu is not a task to be rushed. It requires continuous experimentation and refinement. You are too hasty now. It could lead to complications." Jiraiya nodded in agreement and advised, "It would be wiser to study for a few more years. Once your ideas are more developed, then take action." Yangtai smiled faintly, feeling a sense of care from his elders that he had not experienced in a long time. This also indicated that Tsunade and Jiraiya were gradually accepting him. "Rest assured, Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya, I have contemplated this for a long time, and thus far, everything has proceeded smoothly. My ninjutsu has been developed and is ready for combat." "What?" the trio exclaimed in unison, astonished by the swiftness of his revelation. Just as they expressed skepticism, he countered with confirmation of his success. How astonishing! Jiraiya and the others fell silent, their expressions awkwardly smiling, unsure whether to inquire further about his secret. Naruto scratched his head, lacking such awareness, and boldly asked, "What ninjutsu?" "Yangtai, show us." Yangtai had initially wished to keep this a secret, but considering Jiraiya and Tsunade's identities, both disciples of the third Hokage, undoubtedly possessing their insights into ninjutsu, he believed they might assist in the development of his technique, the Chi Yuan Slash. Yangtai had no intention of hoarding his discoveries. With a shift in thought, he said, "Very well, this ninjutsu has some imperfections. I would appreciate your guidance, esteemed adults." Jiraiya waved his hand, hesitant to provoke another mishap. "Haha, you demonstrate it first, and Tsunade and I will observe." Yangtai nodded, casting a glance at Tsunade, aware of her understanding. "This ninjutsu is called the Chi Yuan Slash." "Chi Yuan Slash." The others echoed in surprise. This technique derives its concept from the Rasengan and consists of 3 stages: stabilization, rotation, and acceleration. They nodded in comprehension, finding it straightforward. Yongtai extended his palm, slowly gathering chakra, and soon a blue disc emerged in his palm, remarkably thin, appearing almost tangible. Is that it? It seems rather simple. This is the first stage, stabilization. At this moment, the technique possesses no power. He continued, as the Qi Yuan slash began to spin, gradually increasing in speed, producing a buzzing sound that grew louder, the surrounding air swirling and ruffling Yongtai's hair. This is the second stage, rotation. Now it possesses considerable destructive force, and more importantly, it is exceptionally chakra efficient for me. With that, Yongtai swiftly moved to a nearby boulder and struck down forcefully. A resounding clash echoed, and the boulder shattered, split into 2 uneven halves. The spectators were astounded by the sheer destructive power. At that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya recalled that Yongtai had used this very technique to seize Orochimaru's weapon. Yongtai returned to the table and declared, "This illustrates the power of the Qi Yuan slash's second stage." Sighing, he added, "However, the third stage has posed a challenge for me, and I have yet to make any progress." Naruto patted Yongtai on the shoulder, praising him. "Yongtai, you are already remarkable. I believe you will surely perfect this ninjutsu in the future." Yongtai merely nodded, his gaze directed toward Jiraiya and Tsunade, clearly seeking their guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya asked, "Could you elaborate on the issues you are encountering? A demonstration would be even more beneficial, as it is difficult to assess from mere observation." Upon hearing this, Yongtai immediately agreed, summoning a shadow clone to a distance, and began to coalesce another Qi Yuan slash. "In fact, my challenge with the third stage lies in speed. It is too fast." The others were puzzled. Is excessive speed a problem? Indeed, the speed is so rapid that the Qi Yuan slash becomes uncontrollable, leading to a loss of control. With a sudden crash, the demonstration continued. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd witnessed the shadow clone of Yongtai in the distance being cleaved in 2 by the uncontrollable force of Qi Yuan slash, vanishing with a resounding thud. The 2 esteemed individuals pondered, "Do you have any effective solutions?" Tsunade lowered her head in contemplation, noting that the issue evidently stemmed from an imbalance in the rotation speed. "To be honest, I currently have no viable solution unless there exists a method to counteract that rotational force." Yongtai had anticipated this situation, yet he still felt a twinge of disappointment. "I actually have a method worth trying." Jiraiya suddenly interjected, having been deep in thought. Yongtai's spirit surged with hope. After all, as a disciple of a master in ninjutsu, how could he possibly lack the requisite skills? Yongtai eagerly inquired, "What method does Lord Jiraiya propose?" Jiraiya replied with a smile, "Well, it might not be a guaranteed method, and success is not assured." Yongtai waved his hand excitedly. "No worries. Please share your thoughts. Even a new perspective is beneficial." Jiraiya continued, "It's not a particularly sophisticated approach. Your Qi Yuan slash is intended to harness rightward force, correct?" Yongtai nodded. "Then, why not create a Qi Yuan slash that rotates to the left, thereby counteracting that force?" He cautioned, "Of course, I'm merely suggesting this. The difficulty level is quite high, so take it merely as a reference." Yongtai was momentarily stunned, but joy soon followed. This idea was indeed feasible, providing at least a starting point. Previously, he had been devoid of any direction. He promptly summoned a shadow clone to attempt the technique. Before long, everyone had finished their meal, while Yongtai had yet to make any progress. Just as Jiraiya had mentioned, it was worth a try, but the complexity was daunting. To say nothing of the simplest task, concentrating 2 Qi Yuan slashes on one palm. Yongtai found that somewhat challenging, though it was manageable with practice. However, rotating 2 Qi Yuan slashes from different directions posed a significant conundrum for him. "Yongtai, how are you faring?" Naruto approached with curiosity. Yongtai shook his head. "I'm unable to rotate both Qi Yuan slashes simultaneously on my own." "Come on, that's simple. I've got this," Naruto exclaimed, patting his chest with bravado. As Yongtai was pondering in disbelief, Naruto demonstrated a series of shadow clones performing the Rasengan. A light bulb went off in Yongtai's mind, and he slapped his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked such a straightforward method. He began to emulate Naruto's technique, with each shadow clone controlling 1 Qi Yuan slash. However, for safety's sake, he pulled Naruto back a safe distance. In case of unforeseen mishaps, they could evade swiftly. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the two shadow clones spun faster and faster, soon surpassing previous limits. They began to create a small whirlwind around them. The whirlwind grew larger, picking up dried grass, twigs, and leaves, drawing the attention of Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Yongtai, have you succeeded?" Jiraiya asked, astonished by the scene before him. The question prompted Tsunade and the others to gaze in his direction. Yongtai nodded, then shook his head. This approach indeed shows promise. But the technique remains unstable. Only after the shadow clones report back can I ascertain the specifics. Just then, the two Chi Yuan slashes in the shadow clones began to sway side to side, gradually expanding. In the next moment, both Chi Yuan slashes simultaneously dispersed with a swift whoosh, resulting in one shadow clone being tragically cleaved in two, while the other narrowly escaped. The two Chi Yuan slashes cleaved through the air, crashing into the woods, causing trees to topple in succession, each cut smooth with only minor imperfections. Was that a success or a failure? Naruto questioned, perplexed. Yongtai's face radiated uncontainable joy. It was indeed a success, albeit he still needed more practice. "That is splendid. Congratulations, Yongtai." Naruto chimed in, equally elated. Yongtai smiled, "Thank you. It's due to your assistance, after all. I'll treat you to a grand feast. You choose the place." Naruto beamed, "It's a deal. No backing out." Yongtai nodded, and turned to express his gratitude to Jiraiya and Tsunade. "I am immensely thankful for your guidance, both of you." Tsunade replied candidly, "I didn't do much to help." Jiraiya waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, saying, "Let us keep it low-key. In the future, should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek me out." Yongtai was about to shyly decline the offer when he suddenly remembered a matter for which he genuinely needed Jiraiya's assistance. Mustering his courage, he feigned delight and said, "Really? I actually have another matter I would like to ask of you, Lord Jiraiya." "Wait, are you serious?" Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback that Yongtai had taken him up on his casual offer. This inadvertently led him to create more work for himself. Tsunade couldn't help but burst into laughter, clearly relishing the situation. "That's what you get for showing off." Jiraiya awkwardly smiled at Yongtai. "Do share your request." Without delay, Yongtai retrieved a scroll, stating, "This contains the weapon of the rogue ninja Orochimaru." He paused, feigning a somber expression, and continued, "I have gathered some intelligence about the third Hokage's battle with him, which included descriptions of this sword. When I seized it, I immediately sealed it away, fearing he might have methods to summon it back. Thus, I hope to inquire whether Lord Jiraiya possesses a way to sever the summoning link of this sword." Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade fell into silence, perhaps reflecting on the third Hokage or Orochimaru, or perhaps both. Eventually, Jiraiya returned to his usual demeanor, accepting the scroll from Yongtai with a smile. "This is simple. I can handle it with a contract seal." He then produced the Kusanagi sword, began forming hand seals, and struck the sword's body, exclaiming, "Contract seal." Instantly, intricate runes appeared on the long sword, only to vanish into its blade moments later. Jiraiya stood, admiring the sword, and remarked, "It's a fine weapon. Take good care of it." He tossed it back to Yongtai, who beamed with joy, fully comprehending Jiraiya's intent. He promptly affirmed, "Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, I shall wield this sword to protect my comrades and safeguard Konoha." A perfect response. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. "Now, it's getting late. Let us hasten our departure." Upon hearing this, everyone promptly set out. Throughout the journey, Yongtai couldn't take his eyes off the long sword. Its design resonated with the legendary blades wielded by heroes in his previous life. Moreover, this sword possessed the remarkable ability to extend and sharpen, able to slice through steel with ease. With its unique feature of extending, it could catch enemies off guard with a sudden strike when infused with chakra. In summary, Yongtai felt this outing had been exceedingly worthwhile, as he had not only enhanced his ninjutsu and weaponry, but had also unraveled the fundamental truths of his own body. Most importantly, he had managed to align himself with Tsunade, truly stepping into the realm of the Hokage's lineage. 7 days later, in Konoha village, Yongtai completed his mission and received his reward before returning home. Upon arriving, he found that both Xiao Xianglin and the elder were absent, seemingly out on an outing. First and foremost, one should cast aside all thoughts and indulge in a restful slumber. However, prior to sleeping, Yongtai heeded Tsunade's advice and actively dispersed his chakra, which proved beneficial for his physical recovery. Perhaps due to the dispersal of chakra, Yongtai enjoyed an exceptionally deep sleep. only to be awakened by the pressing need to relieve himself at 10 o'clock the following morning. With a satisfying sigh, he shook off the remnants of sleep and proceeded to freshen up before descending the stairs. "Brother Yangtai, you're awake," exclaimed the little girl watching television, springing to her feet upon seeing him. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, Yangtai heard the delighted voice of Xiaoxianglin. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch your meal." Xiaoxianglin hurried over, taking his hand and guiding him to a chair. In a flurry of activity, she brought out several dishes prepared by their grandfather. "I noticed you were sleeping soundly this morning, so I didn't wake you." Yangtai picked up a piece of meat and savored it, the familiar flavors reminding him of his grandfather's exceptional culinary skills. With a swift motion, he cleared the table of food, patting his belly in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had forgotten to bring a gift for the little girl. With a hint of embarrassment in his expression, he retrieved the long sword he previously owned and presented it to her. "I forgot to bring you a gift this time. Since I no longer need this sword, it's yours now." Initially, Xiaoxianglin's face lit up with joy, but she quickly shook her head in refusal. "No, this is too precious." Yangtai smiled, understanding that his generous gift indeed came with a personal motive. "You must accept it. You are my sister now. Isn't it only natural for a brother to gift his sister?" Touched by his words, Xiaoxianglin's eyes brimmed with tears. Yangtai, sensing her emotional response, comforted her and took her out for a stroll. Throughout their walk, the little girl appeared lively and cheerful, shedding the initial timidity she had exhibited upon their first meeting. "Yangtai," a familiar voice called out, and as he turned, he found Naruto approaching. With a warm smile, Yangtai greeted Naruto. "What brings you to this side?" Scratching his head, Naruto replied, "Just out for a stroll." "And who is this?" "This is my sister, Xiaoxianglin. You might have met her during the Chunin exam," Yangtai introduced. "Xiaoxianglin. This is my friend, Naruto Uzumaki." Xiaoxianglin nodded slightly and politely said, "Hello, Naruto-kun." Naruto pondered for a moment, struggling to recall, but quickly responded, "Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." Just then, an awkward rumble from his stomach broke the moment. He had only just woken up and was hoping for a meal when he stumbled upon Yangtai. Yangtai chuckled at Naruto's sheepish expression and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Remember what I told you? Today, I'm treating you." Naruto brightened instantly, not hesitating for a moment. "Great. Let us go eat at Ichiraku Ramen." "Absolutely," Yangtai replied, and the trio made their way to the renowned Ichiraku Ramen. To be frank, while the ramen was decent, it did not live up to the hype. Perhaps Naruto's fondness for it stemmed from a sense of belonging. Arriving at the noodle shop, Yangtai and Xiaoxianglin ordered only a small bowl of ramen, as they were already quite full. It wouldn't do to have Naruto pay for a meal while they merely watched, so they ordered a small bowl to share. After their meal, the trio engaged in casual conversation before continuing their outing with Xiaoxianglin. The village of Konoha was once again brimming with vitality, devoid of the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered following the third Hokage's passing. Truth be told, Yangtai relished this invigorating ambience. However, this pleasant moment was short-lived, abruptly interrupted by three masked ninjas who approached them. "Are you looking for me?" Yangtai inquired warily. "Umbu, has Tsunade sent you?" As he contemplated the situation, the ninja with the cat mask spoke coldly. "By the order of Lady Tsunade, we request that you accompany us." A flicker of realization dawned on Yangtai. These individuals were not truly Umbu. Genuine Umbu would have presented identification to confirm their status before making such a request. The lack of credentials confirmed his suspicion. These were root ninjas, part of Danzo's clandestine forces. With his chakra still not fully restored, Yangtai understood the risk of confronting them. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he replied, "Tsunade summoned me? Very well, but please wait a moment." The three ninjas nodded slightly, given the crowded surroundings. They were cautious about making any sudden moves. If they could deceive Yangtai into following them, that would be ideal. Feigning nonchalance, Yangtai withdrew some money and handed it to Xiaoxianglin. "Take this and buy some fresh beef from Uncle Sanling. Lady Tsunade has business with me, so please return home after your shopping." Xiaoxianglin, slightly puzzled, nodded in agreement. If she had known that purchasing beef from Uncle Sanling required enduring a long queue, she might have hesitated. Nevertheless, she obediently accepted the money and slowly walked away. Waving goodbye to her, Yangtai turned to the three ninjas with a smile. "Shall we proceed?" The ninjas complied and began to lead the way, with Yangtai closely following. However, he was not surrendering meekly, discreetly. He activated the tailed beast chakra scroll hidden in his sleeve to absorb chakra. The pressing question loomed. Why had Danzo summoned him? It was likely he wished to recruit Yangtai for root, employing intimidation tactics followed by ideological persuasion. The third Hokage spoke of the will of fire, while Danzo was likely to preach the importance of root, asserting that beneath Konoha lies root, and where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. It was clear that Yangtai had no desire to join root, nor did he wish to engage with Danzo, fearing the consequences of being marked by the curse of Tong. Thus, he contemplated two options: refuse Danzo's offer, risking his ire, or rush to seek out Tsunade, which would equally provoke Danzo's attention. After some deliberation, Yangtai chose a third path, to bind these three and present them to Tsunade, passing the responsibility to her. Soon, as they traversed a less populated street, Yangtai halted and regarded the trio in silence. The three root ninjas paused, sharing a moment of mutual contemplation. The cat-faced ninja broke the silence, his voice raspy. "Why have you stopped?" Yangtai met the cat-faced ninja's sharp gaze and pointed to his forehead protector. "Are you not aware that I am also a ninja?" The cat-faced ninja remained composed, showing no signs of alarm. "Are you intending to defy Lady Tsunade's orders?" With a light chuckle, Yangtai retorted. "Setting aside where this path leads, are you truly Umbu? Is this genuinely Lady Tsunade's command?" The trio remained unfazed, exuding an air of confidence as if Yangtai was the one mistaken. Yangtai inwardly marveled at Danzo's training methods. Were it any other Konoha ninja, they might have been easily intimidated. However, it was unfortunate for them that they encountered Yangtai, a time traveler. Drawing two kunai from his pouch, he raised his voice, ensuring the nearby villagers could hear. "Who are you? Do you understand that impersonating the Hokage's Umbu is punishable by death? Or perhaps you are foreign spies?" His voice crescendoed, emphasizing the gravity of the accusation. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, some immediately fled at a distance, and even those inside the nearby houses hurriedly dispersed. After all, the invasion of the Sand Shinobi had occurred just the day before, resulting in numerous casualties among the villagers. This was troublesome. The three root ninjas never anticipated that Yangtai would deviate from expected tactics. At this moment, his two subordinates could no longer contain themselves. The ninja in the boar mask stepped forward and said, "Captain, let's implement the capture plan. We might truly attract the attention of the Umbu." The ninja in the cat mask pondered for a moment and then reminded, "Remember to capture him alive. He is specifically sought after by Lord Danzo. And be wary of his water body technique. We must end this swiftly." The horse-masked ninja nodded slightly, while the boar-masked ninja produced several shurikens. "Rest assured, Captain, we have thoroughly analyzed the enemy's intelligence. Their water techniques are limited to a few variations. We merely need to deflect them with our shurikens." "All right, let's begin." With a sharp command from the cat-masked ninja, both moved into action. The horse-masked ninja raised his hand and launched a flurry of shuriken, creating a dense formation that effectively blocked Yangtai's escape routes from 5 angles. Lightning release, thunder strike. The other boar-masked ninja, revealing himself as a lightning release user, rapidly formed hand seals in conjunction with the horse-masked ninja's attack, aiming directly at Yangtai's vital points. Yangtai, unfazed, casually tossed his 3-pronged kunai behind him, preparing to execute the water body technique to create distance. Clang. In an instant, a kunai flew ahead and struck Yangtai's kunai, knocking it away. Remarkably, these three had clearly analyzed his combat style. Explode. Yangtai, unable to perform the water body technique, hastily formed seals for defense. Water release, water barrier. Water swirled rapidly, rising to a height of 3 meters, successfully neutralizing the trio's onslaught. The cat-masked ninja furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. The intelligence report did not indicate that the enemy had employed water release techniques. Nevertheless, he swiftly devised a plan, Plan C. The 2 root ninjas immediately formed hand seals. The horse-masked ninja was the first to unleash a ninjutsu, wind release, wind cutter. A razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the water barrier, creating a 1-meter-wide gap. However, it was evident that it did not strike Yangtai. Earth release, multiple rock bullets. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. In an instant, the cat-masked ninja and the boar-masked ninja executed a combined technique, as 7 or 8 flaming earth balls surged toward the exposed opening. Truly, they were root ninjas, exhibiting exceptional combat prowess. However, if struck by such a ninjutsu, one would likely be gravely injured if not killed. Yang Tai found it perplexing. These three sought to capture him alive, yet employed such lethal methods. It was a conundrum he could not fathom. But pondering was futile, since they were intent on aggression. He too would not hold back. Yang Tai swiftly formed seals and clapped his hands. Water release. Water surge. A torrent of water gathered beneath him, lifting him 5 meters high, crashing down toward the three adversaries. How is this possible? Such a vast water release. We cannot evade it. Come together. Although shocked, the three coordinated seamlessly, swiftly positioning themselves, exchanging slight nods to signal mutual understanding. Earth release. 3 combined rock technique. They quickly formed hand seals, striking the ground with fervent chakra, causing the earth to writhe and rapidly rise into 3 rock walls, encasing them in a rocky sphere. Mom, where are you? At that moment, an unexpected voice emerged from below. Yang Tai, at the highest point, immediately detected it. A small boy, around 3 years old, was peeking out from the street, completely oblivious to the impending wave above. Chapter 96. The little kid must not die. Yang Tai's expression transformed into one of disbelief. How could he have shouted so loudly earlier? Whose parent was this, so careless? But that was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that this little boy absolutely could not perish under his jutsu, even by accident. If anything were to happen, he would be in grave trouble. In an instant, Yang Tai assessed the situation's pros and cons. His kunai exploded before him, and a twisting column of water surged toward the boy, just as the child appeared bewildered. Yang Tai's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and without hesitation, he scooped the little one up and swiftly executed the body flicker technique, racing away, as the water body technique could not carry others. Bam! Boom! A wave of water swept away numerous houses. Fortunately, Yang Tai had earlier frightened everyone away. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. What is happening? In the distance, Kakashi and several Jonin appeared atop the rooftops, gazing toward the commotion. Everyone, we must hasten to provide support. Kakashi promptly set off, sprinting toward the source of the disturbance. Understood. The group quickly rushed forth. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her team, engaged in their duties, suddenly glanced toward the horizon. The towering water release was visible even from afar. And Tsunade furrowed her brow. Was this meant to intimidate her, the incoming Hokage? It was no wonder Tsunade thought this way. Such an event occurring at this critical juncture was alarming. Addressing those around her with a cold tone, she inquired, "What is going on?" Whoosh! An Umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee to respond, reporting to Lady Tsunade, "I have dispatched 3 squads for reconnaissance. Please rest assured." Rest assured? Tsunade scoffed, turning to her 2 advisors. "What do you have to say? Is this how you manage Konoha?" The 2 advisors furrowed their brows, wanting to retort, yet the facts were indisputable, leaving them speechless. Finally, the good-natured Nara Shikamaru spoke up. "Tsunade, you should strive to assume the Hokage position. Only then will Konoha have a steadfast leader, and those clowns from other nations will behave." Mito Gate nodded in agreement. Indeed, the interrogation department has captured many spies recently. Only by your swift ascension to Hokage can we restore order. Tsunade, devoid of expression, was well aware of such matters. She simply wished to vent her frustration. "All right. Arrange it swiftly. And you, this matter must be thoroughly investigated, understood?" The Umbu bowed, replying, "Understood." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, gazing into the distance. Primarily, she desired to take a moment of respite. Upon her arrival, she was met with a mountain of paperwork blocking her path, leaving her no time even to drink water. Old and cunning, the 2 advisors understood Tsunade's desire to shirk responsibilities. Nonetheless, Nara Shikamaru gestured for her to take a break. Mito Gate remained silent, continuing to review documents, marking important points for Tsunade's decision-making. In the distance, Yang Tai was forcefully hurled aside by his own water surge, clutching the child. His back burned painfully, and he felt a violent ache within his chest, indicating an internal injury. His right hand had momentarily lost sensation. Yang Tai struggled to suppress the sweetness rising in his throat, looking down at the frightened child in his arms, who, fortunately, had not sustained any injuries. Yang Tai, filled with exasperation, raised his hand and smacked the boy's bottom. Smack! Smack! "You naughty child, this is what happens when you don't listen. What did I do wrong?" The little boy protested, realizing he had been bullied by this bad uncle. His lips quivered, and tears streamed down his face. "Wah! Mommy!" Yang Tai sighed in relief. The child was crying vigorously, which was a good sign. However, This was not the time to amuse him. He swiftly tore a piece of fabric resembling a curtain, binding the little boy securely and slinging him over his back. Due to his uncertainty about whether the root ninjas would harm the child, he was resolute that, given the commotion he had caused today, the child absolutely must not die. No matter who arrived, it would be futile. This was what Yongtai had asserted. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 thunderous sounds, 3 figures swiftly emerged. The leader, a ninja adorned with a cat-faced mask, coldly commanded, "Subdue him quickly, or even if you return, you will face punishment." At the mention of punishment, the 2 root ninjas shuddered, their gazes becoming piercingly sharp as they signaled each other to flank Yongtai. Yongtai could not afford to be careless. He was severely injured, and his entire right arm had lost sensation. He swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword, preparing for battle. The wild boar-masked ninja dashed to Yongtai's right side, flinging a shuriken, and rapidly formed hand seals, exhaling a fireball that adhered to the shuriken. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In his precarious state, Yongtai could not afford a direct confrontation. Chakra erupted from his feet, and he leapt backward just in time. An opportunity. The horse-masked ninja's eyes lit up as he swiftly drew his katana and activated the body flicker technique, appearing close to Yongtai in an instant, stabbing toward Yongtai's waist. Yongtai, witnessing this, smirked and aimed his Kusanagi sword at the ninja's heart, then adjusted his aim slightly lower, channeling chakra into the sword. In a flash, a brilliant arc of light erupted before the horse-masked ninja, and the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, followed by a numbing sensation, as electric currents coursed through him, plunging him into darkness. "Be careful," the cat-faced masked ninja exclaimed in alarm, quickly forming hand seals and slamming his palms to the ground. Instantly, runes spread out like a spider's web. Summoning technique. Boom. 3 massive wolves with gray fur and white streaks on their faces appeared, each towering at least half a meter high. Go. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Seeing this, the wild boar-masked ninja's eyes bulged with rage as he raised a spear crackling with electricity, aiming directly for Yongtai's waist. Yongtai showed no signs of fear. The Kusanagi sword extended rapidly, shattering the incoming lightning spear, maintaining its momentum as it charged toward the wild boar-masked ninja. "Watch out." At that moment, the cat-faced masked ninja shouted a warning, simultaneously throwing several kunai toward Yongtai. Bang! Debris flew as the long sword grazed the wild boar-masked ninja's waist, embedding itself into the ground. The wild boar-masked ninja quickly distanced himself, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This time, he narrowly escaped. Or he would likely have met the same fate as the horse-masked ninja. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Now, the cat-faced masked ninja approached with the 3 giant wolves. Do not engage him at a distance. Observe closely. His right hand is injured. He cannot perform ninjutsu. And we must also keep an eye on the child behind him. That is his weakness. Thus, we shall take him down in close combat. Understood. The wild boar-masked ninja nodded, drawing his katana and charging toward Yongtai. The cat-faced masked ninja did not pause, waving his hand as the 3 giant wolves dashed forward. Leaping in front of Yongtai, their mouths filled with sharp fangs ready to bite down. The stench of blood assaulted Yongtai's senses. He instinctively held his breath, feeling a surge of electric energy in his hand. With a furrowed brow, Yongtai disregarded the child's plaintive cries and swung his sword in a sweeping arc. The Kusanagi sword enveloped in lightning extending to 2 meters, sweeping toward the 3 wolves. Initially dismissive of Yongtai, the 2 ninjas now regarded him with grave seriousness, particularly wary of his peculiar sword. Chakra erupted from their feet as they easily evaded the attack. The remaining 3 giant wolves, however, were not so fortunate. The lead wolf was cleaved in 2, blood splattering everywhere, its demise gruesome. The second wolf had its front leg severed, howling in agony before vanishing as the summoning technique was dispelled. The third giant wolf narrowly avoided the lightning-infused sword with a swift maneuver. Its large eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Yongtai. "You take the lead, and you support me. I will create a distraction." The cat-faced masked ninja quickly devised a new strategy, launching several shuriken. Yongtai sidestepped to avoid the shuriken, only to face a glinting blade rushing toward him. Clang! Yongtai raised his sword to block, intercepting the wild boar-masked ninja's powerful downward strike. Crack! This is bad. Yongtai realized the rooftop beneath him could not withstand such force, and his sword plunged into it. An opportunity. A fleeting glimmer of delight crossed the cat-faced masked ninja's eyes as he forcefully pulled back, sending nearly invisible wires that ensnared the shuriken aimed at Yangtai, targeting the child still wailing behind him. It's over. It seems this child cannot be saved. Just as Yangtai prepared to relinquish hope for the child, he caught sight of several figures in his peripheral vision: Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and others. In an instant, Yangtai's mind raced, and he made a renewed decision. In the next moment, Yangtai's gaze sharpened, a fierce determination etched upon his face. You cannot let the child fall into the jaws of the wolves. Today he might sustain some injuries, but tomorrow he would reap greater rewards. With this thought, Yangtai shouted, forcing the wild boar-masked ninja back with his sword, the Kusanagi rapidly extending as he executed a full 360-degree sweep, pushing back both the wild boar-masked ninja and the giant wolves. At this juncture, Yangtai faced a barrage of shuriken, utterly unprepared. He could only cross his arms to shield his vital head. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shuriken embedding into flesh echoed as Yangtai stifled a groan, enduring the pain. Just then, a cold blade sought to pierce his throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. With great effort, Yangtai raised his sword to parry. Clang, clang. Sparks flew as he barely deflected the attack. However, his left hand trembled, clearly unable to match the strength of two hands wielded by his opponent. You are quite troublesome. But this is where it ends. Upon hearing this, Yangtai instinctively sensed danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Suddenly, a powerful force struck his waist, sending him soaring uncontrollably into the air, followed by a searing pain that rendered half of his body numb. Wild boar now, urged the cat-faced masked ninja. As Kakashi and his companions had arrived, the wild boar-masked ninja said nothing, raising a specially crafted thin rope in his hand, tossing it toward the airborne Yangtai. Struggling to control his tumbling body, Yangtai found himself too injured to leverage any support, helplessly watching as the rope drew closer. Clang, clang, clang. In a critical moment, 3 kunai flew swiftly, pinning the rope to the rooftop. All of this unfolded within mere seconds. Yangtai, suspended in midair, caught sight of Kakashi and the others rushing toward him. Reinforcements had finally arrived. At this moment, a rare smile graced Yangtai's lips as he aimed the Kusanagi sword downward, infusing it with chakra, causing it to extend rapidly until it struck the ground. Using this leverage, he swiftly descended before Kakashi and the others, landing perfectly. Now, Kakashi and his companions stood before Yangtai, blocking the gaze of the 3 root ninjas. In this moment, the situation became clear, revealing Yangtai, bloodied, pierced by several shuriken, cradling the still crying child. Kakashi and the others silently marveled at this remarkable youth, who single-handedly faced 3 evidently high-ranking ninjas and even managed to eliminate one. In truth, this was no small feat. The most crucial aspect was ensuring the safety of the child behind him. All right, Yangtai is safe now. Please, explain what transpired. Kakashi observed the 2 individuals on guard in the arena, pondering thoughtfully before inquiring. Yangtai, his face smeared with blood and one hand radiating a verdant glow resting on his right arm, met the curious gazes of the onlookers and stated, Kakashi-senpai. These people approached me inexplicably, claiming it was Lady Tsunade's orders for me to accompany them. Initially, I paid them no heed, but even I, in my ignorance, sensed something amiss upon arriving here. I exposed the 3 who were masquerading as Umbu, and in the next moment, they attacked me without any intent to explain. Moreover, they even turned on the villagers. I suspect they might be spies from another nation. Kakashi remained silent, listening intently. However, when he learned that the 3 root ninjas had assaulted the villagers, his gaze turned icy, devoid of any emotion as he fixed his stare on the 3 in the distance. The other jonin shared his sentiments, as they were somewhat aware of the workings of the Root, an organization that had once stirred trouble across various nations, garnering significant achievements for Konoha. Yet, following the end of the war, it seemed this department had strayed from its original purpose of serving Konoha selflessly. Captain, let's retreat, said the boar-masked ninja, casting a glance at the opposing formation toward the cat-faced ninja. The cat-faced ninja shook his head slowly. Being a sensory-type ninja, he sensed that they were surrounded by ninjas. In other words, they had been encircled. We are indeed surrounded. Prepare for self-immolation. What? The boar-masked ninja's tone turned anxious. Though they feared not death, living was undeniably preferable. He pressed, Captain, we might find a weak point and attempt to break through. The cat-faced ninja met his gaze with sharp eyes, initially poised to deliver a harsh retort. But upon considering the current situation, his tone softened as he calmly analyzed. We are surrounded by over 10 ninjas, including several Jonin in front of us. The probability of successfully breaking through is exceedingly low. He paused before continuing. Moreover, the commotion we've caused is substantial, especially with Lady Tsunade currently in power. Even if we were to return, death would likely be our fate. With that, the cat-faced ninja's eyes dimmed slightly. The nature of the route was indeed merciless. Yes, dying here is preferable to returning, the boar-masked ninja murmured, preparing to execute the self-immolation technique. Kakashi and the others, having analyzed Yangtai's account, quickly confirmed the identities of the assailants. Kakashi then addressed Yuhi Kurenai, asking, "Kurenai, do you have a way to immobilize the three instantly?" Kurenai furrowed her beautiful brows and shook her head slightly, explaining, "They are all root ninjas and must have undergone training in breaking Jinjutsu. I can only control them for 2 to 3 seconds." Kakashi nodded, his suspicions confirmed. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted as he hurriedly exclaimed, "Not good. They are about to utilize the self-immolation technique." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, witnessing the two of them simultaneously beginning to form hand seals. Yangtai, enduring the pain, rose swiftly and hurled the small child to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kurenai-senpai, I'm counting on you." Kurenai immediately understood, yet the distance was too great for her to reach in time. She shook her head gently but proceeded to form hand seals to cast a Jinjutsu. Instantly, the two in the distance halted as if they had fallen asleep. "After putting me through such misery, now you wish to end it all? Just watch. If I don't send you to the interrogation department today, I'll invert your names." At that moment, Yangtai disregarded the potential ire of Danzo. He swiftly launched a three-pronged kunai, and in the next instant, a straight water column resembling a scythe emerged. With a flash, Yangtai vanished, traversing several dozen meters to appear behind the cat-faced ninja. At that moment, a verdant hand emerged from the water column, striking his neck and retracting instantly, then repeating the same motion on the boar-masked ninja. This entire sequence transpired in less than a second, the speed akin to a flash of lightning. The onlookers could only react in astonishment. This speed rivals that of the fourth S Flying Thunder God technique. Kurenai exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The other Jonin echoed her sentiments, marveling at her observation. Only Kakashi, who had already donned his forehead protector, wore a grave expression. He had witnessed Yangtai's combat prowess in its entirety and was aware of the reformed instant water technique Yangtai employed. However, the display just now indicated that Yangtai had advanced even further, no longer needing to calculate positions in advance. He could freely manipulate the shape of the water column. Kakashi murmured softly to himself. With a thud, Yangtai collapsed to the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I'll send you in suddenly." Yangtai's complexion flushed, and he felt a constriction in his chest. The injuries he had forcefully suppressed flared up once more, overwhelming him. He coughed up blood and, feeling his strength draining away, collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Not good. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, rushed to Yangtai's side to conduct a swift examination. "His injuries are severe. We must hurry him to the hospital." "I'll take him there. You all handle things here," Moonlight Gale stated after a brief inspection. Lifting Yangtai and dashing toward the Konoha hospital. "Secure these three and send them all to the interrogation room." After Moonlight Gale departed, Kakashi ordered those around him. In a flurry, several figures appeared, all Umbu members, responding respectfully to Kakashi. "Yes, Lord Kakashi." The team of sealing experts swiftly sealed the chakra of the two assailants and transported them to the interrogation department. At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade pushed open the door to the ward, her eyes landing on Yangtai, who was nearly mummified in bandages. Anger surged within her. It was evident someone had intended to send a warning. She reached for Yangtai's arm, examining him for a moment before finally releasing her grip. "How is he, Lady Tsunade?" Ino, who had just entered, inquired, still having a favorable impression of the boy who called her sister. Tsunade shook her head. "He is fine. Just some internal injuries that require rest for a while." At that moment, Ino also assessed Yangtai's condition, confirming Tsunade's words and feeling relieved. Soon after, the main group from Konoha arrived, including Tintin and Mito, who were far more composed than Tsunade. Upon entering, Tintin cast a worried glance at Yangtai on the hospital bed. Asking Tsunade, "Is Yangtai going to be all right?" Tsunade, who had been about to make a sarcastic remark, paused, surprised by Tintin's concern. He'll be fine. Just a bit of rest is needed. Tintin sighed in relief. That's good. Otherwise, when Orochimaru returns, we'll have trouble on our hands. Orochimaru? Tsunade frowned, recognizing the name. After a moment's contemplation, a figure from her memories surfaced. Was he not the one who insisted on becoming a Jonin? Tintin nodded with a smile. That's him. What is his relationship with Yantai? Tsunade questioned, puzzled. He hasn't married anyone, has he? Tintin explained. He is his grandson. Well, adopted. I see. Tsunade responded, finally understanding. Mito, witnessing the exchange, handed Tsunade a document. This is the detailed report of the incident that just occurred. You left in such a hurry earlier that you didn't get a chance to review it. Tsunade remained silent. Having just witnessed Yantai being ambushed by the rude organization while saving a boy and getting injured in the process, she immediately rushed back, knowing that Yantai had returned with her, bearing her mark to some extent. Failing to take action would inevitably dishearten those who sought to align with him. Reminiscent of the saying about spending a fortune for a mere bone. Now, having meticulously reviewed all the documents, her anger flared. How dare the Root act against the villagers? Where was Danzo, that old stubborn fool? Summon him. I will dismantle his organization and teach him a lesson. Tsunade was quickly restrained by Shizune, who urged her to remain calm. Tsunade, take a breath. It won't make a difference right now. Mito Minion added, indeed. It can wait until you officially assume the position of Hokage. At that time, everything in Konoha will be under your command. Chapter 99. Thoughts. Taking a few deep breaths, Tsunade composed herself. The arguments presented by her companions were indeed reasonable. This matter could wait until she succeeded the Hokage. With a glance at the still sleeping Yantai, she departed the room, her resolve firm. The others followed suit. The next day, Yantai slowly opened his eyes to find himself gazing at a pristine white ceiling. A sharp, antiseptic scent lingered in the air. Am I in a hospital? He turned his neck to look at the drip above him, his suspicions confirmed. Sighing with a bitter smile, Yantai lamented the unpredictability of fate. He had intended to divert trouble elsewhere and enjoy the spectacle from a distance. But a little child had disrupted his entire plan. Now, he was unsure if his scheme had even worked. All he knew was that he had suffered, and this injury would confine him for at least half a month. Fortunately, he had managed to garner some goodwill from the Jonin in the end, or else he would have truly suffered a loss. It was for the best. He had been preoccupied with many matters lately, and this would provide him the opportunity to sort through them. Comforting himself, Yantai gradually propped himself up, gazing out at the sunlight streaming through the window. Suddenly, the door to his hospital room creaked open, and a cheerful voice rang out. Yantai, you're awake. Turning around, he saw it was Shorin. She hurriedly placed a plastic bag on the bedside table, then leaped into his arms, sobbing softly while mumbling incoherently. Initially feeling a pang of sympathy for the little girl, Yantai soon experienced a sharp ache as her embrace inadvertently tugged at his wounds, a painful reminder of the shuriken that had struck him. Little girl, if you don't get off me, I might really be in trouble. The weeping child froze, then realized the injury Yantai had sustained from the shuriken. Her heart sank as she quickly wiped her swollen eyes and asked, Yantai, are you okay? Does it hurt? Should I call the nurse? With a gentle smile, Yantai ruffled her hair and reassured her, I'm fine, everything is all right. I'll be better in a few days. Shorin nodded obediently, but, after a moment's thought, extended her little arm towards him. Her bright eyes locked onto his as she spoke earnestly. Yantai, I know it hurts a lot. You should have a bite. Yantai hesitated, then pulled her sleeve gently, saying, let us not. I'm doing just fine like this. We can talk about it in a few days. It wasn't that Yantai lacked compassion. He simply did not want Shorin to expose herself too soon. After all, he had just suffered a serious injury, and it would be unreasonable to recover so quickly. He feared the possibility that Tsunade might suspect he had employed some forbidden technique. Thus, he decided to be cautious and wait until his wounds healed sufficiently before relying on Shorin's abilities, avoiding any risk of her secret being discovered. He knew that if Shorin's abilities were revealed, Danzo would not hesitate to exploit her, and the Hokage's faction would see her as a valuable asset, particularly given her lineage from the Uzumaki clan. It was imperative for Yantai to tread carefully. Until he had matured enough, Shorin's abilities must remain concealed. While Yantai contemplated this, Shorin interpreted his concern as affection, feeling touched and shedding more tears. She stubbornly wiped her eyes, then retrieved a blue lunchbox from the plastic bag she had brought. Yangtai and I. The doctor said you shouldn't eat anything else for the next few days. It's best to start with some light food to recuperate. I made you some millet porridge. Please have a little. Yangtai touched his stomach, realizing he hadn't noticed his hunger until now. All right, I'll try your cooking. But if it doesn't taste good, I might just spit it out. He teased, causing Shorin to clench her small fists in mock indignation. You dare. Chuckling. Yangtai took a sip and found it surprisingly palatable. After all, how strange could millet porridge be? He gave a thumbs up in approval, exclaiming, delicious. Shorin's face blossomed into a radiant smile, clearly delighted by his praise. The porridge was gone in just a few bites, and Shorin, satisfied, began to clean up the lunchbox, chatting with Yangtai about various topics before preparing to head home to make lunch. Wait a moment, little girl. Yangtai called after her as she turned to leave. Shorin, somewhat puzzled, obediently approached him. Yangtai and I, is there something else? Extending his hand, Yangtai instructed, please, extend your hand. Shorin complied, offering her delicate hand. Yangtai grasped her wrist and began to absorb a small amount of her chakra. After a mere few seconds, he released her hand, explaining, I just needed to absorb a bit of your chakra for a little experiment. Shorin, puzzled, asked, was that enough? She had only felt a gentle poke, nothing more. Quite sufficient. You may go about your business now, Yangtai replied earnestly. In reality, he had only absorbed a minuscule fraction of Shorin's chakra, an amount that was inconsequential compared to her overall reserves. Oh, all right. I'll be back for lunch later. Bye. Shorin waved as she exited. Yangtai lay back in bed, focusing on sensing Shorin's chakra. This was a notion he had recently developed. While he had felt her chakra before, he had never truly considered it, often viewing her merely as a means to an end. However, he had just experienced a sudden epiphany. Others' chakra carried their unique spiritual energy, making it impossible to deconstruct or replenish oneself. But could Shorin's chakra dissipate within him, breaking down into spiritual and physical energy to rejuvenate him? It was not unfounded for Yangtai to ponder this. After all, Shorin was akin to a miraculous elixir. A single taste could heal all wounds, which was rather extraordinary. If her chakra could dissipate within him, transforming into energy that could restore his physical state, it could elevate him significantly. With Shorin's assistance, within a year, he could elevate his foundation to a new level. While surpassing Shorin might be impossible, the sheer volume of her chakra, in Yangtai's estimation, would at least meet the criteria for cultivating sage techniques. Ultimately, he would no longer have to scrimp and save his chakra.